Chapter 121. The 10-square-meter vegetable field was cultivated neatly, with a lot of discordant black mixed in the green. The blackbirds landed in the vegetable field, flew up when they were driven away, and landed again to peck at the vegetables after people passed by. Birds eat vegetables much faster than insects. They can eat the heart of a vegetable in 2 bites. They are also picky, and do not eat the old leaves next to them, but only peck at the tender heart of the vegetable. Shufin led people to drive the birds away from the vegetable field, but there was no way to drive them away completely. Even after temporarily driving them away, the blackbirds would stay in the sky for a long time and be reluctant to leave. The blackbirds were so dense that they were suspended like dark clouds. When people were not paying attention, they swooped down and pecked at the bottom of the vegetable with their beaks, directly pulling the whole vegetable out of the vegetable field. After it flew into the sky, other blackbirds rushed over and ate the vegetables cleanly together. They did not eat the roots with mud. When their beaks loosened, the roots covered with mud fell on people's heads. Shufin ran back and forth in anger, trying to chase the birds away, but she still couldn't stop the vegetables from being cut one by one. Everyone in the base gathered around to chase the birds away. The birds were small and could fly, so they flexibly shuttled between the crowd to steal vegetables. "Oh! A monster is coming to steal pigs!" I don't know who shouted. As the last word fell, the brown piglet with patterns all over its body ran past everyone on its 4 hooves, with a bleeding tooth mark on its butt, and it plunged into the vegetable field. A green 4-legged animal chased after the piglet. Its 4 legs were very slender, and invisible at first glance. Its body was huge and scaly. It was hard to tell whether it was a snake, a lizard, or a crocodile. The animal chased the pig into the farmland. A military school student kicked the 4-legged animal, and its tail swung, knocking the person down, while basic information appeared, showing that its species was a lizard. The vegetable field was now bustling with animals. Everyone was busy catching pigs and chasing away birds and lizards. The black bird was very good at taking advantage of opportunities. It swooped down and took a bite of cabbage when people were not paying attention. Everyone had no time to deal with the bird. The pig was very destructive. It rolled into the vegetable field and crushed the vegetables. A group of people went to catch lizards. The size of the lizard was about the same as that of a normal crocodile. Its slender tail was its main weapon of attack. It could break a person's bones when it was thrown at him. If you run twice more, there will be no vegetables left. Ji Jiuxiu patted Rong Tianjiang. "Hold it. Don't let it run any more." Rong Tianjiang entered the mecha and rushed in to hug the lizard, holding it down to prevent it from continuing to destroy the vegetable field. The lizard was very powerful, and he couldn't suppress it alone. Someone went up to help. The mecha pressed on him. 2 people were still not enough to completely control the lizard. Others came forward to help. The people pressed one on top of the other, forming a human flesh wall to wrap the lizard tightly, and the rest of the people carried them out together. The inner layer had the greatest pressure, and the lizard had been strangled by layer after layer of pressure. Everyone quickly killed it, and returned to chase the birds without having time to deal with it carefully. Shufin took a broken iron bucket and knocked it a few times, and the clang 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 sound attracted the piglet. The pigs had been stirring their meals in this iron bucket for the past 2 days, and they were very familiar with the sound. Seeing that there were no more enemies chasing them, the piglets immediately ran toward Shufin after hearing the sound. The piglets were caught by Shufin, and she led the pigs back to the pigsty. What she saw was terrible. The rabbit nest next to the pigsty had been ransacked, and the ground was stained with blood. The remaining 2 rabbits were hiding in the corner and trembling, and the other 3 were probably already the lizard's meals. She told everyone the bad news, and everyone was heartbroken. There were only 5 rabbits in total, 3 died, and the remaining 2 were both females. The breeding business collapsed before it was halfway through. Ji Jiuxiu learned from his mistakes and said, "We must arrange a breeder to take charge of the safety of livestock. No matter what happens, the safety of livestock must be given priority. Things like today's black birds attacking, and everyone running to drive them away must not happen again." Ji Jiuxiu assigned this important task to 2 NPC Annies, one named Mason, and the other named Merlin. They are sisters with loud voices and strong breath. When they encounter danger, they don't need to take action to meet the enemy. The only requirement is to remind others in time, and kill the danger in time. This job is relatively simple, and ordinary people can do it. It's a bit of a waste of talent for military cadets to do such things, so let the Annies do it. After the pigs and lizards were solved, there was still the black bird hovering in the sky. "Darula, you can use a net to cover the vegetables." Rong Tianjiang, "Good idea, but where can we get the net?" "There is no ready-made net, not even ropes." The current base is in a state of having nothing. Use this. Jiangju picked up the vines used to tie pig grass. Backpacks or baskets do not exist in the base. They use vines to tie pig grass and carry them back. This kind of vine is relatively sturdy and can be used to make nets. The current few vines are not enough, so the team went to pick vines again. Ji Jiuxiu called all 6 children. The oldest of these children was 13 or 14 years old, and the youngest was 6 or 7 years old. They were all called to work, and no one was idle. On the way, Ji Jiuxiu told these children what kind of monsters they are likely to encounter in the wild, and how to deal with them. At present, they have no weapons. When the new tree-cutting team brings back trees and has enough dumb trees in reserve, axes will no longer be used and can be distributed to everyone as weapons. Going to the place where pig grass is lush, Ji Jiuxiu demonstrated to the children how to tie pig grass steadily and in large quantities, which part of the vine is more resilient, and how to straighten out the messy vines. Rong Tianjiang, who was listening, was stunned. There are so many ways to cut pig grass? He just rolled it into a ball randomly. It doesn't matter as long as it doesn't fall off. He takes as much as he can. Ji Jiuxiu, these practices can improve efficiency. Didn't you notice that I brought back at least half more pig grass than you? Really? Rong Tianjiang scratched his head. Ji Jiuxiu, yes, I tried it. There is a limit to the weight of pig grass. If it exceeds this limit, the physical strength consumption will accelerate. You need to find a balance between the weight of pig grass and physical strength, and take the most pig grass with the minimum physical strength consumption. Rong Tianjiang was shocked. Are you playing a game too carefully? No wonder he saw Ji Jiuxiu picking up pig grass and walking on the ground for a few steps, and then putting it down. He thought she was exercising her biceps, but she didn't expect that she was exercising her brain. This is a competition. Ji Jiuxiu corrected him. Darla on the side cut off the vines. If you didn't remind me, I would have almost forgotten that this is a competition. The content of the competition is really unexpected. There is no confrontation between military cadets, nor is it like the last game to test the sharpness and sensitivity of military cadets. Rather than a competition, it is more like a promotion for the game. How much money did the game company spend on the organizer? Jiangju. This is not meaningless. Just like the previous competition was adapted from a real event, this competition will test the survival ability of military academy students. In the battlefield, it is common to be trapped on a planet without rescue, and soldiers need to find ways to survive on their own. There have been many precedents for such things. One of the most extreme cases was a battle on the planet Wafu 10 years ago. 10 people were trapped in the most extreme corner of the planet Wafu and survived for 10 months under the alien plants until rescue arrived. In addition to combat missions, the army occasionally has planet reconstruction missions. Many battlefield planets need to be rebuilt after the alien plants and beasts are cleared. These are all completed by the army in cooperation with the construction team. The army needs to clear all the alien plants or beasts attracted by the construction team and lead the construction team to complete the task. The overall venue setting of the military school joint exercise is related to the real battlefield. It is not something that the organizer suddenly thought of. It is based on reality and detached from reality, with a little more unrestrained imagination. Rong Tianjiang couldn't help but say, this is not a bit of imagination, it's just letting myself go. It feels like the normal content of everyone's brainstorming was eliminated, and then those abnormal ideas were left to form a stadium. It is hard to imagine what kind of mental state the stadium design team was in when creating. Complaints aside, work still needs to be done. Ji Jiuxiu glanced at Fusong, who was tasting hundreds of herbs, and asked, have you found any edible plants? Fusong's physical strength kept rising and falling during the process of eating grass, and the status showed mild poisoning. The game company considered it very comprehensively. Obviously, they thought that someone would eat grass, so they did not prohibit eating it. Different grasses have different effects after eating. This one is poisonous and can't be eaten. Fusong raised the grass with slender leaves in his left hand, which looked like a standard grass, and then showed the grass with round leaves in his right hand. This is edible and non-toxic, but it is very sour. After being soured, no matter what you eat within 10 minutes, your physical strength will not increase. Darla, don't eat it. What if you die? Yes. Ji Jiuxiu nodded, the game is not real. You will die if you eat grass randomly. Rong Tianjiang, will you not die if you eat grass randomly in the real world? Jiangju, you will die quickly and without pain. Fusong, Compared to the chattering adults, the children are much more silent, but they are very active in their work. They quickly tied up the vines and carried them back. The net weaving technique was learned from Nana in the previous competition. Tianji was right. It is good to have many skills. The net weaving technique came in handy again. The residents were enthusiastic about learning the net weaving technique. Ji Jiuxiu saw that their personal information column had a skill of level 1 weaving. The base began to take shape. A large information column appeared on the top. Every military school student could see it, which showed the specific information of the base. Base, Theseus. Number of people, 122. Houses, 10, primary wooden houses, poultry, 2 rabbits. Livestock, 1 piglet. Crops, 20 square meters of sweet potatoes, 10 square meters of potatoes, 5 square meters of Chinese cabbage. Total land area, 700 square meters. The cabbage field was originally more than this, but after being tossed around by birds, pigs, and lizards, only this is left now. The Chinese cabbage can be harvested, but how to store it is also a problem. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to pickle it into sauerkraut. Pickling sauerkraut requires a container, and they have to make it from clay, and they have to get more salt back. It is a technical job to mold clay into a jar. The after-dinner activity, when everyone returns to the base in the evening, is to make jars. The jars were crooked and of different sizes. After getting the jars, you still had to dig a kiln and burn the fire. Every step was difficult. The only good thing was that Uncle Zhong knew all the steps, so at least they didn't have to start from scratch. Putting theory into practice was difficult. Some people didn't understand. Why can a house be built with one click, but a jar can't be built with one click? Maybe it's because jars are easier to make, unlike houses that require huge manpower and time? Ji Jiuxiu showed everyone the standard jar in his hand, with the skill bar of second-level jar pincher. It's not easy for them, a group of complete outsiders, to build a solid house. Making a jar is much simpler, and even if it's not that good, it can be barely used. Darula was surprised. How did you learn so quickly? Ji Jiuxiu, haven't you played with mud before? Everyone looked at her in silence. Ji Jiuxiu paused for a moment, and added, trying to cover up, actually, I haven't played it either. I did well purely because I have a strong learning ability. Everyone, huh? Do you think we believe it? The mud was made by kneading and digging. After eliminating a bunch of defective products, everyone finally made a jar that could barely hold things. Pickling sauerkraut is a technical job. Ji Jiuxiu has rich experience in pickling sauerkraut. In the past, the cabbage grown on Blue Star that could not be eaten was pickled. First, it was dried a little, then washed, scalded with boiling water, and finally a layer of cabbage and salt were put into the jar. In this kind of small job that is not too tiring, the game has a very high degree of freedom, allowing players to fully experience the joy of hands-on work. When everyone was burning the kiln, a countdown popped up on the backpack. Expiration date, 11:59. Rong Tianjiang was the first to discover this, and was surprised. What does the expiration date mean? Can't use the backpack after the time is up? There were only 3 things that could be carried, but now they are not allowed to use them. Backpacks are very useful for military cadets. For example, when cutting down dumb trees, without backpacks, they would not be able to easily carry 100 pieces of wood back. Darula said faintly, it's all because of Ji Jiuxiu's bad mouth. Ji Jiuxiu, me again? Well, she did say that the backpack might not be able to be used for a long time, but she was making a reasonable guess based on the existing facts. Fuso said, thoughtfully, maybe the stadium design team got inspiration from you and asked the game company to change the settings temporarily. Ji Jiuxiu, no way? She almost believed it. Jiangju, this is the fault of the stadium design team. It has nothing to do with you. That's right. Ji Jiuxiu nodded. I haven't said they plagiarized my ideas yet. I charge them when I get out. Outside the stadium, the game company posted a blog saying that they were wronged. The rules of the game are that novices can use backpacks during the first 5 days of the novice period, and they will become normal backpacks when the time is up. Shishi's idea is the same as ours. It seems to be fate. If you want more fate, come to Survival to play with me. The accompanying picture is a Ji Jiuxiu emoticon pack, which is crazy about the popularity. The comment area is lively. What a shameless game. Who do you think is destined to be with you? If you can let Xiaoxiao continue playing the game after the game, I will download it. I find it funny to see how miserable they are. Am I sick? The more miserable, the funnier it is. The stadium design team can abuse them as much as they want. I won't feel bad. What a vicious idea. I like it. Anyway, it is a foregone conclusion that the backpack can no longer be used, but the bad news continues. When Ji Jiuxiu picked up a bundle of pig grass, he found that it actually had weight. The feeling of the game gradually decreased, and became more like the real world. So what's the use of physical strength? If you are tired, you still can't walk? Ji Jioxia complained. As her voice fell, the status bar above the character's head disappeared. Everyone, ? Ji Jioxia, I have a bad feeling. I always feel that there is a conspiracy behind it. Okay, from now on, you are not allowed to say anything unlucky. Darula covered Ji Jioxia's mouth. Ji Jioxia took a step back and said a few words. Just as she was about to speak, Fusong next to her came over and raised her hand to cover her mouth. Okay, I won't say it. You have mud on your hands. Don't cover your mouth casually. The known game field is more reassuring than the various unknowns of Jinsha Star. Everyone was not too panicked and continued to do their own things. In the evening, when the others came back, we had a meeting together. The worst situation at the moment was just the last place. As the first place in 3 consecutive games, it didn't matter if we were last once. We just let others have the chance. With this kind of self-comfort, everyone's mood was greatly relieved and they were no longer anxious. After 12 hours, the backpack became an ordinary bag. It could still hold daggers, guns and mechas in the compressed space, but other things that were too big could not be put in. The next day, everyone acted according to the original plan, leaving 30 military cadets to guard the base. In the morning, Ji Jioxia got up early and went to the vegetable field to catch insects after exercise. These hateful little insects not only grew on the leaves of vegetables in the real world, but also on the vegetables in the game. Sweet potatoes and potatoes grew well. These too can be eaten as staple food. At present, they no longer grow leaves, and nutrients are transported to the roots. After her senses were closer to the real world, Fusong became more enthusiastic about farming. She appeared at the edge of the field early in the morning and started catching insects. After the caterpillar pyramid incident, she now buried the insects she caught directly in the ground, and no longer displayed them like whipping corpses. There were still 7 big and good cabbages in the field that had not been picked. They had to be kept for seeds. When they grew up and produced seeds, they could save the money to buy new seeds. Seeds were expensive. Just planting this small bag of seeds of 10 square meters would cost 10 cans of meat. They must be well protected. Others woke up one after another, and the outgoing team was organized and set off with dry food. Yesterday's lizard had not been processed yet. If Uncle Zhong hadn't come to ask, Ji Jioxia would have almost forgotten it. Ji Jioxia took out a dagger and cut off pieces of meat, then salted them and hung them up. It would be better preserved if they were dried. After that, they were busy making some bowls and chopsticks with clay. Before, they didn't need to cook and eat, but now the situation is different. Some basic daily necessities need to be prepared. Companions came to help, but it was no different from making things worse. Ji Jioxia drove them away and told them not to waste clay. It was also time-consuming to go to collect soil. The 3 people who were despised had to go to cut pig grass. This time, the pig grass had weight and could not be lifted lightly like before. If you took too much, you needed to use some strength and your face would be red and your neck would be thick before you could carry it. The reason why there were only 3 people was that Darula would rather play with mud. Oh no, she would rather pinch bowls than cut pig grass. Pinching bowls can be said to be artistic creation, but cutting pig grass is really a bit of a ruined image, directly changing from a princess to a village flower. The morning task was completed, and the team had lunch at the base at noon. Lunch was Ji Jioxia's chocolate. There was only a small piece of chocolate in the backpack, the size of a palm. After taking it out, it was found to be as big as a bed, enough for everyone in the base. The chocolate was put in by Madame Mosquito, and she never took it out. When the infinite space of the backpack was invalid, the chocolate was not ejected. Now after taking it out, I want to put it back, but I can't put it back. The 5 people each broke off a piece of chocolate bigger than their faces, held it in their hands, and sat by the field to eat. Ji Jioxia, I really want to meet the generous Madame Mosquito more times. There are nuts in the middle of the chocolate, which is not greasy to eat, but fragrant and crispy. With your bad luck, I'm afraid you will be bitten all over your head. Rong Tianjiang nibbled the chocolate. Darula, I haven't encountered it yet, I don't know what it looks like. I go out tonight and try it, my luck should be good. Generally, people who say this kind of thing will have bad luck. Fuso had finished his share, and began to be dazed. Jiangju, there are 5 of us, so we can go out. It's okay even if we encounter a bad probability. Are 5 people afraid that they can't beat a big mosquito? The 5 people chatted casually. Above the field, the birds still refused to give up. They lowered their heads to peck at the vines. Some places were packed with holes, and someone went to repair them immediately. The net woven by the vines blocked the vegetable field, preventing the birds from stealing food, but this was not safe enough. There were holes between the vines. If acid rain came, the whole field would be destroyed. Ji Jiuxiao, the net alone is not enough, we have to find a way to upgrade it. She was about to talk about the acid rain, but she was afraid that she would be a jinx, so she quickly shut up. Rong Tianjiang didn't care. What's not enough? The birds can't eat now. Can't you prepare for a rainy day? Ji Jiuxiao tried to hint. What should we do? Darla casually asked, what if? Ji Jiuxiao, what if it rains? Everyone looked at her. She said innocently, I didn't want to say it, but you forced me to. The sky was still bright, and there was no sign of rain. She turned the tables and said, what about crow mouse? It's superstition. What era is it? Your thoughts are still so futile. Darla, you can't just say that. A word will come true. Don't you understand? Say less bad things and more good things. Ji Jiuxiao, yes. Darla's serious face broke in a second. She was so angry that she chased after Ji Jiuxiao and punched him twice. Rong Tianjiang had also watched Ji Jiuxiao's private collection of ancient palace fighting TV series. He understood Ji Jiuxiao's train of thought and burst into laughter. Ji Jiuxiao ran behind Jiang Ju and used him as a shield to block Darila. Darila glared at Jiang Ju. Jiang Ju looked straight ahead and tried to install a wooden stake. Playing is playing, making noise is making noise. The problem of the field must be taken seriously. The two tired people sat down again and looked at the green leaves swaying in the wind in front of them. It would cost too much to build a shed with dumb trees alone, and it was not easy to move. It was not conducive to the growth of plants if they were always blocked. They needed to find new protective tools. Fusong suggested, you can use vines and large leaves together to weave something similar to a tarpaulin. Ji Jiuxiao's mind flashed with the image of a wild man in clothes. She shook her head to get rid of this picture and responded, I think it's feasible. This way it is also convenient to store. You can put it away when you are free and open it when it rains. Before the protective cover is built, this primitive method can only be adopted. The cadets were divided into two groups, each leading the residents to collect leaves and vines, while Ji Jiuxiao stayed in the camp to look after the residents. Although there were many people staying at the base, they had to run to the surrounding areas to collect various things from time to time, and there were few people who really stayed in the base. There was no tree-cutting team today. Yesterday's team rushed to cut trees before their backpacks expired, and brought back more than 800 pieces of wood. After building 10 wooden houses again, there were more than 700 pieces left, which was enough for a long time. The axes were stored in the warehouse, and the cadets did not take them away. Ji Jiuxiao took out the axes and distributed them to the residents, teaching them how to use axes to kill monsters. The more dumb trees there are, the more cannibals there are. From yesterday afternoon to now, there have been cannibals approaching intermittently, and they were dealt with by the cadets on duty, without disturbing the residents. Now Ji Jiuxiao wants them to take up their weapons, and face the cannibals bravely. Ogres are low-level monsters with low attack power, so they are suitable for training. She doesn't want them to be able to kill ogres, but she needs them to have the courage to not be afraid of monsters. Uncle Zhong leaned on a cane and tremblingly took the axe handed to him by Ji Jiuxiao. Ji Jiuxiao hesitated. Uncle Zhong, why don't you take a rest first, and let the young people do the heavy work? Seeing him like this, she was really afraid that if he moved a few times, his old bones would fall apart. It's better not to toss at such an old age. I won't. The old man was very stubborn. When I was young, I could kill any monster with one knife. Now I am too old to fight, but I am still not afraid of him. Others were led by him, and took the axes from Ji Jiuxiao one by one. That's right. I'm not afraid either. I didn't have weapons before, but now I have an axe. I want to scare the monsters. Hit the monsters. Hit the monsters. Fight for the base. The voices were mixed together, and Ji Jiuxiao was very satisfied. After teaching them the basic knowledge of fighting, he deliberately let a cannibal in for everyone to practice. A group of women and children rushed forward, and Ji Jiuxiao explained the key points of the movements to them. Although everyone was in a hurry, their expressions were firm and not panicked. Ji Jiuxiao was very pleased. He glanced at the crowd and found that when everyone rushed forward, Zhongshu retreated, making a lot of noise, but exerting little strength. He fished in the muddy water among the crowd and squeezed with the children. Ji Jiuxiao, who just said that he was still as brave as before and wanted to kill a monster with an axe. Chapter 122. The base gradually took shape, and the probability of encountering ragged refugees gradually increased. When Ji Jioshu stayed at the base, he met a young couple who came to seek refuge. The wife pleaded, "We heard that there is a base here, so we came here to ask for help. We really don't know where to go. Please take us in." They came from a small base that had just been invaded by monsters. They fled without direction and walked all the way here. Ji Jioshu left them behind, just in time to have 2 more laborers. Taking in refugees is one of the indicators of the base. With more people, the base can grow and develop. The news that the base took in people was deliberately promoted by her at the market. As long as she wanted to join the base, she would warmly welcome it. When the team went out to perform tasks, they would occasionally bring back some people who had nowhere to go. Unknowingly, the base had 52 residents. The growth cycle of plants and animals is not long. The 2 little rabbits have grown up in 2 days. They are of the same sex. The hunting team has been trying to find new rabbits to breed. The piglet has grown into a big pig. As a reserve food, it eats and drinks every day and wanders around the base. It lives a very comfortable life. Ji Jioshu trained the piglet to guard the house. Now it has learned to hunt and kill cannibals. It also patrols the fields to catch insects. It cannot eat vegetables growing in the fields. It can only eat food thrown on the ground by people. It has realized this. I don't know if it's because the cannibals were killed too fiercely. After killing countless batches of cannibals and several cannibal bosses, the cannibals gradually stopped appearing. There are no idle people in the base. Ji Jioshu arranged for the newcomers to start with simple things, mainly responsible for reclaiming the fields and learning how to take care of crops. The first batch of potatoes and sweet potatoes have been harvested and stored in the warehouse. Now the second batch is being planted. With more people, the fields need to be expanded, and the cannibals need to be crushed and mixed into the soil. After these cannibals, which look like tortoise jelly, are broken into pieces, the edges become slightly transparent black, slightly moist, and not sticky to the touch, and not disgusting to mix. However, every newcomer who knows that these black debris are cannibals will be stunned. Ji Jioshu has made a basic plan. Residents will hold a study meeting in the morning. If there are new people, they will introduce their own skills and teach them to everyone. If there are no people or no skills, they will learn the knowledge taught by existing residents. Everyone learns basic skills, such as growing vegetables, weaving, and building houses. Without the one-click house building function, they need to build their own houses. With the continuous influx of new people, the original house is no longer enough to live in. One day, it rained heavily, with bean-sized raindrops falling down. The fishy smell was much heavier than when it rained lightly. The residents of the base hurriedly took out the tarpaulin to cover the racks in the fields to keep out the rain. The tarpaulin was woven from vines and leaves. This kind of leaves can resist the erosion of acid rain and keep the rain out. The rain was too heavy, and it hurt when it hit the body. The residents hurriedly pulled open the tarpaulin. They did not cooperate well, and the tarpaulin was opened in the wrong direction, which wasted a lot of time. The sound of the rain covered their shouts, and after a period of chaos, the tarpaulin was finally set up. Ji Jioshu stood under the eaves and watched them busy, without helping, and his eyes were fixed on the figures of several of them, who were working actively and swiftly. It rained for a long time today. After the rain became lighter, it continued to drizzle all day. Everyone did not dare to take down the tarpaulin for fear that the crops in the field would be damaged. Ji Jioshu called Shufan and Qiuling. "You will be responsible for personnel management in the future, and let Qiuling help you." Qiuling is the oldest child in the first batch of residents. When they went to mow the grass together, Ji Jioshu noticed that Qiuling was very active and had a keen eye for work. When she had nothing to do, she would clean the base and pull out the weeds around the house. "I'm in charge." Shufan was surprised and waved her hands repeatedly. "How can I do this?" "Ji Jioshu, if you don't know, just learn. Are there any other problems?" Shufan rubbed her hands. "I'm old, and there are no young people who can do things. I'm afraid I can't do this job. I just saw you yelling with strength. Young people don't have a voice like yours." Ji Jioshu stated the facts. Shufan said in embarrassment, "I don't mean to be mean to them, but they keep running around and not working together. If they keep doing this, the vegetables in the field will be killed by the rain. So you've done a good job, right? You be in charge of them. Don't say anything else." Ji Jioshu affirmed her approach and arranged the work in a tough manner. "If you don't understand something, you can ask me or Aishamu or anyone else. If someone wants to hit you, let Qiuling help you fight back." Before, she taught the children in the base some basic fighting skills. Qiuling learned the fastest. Others beat one cannibal, but she can beat two. She is bold and careful, and is simply a natural single soldier. Now Chioling always has an axe tied around her waist. She will take the initiative to patrol the base. She is the first to rush forward when something happens. Although she is not very old, she is already the backbone of the residents. Ji Jioshio had long thought of selecting talents from the residents. Military school students are special. No matter how they are integrated, they are different from the residents. The management cannot be all military school students. There is a natural gap between the ruling class and the ruled class. We cannot let everyone have the concept of you and us. Everyone is us. As the number of people increases, not everyone will respect them like the original residents. This is a good thing. If everyone is a puppet who only obeys orders, it will be meaningless. She wants everyone to see that the base is based on ability. If residents are given a chance to move up, they will be more active in doing things. Shufan usually keeps silent, but once she encounters something she cares about, she will be more competitive. She is the kind of person who will try her best to complete the order given to her. Although she lacks initiative, she has a strong sense of responsibility. In the early stage of the base, it is more appropriate for her to manage people. Ji Jioshia's tone is unquestionable. Shufan did not refute and took the task. In addition to Shufan and Xiaoling, Ji Jioshio and Ai Xiaomu discussed and wanted to select 2 people from the new personnel to manage the land and arrange logistics. With more people, daily meals are a problem. Currently, there is no dedicated leader for logistics, and everyone works together. When there are too many people, it becomes a mess. In the future, the material custody and cooking will be separated, and the food will be placed in the warehouse. The key will be held by Uncle Zhong, and the daily consumption must be recorded. The same problem applies to land. When people work together, the efficiency is not high. People need to be assigned to manage the land. Ji Jioshio and Ayashamu have little experience in how to manage the base. Ayashamu has learned how to arrange tactics, and Ji Jioshio is a wild man who does whatever he wants. Ji Jioshio can arrange some small things freely, but when it comes to overall problems, she will hold all the command meetings with Aishamu, and everyone will brainstorm to find solutions. Everyone is groping from scratch, learning stumblingly, constantly correcting mistakes, and making progress slowly. A commander said with a headache, "It is much more difficult to manage people than to fight a war. These people quarrel every 2 days, and quarrel every 3 days. I feel that we are still missing a court." A classmate made a suggestion. The residents are not military academy students who have received military training. Their qualities are uneven. Sometimes they can't make sense at all. From time to time, people quarrel over trivial matters. Under the careful care of everyone, crops matured one after another, seeds gradually became richer, and the reclaimed land increased accordingly, so each resident was given a piece of land for them to plant. 1/3 of the crops grown belonged to the collective, and the remaining 2/3 were at their disposal. The big pot meal gradually evolved into each family eating for themselves. Sometimes the hunting team would bring back some new crop seeds, or Ji Jioshio would go to the market to exchange new seeds. The number of these seeds was small, and each person could only get a little. Coupled with the uneven quality of the seeds, and the problem of inadequate management, some fields would have new crops thriving, while others would be empty. One of the problems that arose was stealing vegetables, and there were also some things, like you poured water on my vegetable field, and the vegetables were drowned. Digging beyond the boundary, and occupying other people's fields. And so on. Aishamu, it seems that we really need to establish an enforcement team. Ji Jioshio, the captain of the enforcement team, is temporarily set to be a military academy student. I am afraid that the residents will not be able to maintain absolute fairness. Although they tried their best to eliminate the invisible barriers between residents and military academy students, it is impossible for game players and NPCs to be equal. Residents may make unfair decisions because of various interests between each other, but military academy students do not have this concern. Aishamu nodded. I agree. Does anyone want to be the captain of the law enforcement team? Everyone looked at the sky and the ground, and remained silent and pretended to be dead. Anyone who knows more about the lives of residents will know how annoying these trivial things are. Because no one wanted to be, they finally chose to draw lots. All military academy students drew together, and 10 out of 100 people were selected to form the law enforcement team. The time has come for luck to decide fate. Ji Jioshio drew a lot from the lot bucket, and it was no surprise to see 2 scratches under the wooden stick representing the selection. Oh no, there are 3 scratches, and she is still the captain of the law enforcement team. Haha, in this kind of purely luck-based choice, she has never won. Ji Jioshio was elected as the captain of the law enforcement team. He has 9 team members under him. Usually, they don't need to act together. They can rotate work and still follow other teams to look for supplies from time to time. On the first day of becoming the captain of the law enforcement team, Ji Jioshu opened the court. Yes, because of the shortage of manpower, the law enforcement team has to take on the work of mediation, judgment, punishment, and other departments. The conflict between the two parties originated from the weeds in the vegetable field. A accused B of throwing the weeds directly into his field after pulling them out. B claimed that he dried the weeds on the edge of the field, and did not throw them into A's field at all. The two sides quarreled over this, and even fought. At this time, facing Ji Jioshu, the wounds on their faces had not yet disappeared. As for whether the weeds pulled by B were thrown into A's field or on the edge of the field, the two people had different opinions, and because there was no surveillance and no one saw it, this could not be verified. Ji Jioshu, it's unreasonable for him to pull up weeds and throw them in your field. Your fields are next to each other. The weeds grow in your field. When they grow up, they spread seeds. Isn't it possible that they will fly back to his field? A said angrily. He just likes to do things that harm others and benefit himself. Otherwise, why would his wife not be with him and secretly be with me? He is maliciously taking revenge on me. Ji Jioshu was caught off guard and said, "Ah." B was also angry. "I knew that my wife was with you a long time ago. We were planning to blackmail you. At this critical moment, why would I make trouble?" Ji Jioshu, "Ah? Blackmail me?" A said disdainfully. "She told me everything. I know your plan. She said you are not good enough and has decided to be with me in the future. We plan to cheat all your money." B was furious. "What?" He rushed over and beat A. The two grabbed each other's arms and rolled on the ground together. "You punch me and I kick you." The military cadet, who had eaten too much melon, reacted and hurried over to pull the people apart. Ji Jioshu scratched her head. Compared with the complicated relationship between them, how the grass got to B's field was irrelevant. She kept her original intention and solved the problem of the field. She gave A two choices. One was to change a piece of land, a new piece of land far away from B, but the fertility of the field was not guaranteed. The second was to continue to plant the current land. There was no monitoring technology at present, so he had to find a way to protect it himself. But it was obvious that A didn't care about the field anymore. He just wanted to win against B and prove his masculinity. At present, the fraud incident had not really happened. Ji Jioshu couldn't interfere in their private affairs. Since the two of them had a private fight and disrupted public order, they were finally sent to Kaijian Field for labor reform. Alas, what a mess it is every day. Ji Jioshu, who was exhausted by all kinds of trivial matters, reflected on the work process and decided to build a new mediation office under the law enforcement team. When encountering cases that could not be mediated, they would report them to her. As for whether the mediation office would be biased, it would be enough to send people from the law enforcement team to conduct regular inspections and return visits from time to time. The road must be taken step by step. Only by suffering can we find the shortcomings and improve the process. After careful observation by Darula, the candidates for the mediation office were recommended by 3 middle-aged uncles and aunts, who were the most enthusiastic and caring. Ji Jioshu was able to get rid of the mess. In fact, these things did not happen every day, but it was laborious to sort out the course of events from the chaotic conversations and logic, and to distinguish whether the parties were lying. After finishing the work at hand, she was ready to go to the market. There were many people passing by the market, and she often heard some news about monsters. Monsters are very useful. For example, cannibals can be used as fertilizer, and some strange monsters can also be developed into new functions. She organized the team members to set off together, and found that 2 people were missing. She asked, "Where are Jiangju and Rong Tianjiang?" Darula shook her head, "I don't know. The team members have their own work. Fuso will lead the team to find plant seeds, and Darula will form a medical team to teach residents emergency medical knowledge. Everyone is very busy. Fuso, the day before yesterday, I heard Rong Tianjiang say that he was going to kill monsters, and I don't know what happened next." The 2 people's optical computers could not dial. In the game, the distance is too far, which will result in poor signal, and it is very difficult to contact each other. Ji Jioshu went to ask Aishamu. All the work arrangements of the military academy students would be reported to her, which was also to ensure that they could be discovered in time when there were military academy students who lost contact for a long time. Aishama said as soon as she saw Ji Jioshu, "I was just about to go to you. The team led by Jiangju has not returned for 2 days. I am a little worried." Normally, she would not worry about Jiangju's safety, But this time the time he was away was really a bit long. Ji Jioshu immediately asked, "Where did they go?" "Aishamu, I don't know the specific location. They said they would go to the market to ask for information first. The market can inquire about the news of monsters. In order to strengthen the defense capabilities of the base, the 3 hunting teams have been hunting monsters during this period and using some of their body parts to build fortifications." "Ji Jioshu, I go and see. I see how many people in the base can be transferred to you." Aishama checked the personnel list. "Ji Jioshu, no, I can go by myself. If Jiangju is in danger, it's useless to bring more people. I go explore first and bring the news out. Information is what they lack most at the moment. The lack of communication tools makes it difficult to spread the news. She has to confirm where Jiangju and his group are trapped first. After knowing that Ji Jioshu is going to leave, Darula and Fuso are going to follow. Fuso, I see if there are any edible plants on the road." In terms of ordinary edible plants, the game company finally behaved like a human being. They did not invent new species out of thin air, but put some plants that are more unconventional in the real world. "Darula, the medical team can already operate autonomously. You don't need me to watch over you. I won't hold you back. Maybe I can help you. You have never held the team back." Ji Jioshu said seriously, "Go if you want to. Our team must be neat and tidy." "Fuso, you sound as if we are going to be eliminated neatly. It is not suitable to set a flag at this time." "Ji Jioshu, fortunately, you are not good at talking. Otherwise, their team will be wiped out sooner or later. The means of transportation for departure is made of mantis legs, imitating the structure of a bicycle. Although the raw materials are difficult to accept, the results are not bad. The model is smooth, and the whole body is dark green. The fuel comes from various animal and vegetable oils and messy things. The mantis car smells very bad when driving, with a smell of burnt protein. However, the conditions are difficult, and it is not easy to make it like this." The 3 drove the mantis car to the market, and went straight to the store selling weapons. Most of the hunting team's information about monsters comes from the store owner. He can meet all kinds of people when he opens a store here. It is the best channel to collect information. They will return some things to the store owner from time to time, and he is very happy to do business with them. As soon as Ji Jioshu entered the door, the people at the counter looked up. The person watching the store today was not the owner, but the owner's younger brother. The scarred man who wanted to rob Ji Jioshu and Jiangju was robbed of his car instead. The moment the scarred man saw Ji Jioshu, his face changed. Although his brother and Ji Jioshu had business dealings, he still had a psychological shadow on Ji Jioshu. He said stiffly, "What do you want?" Ji Jioshu said the code, 80 for the big hammer, 40 for the small hammer. "No information for you." The scarred man flipped through the records in the only old computer in the store. This answer was expected. Normal missions would not leave messages. Ji Jioshu asked, "One of our teams has not returned. I want to ask what news they bought and where they went." The scarred man stood up from the chair and asked hurriedly, "They didn't go back either? What do you mean by also?" Ji Jioshu asked back. The scarred man frowned tightly. "My brother got a message before that a small base was occupied by mutant spiders. My brother told your people about this news and asked me to look after the store for 2 days. He went with me, but never came back." "Ji Jioshu, where is it?" "I don't know. I just know it's in the west." The scarred man hesitated for a moment and asked, "Are you going to go find someone?" Ji Jioshu nodded yes. "Give me a piece of wood." The scarred man found a thin piece of wood and handed it to Ji Jioshu. After thinking it over, he still said, "I go with you." The waiting time was too painful, and he really couldn't feel at ease. "Okay, let's make it clear first. No one will help you if you encounter problems." Ji Jioshu took out a knife and carved words on the wooden board. Time is precious. She can't go back to tell Aishamu the news. She can only leave the information at the market. If she doesn't go back for a long time, Aishamu will see the information she left on the wooden sign when he sends someone over. Paper is a luxury in this era. Messages are mostly recorded on wooden boards. The small wooden boards can't hold too many words. She picked out 2 or 3 key points and wrote them. "Scarman, I don't need your protection. My strength is not bad." Ji Jioshu ignored his words. The code for the wooden board money account is still 80 for the big hammer and 40 for the small hammer. If someone comes looking for her, they only need to give a secret signal to get the wooden board she wrote on. "This board is for you." The scarred man put away the board. "When are you leaving?" "Ji Jioshu, now. They have brought everything they should bring. When they come, they should be prepared to go out and find someone directly. The longer they delay, the more dangerous it will be. So soon? The scarred man was surprised. Wait a minute. I find someone to look after the store. This store is one of the few buildings with a second floor. The scarred man turned around and pushed the door in, going upstairs, while Jigyoshio and the other two were waiting downstairs. There were footsteps outside the door, and a woman walked in. Her long wavy hair trembled slightly as she walked. She had a gorgeous and flamboyant face without makeup, but her aura was so strong that people automatically matched her with flaming red lips in their minds. The other party was very beautiful, with delicate features everywhere, charming eyes that looked at people with hooks, and full of charm in every gesture. It can be seen that the game company is very attentive. As soon as the other party entered the door, the three people's eyes never left her. Compared with Fusong's goddess-like charm and saintliness that made it difficult for people to have blasphemous hearts, the woman exuded hormones all over her body, the kind that attracted both men and women. When the woman saw the three people, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she raised her eyebrows, smiled, and called out the names of the three people one by one: Jigyoshio, Darula, Fusong. Jigyoshio guessed who the visitor was. The shop owner once used no need to describe. As long as you see her, you will know it is her to describe the other party, the founder of the market, Weisha. She was not surprised that Weisha knew their identities. The establishment of their base was so loud, and they had been specially publicized, but she was still a little surprised that she could accurately say their names. The other party knew them very well. Jigyoshio praised immediately. I have heard a lot about you, but this is the first time I have seen you in person. You are more amazing than anyone has ever said. At present, there is not much connection between them. They will continue to do business in the market in the future. It will not hurt to have a good relationship with Weisha. The smile on Weisha's mouth widened. Has anyone ever said that you have a sweet mouth? You are the first one to say so. Jigyoshio sighed. Everyone usually blames me for saying good things, but not bad things. Weisha, it is easy to build a base, but it is difficult to manage a base. I hope you can do it for a long time. Thank you for the advice, we will work hard. Jigyoshio smiled slightly. She could not feel Weisha's malice. Of course, it might be that the other party's face blinded her judgment. In short, the two sides could still maintain friendly exchanges. The stairs banged again, and the wooden stairs trembled, shaking off a little dust. The scarred man went downstairs and changed his vest into a combat uniform more suitable for combat. After seeing Weisha, he stood there in a daze, his face flushed at a visible speed. Sister Sha, why are you here? Weisha crossed her arms and looked at him with a smile. I'm going to find the mutant spider, and I came to ask you if you have any latest news. How much do you want to charge? No charge, no charge. The scarred man focused on the other party's upturned ending tone, and only realized what Weisha said after he finished speaking. Mutated spider? You also want to find the mutant spider? Also? Weisha looked at Jigyoshio and the other two. It seems that we have the same goal. The scarred man said anxiously. Mutated spiders are very dangerous. So many people have gone and never returned. Don't go. I will bring you back whatever you want. You? Weisha glanced at the scarred man. You have robbed 21 times in 3 years, and you have never succeeded once? The momentum is strong, the picture is beautiful, but the words are really funny. Now looking at the scarred face again, the fierce scars on the other party's face have become as stupid and cowardly as Grey Wolf. Jigyoshio, why is the success rate so low? Weisha, because he only robs people who are doing well, and doesn't think about why they are doing well. If they didn't have a good brother to protect them, the grass on their graves would be 2 meters high. People who are not doing well are not worth robbing. Scarface argued in a low voice. Rich people can survive after robbing, but poor people can't. Weisha, why did Potter go to find the mutant spiders himself? A smart person will not easily take risks. There must be something worth his risk. Scarface opened his mouth, hesitant to speak. His brother didn't let him tell others this news, but Weisha shouldn't be counted as others, so he said, the small base occupied by the mutant spiders has a protective shield. Chapter 123. The protective shield is very important in the end times. It can resist monster invasions and reduce the use of manpower. Military cadets will patrol the base, but occasionally, when a large number of monsters appear, it is inevitable that they will be too busy to handle them, causing 1 or 2 monsters to break through the defense line and enter the residential area. Not only the base needs a protective shield, but Weisha in the market also wants one. The situation in the market is worse than the base. There is no one to supervise it. If a monster rushes in, everyone will work together to solve it. The mechanics have been thinking about making a protective shield, but they lack tools and materials, and the plan cannot be implemented. Darula asked, the mutant spiders have occupied the base. Is the protective shield still useful? If the protective shield continues to be effective, how can the mutant spiders break through the base? Scarman, even if the protective shield is damaged, it can be repaired as long as the things are still there. It is too difficult to build one from scratch. His main goal is to bring people back safely. He has no confidence in taking down the protective shield alone, so he might as well say it openly. This kind of sophisticated instrument comes from a large base. It is very difficult to get one. Even if it is damaged, people will still flock to it. Ji Jiuxiao, what news do you have not told me? Scarman, no more. Think about it carefully. Is there anything you missed? Wei Sha said, now Potter's life and death are unknown. The more you say, the greater the probability that he will come back alive. Scarman was anxious, really, there is nothing left. We don't have much news. Ji Jiuxia asked, is the mutant spider one or a group? I'm not sure. Anyway, the people who escaped from the base said it was a big spider. The scarred man tried to recall. Ji Jiuxiao, did many people escape? She asked too much, and the scarred man hesitated, I don't know. The person who usually watches the store is my brother. There are probably 2 people passing by the store. Ji Jiuxia asked for more details, but the scarred man couldn't tell much information. He probably had to go there in person to know the specific situation. She looked at Wei Sha together. It's easier to get things done with more people. Since the destination is the same, they can take care of each other. Wei Sha smiled and asked back, if we go together, who will the things belong to? Everyone wants the protective shield, but there is only one protective shield, and it can't be divided into 2. It's a bit early to discuss this now. Let's get the things first. Ji Jiuxiu did not give a definite answer. There is an old fable about 2 hunters who saw wild geese in the sky and were ready to shoot them down for food. However, they argued endlessly about how to eat the wild geese. In the end, the wild geese flew away before they could reach a conclusion. This story tells us that it is meaningless to argue over something that has not yet been obtained. It is still uncertain whether the protective shield can be found. It is also a question whether they can escape unscathed from the threat of mutant spiders after finding it. It is a bit too early to discuss the ownership of the protective shield. Wei Sha, I will definitely get the protective shield, so this question is very necessary. Ji Jiuxiao, it seems that we can't reach an agreement. She didn't want to be too hypocritical, and say that she didn't want the protective shield. Companions are important, and protective shields are equally important. On the premise of ensuring the former, she wants to fight for the latter. The scarred man looked at Wei Sha, then at Ji Jiuxiao, and was entangled. Wei Sha asked, do you want to go with me? The scarred man was surprised, the kind of surprise that he was flattered. From his expression, it can be seen that he was very difficult to make a decision. You go with her. Ji Jiuxia helped him make a decision. Judging from the scarred man's ignorance, if he was pretending to be stupid, it meant that he was not honest. If he was really stupid, there was no need to take him with him. Ji Jiuxia's attitude was too straightforward, which made the scarred man less entangled. He said, I will go with you. Wei Sha raised her eyebrows, her mouth corners raised, and she felt full of oppression. Are you sure? Sister Sha, their focus is to find their companions. My brother is with their companions. I want to find my brother. The scarred man struggled. Things are important, but people are more important. Wei Sha glanced at him lightly, and her eyes swept over Ji Jiuxiao and the other 2. Then I wish you good luck. She walked out the door, and her hard-soled boots knocked on the wooden floor. The scarred man stared at the other's back as he left. Ji Jiuxiao teased, after all, the destination is the same. If you want, go with her. Don't make it seem like we are forcing you. The scarred man retracted his gaze, and shook his head, let's go. The 4 of them walked out of the store. The scarred man looked at the mantis car parked outside, his eyes widened immediately, and he walked around the car to observe it carefully, and said in surprise, did you make this car? Ji Jiuxiu sat in the driver's seat. Yeah, is there a problem? In order to facilitate the loading of more people, the mantis car has 6 seats. The seats are not big, and it is a bit cramped after sitting down. Several steel bars extend from the side, which can also be used as seats when there are many people. Darla and Fuso got in the car, and Ji Jiuxiu rolled his eyes at the scarred man. You are hesitating, are you going or not? The outside of the mantis car still retains a little mantis appearance. The shell is made of mantis forelimbs, and there are some extra legs around. The mimicry is very good. At first glance, you don't know where to get on the car. Scarman imitated the way Darula and Fuso got on the car, found a small seat and sat down, and said in a complicated tone, "This kind of mantis monster is difficult to deal with." "Indeed?" Jijiyoshi nodded. "We set 5 people to take it down, and almost let it run away." Scarman was shocked. "Only 5 people? Do you know that Weishao once led 10 people to encircle and suppress it, and finally one person died, and let it run away?" Jijiyoshi: "Oh, maybe it's not the same kind of mantis." Scarman: "I've seen it, it's the same kind." Jijiyoshi: "Then your level is not high either." Scarman: Scarman shut up completely. In fact, killing this mantis is not as easy as Jijiyoshi said. The 5 people dispatched are the 4 strongest students plus Jiangju. The commanders formulate tactics according to the habits of the mantis monster, and the mechanics provide weapons. It takes everyone's strength to take down the mantis monster. There is no need to tell the scarred man about this. The mantis car went to the location of the mutant spider. On the way, the scarred man talked about the small base. The small base has been established for 4 years. There are about 1,000 people in it, many of whom are powerful. With the protection of the protective shield, the base has always been very stable. No one knows how this accident happened. The base was destroyed very suddenly. Few people escaped, and it is even more unclear what happened. They only know that it was an invasion of mutant spiders. The location of the base is not accurate. They walked westward while groping, and they still couldn't find it until dark, so they had to stop and rest. The mantis car was equipped with a light for illumination, but the light was mottled, and the range of illumination was limited. Jijiyoshi took out a light button, but the conditions were not good, and it was impossible to operate it finally. The size of the light button was as thick as a wrist, and could not be clipped on the clothes. She held the light button for illumination, and Fuso walked away to sprinkle powder on the ground. Darula stood aside, and waited for the black beetle to emerge from the soil before shooting. A shot to the head, the beetle died without even struggling. Jijiyoshi walked over and dismantled the beetle, and took off its shell. This kind of insect was as big as A4 paper. The shell was black and very hard, and it made a banging sound when knocked on. After scraping it with a dagger, the white bone inside would be exposed. She wrote on it, recording the new information she got, indicating that they were safe at the moment, and buried it in the ground after writing, inserting a small branch of the dumb tree as a mark. The branches were small, and not easy to find without careful observation. A small amount of concentrated dumb tree sap was sprayed on them, which could attract a few cannibals to wander around. Most people would not deliberately go to a group of cannibals. The operation was smooth, and the scarred man was stunned. "What are you doing?" The only thing he understood during the whole process was the part of shooting the beetle and writing. He could not understand what was placed in front, and what was inserted in the back. No one paid attention to the scarred man. Jijiyoshi stood up and patted the dirt on his hands. "Get in the car and go away. In case the cannibals come later, she can't help but kill them." The car drove forward for a distance and stopped. It was said to rest, but it didn't really rest. The scarred man looked at Fusong and began to sprinkle the powder he couldn't understand. Jijiyoshi and Darula walked into the depths of the black. Half an hour later, he came back with a snake as thick as an arm and 2 or 3 meters long. Skinned, cut into pieces, and remove the internal organs, light a fire, skewer and sprinkle spices. The aroma soon wafts out. The scarred man was completely silent, silently looking at the snake meat skewers on the fire, silently putting away his hard dry food, silently taking the skewers handed by Jijiyoshi, and silently tasting the fresh and fragrant meat. Fragrant, really fragrant. He couldn't help but doubt his life. Do they eat so well even when they go out? Monsters are rampant in the wilderness, and flames can disperse some monsters, and also attract some mutated phototaxis monsters. A fluttering moth with long legs flew over, and Delilah fired a gun, and the fluttering moth dodged, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and the powder on its wings shook and drifted away. The 4 people took out masks, and put them on at the same time, and Jijiyoshi kicked the scarred man. "You've been eating, drinking, and riding cars all the way. Now it's your turn to show off." "Okay, let me show you my skills." The scarred man stood up, picked up his weapon, and approached the fluttering moth. The moth's legs are as long as a bird's, and its claws have sharp nails. It can kick and scratch people. It is taller than the scarred man, and its claws are aimed at his face. The 3 people on the side continue to gnaw the meat, watching while eating, and commenting from time to time. "Darula, you move too slowly. You dodge when the claws are about to scratch your face. You can't even predict. Do you think that one scar on your face is not majestic enough and want to add a few more?" An arrow is inserted. Into the scarred man's heart. He doesn't dodge. Is it because he doesn't want to? Fuso. He can't even beat this little monster. How did he survive until now? 2 arrows are inserted into the scarred man's heart. Who said he can't beat it? Isn't he fighting? The outcome is not yet clear. Jijioxiao, TSK, good food, or you should go home, okay? The last arrow pierced the scarred man's chest. He shouted and vented his anger on the fluttering moth, and took it down with extraordinary effort. The powder on the moth's wings flew everywhere. The 3 people quickly left their original place and stood upwind. The scarred man was about to say something, but found that his mouth and tongue were numb, and he couldn't move, so he had to try to wink at the 3 people. Darula, his eyes seemed to be cramped. Fuso, the scale powder of moths is generally poisonous. Let's stay away. Jijioxiu was worried. Will he be poisoned to death? Only Jijioxiu said something human, and the scarred man turned his eyes, and turned to Jijioxiu for help, hoping that she could understand what he meant. Jijioxiu, if they are dead, just throw them on the ground. Digging a pit is too troublesome. The corpse can also help us divert some monster attacks. Scarred man, ? The scarred man watched Jijioxiu, and the other 2 walk further and further away, whispering something together. His eyelids gradually became heavy, and he couldn't help but close them together. Despair spread in his heart. Until his eyes were completely closed, he didn't wait for them to save him. His consciousness became blurred. Was he going to die here? In the dimness, he seemed to hear a sentence study the effect of this moth powder. He was not as important as a fluttering moth. These 3 women have no heart. Then he completely lost consciousness, and could no longer hear the outside world. The scarred man was awakened by a slight tremor. He screamed and sat up suddenly. His movement was so big that he almost fell off the car. Darula said disdainfully, "Can you please stop making such a fuss?" The scarred man looked at the 3 people, and his confused mind regained clarity. He was now sitting on the mantis car, with his hands and feet intact and his life intact. He covered his chest with lingering fear. "I dreamed that you were chasing me with knives." 3 people, ? Jijioxiu looked at the scarred man's oversized body and bulging muscles, and didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only bluff some strangers with his appearance, but if you get to know him more, you will find that he is a paper tiger. He still wants to learn to rob people. No wonder he didn't succeed once. Fusong asked, "How do you feel after being contaminated with moth scale powder?" The scarred man was a little confused and answered honestly, "It's numb, I can't speak or move." "Where does the numbness start? Are there any other reactions besides numbness? Does your heartbeat get faster or slower?" Fusong threw out a lot of questions. Scarred man, "I don't know. When I was so nervous, my mind was full of asking you to come and save me. How could I have time to pay attention to these?" "Then remember to pay attention this time." Fusong took out the moth scale powder in a wooden barrel and sprinkled it on the scarred man. Feeling his body gradually become stiff and numb, the scarred man said, ? "Are you still human?" At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the scarred man recovered again. This time he tried to remember the feeling after being poisoned, fearing that Fuso would do it again. A silhouette appeared in front of him, and the base he had been looking for finally appeared. The scarred man hurriedly shouted, "We are here, it should be here." He breathed a sigh of relief. He finally arrived. If he sat in this car again, he didn't know if he would live to see his brother. A high wall was built on the edge of the base, standing quietly on the plain. The gate was open, and there was no one in sight. Jijioxiu parked the car outside the base. There were 5 cars next to him, which had also been modified in various ways. They looked dusty, but the marks on the ground were very new. 2 of them were mantis cars. Such important equipment would not be discarded casually. It seemed that Jiangju and the others were still in the base. The 4 people got off the car and walked into the base. The entrance to the base was surprisingly clean. The 4 people walked through the 3-meter passage. The door behind them slammed shut. They looked back and tried to open the door, but they couldn't pull it open. Darula said faintly, "I shouldn't have watched your horror movie. Now my back is hairy. I didn't feel anything when I watched it. The scary part is that when I suddenly remembered a plot that fits the current environment during normal life, I would never forget it again." Jijioxiu comforted her, "Don't worry, it's just a game." Darula, when I watched the horror movie for the second time, I already knew all the plots. Wouldn't I be afraid? Even if I knew something would appear, I was still afraid. Fusong, you have made an indelible contribution to the development of the interstellar entertainment industry. There were no people who were afraid of ghosts before, but now there are. Jijioxiu, Jijioxiu, come, recite prosperity, democracy, civilization and harmony with me. The three of them joked along the way, dispelling the gloomy silence. The scarred man followed the three people without saying a word. No matter how scary the things in the base were, they were not as scary as the three of them, so he felt relieved. Some noises came faintly from the front. The voices of the three people became quieter. The further they walked, the louder the noises became. Dong dong dong. It was the sound of musical instruments. La la la. It was the sound of people singing. Da da da. It was the rhythmic clapping. What appeared in front of the four people was a lively scene. People were singing and dancing in the open square. There was also a barbecue stove next to them, emitting white smoke and fragrance. Everyone had a smile on their face. They looked ruddy and happy. There was no sign of living in the end of the world. The scene of singing and dancing was in sharp contrast to the precarious situation outside the base. The four people stood there without moving. A girl noticed them and came over to greet them. Newcomers, hello, I am Lan Qiong, welcome to the Garden of Eden. Ji Jiuxiao, Garden of Eden? No disaster, only joy, isn't it the Garden of Eden? Lan Qiong smiled brightly and invited, dear guests, I think you must not have had lunch yet, come with me. Lan Qiong walked forward and waved for them to follow. The three exchanged glances and followed, and the scarred man as a pendant followed closely behind them. Ji Jiuxiu calmly asked, your base is really good. I heard some bad rumors before, and thought you were having a bad time. Lan Qiong turned around and blinked at them. The base has experienced a disaster, but now it has been restored and rebuilt. I will show you its charm. Lan Qiong led the four people to the barbecue stall and shouted to the people in the house. Xiao Shui, De Zhuang, there are new people in the base. They must be starving. Let them have a good meal. Two people came out of the house and met the four people's eyes. Lan Qiong enthusiastically took out the chairs and put them in place. Xiao Shui and De Zhuang just don't like to talk, don't be surprised. It was very inappropriate to laugh at this time, so Ji Jiuxiu tried to keep his expression tight, watching the two of them grilling meat, and said considerately, some people are born not to talk, I can understand. Lan Qiong showed a mouthful of white teeth, you are very empathetic, very suitable for our Garden of Eden. Rong De Zhuang Tianjiang turned the grilled meat. Jiang Xiao Shui took a knife to cut off the meat that was roasted on the surface. The meat was not strung into skewers, but slowly roasted in a large piece, and cut while eating. Jiang Ju put the barbecue on the table and said, the quality of the barbecue is very good, please enjoy it. Ji Jiuxiu heard his subtext, the meat is edible, she picked up a piece with chopsticks and put it in her mouth, it's really better than expected. The other three saw her pick up chopsticks and started eating. The four of them ate quietly, only Lan Qiong was talking beside them. Lan Qiong, Eden Garden can now take in outsiders. The outside world is too dangerous. You stay here for 2 days. If you feel good, stay. Fu Song stretched out the empty plate to interrupt her, more. Lan Qiong was not angry at all, and took the plate to serve the meat, then the second plate, the third plate. Fu Song was like a bottomless pit, each plate of meat was gone in 10 seconds, and all the meat on the stall had been roasted. Ji Jiuxiu spread his hands helplessly, as you can see, my companions have a big appetite. I'm afraid it's not suitable for them to stay here. They will consume too much food. It doesn't matter. Lan Qiong still smiled, without any disguised reluctance, I have someone bring new meat to roast. You can eat as much as you want. She stood up and walked out, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Ji Jiuxiu turned his head to look at Jiang Ju and Rong Tianjiang. When he was about to speak, Jiang Ju spoke first. Eden welcomes you. The four of them all looked at him, and the scarred man was hesitant to speak, holding back. Ji Jiuxiao, have you always lived here? I just came here 2 days ago. I feel that this place is very suitable for living, so I brought my companions to live here. Everyone likes it here. Jiang Ju replied. De Zhuang and I roast meat, and the others go to grow vegetables. Life is the same as before, and it is safer here. The two exchanged glances, and Ji Jiuxiu asked, don't you need to go hunting? Where does the food come from? Jiang Ju, there are people in charge of food, so we don't need to go out. The people in the Garden of Eden just need to live happily. While the two were talking, Lan Qiong came back, followed by 4 men carrying pigs. The pigs were not small, 4 or 5 times the size of the piglets in their base. The 4 men threw the pigs on the ground and started to boil water to scald their hair. Lan Qiong, the last thing that the Garden of Eden lacks is food, you can eat it with confidence. Eating too much meat is not good for digestion. Are there any vegetables? Ji Jiuxiu asked. Lan Qiong nodded, of course, I take you to see it first. and the meat will be roasted when I come back later. The vegetable field is inside the base. The area is not small, but most of the area has grass taller than vegetables. 8 military cadets and Potter are weeding in the field, and their movements are perfunctory. The vegetable field is very quiet, and no one is talking to each other. The feeling of no sound when there are people is creepy. When the scarred man saw Potter, he could hardly control the expression on his face, and he resisted the urge to call for help. Potter saw them, stopped what he was doing, and called out, "Lan Qiong, are these new friends?" Lan Qiong said happily, "Yes, I take them to visit the Garden of Eden, and they might stay and become one of us." Porter glanced at the scarred man. "Really? That's great." After a brief conversation, Lan Qiong took Ji Jiuxiu and the other 4 to continue to visit, showing the living conditions in the base, including food, clothing, housing and transportation. The demand for transportation in the base is not high, and other than that, every condition is very good. The house was not spacious and exquisite, but it was clean and tidy. Not to mention the food, Lan Qiong had already taken them to experience it. As for clothes, people here don't have to go out to find food, so the clothes are rarely worn. Ji Jiuxiu found that everyone in the base had a white scarf tied around their necks, which reminded her of something that had been forgotten because of the base environment. "Where did the mutant spider go?" she asked. "The scarves on your necks are so beautiful. Did you make them yourself?" Lan Qiong nodded. "Yes, if you decide to stay, I will give you one, which is the identity symbol of the Garden of Eden." The other party used language to persuade them to stay throughout the whole process, and there was no other compulsory behavior. Ji Jiuxiu thought and said, "The Garden of Eden is really great. We have other companions outside. I will go back and call them all over." "Okay, let's go tomorrow. You are all too tired today. Sleep for a night to recover your energy. Your house has been sorted out." Lan Qiong pointed to a 2-story building. Ji Jiuxiu insisted, "No, I am worried about other companions. I must take them to live in the Garden of Eden to feel at ease." Lan Qiong stopped blocking them, and sent the 4 people to the entrance. "Then be careful on the road. I will wait for you to come back here." She opened the door, and stood there with a smile watching them leave. "We are coming out like this?" Darla always felt unreal. Scarface was also puzzled. "Then why didn't my brother come out? Why didn't they say anything just now?" "Shoo!" Ji Jiuxiu put his index finger on his lips to make them quiet. "Fuso, be careful." A white spider silk as thick as an index finger shot out from the base. The 4 people dodged in different directions. More spider silk appeared, and all the bullets shot out were stuck to the spider silk. Spider silk came from all directions. As long as it was touched, it would stick to it. The scarred man was the first to be wrapped by the spider silk. The spider silk kept winding around him, turning him into a thick white cocoon. The spider silk was too dense and too many, as if it had been prepared to kill them by surprise. Ji Jiuxiu wanted to take out his homemade lighter, but his wrist was stuck, and then he was wrapped in a white cocoon like the scarred man. Chapter 124. The 4 of them stood at the gate of the base. Ji Jiuxiu looked at the mantis car beside him, and scratched his head. The gate of the base opened, revealing the buildings inside. The houses on both sides were covered with dust, but the road was clean. "Scar man, let's go in quickly." "Darilla, I felt like I was in a daze for some reason just now." "What were you talking about just now?" "We were talking about how to deal with spiders." Fuso continued, "But are mutant spiders the same as spiders?" "Scar man, no matter how they mutate, they still have the habits of spiders. The hunting tool is spider silk, which should not change. I especially prepared a lot of lighters." "Hey, where is my lighter?" Ji Jiuxiu took out a lighter from his pocket. "Are you talking about this?" "Yes, when did I give it to you?" Scarman wondered. Ji Jiuxiu recalled, "The memory was blurry. It seems that I just gave it to him at the door." "Really? Maybe it was too easy. I didn't notice it." The scarred man shook his head, and took the lead to walk into the base. The 4 people walked through the gate of the base. The houses in the base were similar to those in the market, all of different heights. The tall ones were not that tall, but there were many simple sheds. A girl came over and said in surprise, "There are new people in Eden Garden." "Hello, my name is Lan Qiong." The other party was very enthusiastic, so Ji Jiuxiu also smiled and said, "Hello, we passed by here and saw a base, so we wanted to come in and take a look." Lan Qiong, "No one has passed by Eden Garden for a while. Are you thirsty? Come with me, and I get you a glass of water." The 4 people followed Lan Qiong, and saw the residents singing and dancing when they passed the square in the middle. Everyone had a happy smile on their faces. Darula sighed, "Life here is so beautiful." Scarface nodded, "Yes, It would be nice if I could live here forever. Fusang looked back at the two of them, hesitated between left and right, and finally raised his left hand to slap Scarface in the face, with a strong force that stunned Scarface. Why did you hit me? Scarface covered his face, and said aggrievedly. Fusang, I don't know, I feel a little uncomfortable. Scarface, ? The slight pain was like cold water splashed on his face, making Scarface's slightly chaotic brain clearer. He looked back casually and found that everyone was looking at them. He pretended to look away, as if nothing had happened, and reached out to pull Darula next to him. Darula said impatiently, What are you doing? He didn't answer and continued to pull. In fact, he wanted to pull Jioshia in front of him, but she walked too fast and was 1 meter away from him. It would be too obvious to pull directly over. Darula turned around angrily and was about to curse, but she noticed something was wrong with the residents. They were still singing and dancing, but they all looked at them, staring at them without blinking. She seemed to have goosebumps, but they were not so obvious. Her brain was confused, and there seemed to be a layer of fog between her and her body's perception. She closed her eyes and opened them again. The residents were all normal. No one was looking at her. The previous scene seemed to be her illusion. She tilted her head to look at the scarred man. The scarred man had a natural expression and even asked her in confusion, What's wrong? She shook her head, nothing. Lan Qiong in front was introducing the Garden of Eden. Jioshia listened very carefully and nodded repeatedly. Jioshia, I don't know why, but I always feel safe here. You look familiar, and I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Lan Qiong smiled and said, Maybe we met before the end of the world. We are all lucky to be alive now, so we should cherish it more. You can stay in the Garden of Eden and rest today. Jioshia nodded, okay. It got dark quickly, faster than usual. Jioshia and the other 4 stayed in the Garden of Eden. A bonfire was lit in the square, and everyone gathered together to eat meat and drink soup. Jioshia felt that she had forgotten something in a daze, but facing the talkative Lan Qiong, her thoughts were always interrupted. Lan Qiong, do you have a boyfriend? Something flashed through Jioshi's mind, but she didn't catch it. Lan Qiong asked again. It's not good to keep people waiting too long, so she paused to think and shook her head, no. Lan Qiong, in the Garden of Eden, there is no worry about food and drink. This is the last hope of mankind, so reproduction is a very important thing. If you like a member of the opposite sex, you must actively fight for it. She spoke very calmly, with a strange light in her eyes. Lan Qiong said this not only to Jioshia, but also to Delilah, Fusang and Scarface at the same time. What kind of people do you like? Jioshia, good looking. Delilah, thinking in the same frequency. Scarface, won't use violence at every turn. Fusang was silent for a long time, then stood up and approached Lan Qiong. The 3 of them looked at her, not knowing what she was going to do. What's wrong? Lan Qiong asked. Fuso drew his gun and shot. His body had already formed muscle memory, and he shot very quickly, but the bullet landed on the white spider silk. More spider silk fell from the sky and wrapped up the 4 people. The 3 people on the side were still a little confused. Lan Qiong asked in confusion, Why? Fusang, I don't like people. Lan Qiong, The bonfire was blazing, and the trees emitted a faint woody fragrance after burning. The darkness was dispelled by the warm flames, and laughter filled the sky. Jioshia heard Lan Qiong say, Reproduction is a necessary thing. If you have this idea, just do it boldly. She nodded and said perfunctorily, You are right. I don't know what happened today. I didn't do anything, but I just felt very tired, and my mind was groggy, as if I was sick. Lan Qiong said kindly, You are not in a good state. Are you uncomfortable? Jioshia nodded, a little dizzy. It must be because you are too tired from traveling today. Your room has been arranged. I will take you there. Lan Qiong stood up. On the way to the residence, Lan Qiong asked everyone about their views on the Garden of Eden. Jioshia praised, It's a very good place. I am willing to live here. Darula, everyone is very happy. I haven't experienced this kind of relaxed feeling for a long time. If possible, I hope to stay here forever. Scarface, I will not leave here. Lan Qiong paid attention to Fusang's answer. Fusang's answer was similar to that of others. Everyone agreed that the Garden of Eden was a beautiful place. That's good. Lan Qiong smiled brightly. Thinking is a tiring thing. Don't think too much. Living here does not require thinking. You just need to be happy. Under Lan Qiong's guidance, the 4 of them emptied their minds, and went to a clean small building to choose a room to live in. Lan Qiong, you will live here in the future. You can come to me if you need anything. I am in the next house. I hope you can get eternal happiness here. Everyone felt very tired, and went to sleep after a quick wash. The base was dead silent, and fell into complete darkness. A vague black shadow flashed outside the window, and the people in the room breathed evenly, and fell into a sweet sleep. The sleep was very deep, and there were no dreams all night, but when Ji Jiushi woke up the next day, he still felt a little dizzy in his head, as if it was rusted and difficult to turn. After the four of them packed up, they met in the living room and walked out the door together. Lan Qiong was already waiting outside the door, not only Lan Qiong, but also 3 other people. Lan Qiong took Ji Jiuxiao's arm affectionately. Good morning, today the 3 of us will take you around separately. Ji Jiuxiao, why do we have to go around separately? Dear, don't ask why, thinking will make your brain feel tired, let it relax. Lan Qiong pulled her forward. Ji Jiuxiu opened her mouth and was about to speak, but suddenly forgot what she was going to say. She shook her head and followed Lan Qiong forward. What she saw was still buildings, residents' lives, and vegetable fields, just like yesterday. Ji Jiuxiu thought vaguely that this was indeed a good place. There was no one in the vegetable field, and various varieties of vegetables were mixed and grown in a field, with weeds everywhere. When Ji Jiuxiu saw the weeds all over the ground, her mind suddenly became clear, but not completely sober, so she blurted out, "How can you let the vegetable field be full of weeds?" After she said that, she realized that she should continue to disguise herself at this time, but it was too late. The spider silk appeared again, falling from the sky, and she couldn't see where the spider behind her was. While dodging the spider silk, she asked, "What on earth do you want to do?" She fainted, but didn't kill her, but erased her memory to brainwash her. She really couldn't figure out why Lan Qiong did this. Lan Qiong's face suddenly darkened, and she did not answer Ji Jiuxiao's question. She also had questions that she could not figure out. Why would the vegetable field be sensitive information? It's so strange. This group of newcomers is so strange. In front of her was Fusong, who didn't like people, and in the back was Ji Jiuxiao, who was stimulated by the vegetable field. Is it abnormal for people to like people? Is it abnormal for the vegetable field to have some grass? What's wrong? Spider Silk's attacks were all prepared in advance. There were always eyes staring at them from behind, but they didn't notice anything. Ji Jiuxiu was wrapped into a white cocoon again as soon as she resisted. This time Lan Qiong didn't take her to the vegetable field, so there were even fewer places to visit. Lan Qiong walked very slowly, taking Ji Jiuxiu back and forth in the residential area. The base was not big, and there was nothing new. Lan Qiong kept saying the same thing over and over again, and the repetitive and meaningless words were poured into Ji Jiuxiao's brain. Ji Jiuxiao's brain became a mess, and it was very difficult to turn around. He passively received what Lan Qiong said. They had barbecue for lunch. She looked at the barbecue in the bowl and felt a sense of déjà vu, but she couldn't remember anything. Lan Qiong kept mumbling beside her, "You like it here very much. You want to stay here. You want to reproduce here." She repeated these words over and over again, like a mosquito buzzing non-stop. Thinking of mosquitoes, her mind began to diverge, and she inexplicably thought of luck. But what does mosquito have to do with luck? Forget it. She couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. After dinner, Lan Qiong took Ji Jiuxiu to a room mysteriously. "I prepared a gift for you. You must like it very much." She opened the door, and the 5 people in the room appeared in front of Ji Jiuxiu, Jiangju, Potter, and 3 military school students. Her pupils contracted instantly, and with Jiangju as the anchor, all the cells in her brain were roaring and thinking, and her fingers twitched. Lan Qiong next to her smiled. "Look, the people here are all good-looking, right? Who do you want to reproduce with, or all of them together?" Ji Jiuxiu's eyes twitched. What kind of tiger and wolf words did the game company set up? Can this thing be broadcast? In the live broadcast room, the barrage was dense. I am going crazy laughing. Is the game company crazy too? Their official blog came out to explain that all characters are growth-oriented. The programmers give the settings, and they cannot predict how the characters will react. No wonder the Lan Qiong I meet in each military academy is different, but Lan Qiong's desire to make everyone reproduce is the same. Ha ha ha. I voted for this game. I also want men to stand in a row for me to choose. Be bold, my friend. Adults don't do multiple choice questions. Of course, I want all of them. 5 people in a row were looking at Ji Jiuxiu. Jiangju and Potter looked clear-headed, and the other 3 military academy students looked blank. Ji Jiuxiu paused for too long, and Lan Qiong urged him again. Let's pick him. Ji Jiushi pointed at Jiangju. Lan Qiong, okay, I wish you a happy afternoon. Her smile seemed to be glued to her face, and the arc of her mouth did not change from beginning to end. After Ji Jiushi made his choice, she took the other 4 people out of the room. There were only 2 people left in the room. Ji Jiushi walked up to Jiangju and held his hand. Without saying a word, he drew a question mark on his palm. Jiangju pulled Ji Jiushi into the room, pointed at the bed in the room, and laid down on it first. The other side of the bed was against the wall. He moved inside, and Ji Jiushi lay outside. He grabbed Ji Jiushi's hand and drew a circle on her palm, with 4 horizontal lines on each side of the circle. The palm became a drawing board. Ji Jiushi drew an ear, Jiangju nodded, she drew an eye, Jiangju drew a large square with a small square inside, and a cross in the small square. The spider was in the base, and had been paying attention to their every move. It could hear all the sounds, so some words were not convenient to talk. It could see the pictures of the base, but it was limited. It couldn't see what happened in the small room. Ji Jiushi drew a question mark again, and raised his finger to point at his head. This matter was not easy to explain. Jiangju drew a messy ball of wool, and then drew the shape of an anchor. He lifted his sleeves, and there was a fresh scar on his left arm. Combined with what Ji Jiushi found, it probably meant that spiders would brainwash people, and make them forget their purpose. This kind of brainwashing was not very stable, and they would wake up when encountering stimulating events or anchor points connected to reality. Jiangju's anchor point is to cut a wound on himself, constantly strengthening his awareness of the wound. When he sees the wound on his arm, he will have an association to resist the invasion of the spider into his brain. The more specific information later cannot be expressed by graphics alone, so Ji Jiushi mixed pictures and words to ask more about the spider. Jiangju didn't know much. After entering the base, they found something abnormal and wanted to leave. Then, they experienced the same thing as Ji Jiushi and others, being attacked by spider silk at the door, and then lost their previous memories and started all over again. In many repetitions, it was more difficult to wake up after each brainwashing. He noticed the operating rules of the base during a certain resistance, so he deliberately cut himself as a reminder. He tried to wake up the others, but the spider was staring too closely, so he couldn't remind them too obviously. After failing twice, he planned to start with the spider first. Ji Jiushi fell into deep thought. She was a little worried about Darula and Fusang now. She didn't know how they were doing. Fusang, one of the people who was worried about, went to the barbecue restaurant. The grilled food kept coming up. She was immersed in the food, and couldn't feel full no matter how much she ate. A faint sense of anxiety lingered in her heart. The more anxious she was, the more she ate. The more she ate, the more anxious she became. She consumed a whole pig. The speed of grilling couldn't keep up with her eating speed. The residents next to her looked at her in surprise. The residents touched her stomach and asked, "Are you okay?" Fusang put her hand on her stomach. No matter how much she ate, her stomach was still as flat as at the beginning. She could only touch the tight abdominal muscles. She wasn't hungry, but she couldn't control her desire to eat. This behavior was wrong. Freedom, democracy, and harmony. Fusang suddenly said something, and then it was like turning on a switch, and all kinds of strange words kept coming out. I want to be admitted to Theseus Military Academy, that is my dream. For the last multiple choice question in mathematics, choose A. B is to fly a spacecraft to bomb the planet, causing the black hole to swallow the reading comprehension. Building the blue planet requires money, and lollipops can be sold for money. Don't sleep, don't answer. Residence, question mark. On the other side, Darula was taken to a room, like Ji Jiushi, to start the concubine selection process. The accompanying resident said to Darula, "I carefully selected some opposite sex with personality for you. Which one do you like more?" There were 3 people in the room, Rong Tianjiang and 2 military academy students. The residents explained one by one, "They talk a lot, they will definitely make you happy, why not give them all to you?" Darula nodded blankly okay. The residents left, and closed the door considerately. Rong Tianjiang's face was tense, and he stepped forward and waved his hand in front of Darula's eyes. Darula's face darkened. "Don't you know how to greet me when you see me? Hurry up and talk to make me happy, otherwise you will be punished to eat only vegetables for 2 days. Rong Tianjiang looked at Darula. His mind was not clear, but his temper was awake. His arrogant appearance was broadcast. "I don't know how she will restore her elegant and generous image after the game." Rong Tianjiang, Darula, Princess, Your Highness? If you have something to say, just say it. Are you a repeater for so much nonsense? Darula had no other reaction. Just a princess, you ignore me today, tomorrow I will make you out of reach. A military school student suddenly spoke. Another also said, beautiful princess, I am willing to be your knight, and protect you forever. Rong Tianjiang covered his face. These two were brainwashed too thoroughly, and began to speak according to what the residents of the base said to please people. Recognized by the residents of the base as a chatterbox with personality, he can talk a lot, thinking of various words to stimulate Darula, and risking to say the names of other companions. But Darula did not respond. Darula, you are so boring, you are not worthy of me at all. Rong Tianjiang suddenly had an idea and said, you are very ugly, your singing is bad. No one likes to listen to your singing. You are smelly and dirty. Have you not taken a shower for a month? Darula, I don't like what you said. Take me out and punish me to eat vegetables for a week. This is not okay. Isn't Darula the one who cares most about her image? Rong Tianjiang continued to use his brain and tried to think of words to stimulate her. The two people next to him were still talking, interrupting his thoughts. There were shadows outside, and it seemed that the residents had not gone far. Rong Tianjiang pulled the two military school students to the bed, and as for Darula, he let her lie on the ground. He didn't dare to make any offensive moves to her under the camera. He lay in the middle, covering the mouths of the people on both sides, racking his brains to say some suggestive words, but too obscure would not stimulate Darula, and too obvious would be discovered by the mutant spider. He was at a loss for words, and didn't know what to say next. He paused and watched Darula stand up from the ground with her hands on her hips. Darula, why are you in bed? Rong Tianjiang looked at the ceiling and said casually, because you are too dirty, you can't get on the bed without taking a shower, and there is no water for you to take a bath here. After saying that, he found that Darula didn't move, so he turned his head and found that she was standing there in a daze, with thick eyelashes trembling like butterfly wings. He tried to ask, dirty? Shower? Water? Bath? Darula reacted strongly to the last few words, and he couldn't figure out why. The only thing he could think of was the scene where there was no water in the Jinshaxing Stadium, but Darula wanted to take a bath. He said some more words related to Jinshaxing, but Darula only reacted to water and bath. So he kept making up words, water source, spring water, seawater, drinking water, boiling water, bath, scrub. The vocabulary of her life was revealed. Darula raised her foot and moved closer to the bed, and slapped Rong Tianjiang in the face. The force was not strong, just a light one, but it still stunned Rong Tianjiang. He covered his face with one hand and said angrily, what are you doing? As soon as he loosened his hand, the words of the military school student on the left rushed out of his mouth. Ah, princess, you are my only one, you are as bright as the lights at night. His voice was louder than Rong Tianjiang's, covering the former's words. Darula pulled Rong Tianjiang's hand off his face, and put it back on the military school student's mouth. Military school student, MMM. Rong Tianjiang and Darula looked at each other. The other's eyes were clear, staring down at him, and there seemed to be a hint of anger in her eyes. He was confused. Was she awake or not? Why did she behave in the same way in both states? Rong Tianjiang, why did you hit me? Darula took a deep breath and adjusted her mood. She couldn't suppress the irritability in her heart. She knew clearly that she was taking her anger out on others, but she had no place to vent her anger. She smiled stiffly and said, because I'm grateful to you. Rong Tianjiang felt uneasy. He couldn't understand whether Darula was normal or not. Why didn't she send him to Jijiushu or Fusang? Darula was crazy. He saw her irritability, but he didn't understand why. Did she feel that her true face was seen by the audience? It couldn't be because he said something sensitive to her, right? This reproduction lasted until the evening. The resident opened the door and said to the four people with a smile, you've worked hard. Let's go out for dinner. Darula walked out the door first. Rong Tianjiang had to take care of the military academy students on both sides, which was very tiring. Dinner was still everyone around the campfire. Jijiushu met with the other three friends. Fusang and Darula woke up. She was relieved immediately. As for the scarred man, I don't know why he was bruised, but he looked normal. This time, the cadets also appeared at the bonfire party. They looked at each other. 3 of them were conscious, and the other 5 were still in a state of confusion. Among the 3 conscious people, there were 2 women. There was a little red between their fingers, like dried blood scabs. Scarface immediately avoided her eyes, as soon as he met hers. The 5 brainwashed cadets were not completely in a state of dementia. They still chatted and laughed as usual, but when they talked about the Garden of Eden, their tone was particularly pious, just like the residents of the base. Lan Qiong walked in front of Ji Jioshu and others, and his eyes swept over Ji Jioshu and Darula's abdomen. I hope that the Garden of Eden will usher in the next generation of hope as soon as possible. Ji Jioshu looked back calmly. Is there life in your belly too? I hope so, but unfortunately I can't. Lan Qiong's face was full of regret, and she touched her belly. Lan Qiong didn't stay for too long, because there were new people coming to the base, and she went to greet them enthusiastically. After the bonfire party, Lan Qiong did not let them live separately, but put all 5 people who were successfully matched today into one room. Ji Jioshu looked at Darula and the other 3 and asked in confusion, "Why are there 4 of you?" Rong Tianjiang stayed away from Darula, because she is demented. What others say is what she means. Darula's face was full of black lines. I hate this arena. The forbidden words that should not appear were said, and the white spider silk appeared again. It always monitored their words and deeds. Everyone, 10,000 dirty words floated through everyone's heart. Chapter 125. At night, there was no light in the base. Ji Jioshu and Jiangju stayed in the same room, and the light of the lighter dispelled the darkness. Ji Jioshu rubbed her head. After her memory was erased repeatedly, her head suffered from sequelae and often had bursts of pain. She gestured to Jiangju to go out. Jiangju nodded, and the two pushed open the door and walked out. It was quiet outside, and the slight sound of the door was amplified. Spiders are sensitive to sound. Once they say words that shouldn't appear, they will immediately attack, but they don't interfere too much with their small movements. Ji Jioshu turned on the optical brain and held it in his hand to illuminate the road ahead. There were many people in the base. It looked lively during the day. Once the base was quiet at night, it looked extremely desolate. They were walking around the inner living area before. This time Ji Jioshu wanted to go to the outer periphery to take a look. When the light shone in front, he could see the thick dust on the ground, as if no one had walked here for a long time. The people in the base live in the inner area, which is clean and tidy, while the outer area is more in line with the atmosphere of the end of the world, desolate and dead, and maintains the damaged shape after being invaded. Where do you want to go? Lan Qiong appeared from the left and looked at the two with a smile. Ji Jioshu, I can't sleep, so I came out for a walk. Lan Qiong, I go with you. Ji Jioshu nodded, okay. The 3 walked forward, and the ground that had not been cleaned for a long time was covered with a thick layer of dust. After walking over, 3 clear lines of footprints were left. Many people died in accidents, and no one lives here. When the Garden of Eden expands in the future, more people will come to the Garden of Eden to reproduce and live, and this place will slowly be filled with people. Lan Qiong said. The Garden of Eden is a beautiful place. Ji Jioshu tried. If we don't need to go hunting, where will the food come from? The brainwashing of spiders will not make people completely stupid, but will only blur people's ideas about the past and the future, make people stop thinking, passively accept Lan Qiong's words, and do things according to the other party's intentions. Lan Qiong was not surprised by her question and explained, Pearl will solve our food problem, and even the seeds of plants are found for us by it. Ji Jioshu was puzzled. Pearl? Lan Qiong nodded. It is the guardian of the Garden of Eden. Although it is not human, it is our friend. Ji Jioshu could only think of mutant plant spiders for things that were not human in the base. She didn't expect Lan Qiong to reveal information about spiders so casually. Lan Qiong stared at her and Jiangju while speaking, observing their reactions. Ji Jioshu used his lifelong acting skills and nodded woodenly. Pearl is our friend. There is nothing to visit here, let's go. Lan Qiong smiled. Ji Jioshu and Jiangju followed Lan Qiong out of the base. They had walked a long distance. There was nothing special outside. The gray buildings were the biggest impression. Ji Jioshu, are there many outsiders like us in the Garden of Eden? Yes. Lan Qiong didn't say much. It is easy to distinguish between outsiders and native residents of the base. The native residents are more like living people, with focused eyes, while the eyes of outsiders are more empty and their reactions are slightly slow. I don't know if the outsiders will be assimilated into the native residents one day if they stay here. There were thousands of people in the base originally, but not so many people escaped. The whereabouts of the others are self-evident. According to Ji Jioshu's observation, most of the people in the base are native residents, and there are very few outsiders. This situation is not very reasonable. If Porter can get the news that the base has a protective shield, then other people will also know it. Facing the temptation of the protective shield, there should be many people coming. And the mutant spiders will eat people like other monsters, but why they don't eat them, she can't figure it out for the time being. She hasn't seen any old people or children in the past 2 days. She has seen young and middle-aged people, and all the outsiders she has seen are men, without any women. There are already many questions today. Asking too many questions will arouse Lan Qiong's vigilance. She can only suppress her doubts and follow Lan Qiong forward. Lan Qiong sent them back to the room and stood at the door to look at them. Ji Jiuxia pretended to be stupid, holding the lighter tightly behind her back. She was still somewhat confident in her acting skills, and Lan Qiong should not be able to see the clues. Jiangju had no other expressions on his face, so it was hard to guarantee that Lan Qiong would not find out anything. If the spider silk appears again, she will try some way to resist. It is very uncomfortable to always be beaten passively. Moreover, they cannot be trapped here forever. They must find a way to get out. Lan Qiong said, "You should be closer. This will help to enhance feelings and promote biological reproduction." Ji Jiuxiao? After watching for a long time, the result is just like this. She took the initiative to hold Jiangju's arm and leaned against him, leaning her head on his shoulder. Lan Qiong was satisfied and stood there watching the two of them enter the room. Ji Jiuxiu turned around and closed the door. The smile he had when facing Lan Qiong disappeared the moment the door closed. The sound would be monitored at all times, so she didn't say anything and resumed the communication method of gestures and writing. She wanted to avoid the spiders from exploring the base, but the spiders' eyes seemed to be everywhere, and no matter what they did, they would be discovered. Jiangju thought for a moment and wrote on Ji Jiuxiu's hand. Others are not as flexible as Lan Qiong from the beginning. It was Lan Qiong who took them around, and the other natives rarely spoke, all arranged by Lan Qiong. Ji Jiuxiao, let's see tomorrow try to find another native to replace Lan Qiong. When she and Delilah and others separated before, Delilah and the other three were taken away by other natives, which shows that the natives have a certain degree of independent thinking, but they are not as flexible as Lan Qiong. She pulled her hand out of Jiangju's hand, pointed to the bed, and said, "You sleep inside." When it doesn't involve sensitive topics, they can talk freely. There is only one bed in the room, and she doesn't mind lying together all night. As soon as her head touched the pillow, it felt like being hit by a club. It hurt at first, and then she felt dizzy. She opened her mouth to explain the situation to Jiangju, but she immediately lost consciousness. The white pillow squirmed, and the silk thread spread out to wrap the two of them. In the early morning, bright light shone in from the window. Ji Jiuxiu opened his eyes, stretched his waist, and touched the person next to him. She was startled, her head was fuzzy, and she couldn't react for a while. Jiangju opened his eyes, and after seeing Ji Jiuxiu, he froze, his brain quickly reconstructed, he pinched his eyebrows. The mutant spider's influence on them became heavier, and he almost forgot where he was. He sat up and said casually, "Good morning." Ji Jiuxiu got up, threw herself on him, hugged him, and then let go. "Good morning, dear." Jiangju's brain crashed, and the whole person froze. He carefully observed Ji Jiuxiu's expression. Her eyes were empty. Her tone was excited, but her eyes were unfocused. Blue. Just as he said a word, his throat was blocked by something, and he couldn't say the rest of the words. Blue star. The two words couldn't be said. This was the anchor word for Ji Jiuxiu. He would use this word to stimulate Ji Jiuxiu when his consciousness was chaotic before, and he could always read it normally. He tried other words, whether it was hometown Tianji or star coin. It didn't work. These words were completely banned. Even Ji Jiuxiu was deceived, so why was he still awake? Ji Jiuxiu jumped off the bed and chirped, "What blue? Do you want to wear blue clothes today? But there are no clothes for you to choose in the Garden of Eden. I will find a way to make dyes for you to make clothes later." He tried to say something that fit the current scene. "Thank you." The sound was not banned, only the words that could cause people to have a strong reaction were banned, and it was more difficult to wake Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu called Jiangju out. This time Lan Qiong did not appear. Another aboriginal came and greeted him. "Good morning, how did you sleep last night?" Ji Jiuxiu, "I felt great." The aboriginal smiled and said, "That's good, let's go, I take you to have breakfast, and then take a walk and exercise." I don't know if the aboriginals think that the brainwashing of outsiders is very successful. The food is no longer delicious, and the taste is limited to being cooked and eaten. Lan Qiong warmly entertained the newcomers to the base, and their group of outsiders was led by other aboriginals. At mealtime, the cadets were able to reunite. Jiangju observed the status of the others, and no one met his gaze. Everyone was eating seriously, and sincerely praising the delicious food. After the meal, the natives took them to another area, outside the previous living area, close to the edge of the base. next to the tall base wall, with a white spider silk net above. The house here is the tallest building in the base, with 3 floors in height and a length that can't be seen at a glance. I don't know how many rooms there are. The structure is similar to that of a military school dormitory, and each room is very close. The first floor is not separated by walls. It is a whole large flat with a lot of beds. Pregnant women with bulging bellies are lying on the beds. They have numb expressions and stare blankly at the ceiling. The structure of the second floor is similar to that of the first floor. The people living in it have become children. These children are more popular than the older people. When they see outsiders, they will look over. There are natives watching these children and scolding them not to look around. Jiangju and his group were taken to the third floor. The white floor under their feet was a little dirty. Not only the ground was white, but also the walls and ceiling were white. The whole building was made of spider silk. The third floor was a normal small room. Through the window, you can see that many rooms are empty. Most of the rooms with people are women with haggard faces and flat stomachs, and some are men with haggard faces. The building is very soundproof. When passing by the first floor, you can faintly hear the crying of babies, but when you go to the second floor, you can't hear it at all. This is a huge production workshop, which makes not parts, but food for mutant spiders. Jiangju could imagine that if Ji Joshua was conscious, she would definitely say mutated spiders are quite good at sustainable development when she saw this scene. Unfortunately, she was just walking quietly at this moment, with no expression on her face. 2 aborigines carried a woman away and passed by them. The woman was so thin that only a bag of bones remained. She had no use value, and her fate was imaginable. The woman was still conscious and even had clear thinking. She tried to move her lips and made a hoarse sound, saying to Jiangju, "Run, run." She might have roared with all her strength, but the sound was so weak that her fingers were slightly raised, and finally fell down powerlessly, and she fainted completely. The mutant spiders did not brainwash the production tools. Like the aborigines. The aborigines were healthy and had both men and women. They were extremely loyal to the mutant spiders, but they did not reproduce. All those who carried out normal activities and lived happily were aborigines, performing a beautiful dream to deceive outsiders. Under the beautiful appearance, this slaughterhouse that treated people as pigs was the truth of the Garden of Eden. Jiangju and Ji Joshi were locked in the same room. Before the natives left, they asked them to work hard and reproduce. Ji Joshi was currently in a state of losing her self-awareness, but she had not completely lost her personality. She nodded to the natives and promised to work hard. After the people left, she walked around the room. There was only one bed in the 5 square meter room, which was crowded and narrow. The bed alone took up 2/3 of the space. Ji Joshio, what a simple room. I didn't live in such a room when I was the poorest. She slowed down her words, and a trace of struggle flashed in her eyes. Jiangju caught the key words and continued her words. How poor were you when you were the poorest? Poverty, Ji Joshi's lifelong enemy. The struggle in Ji Joshi's eyes became stronger. When I was the poorest, I was in debt. In debt. She repeated the last 2 words like a stuck, and her calm facial features changed a little. Her eyes blinked faster, her eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and her fingers hanging on both sides of her body were clenched into fists. A touch of red appeared on her head, flashing away, so fast that Jiangju just caught a trace of it, and it disappeared. He moved closer and stretched out his hand to pull Ji Joshia's hair, trying to find the red. He searched and said quickly, Money, 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 you are a poor ghost, you are in debt of tens of thousands, and you have a blue planet and a robot. The struggle in Ji Joshia's eyes became more obvious. He suddenly reached out to hug his head and groaned. Jiangju saw the red again, and it went into Ji Joshia's fingers and disappeared. Jiangju, money. The tone of money was immediately blocked as soon as it came out. There was one more banned word now. The word that was most likely to irritate Ji Joshio could not be uttered. His brows were stained with a bit of anxiety. Ji Joshi calmed down, but his eyes were still covered with a layer of fog. He reached out and hugged him, and changed the topic. What are you doing? Jiangju, I'm thinking. Ji Joshio, thinking about what? Jiangju, thinking about sensitive words. The voice was blocked as soon as the voice fell. Very good, now the 3 words sensitive words. Cannot be said. He must think of other words that can irritate Ji Joshio more strongly. He continued to flip Ji Joshia's hair. The soft black short hair brushed across his fingers. He searched bit by bit, but still couldn't find the red spot. Ji Joshia's hair had been blown up by him. He withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened, thinking about more words that could serve as anchors for Ji Jiuxiao, but he couldn't say them too casually, otherwise he would be banned immediately. He stood there thinking. Ji Jiuxiao let go of him and lay down on the bed. You think slowly, I'm going to sleep. He stared at Ji Jiuxiao, raised his feet to move closer to her, and stretched out his hand to her neck, trying to see if he could wake her up by pinching her neck. As soon as his hand touched the warm skin, Ji Jiuxiao opened his eyes, grabbed his hand, and pressed him to the bed. Jiangju was dragged to the bed. Ji Jiuxiao twisted his hand and held him down, wondering, what are you going to do? Jiangju didn't know how to answer, so he simply didn't answer. Do you like this? Ji Jiuxiao stretched out his hand to pinch his neck and stared at him. Jiangju opened his mouth and squeezed out a sentence. I don't like it. A progress bar popped up at the head of the bed, saying reproduction progress, 3%. Jiangju's eyes were fixed on the progress bar, watching it rise little by little. Ji Jiuxiao noticed his gaze, waved her hand in front of his eyes, and followed his gaze. What are you looking at? Jiangju, can't you see it? I just see a white wall. Ji Jiuxiao shook her head and said in confusion, are you schizophrenic? I heard that people with mental illness will have hallucinations. I have a friend. Ji Jiuxiao got stuck again. Jiangju immediately turned over and held her head to pull her, but she pushed him away. What are you going to do now? The time of the stuck was very short. She could always pull the topic to the key words that could remind herself, but these stimulations were not enough. Jiangju took a deep breath and stood up from the bed. When he left, the progress bar on the bedside paused. He sat back, and the progress bar started to move forward again. He walked out the door and stretched out his hand to try to open it. The door was not closed, and he pulled it open. I'm going out for a while. Ji Jiuxiao lay back on the bed and turned over. The sooner I go, the sooner I be back. There was no one guarding the door. He walked to the first floor, and was about to continue walking out when an aboriginal appeared out of nowhere and stopped him. Looking at the other person's smile, he was a little dazed. Unable to go out, he returned to the third floor to find other people's rooms. All the rooms were connected. He opened the door next door and walked in. Darla and Rong Tianjiang were sitting on the bed, 1 meter apart. The progress bar at the head of the bed had reached 43%. He walked over and pulled Rong Tianjiang up, and Rong Tianjiang woke up from his daze. Why are you here? Jiangju endured the dizziness. Don't sit on the bed. Rong Tianjiang yelled, Why? This is my bed. I can sit if I want. 2 minutes later, Rong Tianjiang sat on the ground, covering his arm. If you don't want to sit, then don't sit. Can't you talk properly? You have to hit me. Beating can't make Rong Tianjiang sober, but it can make him obedient. Jiangju looked at Delilah, thinking whether to beat her up too. Delilah was different. After being beaten, she might be able to regain some self-awareness. Rong Tianjiang saw what Jiangju wanted to do and warned, You can beat me, but don't beat her. She is sick, I tell you. Don't sit on the bed. Jiangju hurriedly warned, but in the end, he didn't do anything to Delilah. He went to the next room, where a military school student was sitting on the bed, and Fusong was standing beside the bed. The progress bar was not activated. Fusong didn't have to worry. She could stand all day when she was addicted to standing. He also left a sentence, Don't touch the bed, and went to the next room. The further he went, the more blurred his consciousness became. The air became sticky, and could not enter his lungs to breathe. A white fog appeared in front of him, covering him, and he forgot where he came from and his purpose. Jiangju stood in front of the house, his hand on the door handle, and suddenly forgot what he was going to do. It was really inexplicable. At this time, he should be in the room with his wife. He was thinking about his wife in his mind, and his hand loosened from the door handle. He still remembered that his home was in room 323, so he walked back. He turned the door open and walked in. The person in the room was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Some of his messy hair trembled with his breathing. The white fog receded like a tide, and his consciousness returned. Ji Jiuxiao was the absolute anchor point. Jiangju exhaled. He was only out for a while, and his consciousness was blinded. The power of the mutant spider was getting stronger and stronger. He could stay awake not because of his special ability, but because the anchor point was right in front of him. Ji Jiuxiao opened his eyes vaguely and said casually, Are you back? Jiangju stood by the bed. You go out with me. He had to make sure he was awake enough to continue exploring. He had explored outside, and there was no danger for the time being. Okay. Ji Jiuxiao stood up. It feels weird to lie down all the time, as if there are many things that have not been done. I feel guilty lying down. The two walked out of the room, and Ji Jiuxiu asked, "Where are you going?" "Let's go see the others first." Jiangju walked to the next room and hesitated. "Do you know the secrets of others?" "Secrets?" Ji Jiuxiu was puzzled. "I don't know." "Jiangju, let's play a tacit understanding game. You say something that can stimulate someone the most, but you can't say it too obviously. You have to be very obscure so that only you two can understand it, okay? Many things are not suitable to be told openly. Compared with secrets that cannot be told to outsiders, this game seems insignificant. The exposure of secret events will bring risks, and he must be more cautious." These words did not provoke a strong reaction from Ji Jiuxiu, so they were not judged as banned words. Jiangju communicated with her carefully. "It's weird. I don't want to play." Ji Jiuxiu refused. Jiangju pursed his lips, not knowing how to persuade, racking his brains to think of words. Ji Jiuxiu suddenly asked, "Will playing this game make you happy?" "Yes." Jiangju nodded. Ji Jiuxiu said helplessly, "Okay, if you like, I can play with you, but I will say it first. I will not reveal anyone's privacy to you." The two pushed the door open and went in. Rong Tianjiang was still sitting on the ground. What happened after his self-consciousness was covered became a new memory, and would not be blurred again. As soon as he saw Jiangju, he glared. "What are you doing here again?" Ji Jiuxiu looked at Rong Tianjiang, and after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of what to say, so he had to turn around and look at Darula. Darula sat there blankly, and when she saw the two of them, she said, "You are here? Sit down quickly, I am so bored here alone." "What do you mean by here alone? Am I not a human being?" Rong Tianjiang couldn't help but retort. Darula sighed, "I would rather live with a pig than stay in the same room with you." Rong Tianjiang, "You actually said I am not as good as a pig?" Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Ji Jiuxiu quickly stopped them and said, "Okay, don't quarrel, I have something important to tell you." The two looked at her, her eyes fell on Darula. Her mind was sometimes clear and sometimes fuzzy, and her mind could recall more things when it was not so strongly related to her. She opened her mouth, but suddenly forgot what she was going to say, and stood there in a daze. The two asked at the same time, "What are you going to say?" Ji Jiuxiu, "I forgot." Jiangju, Jiangju had said a lot of words to Rong Tianjiang and Darula before, but none of them could become an anchor to wake them up. Identity words such as princess were ineffective for Darula, and Rong Tianjiang had no point to stimulate. Looking at the three people in front of him, he suddenly thought of another word. He whispered, "As an orphan of the old human race, do you feel lonely when you dream at midnight?" Darula's body trembled, the mist in her eyes kept breaking and gathering, her calm face fluctuated, and she began to breathe heavily and violently, so fast that she had to bend down and pat her chest. Ji Jiuxiu stepped forward, patted Darula's back, and hugged her in his arms. "It seems that you identify with the identity of the old human race more than the princess." Darula tightly grasped the corner of Ji Jiuxiu's clothes, and Ji Jiuxiu continued to comfort her. "You are the glory left over from the old human era. It is natural to have everything you have today. Everyone hopes that you will be happy." Rong Tianjiang looked confused, and Jiangju looked at Ji Jiuxiu in surprise. Because of Darula's reaction, new forbidden words were added, and many words could not be repeated. Ji Jiuxiu nodded to Jiangju with clear eyes. She touched her hair and sighed, "Can you fix my hair after you messed it up? I'm a famous person after all, so I should have some face, okay?" Jiangju, Jiangju, "I'm sorry, I pay attention next time." Chapter 126. Although I don't understand why Ji Jiuxiu suddenly woke up, it's a good thing. Now Rong Tianjiang is the only one in the audience who is confused. Ji Jiuxiu really doesn't know what words to use to stimulate Rong Tianjiang. Fortunately, he is a little stupid, but he still listens to his words. Darula calmed down and realized what happened. Her face was heavy. The spider's brainwashing was very thorough, and now the word old human could no longer be said. She stood up from the bed, her face still a little pale. How can we maintain the current state? It's hard to say when her consciousness will be eliminated again. The feeling of being helpless made her sweat coldly after waking up. The things on her body were not taken away. Ji Jiuxiu took out a dagger from his pocket and chopped at the corner of the bed. He cut off a piece of wood as thick as 2 fingers, and then burned it with a lighter to burn it into charcoal. The 3 words old human were written on the sleeve with black charcoal. The black handwriting was not too obvious on the dark blue combat uniform, but it was enough to serve as a reminder. Although she couldn't speak, her actions were not restricted. Ji Jiuxiu was alert to the appearance of spider silk while writing. Until the last stroke, no accidents happened. It seemed that this method was feasible. She wrote these 3 words on her and Darula's sleeves in a conspicuous place, and then looked at Jiangju. What do you want to write? Jiangju, I don't need it. Ji Jiuxiao, don't you need it? My companion is my anchor. Jiangju said, so I don't need it. Well, you did keep your sanity. Ji Jiuxiu nodded, and put the charcoal in his pocket. The 3 of them walked out of the room. Rong Tianjiang was still sitting on the ground in a daze. Ji Jiuxiu turned around and called him to follow. He stood up and followed him out obediently. In the next room, Fusang was still standing, straight like a tree, and did not speak after seeing them. His head did not move, but his eyes were very firm. Ji Jiuxiu walked over and waved his hand in front of Fusang. Why did Fusang's reaction seem to be more serious than hers? Ji Jiuxiao, what are you doing? Fusang rolled his eyes and looked at her. I am a tree, and trees can't talk. Not all trees can't talk. Some alien plants can communicate. Ji Jiuxiu reasoned with her. And aren't you talking now? Fusang thought for a moment and nodded. You're right. Ji Jiuxiu asked, if a tree grows up with humans, has the same thinking and lifestyle as humans, and is the same as humans except that it is essentially a tree, then is it considered a human? This sounds like a philosophical question. Fusang was stunned. Ah. Ji Jiuxiu asked again, do you think I am a human? Fusang, really? Ji Jiuxiu, it's the end of the world, the food in the world has been consumed, the land is polluted and can't grow anything, and you have no food to eat anymore. Fusang, food. Your friend is dead. Ji Jiuxiu's last sentence was a killer. The series of inexplicable conversations had no logic, and both Darula and Jiangju were stunned. They didn't understand what Ji Jiuxiu was talking about. There was a kind of chaotic beauty that abandoned the brain. Fusang blinked, and her green eyes focused on Ji Jiuxiu. Yes, she is dead. Ji Jiuxiu, ah? Really dead? I was just saying it casually. Fusang has a very important friend, who changed her life and brought her to Theseus Military Academy. Her companions all know this. Fusang, things change. Let's put the sad topic aside for now. There are more important things waiting for them to do. Ji Jiuxiu, the military school student who stayed in the same room with Fusang, was not familiar with her. If she wanted to say anchor words that were enough to stimulate the other party, she had to know the other party well enough. The military school student looked a little dull, but his overall condition was okay. Let him stay in the room for the time being. The 5 people walked down and walked through several connected rooms. A total of 8 military school students and the scarred man were still there. No one was sent to be the spider's rations for the time being. Ji Jiuxiu checked their status. Fortunately, the reproduction progress bar on the bed did not reach 100%. God knows what would happen if the progress was full. In order to prevent the opposite sex from touching the wooden bed and causing the progress bar to advance, the 5 people moved the positions of the military school students and put the same sex in the same room. After finding everyone, Ji Jiuxiu found that there was still one person missing. Why didn't you see Potter? Darula? Maybe in another room. She continued to push the door down, and there were 2 people she didn't know inside. They sat on both sides of the bed, and the progress bar at the head of the bed was almost full. The woman's belly was obviously bulging, and her eyes were empty, without a trace of vitality. Except for the military cadets, everyone else in the arena was a data-generated NPC. The military cadets' task was to make the base bigger and stronger, and they didn't have to care about the life and death of these people. Darula took a step forward and pulled the woman up before the progress bar was full. As soon as she left the bed, the woman's belly deflated. The other party was seriously unconscious and had no idea of struggling and resisting, so he let Darula manipulate him. Darula went to the next room, one by one, and as long as there was someone inside, she would pull the person up from the bed and interrupt the progress bar. The other 4 followed her, alert to possible crises. In a room, Porter was with a strange woman, but the difference was that Porter did not sit on the bed, but squatted at the end of the bed. Darula was worried, so she took the woman away from the wooden bed as usual. The 5 people didn't pay much attention to Porter at the end of the bed, and hurried to the next room. Porter suddenly said, "Where are you from?" The 5 people were attracted by the sudden voice, and all turned back to look at Porter. Among them, Rong Tianjiang reacted the most, muttering like a cassette, "Where am I from?" Porter, who was originally staring at Ji Jiuxiu, couldn't help turning his head. His eyes fell on Rong Tianjiang, and the attention of others was also attracted by Rong Tianjiang. Rong Tianjiang, where do people come from? Where do they go? The 4 awake team members were full of questions, looking at each other and communicating through eye contact. Ji Jiuxiu, Will he still think about such philosophical questions? Darla, maybe he will cry in the middle of the night buried in the quilt. Fuso, I suggest sending him to the hospital. Jiangju, Sanhexing has good psychological medical technology. Porter, who wanted to signal Ji Jioshio, but was interrupted by Rong Tianjiang. Question mark. If people don't have dreams, what's the difference between them and salted fish? Rong Tianjiang said something shocking, saying loudly what he had heard from Tianji. His voice suddenly became louder, startling the 5 people in the room. Ji Jioshio asked, so what is your dream? Rong Tianjiang, I haven't figured it out yet. Even Rong Tianjiang, who seems to be the most heartless, will be troubled about his future. Ji Jioshio, let's set a small goal first, and win the championship. Rong Tianjiang just opened his mouth and closed it again. He couldn't say too many sensitive words in the base. He didn't want to experience the feeling of losing his memory again. When he had no self-awareness, he was simply a fool. It really ruined his image. Porter's face was solemn. He didn't speak, and his hands were gesturing wildly. I don't understand what you mean. Ji Jioshio called him to stop his movements. She and Porter didn't have any tacit understanding, and she couldn't understand what he wanted to express by waving his movements. She took out a charcoal black wood from her pocket and handed it to Porter, tapping the floor with her fingers. Porter understood what she meant and wrote on the ground. It's very dangerous here. There are monsters controlling people's minds. Ji Jioshio nodded seriously, and Porter looked nervous. Ji Jioshio said, well said, can you tell us something we don't know? Porter, the monster is a spider. Okay, I know. Ji Jioshio took the charcoal back. She was wasting time here, because she was not in a clear mind. The game was designed for military academy students. How could they let the NPC reveal too much information to them? They still had to fight this battle on their own. Porter was anxious, snatched the charcoal back, and wrote quickly on the ground. The reason why we can't stay awake is because the big spider put a small spider on us. This kind of awakening will not last long. We must find a way to eliminate the small spider. Jiangju thought of the red flashing on Ji Jioshio's head, and said, I saw it on your hair. Ji Jioshio immediately reached out and pulled his hair. Where? Jiangju took the charcoal and wrote on the ground. The little spider only appears when people's emotions fluctuate strongly. The existence of the little spider means that the longer the time, the easier it is to be blinded by their perception. How long the anchor word can last is a question. Ji Jioshio gave up looking for the little spider on his head. We have to speed up. The anchor word is still valid, and the matter of the little spider is put aside for the time being. Everyone continues to walk down. The 5 members of the team quickly went through the room, and all the reproduction progress was interrupted by them. This movement was a bit loud, and Lan Qiong appeared at the end of the corridor and approached them. Lan Qiong had a smile on his face. Why don't you stay in the room? They just came out of a room. Jiangju and Darula stood outside the door. Ji Jioshio poked his head out to take a look and then shrank back, and his belly bulged when he walked out. Jiangju and Darula, ? Lan Qiong's eyes fell on Ji Jioshio's belly, walked up to her, and took her arm. Oh dear, your belly has already bred the next generation of the Garden of Eden. Yes. Ji Jioshio patted the pillow under his clothes without changing his expression. I also feel a little sudden. The combat uniform fits just right, and it is a little too tight after stuffing a pillow. So she moved the pillow. Lan Qiong disagreed. Then you shouldn't walk back and forth here. It's not good for the baby. I will send you to live in a quieter place. Are my friends with me? Ji Jioshio sighed. If I can't see them, I will be depressed. Lan Qiong, don't worry. They will come to accompany you soon. Ji Jioshio, that's great. I want to give my baby a name. Let's call it, what do you think? Is a word that is not allowed to appear. She was able to say it unexpectedly. She observed Lan Qiong's reaction. Old human? Lan Qiong nodded. It's a really good name. It will definitely be a healthy baby. Ji Jioshio, please call me old human mother in the future. I like to be called that. Lan Qiong can say forbidden words when she is here. Is this a bug? Lan Qiong, okay, old human mother, if you like, I will call you that in the future. Ji Jioshio, thank you. Lan Qiong, you're welcome. Ji Jioshio was taken to the first floor, where there was an unpleasant smell of blood. An aboriginal pushed a woman who was about to give birth and passed by them. The first floor was a large bunk bed, and all the beds were placed together. Lan Qiong arranged a bed for Ji Jioshio, and an aboriginal came to take care of her. Hello, my name is Qian Shui. The woman with the same facial features as Ji Jioshio said. The game planner is good at creating a sense of horror. When Qian Shui spoke with the same face and voice as her, the hair on her back stood up. This feeling soon passed, and she stared at her face with interest, looking at it carefully. Looking at one's facial features from the perspective of others is not the same as looking in the mirror. She praised, "You are so beautiful, very suitable to be a vase in the entertainment industry." Xianshui smiled, "Thank you for the compliment. What's your name?" Ji Jiuxiu was in a trance for a moment. Her eyes fell on the sleeves with black marks, and she said, "My name is Old Human. After you come to the Garden of Eden, enjoy the happiness here, forget the pain in the past, I will give you a new name." Xianshui grabbed Ji Jiuxiu's hand and patted the back of her hand. "Ji Jiuxiu, what should my name be?" "Xianshui, your name is Sanjiu." Ji Jiuxiu did not answer, staring at Xianshui blankly. Xianshui did not care about her silence, helped Ji Jiuxiu lie down, and patted her belly with a pillow. "Sanjiu, you will get eternal happiness here." As soon as Xianshui left, Ji Jiuxiu sat up from the bed and patted her slow-reacting brain. She reached out and knocked on the wooden bed board. It seemed that there was a layer of membrane outside her ears, and the sound was blurry. Xianshui's voice before was particularly clear in her ears. After thinking for a while, she took out the dagger and wrote on the wooden board. The anchor word was still effective. She clearly remembered her purpose, but it was hard to say how long she could hold on. Ji Jiuxiu got up and got out of bed. After the combat uniform was stuffed with the pillow, it was not easy to walk. She temporarily chose the latter between removing it and enduring it, in case she met someone, and the pillow was not easy to stuff back. The first floor was spacious, with white beds next to each other, and the women on them all lay motionless with bulging bellies. The women were scattered on different beds, not all lying on adjacent beds, which made it convenient for them to lie down next to each other as a disguise. For example, now, 2 aboriginals were carrying a haggard man inside. They did not go outside, but passed through the middle of the first floor, walked past the white beds, and went deep into the interior that seemed to have no end. Inside was an opaque black, with beds laid out like stairs, and it was unknown what the end would be. Ji Jiuxiu lay on the bed next to him, looking up at them going away, and the women on the bed had no reaction to either her or the man who was pulled away. She jumped off the bed and followed their direction. The people around her gradually became fewer and fewer. In the end, there was no one. She was the only one walking on this road with no end in sight. The bed was covered with a thick layer of dust, and the light seemed to dim. It was so quiet that even her own breathing became clear and audible. Ta-da-da. These were her footsteps. Ta-da-da. She had stopped, but there seemed to be one more footstep. The front was empty. She could imagine that if she turned back at this moment, there would be a sudden attack from behind that would scare her. She just didn't know whether it would be Shui Qian or Lan Xiong, or some more terrifying ghost face. She thought about it, and decided to keep going in if the enemy didn't move. The light around her gradually dimmed, and her mind focused on her own brain. Once her thoughts became erratic, she would immediately use anchor words to remind herself. As she walked, the light in front of her became brighter. She sped up and moved forward, and then she saw a 3-story building, and she was standing on the open space on the first floor. She looked back, and behind her was a dilapidated base building. The tattered tarpaulin was swaying in the wind, and the dust on it was thick enough to grow vegetables. Sanjiu, you are here. You can't run around when you are pregnant. Be careful not to feel unwell." Xianshui walked out of the door, and came to support Ji Jiuxiu's arm. Ji Jiuxiu was a little dazed and followed Xianshui forward. "What was I going to do just now?" "Xianshui, you said you wanted to go to the toilet. You forgot. Pregnancy does cause some damage to the mother's body, but don't worry, I will take good care of you." "Is that so?" Ji Jiuxiu touched her belly. "Why does it feel wrong under my hand? Will a pregnant belly have edges and corners? And is this dress too tight for pregnant women?" She sat on the bed, stroking her belly again and again with her palm. Her eyes fell on the sleeves. There were some black words on it, but she couldn't understand. "What is this text?" She patted her belly, feeling really uncomfortable, and unbuttoned her clothes. As soon as she unbuttoned one, a white pillow immediately squeezed out from the button. "Pillow, pillow." Ji Jiuxiu woke up suddenly, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. What was her name? Sanjiu? Hacker Sanjiu. She is Ji Jiuxiu. They want to deprive her of her name, which shows that the name itself has a certain power. She stuffed the pillow back while reciting her name. The buttons were buttoned again, and the belly became bulging again. Sometimes it is not a bad thing to feel uncomfortable. She shouted, "Qianshui! Qianshui! Are you there?" Qianshui appeared, still with a gentle smile on her face. Sanjiu, what's the matter?" Sanjiu. The 3 words made Ji Jiuxiu's mind go blank for a moment. She bit the tip of her tongue and said, "I need a mirror." Qianshui, "Okay, whatever you want will be satisfied." Ji Jiuxiu got a mirror, which looked normal. I don't know if it was really normal. Her request should not be thought of in advance, so it should be normal, right? The mind began to get a little confused again. Thinking about the same thing over and over again, the thoughts were always broken into pieces, and could not be connected. Qianshui left. Ji Jiuxiu picked up the mirror to look at his face. The face in the mirror was a little strange. Is this her? It doesn't matter. She didn't use it to look at her face anyway. She used a dagger to tear open the quilt, took off a piece of cloth, and covered half of her face. The more she looked, the more she was affected. Minimizing the intake of information can allow her brain to focus on one thing. She held the mirror in front of her, and her fingers shuttled through her hair, trying to find the little spider that Jiang Ju mentioned. She flipped through it hastily, and didn't find anything unusual. She thought about it, and remembered that Jiang Ju said that the little spider would only appear when he was emotionally excited. Emotionally excited? She scratched her hair. At this moment, her mood was as calm as water, neither happy nor sad, without any emotional ups and downs, and her whole person was wooden. She closed her eyes, and opened her mouth to speak. I live in a corner of the world, forgotten by everyone. Every day I watch countless stars appear and disappear. I am the only one on this planet from beginning to end. My ancestors lost their lives, like a grain of dust swept away by the world. The once brilliant civilization was buried, and no one mentioned it anymore. How many sacrifices were made to survive today? The only firefly must light up the past glory. History has become a responsibility on the shoulders, and memory is a burden. But she can't forget. How dare she forget? What she said was a narration in the movie tailored for her by the company director, and what she didn't say was the real past. All the emotions surged like mountains and seas. When she didn't know anything, she could still get by, but since fate allowed her to contact the interstellar, the civilization of the blue planet could not continue to sleep. In the dark, there are ancestors who guide her way forward. What she wants to do is very simple, that is, to rebuild the blue planet, and this goal has never changed. Blue Star cannot become a tool for someone or a force to make a profit, so she must be strong enough and powerful enough to protect it. This emotion is not strong, like a mountain covered with thick fog. If you say it is thick, it will be dispersed by the wind. If you say it is light, it is stacked and everywhere. Ji Jiuxiu opened his eyes, and picked up the mirror again to search in his hair. This time he finally saw the ant-sized red dot. She pinched the red dot, and held it in front of her eyes. The 8-legged little spider was still struggling. She pinched it to death directly. The moment the spider died, she felt refreshed and clear-headed. Looking at this building again at this time, there is no clean and tidy white bed. The bed is covered with mottled crimson marks and footprints. The dust is thicker than the quilt, and the ceiling is full of spider webs. People are real, the same numbness and withering, like a dying flower. Ji Jiuxiu looked at the place where she had followed the natives. It was not the endless bed she had seen before, but a cave with rocks exposed. Or rather, the whole building was in a cave, a spider hole. She got up, and went to find her companions. She knew how to find the little spider. Emotions alone were not enough. What was more important was firm beliefs and ideals. She seemed to understand why the stadium design team would make such an arrangement. This was a very difficult level, but once you passed it, your life goals became clear. Before she walked out of the door, Qianshui appeared and stopped her. In her eyes, the other person's face was no longer hers, but a strange face. Qianshui, where are you going? You can't walk around when you are pregnant. Ji Jiuxiu waved at her, come here. Qianshui approached, what? Ji Jiuxiu raised his hand and punched her hard, and punched her again in her unbelievable eyes. Seeing that she was still not fainted, he punched her again and again. Qianshui fainted this time. Ji Jiuxiu originally wanted to kill Qianshui directly, but she was not sure whether doing so would alert the mutant spider, so she had to knock her out first. She tore the quilt into strips, and used them as ropes to tie Qianshui up, wrapping her tightly, leaving only her head exposed, and then sprinkled some moth monster scale powder on her to ensure that she would have a good sleep. Many problems emerged in the live broadcast room. What happened? Why did she suddenly wake up? This stadium is not very friendly to the audience. It's a pity that we can't see what the first-person perspective sees. After all, it is a joint exercise between military academies. It is impossible to prioritize the audience in everything. The focus is on the growth of military academy students. So where did they grow? I don't understand the plot since entering this Garden of Eden. Go to other live broadcast rooms. It's easier to understand with official commentary. Commentator A sighed. The first student who sees the true nature of Garden of Eden has appeared. Commentator B. It took less time than I thought. The stadium design team was too ruthless this time. This is to make everyone go without return. Commentator A laughed. Then you can also learn from the Imperial Star Military Academy. Absolutely rational, and not send more people to die. Commentator B. In fact, it's good to go to the spider. To be honest, I want to see what I want. Commentator A joked. That's a place where young people who still have dreams can wake up. Middle-aged people like you and me should forget it. We will definitely become food for mutant spiders. Commentator B. That's not necessarily true. You see, few military academy students can wake up. In the stadium, the military academy students trapped in the maze are still struggling. Chapter 127. Jijoshu walked out of the first floor, and the whole building appeared in front of her. Just as she thought, the building was transformed from a small hill. The gray spider silk hung down and swayed gently in the wind. She walked up and took a look at the second floor when she passed by. This floor was a children's playground. The children were much more lively than the adults downstairs, and their eyes were sparkling. A bold child ran to Jijoshu and looked up at her. Are you the new mother? A question mark appeared above Jijoshu's head. What mother? The child pointed to her belly. Everyone here is a mother. Jijoshu wanted to squat, but her belly blocked her movement. She took out the pillow and threw it aside in the child's wide eyes. She looked at the other person and asked, Do you know where this place is? The child, It's our home. Jijoshu pinched the child's face when she said this. The game company should not be so advanced as to design the little spider as a human child, but the other party said that this spider nest is a home, which really made it difficult for her not to doubt. She looked around the second floor. It's so boring to stay in the house all the time. Don't you want to go out and play? There are not many children on the second floor, and most of them are under 10 years old. They are all curiously looking over here. The child pointed to a girl lying on the bed in the room. Xiaocheng is sick. Mom said Xiaocheng wants to dedicate herself to the spider god, so we have to say goodbye to her and not go out to play today. The girl lying on the bed had red cheeks and looked like she had a fever. She coughed from time to time. Jijoshu, spider god? Child, yes, we are protected by the spider god and live here without worries. We also have to give spider god a little in return. Mom said that if we get sick and can't be cured, we have to dedicate ourselves to spider god. The child's eyes are very clean and lively, not dull like adults, and the tone of his words is natural. Jijoshu thought of the women with bulging bellies on the first floor. They gave birth to people, but they didn't seem to be people. This is a livestock farm. Humans are responsible for reproducing the next generation, and mutant spiders will find food to meet people's survival needs. New children will be born and grow up and continue to give birth to the next generation. This model will become more and more stable because the newborn children live in an environment controlled by mutant spiders. The mutant spiders don't even need to use small spiders to control them. As long as they guide their thoughts imperceptibly, they can make them become its tools and food wholeheartedly. Jijoshu asked, Do you know where the spider god is? Yes, we often go there to play with it and swing on the swing. The child nodded. Jijoshu, I haven't seen the spider god yet. Can you take me there? The child agreed immediately. Okay. Jijoshu successfully abducted the child and led the child's hand to the third floor. The child shouted, No, we are going to the first floor. I still want to find my friends. They want to see what the spider god looks like just like me. Jijoshu replied. The child, Okay, when I come back from finding the spider god, you have to play with me for 2 hours. Jijoshu, deal. The big and the small went up to the third floor. Jijoshu went to the room she was in at the beginning. Jiangju and Dairuila were sitting on the bed, and the progress bar was halfway through. The short period of sobriety was not enough to support the completion of all activities. Once there was a slight negligence, self-awareness would be lost again. The focus was still on the little spider. Jijoshu asked the child to wait outside. She walked into the room, stood in front of Darula, and reached out to touch her red hair, which was as bright as the morning sun. You can't find the little spider just by looking for it. You must have enough emotional fluctuations to force it out. She thought for a moment, leaned over and whispered something in Darula's ear. Her voice was very low, and one hand blocked Darula's ear. The camera couldn't capture the movement of her lips, nor could it record what she said. It was a bit difficult to find the red spider in the red hair. Jijoshu stared at Darula's head, and saw a little moving red. She wanted to catch the little spider, but her hand was raised in the air and stopped, and she took out a small mirror and placed it in front of Darula. She said, "You can deceive everyone, including yourself, but the subconscious will not disappear. It will only jump out in the middle of the night, when you can't sleep, and continue to torture you. I can help you, but you are the only one who can save you in the end." Darula raised her trembling hand, and accurately captured the moving red between her hair. Jijoshu reached out, and pinched the little spider to death. Darula's face was pale. After the spider left her body, she looked even more confused and panicked. Jijoshu suggested, "If you are really unhappy, punish the game company severely after you get out. Don't take your anger out on me." The head of the game company, who was also watching the live broadcast, questioned Mark. She gave Darula time to calm down, moved 2 steps to Jiangju, and was in a dilemma for a while. She really didn't know what Jiangju cared about most in life. She tried to say a few words such as Federation destroyed. Yu Suin's grades exceeded yours. Jiang Xian was arrested and imprisoned. But none of them worked. Jiang Xian outside the field, questioned Mark. Jiangju reacted when Jijoshu appeared, but this reaction was not strong enough to wake him up completely. Jijoshu had no choice. She was not a worm in everyone's stomach. She knew clearly what everyone was thinking. It was lucky to guess one Darula. She looked down at Jiangju's eyes. Silver flickered repeatedly in his black pupils. She raised her hand to flip his hair. The red spider would be very conspicuous on his hair color. Maybe she could catch it if she was lucky. As her fingers flipped the hair, she was still mumbling words that she thought could stimulate Jiangju. These words were forbidden one by one, causing her to start to run out of words. A red dot crawled in front of her fingertips. She pressed it subconsciously. After pressing it, she realized it was a spider. She pinched the little spider in disbelief. Was she really lucky enough to catch it? She looked down and happened to see Jiangju looking up. She stretched out her hand and shook it in front of him. It was unreal that she caught the little spider so easily. Jiangju grabbed her hand. "No need to shake it, I'm awake." Jijoshu was curious. "How did you wake up? Which word touched your little heart sensitively and made you determined to achieve a goal? Let's talk about it later." Jiangju let go and stood up from the bed. His expression was still as indifferent as ever. If it weren't for the hair that Jijoshu had scratched and made it frizzy, looking like a silver tabby cat, he might have a more aloof temperament. The child outside the door had been waiting for a long time, and couldn't help but run in and hug Jijoshu's legs. "Mom, are you almost ready?" Jiangju and Daruila's pupils were shaking, and all the thoughts and emotions accumulated in their minds disappeared at once, leaving only the word "mom" echoing in their ears. What has Jijoshu done after not seeing him for a while? Jijoshu patted the child's head. "Don't worry, wait a little longer." Darula's tone was vague. "Don't tell me that the pillow in your stomach turned into this child." She suspected that she was not awake yet. The illusion imposed by the spider was too strong. She seemed to be crazy. "Has your brain been eaten by a spider?" Jijoshu was powerless to complain. "This is the child I picked up on the 2nd floor." She lowered her head and said to the child, "Call Darula's sister." The child said, "Darula mom." Darula's expression was stiff. In such a weird place, being called mom by a thing that you don't know whether it is a real child or a fake child, this feeling is like eating a fly. It's not right to spit it out, and it's not right to swallow it. The child was not afraid of strangers, and shouted to Jiangju crisply, "White-haired mom." Jiangju, Darula, who was standing aside, felt much more comfortable. It turned out that there was happiness only when there was comparison. She couldn't be the only one who felt uncomfortable. "See, he calls everyone mom." Jijoshu spread his hands and urged, all right, hurry up and find other people. If you keep dawdling, the big spider will have dinner." In the next room, Rong Tianjiang and Fusong, Jijoshu was also helpless in the face of these two people. Each of them was more heartless than the other, and it was impossible to guess what they would do. Darula tried. "Rong Tianjiang, do you still remember the mechanical design you made? It was really bad. Everyone said it was rubbish. If it doesn't work, you can change the track, but I guess you won't succeed no matter what you do." Jijoshu was shocked. Won't such a suppressive statement make him subconsciously want to escape and hide deeper? No destruction, no construction. Our goal is to make him see his heart clearly. The harder we suppress him, the point of rebound is his original intention. Darula said calmly. Her thoughts were once again pulled back to what Jijoshu had said. She wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but her tangled heart could not be calmed down. As Jijoshu said, she could not deceive herself. Daryl's words had a certain effect. Rong Tianjiang's golden curly hair trembled, and his expression became arrogant and disdainful when he first met him. That makes sense. Ji Jiushi nodded, wanting to say something more heartbreaking, but his mouth was already open, but he couldn't say it. In the end, she only said, "Our team needs you very much. You are very important and part of us." Jiang Ju pinched the moving little spider and crushed it to death with his fingertips. Ignored by his family, excluded by his peers, framed by his parents' adopted son, Rong Tianjiang, who had been playing badly for more than 10 years, wanted nothing more than to have companions and be recognized by others. Rong Tianjiang's eyes were filled with mist. Ji Jiushi reached out and rubbed his head. Some people's life goals are to strive for progress and realize their life values, while others focus on their inner feelings and pursue the peace of their souls. Rong Tianjiang sniffed, and the first thing he did was to accuse Darula, "You are so vicious." "Yes, I am such a person. Do you have any objections?" Darula sneered. Rong Tianjiang was stunned. "What's wrong with you?" Darula was crazy. She was so impatient in front of the camera. Did she not care about the image of a princess? Before quarreling, can you please take a look at the poor companion next to you? Ji Jiushi interrupted the two and put his hand on Darula's shoulder. Fusong's life is also life. Facing Fusong, the four of them were helpless. Compared with Rong Tianjiang's pretense of being cool, she was really cool and lived freely. But no matter how free you are, there must always be a fulcrum. If there was no fulcrum before, then make one now. Ji Jiushi used similar rhetoric to that used to face Rong Tianjiang, making Fusong feel needed. She once had a friend, but later she didn't have one, but now she has more comrades waiting for her. This method worked. A small red spider appeared between her green hair. Ji Jiushi and the other four surrounded her, and 8 hands were scratching her head. In the end, Rong Tianjiang pressed the small spider to death with a thumb. "Ji Jiushi, what do you think she would do if I told her that you crushed a spider on her head?" Fusong hated spiders, and she would slap them to death as soon as she saw them. "I'm helping her," Rong Tianjiang said confidently, "and as long as you don't say it, and I don't say it, how can she know?" "Do you think I know?" Fusong spoke faintly. Rong Tianjiang morally blackmailed. "I'm helping you out of kindness. Do you want to repay me with hatred?" Fusong, "Yes." She stood up and grabbed Rong Tianjiang, who was so shocked that he retreated again and again, screaming. Fusong and Rong Tianjiang have different personalities, but they have the same goal in some aspects. Outside the door, Lan Qiong approached at some point, picked up the children standing at the door, and looked at them with a smile. "Lan Qiong, it's so lively, what are you talking about?" Ji Jiushi drew his gun and shot at Lan Qiong. The base was too weird, and he didn't know what would happen if he dragged on for too long. It would be better to use force directly. Lan Qiong dodged to the left, and the bullet grazed his ear. Just as a little blood appeared on the wound, white spider silk emerged from the flesh and blood to wrap the wound, and soon grew into normal skin. The child in Lan Qiong's arms was frightened and cried loudly. She held the child tightly in her right hand, and the smile on her face, that had never changed, finally disappeared. She stared at Ji Jiushi with a gloomy face. "You are too disobedient and need to be punished." Many natives appeared outside the corridor. Their hair turned red. A closer look revealed that they were densely packed with small spiders. The 5 people were blocked in the room, and the spiders spit silk at them. This white silk was much thinner than the spider silk that fell from the sky before, but it could not withstand the dense number. Ji Jiushi took out the dumb tree oil in the wooden barrel and poured it forward, then lit the homemade lighter, and the flame instantly ignited the spider silk and spread outward. This method is to hurt the enemy 1,000 times, and hurt yourself 800 times. They will also be burned if they stay in the room. The flame floated on the spider silk, and the 5 people rushed out while slapping. Ji Jiushi ignored the spider silk wrapped around his body, and rushed straight to Lan Qiong, hugged her with both hands, and the two fell to the ground. The spider silk on Ji Jiushi's body immediately stuck to Lan Qiong. The corridor was about 1 meter wide and not spacious. When everyone stood in the corridor, it seemed very crowded. The chaos was in Ji Jiushi's favor. She first pulled the crying child out of Lan Qiong's hands, and pushed him aside, then stabbed Lan Qiong with a dagger. The knife pierced into the body, and a large piece of bright red flowed out from the wound. These reds were still wriggling. They were not normal blood, but countless small spiders. Lan Qiong could no longer be considered a human. There were red spiders under her skin. She stared at her abdomen blankly, her eyes flashed a trace of confusion, and her lips trembled. "Kill me." she said, "Kill me quickly." Real emotions flashed in her eyes, no longer the empty expression before. Her mouth kept opening and closing, repeating the same sentence over and over again, "Kill me." The little spiders left Lan Qiong's body and scattered outwards. Ji Jiuxiu quickly let go and retreated. Who knows if these little spiders will enter her body and turn her into a monster like Lan Qiong. Although she wanted to satisfy him, she didn't know how to kill Lan Qiong completely. She was even more afraid that the little spiders in Lan Qiong's body would explode after her death. She lit Lan Qiong's clothes, but these little spiders would all gather at the fire and put out the fire with their bodies. The smell of barbecue came out, but it was too inappropriate, and the fragrance would only make people want to vomit. Jiang Ju's bullet shot through the head of an aboriginal next to him, and the hole between his eyebrows was also filled with spiders, but the aboriginal was still able to move. Rong Tianjiang, what the hell are these? Fusong, their bodies have become a breeding ground for small spiders. Even if you hit their vital points, they can't be killed. This may be the reason why the natives capture new people to reproduce. They are not normal people and cannot reproduce. We don't have enough oil. Darla kicked an indigenous person away. If we have enough oil, we can burn this place with a fire, which is convenient and quick, instead of entangled with these monsters in spider silk. Ji Jiuxiu, don't worry about these small ones. Kill the big ones first. Do you have to kill them? Rong Tianjiang shouted. Can't we run? Yes, we can still run. Ji Jiuxiu reacted. Killing spiders is not a must. The purpose of her coming here is just to take people away. Spiders are difficult to fight, and running away is important. She shook off Lan Qiong's hand, ran to the next room, and pulled out all the cadets inside. The cadets were confused and did not resist. After running through several rooms, all the cadets, including Potter and the scarred man, were found. She shouted, "Run, run quickly." A group of people stood in the corridor and moved slowly. They received the order to run, but unfortunately their slow brains could not control their bodies at all. Jiangju, I think it is faster to kill mutant spiders. It is no less difficult to lead a group of companions, who are as stupid as wooden men, to escape from the Garden of Eden and to kill mutant spiders. When giving orders to the cadets, they didn't know where to run. Some went left, some went right, and the final result was that they collided with each other, completely blocking the already crowded corridor. Ji Jiuxiu had no choice but to push everyone back to a room to prevent them from being accidentally injured by the natives. When pushing people in, he hurriedly warned them, "Don't touch the bed." The corridor was blocked by natives in front and behind. The little spiders were still spitting out silk. These spider silks would blur people's consciousness. If they lost their self-awareness again, it would be hard to say whether they could wake up next time. Ji Jiuxiu grabbed an indigenous resident, took off his coat, and set it on fire. He first burned the spider silk on his body, then approached Darula and burned the spider silk that was wrapped around her. "Hurry up and jump down," she urged, and then quickly walked to the next person. The height of the third floor was not difficult for military cadets. Darula grabbed the handrail on the third floor with both hands, jumped to the corridor on the second floor, and then jumped down. She landed on the ground on the first floor, and before she could stand firmly, a thick spider silk fell from the sky, and she hurriedly dodged to the side. When she entered the room on the first floor, the spider silk in the sky disappeared. She saw the bed, and the woman on the bed on the first floor, and was shocked. The hole on the far right of the room also appeared in front of her. She subconsciously looked for Ji Jiuxiu, but Ji Jiuxiu was still fighting on the third floor. She looked at the hole in front of her and hesitated. From childhood to adulthood, she rarely decided what she could do. The identity of a princess brought her honor, but also a kind of restraint. Every step she took was arranged by others, except for entering Theseus Military Academy. She couldn't say why she insisted on entering Theseus Military Academy at that time. She was obviously a person who was good at accepting arrangements, but it was the first time she insisted on her own ideas. She thought about Ji Jiuxiu and walked towards the hole. The hole was dark, and the light could not shine inside. She didn't know what was waiting for her, but she was not afraid. This unknown made her slightly excited. Fusong landed second, also facing the entanglement of the big spider silk. After she found that she would not be attacked under the eaves of the first floor, she hid below and grabbed one of the spider silks and pulled it down. Rong Tianjiang jumped down and stared at Fusong, who was tug-of-war with the big spider, in amazement. "What are you doing?" "I can't see where the big spider is. I want to try to pull it down," Fusong replied. Rong Tianjiang, "Sometimes I really can't figure out what's in your head." Fusong, "Come and help. I think your idea is a bit stupid. Will it really work? Rong Tianjiang questioned while grabbing the spider silk and pulling it down. The spider silk is very tough and did not break even under strong pulling. The spider is obviously stronger than the two of them because it can't pull it at all. Rong Tianjiang, where do you think the spider is? Looking up, there was only a hazy white, and the spider was completely invisible. Fuso, in the base. I know that too. Rong Tianjiang rolled his eyes and let go of his hand. Let's not waste our energy. Where's Darula? Fuso let go, cleaned the spider silk stuck on his palm, and looked back. I don't know. Was she caught by the spider? Rong Tianjiang was a little worried, and walked into the room on the first floor. He stopped when he saw the women on the bed. The game company has a set of skills in creating a horror atmosphere. As soon as you enter the room, you feel that the light is several degrees darker. The tightly packed beds are crookedly leaning against each other, and the dust on some empty beds is so thick that it seems like it hasn't been swept for years. The spider silk on the ceiling is tattered, and strands of it are tangled together and fall down. The women under the spider silk are stuck to the hunting web and are slowly sucked out. Rong Tianjiang looked at the dark hole. Darula shouldn't go in, right? Fusong walked forward. Rong Tianjiang stopped her. Wait, you're just going in like this? What else? Do we need to roll out a red carpet? Fusong was puzzled. Rong Tianjiang, why don't we wait for Ji Jiuxiao and Jiang Ju? The two of us don't have enough fighting power. Fusong raised her foot and stepped over the hole. I won't allow any spider that appears in front of me to survive. Rong Tianjiang, question mark. He complained. Then why don't you go and fight the monsters covered with small spiders outside? Fusong made a killing gesture. Kill the big ones first, then the small ones. Kill them all, and uproot them. Rong Tianjiang was about to scold her, but suddenly realized that he had followed Fusong across the hole without realizing it. Sure enough, talking would distract attention. He hesitated between continuing to walk and going back, fearing that Fusong would be in danger alone, and fearing that he and Fusong would be in danger together. When he was about to persuade Fusong to go back, a spider silk suddenly fell, and he pushed Fusong away. The spider silk stuck to his back accurately, and pulled him up from the ground. Rong Tianjiang struggled. Save me. Save me. Why is he always unlucky? Fusong grabbed Rong Tianjiang's ankle, but not only did she not pull Rong Tianjiang down, but she was also taken off the ground with both feet, and another spider silk appeared and stuck to her. Rong Tianjiang had no desire to live. You might as well not catch me. Originally, one of them could survive, but now, no one can survive. The spider silk pulled the two people upwards, and after a dark road, a light appeared in front of them. They were taken out of the cave, and appeared in an unknown place. The two were hanging in the air, swaying, with a flat ground under their feet, and a dilapidated low house next to them. Rong Tianjiang felt that this place was very familiar. Wasn't this the square where the Aborigines burned bonfires? When they were in the square before, the mutant spiders' rashes were hanging above their heads, but they could not see them. There were many people hanging around them, most of whom had become dried human bodies. Only he and Fusong were relatively new. It seemed that their behavior annoyed the mutant spider, and it no longer planned to keep them to reproduce, but decided to eat them directly. He tried to struggle, but the spider silk was very sticky. He looked at Fusong, and the two stared at each other. Rong Tianjiang shook his body. Very good, let's guess. Will the game end first, or will we be eaten by the spider first and eliminated? Fusong, I choose C. Oh yes, there is another possibility that Ji Jiuxiao and Jiang Ju will come to save us. Rong Tianjiang added more possibilities. Fuso, I choose D. Where is D? Rong Tianjiang questioned. Can you save yourself? Fuso didn't answer. He sighed and swung in the air. It was so boring to hang here. Can you hurry up to kill or save him? The spider silk stuck on his back suddenly broke. Before he could react, his body fell quickly. Luckily, there was a tarpaulin hanging below, otherwise he would have a concussion. He fell to the ground, howling in pain. When he turned around and was about to complain, he saw Darula jump up with a dagger to cut off the spider silk behind Fuso. The action was clean and handsome. He almost couldn't recognize Darula. No, why did she make progress secretly without him? Fuso's landing posture was much neater than his. She stood firmly on the ground. The two stood in front of him and looked down at him. Fuso, I said, choose D. Rong Tianjiang, Chapter 128. The cut spider silk floated in the air. The mutant spider that noticed the prey escaped climbed up the spider web. Unlike the imagined large size, the mutant spider was only the size of a basketball. Its abdomen and back were red, and its 8 legs were black. It did not make any movement when walking on the spider web. Its tail moved, and white spider silk sprayed out and attacked the 3 people on the ground. Fusang and Dirula dodged in 2 directions. Rong Tianjiang on the ground rolled to the side and coughed repeatedly because of the dust. The spider silk swung and stuck to Rong Tianjiang's arm and pulled him up. He stretched out his hand to hug the pillar under the tarpaulin next to him. The huge pulling force made the pillar gradually tremble. Rong Tianjiang took out a dagger to cut the spider silk, but not only did he not cut it, but the dagger was stuck on it. Rong Tianjiang shouted, "The dagger won't work, how can I not cut it?" Dirula ran towards Rong Tianjiang and cut the spider silk with a red blade. The spider silk is so sticky, it's definitely not possible to use a dagger directly. It can only be cut after burning it with fire. Use your brain. The spider silk attacked again. She pulled Rong Tianjiang up and ran to the densely built area. Fusang on the side fired to assist. The spider silk can even stick to bullets, and the spider spits out another spider silk towards Fusang's position. She stood there without dodging, holding a piece of table leg in her hand. She stretched out the table leg to block the spider silk, and started tug-of-war with the spider again. The spider's attention was diverted by her, and it temporarily gave up the other 2. Seeing Fusang being pulled out of the shed little by the spider, Rong Tianjiang said anxiously, "Let go quickly, why are you fighting with it?" Fusang was not very happy. "If it were in the real world, I would definitely be able to pull it out." Okay, I know you are strong, but this is not a tug-of-war game, just hide first." Rong Tianjiang showed up. Another spider silk fell, and Dirula rushed to Fusang's side. While the 2 were in a stalemate, she fired a shot. The bullet avoided the spider silk and hit the spider's abdomen. The spider twitched in pain, and the spider silk trembled. 3 new spider silks appeared. There were 5 spider silks in total, which probably reached the spider's limit. Dirula continued to shoot. The spider's skin was quite thick, and 1 shot to the abdomen could not kill it. The second shot was blocked by the spider silk. It was useless to catch only 1 spider silk. Other spider silks attacked them. Fusang was forced to give up the wood in her hand, and was pulled by Rong Tianjiang to hide in the building. "Dirula, you can't kill it with a gun, you can only burn it with fire." "Fuso, it's hard to start a fire, it will be put out by the little spider." "Then use oil." Dirula made arrangements. Rong Tianjiang drives the mecha to attract the attention of the mutant spiders, and Fuso and I will go to see if there are any prey in the base that can be used to refine oil. Rong Tianjiang wanted to refute, but as the only one of the 3 who could drive a mecha, he couldn't even find an excuse. Rong Tianjiang went to attract firepower and dodged back and forth under 5 spider silks. Dirula and Fuso moved under the cover of the building and went to the barbecue restaurant next to the central square. There was still half a piglet in the store. Fuso refused to start a fire and took the initiative to shave the fat of the piglet, while Dirula went to start a fire. While the 2 were busy, a noise sounded not far away. Dirula looked up and saw Ji Jioshu and Jiangju running towards them, and the red little spiders behind them surged forward like a tide. Dirula was shocked. "Did you blow up the spider's nest?" Ji Jioshu, who was running in front, hurriedly shouted. "They suddenly exposed themselves. There is nothing I can do." The flames just started from the stove, and there was no time to use other things to start the fire. Dirula looked around, picked up the dirty rag on the table, and threw it into the fire, and threw it in front of the door after it burned. The tables and chairs in the store were old and infested with worms. She kicked the chairs apart, and picked up some wood to throw on the burning rag. The wood was light and dry, so it quickly ignited. All the other wood was thrown over, and the flames grew bigger. Ji Jioshu and Jiangju jumped over the fire and jumped into the store. The hot wind blew in their faces, and the ends of their hair were curled up. The group of small spiders was temporarily blocked outside. They began to climb up the buildings next to them, and some of them ran straight to the sea of fire like they didn't care about their lives, trying to put out the flames with their own lives. The scene was very heroic, and it made people want to spray fire over them and burn them all to death. Fusang moved quickly and threw the cut fat into the pot. Under the scorching of the stove, the fat sizzled and began to slowly ooze oil. Ji Jioshu took a piece of table debris, dipped it in oil, lit it, and threw it outside. It fell on the pile of debris, and the flames spread instantly. The little spiders were divided into a group to put out the fire, but they couldn't match the wood in Ji Jioshu's hand. She kept throwing the fire out and ignited the surrounding area. The thick smoke was billowing up, and the big spider couldn't sit still. He gave up Rong Tianjiang and turned to attack the burning shop. Ji Jiuxiu stopped and didn't continue to set the fire. Go save people first. Once the fire gets bigger, other people in the base will suffer. Saving people is the first goal, and killing spiders can be put aside. Jiangju drove the mecha to restrain the big spider, and Rong Tianjiang took the opportunity to escape. Come on, I help them. The four of them rushed to the white building with oily torches. Ji Jiuxiu went straight to the third floor to find other companions. Darula went to the second floor to guide the children to escape, and Fuso moved the women on the bed on the first floor. The people on the first floor basically lost their ability to move. It's not that they can't move, but they can't move. If they can't breathe, they are no different from a statue. As the small spiders were burned to death in large numbers, and the big spiders were attacked, the cadets in chaos gradually woke up. Although they were still a little slow, they could at least recognize their companions. Ji Jiuxiu urged, "The fire is about to start, run." Thick smoke rose from the square, firing the first shot to destroy the Eden Project. Potter regained consciousness and dragged the scarred man downstairs. They passed Ji Jiuxiu and rushed directly to the next floor and ran outside. Ji Jiuxiu saw that Potter was running in the wrong direction and quickly shouted, "The gate is right opposite, don't run in the wrong direction." "Potter, I go find the protective shield." Ji Jiuxiu was speechless. He was still thinking about the protective shield at this time. He really didn't change his original intention and wanted money over life. It was hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. She was too lazy to pay attention to Potter and urged the cadets to go downstairs quickly. She went to help fight the spiders alone, and the others organized the trapped victims to escape together. She continued to push open the doors of other rooms to make sure there were no victims left behind. There were new people in many rooms, with varying degrees of brainwashing. Some could wake up, while others could not. Those who were not sober could only be led downstairs by others. Fortunately, they could still understand the command to walk. On the second floor, Darula encountered difficulties. These children were not obedient at all. Their minds were no longer normal. They regarded the mutant spider as their mother, and drove her away with things like benches. She took a deep breath. If it was normal, she would comfort them with kind words and slowly reason with them, but she was in a bad mood now, and didn't want to say too much nonsense. She waved away the flying pillow and smashed the oily wood in her hand heavily on the butt of the first child. The wood is the table leg, thin and long, with sharp edges. It hurts to hit people. The child cried out, and she continued to walk forward, hitting everyone on the buttocks, and the naughty ones twice. There was a lot of crying on the second floor, and she shouted with a cold face, "Don't cry, if anyone cries, I will hit you again, now come out with me honestly." As soon as the voice came out, the children kept crying, and she continued to hit them. This time, half of the people cried less, and if there were still disobedient ones, she would be dragged out directly. Rough and barbaric, completely subverting her previous image, but also vigorous and exuberant, this is herself. When she was angry, her eyebrows were pressed down, not like a princess, but more like a queen, separating herself from the image of being innocent and immature in the hearts of the public. Don't think about what will happen after the game. At this moment, she breathes very freely. What to do if a child is disobedient? Just hit him once. If it's still not good, then hit him twice. Under the violent coercion of Darula, the children followed her downstairs crying, one by one, in an orderly team. If they were not orderly, they would be bullied. On the first floor, Fuso's rescue method was much simpler and more violent. Since they were unwilling to move, she moved. She carried the people out of the building one by one and placed them in a row at the door. Darula moved quickly. When the military cadets came downstairs to help, she had already driven the children out like ducks. Fuso on the first floor did not need help. There were not many women in the room. She held one in her left hand and one in her right hand. She could hold 2 people at a time. After a few trips, she emptied the people in the room. Rong Tianjiang drove a mecha to patrol the sky above the base to see if there were any missed personnel, and at the same time reported the progress of the battle between Jiangju and the big spider. The ability of the big spider is mainly to control people's consciousness. It doesn't have much advantage in face-to-face combat. The small spiders can fight, but they are busy putting out the fire. The fire is getting more and more intense, and it is completely unstoppable. The whole base is filled with a burnt smell. The fire spreads from the center to the surroundings. If you want to go out from the gate, you must pass through the fire scene. This road is not feasible. Ji Jiuxiu, take the quilt on the first floor and weave it into a net to fly out. Climbing over the wall of the base is the best way. Everyone hurriedly tore the quilt into a net, and Rong Tianjiang drove the mecha to take people out in batches. There are more people, and it is more efficient to take a group of people at a time. Rong Tianjiang is busy going back and forth. On the big spider side, 7 soldiers went to help Jiangju. The big spider was completely at a disadvantage, and was beaten by 8 people. The fire spread, Ji Jiuxiu returned to the building, and climbed to the top of the 3rd floor. The building was built on a low stone mountain, and she climbed up. She saved the people, and she also wanted the shield. Generally, the shield would be placed in a relatively high place. This mountain was very suitable, so she decided to try her luck and see if she could find it. The top of the mountain was a flat land with a small house on it. She kicked the door open, and a room full of instruments appeared in front of her. There was an unexpected person in the room, and Ji Jiuxiu's eyes fell on the other person's hand holding the shield core. Wei Sha's eyes flashed with surprise. You can actually find this place. Ji Jiuxiu said directly, I want the shield. As soon as the voice fell, she approached Wei Sha, and there was no courtesy of first come first served at this time. The 2 bodies intertwined in the light. Wei Sha dodged Ji Jiuxiu's fist sideways, and raised her left leg to sweep across her knee pit. Ji Jiuxiu jumped up, grabbed the grill of the vent above his head to avoid the attack, and kicked Wei Sha in the face. Wei Sha grabbed her ankle and pulled her down. She landed on Wei Sha, planning to pin her down, but Wei Sha predicted her trajectory and moved to the side to avoid it. The core of the shield fell to the ground. Ji Jiuxiu bent down to pick it up, and Wei Sha kicked it out of the room, and the 2 of them fought from indoors to outdoors. Wei Sha was about to take the initiative to attack. Ji Jiuxiu drew his gun and pointed it at her, pulling the trigger. Who would fight hand-to-hand with hot weapons? It was not easy to shoot indoors just now for fear of bullet rebound, and now when would you shoot? The bullet did not hit the target, but the flying spider silk stuck to her back and pulled Wei Sha down the edge of the hillside. It is estimated that the square was too hot from the smoke, and the spiders moved over here, and the spider silk swung randomly, just hitting Wei Sha. Seeing Wei Sha about to fall from the top of the mountain, Ji Jiuxiu subconsciously reached out to grab her. The wind on the top of the mountain was very strong, and Wei Sha was blown to and fro. The longer he pulled, the harder it was to use his hands. Ji Jiuxiu pulled her up in one go. Wei Sha grabbed the edge of the mountain and climbed up. She sat on the ground and looked at Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu didn't have time to look at her. He went back to pick up the protective shield core that fell on the ground and put it in his pocket. Looking down, there were still 5 people below. Rong Tianjiang could finish it with one more pull. The billowing smoke blocked the light. A group of military cadets were still beating spiders next to the top of the mountain. She was safe for the time being, and there was nothing she could do to help, so she sat there to rest. Wei Sha asked in confusion, "Why did you save me?" Ji Jiuxiu, "It was a subconscious action. There was no reason." Wei Sha, "Then you can let go of me and pull me up. Aren't you afraid that I will continue to fight with you for the shield core?" "I'm not worried about that. You said it as if you can snatch it." Ji Jiuxiu was very calm. She rushed out to pull that hand because she subconsciously thought that Wei Sha was not a bad person. Running the market was also a way to protect the safety of the people. There was no charge for entering and leaving the market or doing business in the market. She heard from the new people who came to the base that some bases charge money for entering and leaving. If you want to live in the base for a long time, the cost is higher. Working hard to contribute to the base can only barely make a living. It's better to die. Wei Sha didn't answer, staring at Ji Jiuxiu, and her expression couldn't tell what she meant. A helicopter flew over and landed on the top of the mountain. The 2 walked out and shouted to Wei Sha, "Sister Sha, how is the situation?" Ji Jiuxiu was stunned, staring at the helicopter behind Wei Sha with wide eyes. What's the difference between this and cheating? Wei Sha's people are nearby, and they seem to have a lot of equipment. If she kicked Wei Sha off the top of the mountain just now, it would be very troublesome in the future. The base is in its infancy, and may not be able to withstand the revenge of the people in the market. Are you scared now? Wei Sha looked at Ji Jiuxiu with a vigilant face, and said with a smile, "Ji Jiuxiu, I'm not afraid. I have more people than you." Wei Sha, "If you're not afraid, let's go together. I wait for my companions." Ji Jiuxiu held his pocket tightly. Although she saved Wei Sha's life, she must be on guard against others. Who knows if the drama of the farmer and the snake will be staged. After the last trip, Rong Tianjiang controlled the mecha to land on the top of the mountain. "I'm so tired. Let's go quickly, the fire is coming." Wei Sha looked down and saw the women and children outside the base. The fire was getting closer and closer, and they couldn't delay any longer. Ji Jiushi entered the cockpit of the mecha and shouted to Jiangju and other military school students to retreat quickly. Wei Sha walked into the helicopter and said to Ji Jiushi before leaving, "We will meet again." The mecha fell off the top of the mountain and ran out of energy. If you want to cancel the cooling time, you can put in new energy, but now the base has become a sea of fire and there is no extra energy to find. Other military school students rushed out of the base, and the mutant spider behind them chased after them, but was kicked back by Jiangju. Its body hit the wall of the base heavily, and the burning wall broke and collapsed, and a raging sea of fire appeared in front of everyone. As the heat wave surged, the mutant spider fell into the sea of fire. This time, not only was its body red, but now even its limbs were red. Spider God? An older child ran towards the sea of fire. Rong Tianjiang subconsciously reached out and grabbed him. The child kept struggling in his hands and punched and kicked him. Just as he was about to hold the other person down, Darula pressed her palm on his wrist and lifted his hand. The child broke free from Rong Tianjiang's restraint, rushed forward with all his strength, and plunged into the sea of fire. Rong Tianjiang had time to say, "Hey." Rong Tianjiang looked back at Darula. "Why didn't you stop him?" "You can stop him this time. Can you stop him forever?" Darula's tone was flat, and it seemed a bit cold. Older children have already formed fixed values. It would be a disaster if you bring them back to the base now. He has no normal feelings for humans, and the mutant spiders are his family. 3 children rushed into the burning base in succession. These children could ignore their physical fear and face the fire directly, which in itself showed that they were mentally abnormal. The other younger children were not very sensible, and they were scared and huddled together and trembled. "Children are ignorant, just teach them," someone whispered. There were many people who thought so. 1/3 of the people rescued were trapped like the military academy students, and the degree of brainwashing was not deep, so they could still stay awake. They whispered to Darula. Their voices were very low, and it was hard to hear what they were saying, and they overlapped closely. Rong Tianjiang was annoyed and turned around to curse. "If you want to say something, speak louder. Who are you disgusted by whispering?" Someone raised the volume slightly. "I'm not saying that you are bad. I just feel sorry for these children. Maybe there is a chance to save them. Isn't it a bit too cruel to watch them die?" Rong Tianjiang was about to retort, but Darula spoke first. "Then why didn't you stop them when they ran forward? No one tied your hands and feet." She sneered at the person who spoke, with a strong momentum and a sense of oppression. The other party looked away and said angrily, "I was just talking casually. Why are you taking it so seriously?" The child who had said before that he would take Ji Jiushi to find the spider god walked to Jiangju and patted his hands. Jiangju squatted down. "What's the matter?" The child stabbed him with a sharp piece of iron in his hand, and real hatred appeared in his eyes. "You killed the spider god." Ji Jiushi reached out and grabbed the child's wrist, twisted it gently to remove the iron piece, and pushed the child forward with both hands, pushing him in front of the man who was talking to Darula. "Ji Jiushi, I was going to throw this child into the fire, but I was moved by your words. This is also a living life. So in order to prevent him from dying, I will leave this child to you to take care of." The child hit the man's thigh and immediately opened his mouth to bite him. The man screamed and pushed the child away. The child continued to rush forward, and he raised his foot to kick forward. The child was kicked in the heart and fell to the ground vomiting blood. The man's face changed. "I didn't kill him intentionally, he was sick and came to bite me first." Ji Jiushi ignored the man and swept his eyes over the faces of other children. The older children were all dead. The remaining ones were 5 to 7 years old. Their eyes were red from crying and full of fear. Knowing that fear is a good thing, she looked at the skinny people who stayed in the base longer. There were men among them, but more women. "Ji Jiushi, I have a base, and I have a lot of work to do. My life is barely stable. Are you willing to go with me?" The flames were imprinted on their pupils, as if they were burning in their eyes, adding a touch of popularity. She added, "These children are pitiful. No one has extra time to take care of them. If you can help, I will be very grateful. Living is a painful thing, especially for those who have been tortured to the point of losing the desire to survive, so they need something to support them. Being needed can sometimes be a belief to live. I will go with you." A woman spoke. She hadn't spoken for too long, and her voice was hoarse. Ji Jiushi reached out and hugged her. "The Theseus base welcomes you." She called everyone to go to the base gate. The Mantis car was still parked there. Such important equipment must not be abandoned. Ji Jiushi moved, and everyone followed. The base was completely turned into a sea of fire. Fortunately, there were open spaces around, and the flames could not spread. The surface of the Mantis car was hot due to the heat wave, and everyone stood around the car. Porter and the scarred man stood next to the car. The two of them ran away alone before. Joshua thought they died in the sea of fire, but they were lucky enough to escape. But the image was not very good. There were traces of burns on the hair and clothes, and the face was full of black ash. Joshua greeted, "Not dead yet?" Porter raised his hand to wipe his face. The part of his face that was originally white was grabbed by the black hand, and it was very evenly black. "I'm glad you're all okay. I don't know how this fire started. We almost didn't escape." Joshua, one of the arsonists, laughed and changed the subject. "Spider is dead, go home. The problem is, there are 3 Mantis cars in total, but there are more people than cars. How can we get away? There are 5 cars in total." Joshua looked at the other 2 cars, and Porter patted one of the 2-seater cars. "This is my car." "Really?" Joshua asked. Porter nodded yes. "Then, there is only 1 car left, but this car has no energy and cannot be started. The Mantis car can only accommodate 5 people at most." In the end, Joshua, Darula, and a military cadet majoring in therapy were the drivers, carrying women, men, and children who looked like they were about to die, and the rest of the people ran forward. The scarred man was thankful. "Fortunately, we quickly grabbed a car, otherwise we would have to run." But he was a little confused. They knew that the car was not ours, so why did they give it to us? Didn't Joshua want to take it? "This car is ours for now. I guess Joshua will take it back when we return to the market." Porter saw it clearly. Joshua was very cunning, and would not let go of any good things, but since she saved him, it was okay for her to take the car. Scarred man, the question is it okay for others to run? Running is so tiring. Who doesn't want to ride in a car? But Joshua's companions didn't complain. This question was quickly answered. He watched them run 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. He was dumbfounded. How could these people run? Although this battle was tiring, it was nothing for the military academy students. They didn't move much in the front, and only exercised a little when fighting spiders and running. Compared with the military academy training, this amount of exercise was very simple. The cadets followed the car and ran forward, while the other awake people were panting and could not keep up at all. The gap between the teams was getting bigger and bigger, and finally someone couldn't help but say, "Slow down. Wait for us, I really can't run anymore." The cadets running at the back whispered to each other. Was someone talking just now? It seemed like they were asking us to wait. The voice was completely silent. "Have you seen Dream? The ghosts in it talk like this." "Shh, listen carefully, it seems that there is no sound again." "What time is it? When can we eat?" "You want to eat after running 2 steps. Are you a glutton? Then I hold back and think about it later." The man who tried to speak followed the cadets and stretched out his hand feebly. Slow down, slow down. He really couldn't catch up even if he ran out of breath. Chapter 129. After running about 20 kilometers, Joshua stopped the car to rest. The cadets could run further, mainly because they were afraid that others would be exhausted. People who can survive the apocalypse would not be too bad in physical fitness. In addition, Joshua controlled the speed and did not drive too fast. The other people who were rescued followed sparsely, but no one fell behind. The man who spoke to the child before was panting, driving so fast. "Can you be considerate of us runners?" Joshua got out of the car and asked, "What's your name?" "Man, Lou F.A." "Okay, Lou F.A." Joshua pointed at the cadets who were not even sweating. "Look, it's not that I drive too fast, it's you who can't, and why are you following us?" Lou F.O. was stammering and hesitating, and compared to his heavy breathing, the cadet seemed to have warmed up. He picked the latter question to answer. "We have been looking for a base suitable for living. The last base was destroyed, and we don't know where other bases are, so we want to go to your base. The most important thing is that Joshua even brought those dying people and the burdensome children with her, which shows that she is easily soft-hearted and can't stand suffering. And these people are ruddy and full of energy. The living conditions in their base should not be bad, at least they don't have to worry too much about food. There are 11 awake people who were rescued. They are not in the same group. They stand in 2s and 3s. There are 2 other men with Lou F.A. Afraid that Joshua would abandon them, one of them added, "We are young and strong, and can do a lot of work." Joshua looked at them, and then looked up at the sky. "It's a bit late. Let's not rush today. Let's find something to eat first." The cadets dispersed to hunt, and the remaining survivors, some of them mustered up the courage to follow, while others stood still. Ji Jiuxiu leaned against the car and looked at everyone. A survivor approached Ji Jiuxiu with a bunch of different wild vegetables and said, "I found some vegetables. I don't know if they are edible." Fusang was the most professional in distinguishing food. She came over and picked the food in the woman's hand, throwing most of it away, and only 2 dry wild vegetables were left. The woman picked up a green and vibrant wild vegetable on the ground. "This one is edible, I've eaten it." Fusang looked disgusted. "It's unpalatable." If Fusang could say the word unpalatable, it must be extremely unpalatable. The woman was stunned and didn't know what to say for a while. It was already very good to have food to eat. She had never met anyone who was picky about the unpalatable food after the apocalypse. Although it was really unpalatable, it tasted slippery and sticky like snot. She silently threw away the unpalatable wild vegetables, took the 2 wild vegetables certified by Fusang as edible, and continued to dig similar vegetables on the ground. Lufa squatted on the ground, pulling a few weeds in his hand, looking at the mantis car repeatedly. The other 2 people gathered with him, pulling weeds again and again without moving their feet. The light was dim, and it was dark. A fire was lit on the ground. Some people rushed to wash vegetables and clean up the prey brought back by the cadets. The cadets had nothing to do and sat aside to rest. Time diluted the children's fear. They gathered together to play, and the laughter that sounded from time to time reduced the depressing and dull atmosphere between the adults. The victim sat in the car motionless. One of the women got out of the car and approached the fire, pulling the 3-year-old girl away from the fire. The water for washing was brought from their base. To facilitate outdoor life, a large bucket of water was specially reserved behind the car. Porter asked Ji Jiuxiu for some water to wash off the black ash on his face. Porter took the initiative to propose barbecue. "I opened 10 chain barbecue restaurants in the past, relying on my unique craftsmanship. It would be better if there were some seasonings. This kind of beef is quite delicious." The cadets hunted a calf, enough for them to eat all the way back. Ji Jiuxiu took out a bottle of mixed spices from the storage space under the car seat and handed it to Porter. "The taste is a little different, barely edible." Porter took the spices and smelled them, and was shocked. "You actually have spices? You can't just survive, you have to live." Ji Jiuxiu sat cross-legged on the ground. "Life is so hard, you can't treat your mouth badly anymore." The spices were sprinkled on the barbecue, and the aroma burst out more intensely. The cadets who ate too much barbecue were not interested, and the survivors stared at the barbecue with green eyes. Lu Fa approached Ji Jiuxiu, diligently cut off a piece of roasted meat, and placed it on the large leaf in front of Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu stared at his movements and asked, "What are you doing?" "You eat, I help you cut." Lu Fa turned the roasted meat on the fire, and turned the newly cut part to the charcoal fire. "I just want to know some things about the base, such as how far away it is, how to charge, the population number, etc." The other survivors also wanted to know these things, and they all turned their heads to look over. There was nothing to hide about these contents. Ji Jiuxiu told the situation of the base again. The base was not the property of a certain person, but the common home of everyone. Someone choked up. "Don't we really have to work 15 hours a day? I don't know how many hours a day we work." Ji Jiuxiu said honestly, "Anyway, you can rest after you finish your work. If you can finish a day's work in the morning, no one will care what you want to do in the afternoon. Generally, everyone will take the initiative to find work to do. If there is work in their eyes, they will have something to do. Basically, they are busy during the day, but they will still rest when it is time to rest. The ultimate goal of the base is to achieve happiness. If work fills up all of life, it will not be very comfortable." "Great, I want to go to the Theseus base. Is there really such a good place in the world? I want to eat well, and I must go to the base. It's good to have land to grow crops. I am willing to grow crops for the rest of my life." Ji Jiuxiu stopped Lu Fa from continuing to cut meat. "I don't want to eat anymore. Eating barbecue every day, it tastes the same over and over again. She is so sick of it. She still wants to drink a bowl of wild vegetable soup." Jiangju came over, holding a bowl of soup in his hand. The bowl was a wooden bowl dug out of wood. Each cadet had one, engraved with his name, and there were no more. Ji Jiuxiu took the wild vegetable soup, which was made by mixing various wild vegetables, and tasted slightly bitter, just right to relieve greasiness. "Aren't you going to take care of those poor children, and help them cut meat?" Jiangju looked at Lu Fa. "Lu Fa, others are doing it, I can't intervene." The 5 survivors were taking care of the children, cutting meat and feeding them, and some cut the meat and took it to the victims in the car. They still had the instinct to eat, and slowly picked up the barbecue and chewed it. Everyone took turns to take care of each other, doing their own things, no longer lifeless, and full of expectations for the base. They didn't know where the base was, and the only people they could rely on were Jijoshio and his group, so they worked hard to show their value. Jijoshio finished drinking the wild vegetable soup, and before she could speak, Lu Fa ran over to take her bowl. "I help you wash it." "Okay, thank you." Jijoshio nodded, turned around and shouted to the others. Lu Fa said he would help everyone wash the dishes. Just let him wash the pots and bowls later. Lu Fa, After eating and drinking, they still had to keep watch at night. Someone suggested that the survivors and the military cadets keep watch together. Someone whispered back, "They are so powerful, why don't we just let them keep watch?" "That's right. If you want to show your kindness, just do it yourself, but you have to bring others with you. Have you asked for their opinions?" Some people were full of resentment. After escaping death, and just having a full meal, they were now sleepy and just wanted to sleep. Jijoshio smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. You can guard or not. We will arrange people to guard the whole night." Such considerate behavior was praised by everyone. Lu Fa wanted to guard with Jijoshio to get closer, but he couldn't bear it anymore and went to sleep. Lu Fa, who was sleeping, heard a little movement in his daze and woke up from his dream. He opened his eyes. It was still dark, and he could only see a few swaying figures. "What's wrong?" he asked. No one answered his question. The sound of the car starting made him wake up completely. He stared at the car going away with wide eyes, and looked around in panic. He found that there were only 5 people sleeping there, and the others had all left. "Get up. Hurry up, they're gone." He quickly woke up his 2 companions and ignored the others. The companions were dragged up and ran forward in their sleepy eyes, but no matter how they ran, the figure in front of them was getting farther and farther away, gradually disappearing on the horizon. He kicked the weeds beside him angrily. "They left us and ran away." The companion finally came to his senses and said anxiously, "What's going on? Why didn't they wake us up when they set off? We were left behind." Lu Fa grabbed his hair angrily. "These damn things actually ran away secretly without our knowledge. Companions, let's go to the base by ourselves and find them." Lu Fa, "Do you know where the base is?" Companions, "I don't know." They realized that Jijoshio described a lot of things in the base yesterday, but he didn't mention the location of the base at all. The weeds kicked next to him shook twice, and the leaves stretched out and wrapped around Lu Fa's ankles. "Ah!" Lu Fa screamed and called for help from his companions, who turned around and ran away with fear on their faces. The weeds kept swaying, and the leaves were thrown forward. Jijoshio drifted to avoid the dancing green leaves, and then reversed and ran over it, clearing the way for the military cadets. The survivors who were called to get on the car were still confused. "Why did you leave so suddenly? Didn't the other 5 call them to join?" The military cadets who were running next to them replied, "The base does not accept lazy and opportunistic people. The base is in the early stages of construction, and there are not many people. People with bad work styles must not be allowed to enter the base and bring bad atmosphere." All the words and deeds of the survivors are recorded in the eyes of the military cadets. They evaluate and make choices. Bad temper is not a problem, but bad character is not a problem. The base is not a garbage dump, and all the junk cannot be collected there. The car sped towards the base, and the military academy students ran slowly with the survivors who could move, and the car sent the others back first. Jijoshio and others returned to the market before dark, and then went back to pick up the rest of the people. It was already the next morning when they sent all the people to the base. The 3 drivers who had not slept all night took the 24-hour sleep time and fell asleep in their respective rooms. This sleep was very deep, but not very comfortable. Jijoshio was woken up by the cold. At first, her body was a little cold, and then it became colder and colder. It was so cold that she couldn't ignore it. She finally couldn't help but open her eyes and sneezed. The hot air exhaled from her mouth formed a white steam, and a question mark popped up in her mind. Why did the weather suddenly drop in temperature? She pushed the door open and walked out. There was a layer of white frost outside the house. Rong Tianjiang ran over and saw Jijoshio, and said anxiously, "Uncle Zhong said that the temperature is going to drop sharply. We need to prepare winter supplies, otherwise people will freeze to death." Jijoshio, ? Things happened one after another. Just after escaping death, new troubles came. Can people still take a breath? The temperature dropped without warning. Ayashama gathered military academy students and senior residents of the base to hold a meeting to discuss how to survive the cold winter. On the way to the meeting room, Jijoshio found that the base had undergone earth-shaking changes in just a few days. There were more residents, larger areas, more houses, and doubled fields. The game time progresses very quickly. Crops cannot really grow for 2 or 3 months. Basically, it takes 2 days to grow from germination to maturity. There were many people working in the fields, picking cotton. In the end times without machinery, most planting work still relied on manpower. As soon as they sat down in the conference room, they received news that refugees outside the base were asking for help. Ishimo projected the picture. Under the blurry lens, countless refugees gathered in front of the base. Ishimo rubbed his forehead. Someone came to ask for help every once in a while. At first, there were dozens, and then hundreds. I estimate that there are thousands of people in this batch. Refugees came to the door to ask for help, and we couldn't just sit back and watch. But more people meant that a lot of food would be consumed, and houses had to be built for people to live in. Fortunately, there were enough trees in the dumb forest, and they kept cutting them down, but the number of edible animals nearby was getting scarcer. Now even cannibals don't go here, and they take a detour when they pass by. Agriculture has been vigorously developed, crops have grown vigorously, and livestock have been slowly raised, but they still can't resist the waves of people entering the base. Moreover, not all the people who come here are honest workers. Some of them are cunning and treacherous, which makes it difficult to manage them. Winter is coming, and the base's supplies are barely enough to feed the current people. If we accept such a large number of people, life will be even more difficult. In the picture, the crying of children is particularly harsh, and adults can only shed tears silently and beg silently. There was silence in the conference room. Jijoshio was the first to break the silence and asked Uncle Zhong, "How long will it take for the winter when plants cannot grow?" Uncle Zhong, "About a week. Probably an uncertain value, but it is better than answers like tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." Jijoshio, "Then use this week to prepare well. The refugees cannot be left outside the base. They are first taken into the base for management. Everyone has to work, continue to cultivate the fields and plant crops, plant more fast-growing vegetables, and rely mainly on potatoes and sweet potatoes as staple food. Recruit healthy and strong residents to go out hunting together, led by military cadets, and collect as much food as possible for the winter. Some dry grass with coarse fibers can be used to weave warm clothes, and the animal fur left before can also be taken out and tanned into clothes. In short, use all your strength to find a way to survive the cold winter." The meeting ended, and everyone took their own tasks to work. Fusong, Jiangju and other commanders led their teams out of the base to find food, Darula continued to manage the treatment team, and the mechanics gathered together to think about whether they could make cold-proof equipment with the only materials in their hands. Most of these materials were exchanged from the market, and some were picked up in the base occupied by spiders. When Jijoshio and his group were trapped in the spider base, a team found the remains of a human city based on the information they got from the market and dug out some barely usable tools. Jijoshio still regrets it now. Burning down the base was a bit impulsive. There might be a lot of things that can be used inside. There are so many people, and so many things to do. Shufan is no longer as shy and low-pitched as when they first met. Now her voice is so loud that it can be heard 100 meters away. To manage so many people and deal with unruly troublemakers, you can't suppress them without being fierce. The gate of the base was opened, and everyone got busy. First, check if the refugees have any infectious diseases, then wash their bodies with water, and ask about their names, ages, physical conditions, and work skills before letting them into the base. The water was a pool of water that had been there when the military academy students first arrived. It was 1 kilometer away from the base. If it weren't for the pool of water, the first step of building the base would have been stuck. Jijoshio took out the core of the protective shield and thought of the equipment in the room on the top of the mountain. The fire should not burn the mountain, and the things in the house should still be there. The equipment inside was too big, and she couldn't carry it with too many people when she left, so she called Rong Tianjiang to go back with her to move things. Leaving the core of the protective shield to other mechanics for research, she and Rong Tianjiang took turns driving, compressed the time to the extreme, and moved the things back within 1 day. It was a pity that the base was burned into ruins by the fire. There was basically nothing that could be used, only the instruments on the top of the mountain were intact. The protective shield could not isolate the cold air, but as a product of the end of the world, it could block acid rain, hail, etc. The mechanics tinkered with the protective shield and installed it. In addition to the protective shield, the base on the top of the mountain also had a laser cannon, which was a pleasant surprise. The cannon was useless against the weather, and was temporarily idle. Other things were pieced together to make an excavator, which was mainly used to dig underground bases. Wooden houses were not cold resistant, and underground was warmer. After Ji Jiuxiu sent Rong Tianjiang back to the base, he drove to the market alone. I don't know if it was because of the cold weather. The market, which was not crowded, was even more empty and looked particularly depressed. Ji Jiuxiu went to the weapons store, and Porter was sitting behind the counter as usual, with his head down, fiddling with something. He put on thicker clothes and looked up when he heard the noise. Come to buy something? Ji Jiuxiu asked. Are there any machines to keep warm? Porter took out a heater half the height of a person. This machine can release heat, but it consumes more energy. It has been here for a long time, and has not been sold. If you want it, I will give it to you. Thank you. Ji Jiuxiu accepted it without hesitation. Do you know where there are animals with thick hair? Porter, there is a kind of grizzly bear with gray hair in the east. Its fur is very long. Maybe it can help you. Ji Jiuxiu thanked again. Thank you. You're welcome. Many people die every winter. I hope you can survive safely. Porter sighed. I will. Ji Jiuxiu put the dried meat on the counter. This is for you. Porter was surprised. Give it to me? Ji Jiuxiu, your brother is so weak, and you are even worse. I'm afraid you can't make it. Porter, The scarred man on the second floor heard the conversation between the two. He didn't show his face, but his voice was loud. We are already storing food. There are so many people in your base, so leave more for yourselves. Ji Jiuxiu ignored the scarred man's words and continued. I know a charcoal burning technology that can be used for heating in winter and reduce energy use. Charcoal burning? Porter didn't understand the word. Build an earthen kiln, split the wood of the dumb tree into small pieces, and put them in alternately. Cover the upper layer with mud to wrap the earthen kiln. Leave a small hole on one side, and then ignite the wood. Ji Jiuxiu explained the steps. When the wood is completely burned and no more smoke is emitted, you can take out the charcoal. She added, charcoal can be burned slowly, and is suitable for heating for multiple people. Charcoal is not used in the interstellar world. This ancient skill has been forgotten. The process of burning charcoal is not difficult, but whether it can be successfully made depends on Potter's ability and luck. The residents of the base are also trying to make charcoal. The success rate is about 50-50. The failed ones can be barely used. At most, they are not burn resistant and produce more smoke after being lit. I see, thank you. Potter nodded. He hesitated again and finally asked, Is there any conflict between you and Wei Sha? Ji Jiuxiu thought, I stole her protective shield. Is this a conflict? The protective shield is in your hands? Potter didn't know how many surprises he had today. He quickly calmed down and returned to the original topic. Wei Sha asked me to pay attention to you and told me to notify her if you come to the store. Ji Jiuxiu was about to leave, but stopped when he heard this. Did you notify her? Potter shook his head. Not yet. I won't offend her. I will tell her that you have been here after you leave. He told Ji Jiuxiu about this to remind her to be careful. He didn't know what Wei Sha wanted to do. After hearing Ji Jiuxiu talk about the protective shield, he was afraid that she would be retaliated by Wei Sha. Ji Jiuxiu, just call her over and tell her I'm waiting for her here. Porter hesitated. Is it okay? Ji Jiuxiu, what could be the problem? Porter glanced at his shop. If the two of them fought in his shop, the shop would probably not be able to hold on. 5 minutes later, Wei Sha came to the shop and said straight to the point. Is there a doctor in your base? Do you need treatment? Ji Jiuxiu asked back. Wei Sha replied, One of my companions was scratched by a monster. We don't have a professional doctor to treat her. Now her condition has worsened. If you are willing to help, I can give you a reward. Ji Jiuxiu said calmly, Take me to see first. Why are you going to see him? Wei Sha was puzzled. It's better to let the doctor see him in person. I'm afraid you won't tell me correctly. Ji Jiuxiu patted his combat uniform. Don't I look like a doctor? Porter, Wei Sha. Porter couldn't believe it. You are a doctor? Yes. Ji Jiuxiu nodded. Can't you tell? Porter was silent. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't tell that Ji Jiuxiu looked like a doctor. Wei Sha was half believing and half doubting, but still took Ji Jiuxiu to her residence. Porter was curious and followed him to join in the fun. The injured person was lying on the bed, his lips were purple, and the main injury was on his calf, which was cut by a sharp weapon. The surface was red, swollen and festering, and it emitted a faint stench. She was bitten by a snake. We did emergency treatment, but the effect was limited. Wei Sha turned on the light brain and clicked on a picture of a poisonous snake to show Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu, poison? Can it be cured? Wei Sha pursed her lips. Ji Jiuxiu stared at the photo in the wound. Did she have any other reactions after being bitten? Wei Sha. Fever, vomiting, always wanting to sleep. Ji Jiuxiu nodded from time to time. TSK. This injury, let me think about what to do. As long as you can cure her, I can give you enough supplies for 100 people to spend the winter. Wei Sha made a condition. Ji Jiuxiu, who is she to you? Why is she so important? Wei Sha, she is my companion, and every one of my companions is very precious. I want 200 people. Ji Jiuxiu opened his mouth. Wei Sha frowned. Too much, there are not so many things, and I have to ensure that others can spend the winter safely. Ji Jiuxiu discounted, then 180 people. 130. Wei Sha bargained. Too little. Ji Jiuxiu continued to raise the price. 160. Wei Sha, 104. Ji Jiuxiu, 160. 150. Wei Sha gritted her teeth. This is the highest price I can offer. Ji Jiuxiu nodded. Okay, deal. Wei Sha breathed a sigh of relief. Can you really cure it? Ji Jiuxiu, yes. It couldn't be better. This is a completely free point question. This kind of venomous snake is not uncommon in the interstellar wilderness, and every military academy student who listens carefully to the class knows how to detoxify this venomous snake. Chapter 130. Ji Jiuxiu went out to look for medicine. Detoxification does not require serum. There are detoxifying plants in areas where snakes are present. Boil half of the herbs in water, smash the other half, and apply externally. Use a dagger to cut the red, swollen and hardened wound, squeeze out the pus inside, and cover it with the herbs. The patient's body temperature dropped and slowly returned to normal. Wei Sha breathed a sigh of relief and went to prepare supplies for Ji Jiuxiu as agreed. Ji Jiuxiu, just prepare 130 for me. Are you sure? Wei Sha was suspicious. She was bargaining just now, but now she actually took the initiative to bargain, which made people dare not believe it. Ji Jiuxiu, I don't mind if you take the initiative to give me more. Then 130. Wei Sha said immediately. It takes time to prepare supplies, and Ji Jiuxiu can't move them back alone. She got up and washed the grass juice on her hands, and went back to the base to bring people to move things. The original intention of the base was to build a shelter in the end times. This shelter should not only protect the people inside the base, but also people like Wei Sha and Porter, who live in the market, should be taken care of. If the base is only good to the internal personnel and excludes and suppresses the outsiders, then the base is no different from the hegemonic evil forces. If they cannot treat everyone equally, there is no way to talk about happiness. Wei Sha has many subordinates to support, and the cold winter targets everyone indiscriminately. I guess she will not be too relaxed. Food can continue to be found, so don't grab food from Wei Sha for the time being. If it really doesn't work later, you can borrow it. It's not a dead end, so be more considerate when doing things. Humans are social creatures. In the face of the bitter winter, they always have to huddle together for warmth to survive safely. Ji Jiuxiu got in the car and waved to the two of them. The car roared, and she disappeared in a flash. The two looked at Ji Jiuxiu with complicated expressions. Porter sighed. What a complicated person. It seems that the base can survive this cold winter. Wei Sha glanced at him. You want to go to the base? Porter touched his head and laughed. Don't you want to? Then go and take a look. Wei Sha walked out of the room. As soon as she said she would go, Ji Jiuxiu had just returned to the base, and was still selecting people to drive to move things when she heard the news that Wei Sha and Porter were coming. She went out, and saw that there were only the two of them. She was confused. What are you doing here? She thought Wei Sha had a change of heart, and sent the supplies here specially, but the two of them came directly without bringing anything. Wei Sha, the base has been established for so long, and I haven't come to see it. Come, and see how it is built. She walked into the base with a swagger, and her posture was as comfortable as if she was inspecting her own territory. Ji Jiuxiu didn't bother to pay attention to them, and continued to do his own thing. The base is very large, with walls built around it with dumb trees. There are people guarding the four directions. There are children playing on the roadside. One child bumps into Wei Sha's leg and runs away after apologizing. There are people working in the fields. The wind blows, the leaves bend, and the green on the ground indicates that this is another bumper year. Everyone's expression reveals a sense of peace and happiness. Occasionally, people quarrel on the roadside, and the scolding becomes a harmonious melody woven into the base's music score, so vivid and full of vigorous vitality. Porter looked around in surprise. The scene before the end of the world is almost like this. Our goal is to build a city like before the end of the world. Asam appeared and greeted the two. There are too many things to do. I'm sorry for neglecting the guests. Let me take you around. Compared to Jioshio's occasional incoherent talk, Aishima was more considerate and detailed in describing the base's philosophy and achievements. Porter nodded in agreement at first, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. She said too much, and it felt like she was trying to attract investment. But it must be said that he was indeed shamefully tempted. Weisha pointed out, if you keep talking, Porter should move his family here. Porter, I'm just introducing the base to let you see its potential, so that we can continue to cooperate for a long time in the future. There's no other meaning. Aishamu smiled. Aishamu's attack was subtle and silent. It looked ordinary. The actions of winning people over were all in the words. When they realized it, they had already fallen into the trap. The only sharp words were, the market doesn't have a wall, so it's dangerous if it's invaded by monsters. Do you want us to provide you with some dumb tree wood? Porter felt sad. The market did shelter many people, but they were all basic. She would only take action when it endangered Weisha's vital interests, and she had to charge for saving people. Most of the time, everyone was self-reliant. Originally, this kind of life was nothing. It was good to survive in the end of the world, but now looking at the Theseus base, the gap suddenly emerged after the comparison. Weisha, you are really selfless and kind people. Our goal is to live in peace and the survival of mankind. Aishamu's answer was neither humble nor arrogant. Weisha said lightly, I hope you can persist for a long time. We will. Aishamu smiled. The cold winter arrived as expected. At present, there are more than 1,600 people in the base, including the military academy students. The severe cold prevents plants from growing, and the land becomes bare. The supplies said by Weisha are enough for 200 people, which exceeds Jioshia's expectations. When the first heavy snow fell, the children in the base were still very excited. As the snow got heavier, the wind blew like a knife on people. The enthusiasm of the children faded, and they dared not go out easily. The living area was moved from the ground to the underground, and the food could be frozen on the ground. There was not enough time. The underground base was not dug big, barely accommodating all the residents. While living, they were slowly starting to dig the underground space larger. Under such conditions, there was no private space at all, and everyone ate and slept together. The strong laborers among the residents were organized into patrol teams, led by military academy students with command majors, and patrolled and guarded outside every day. There are hot monsters in hot weather and cold monsters in cold weather. We can't relax just because it snows. If a monster breaks into the underground base, the residents will be the stuffing in the dumplings. The cadets are in better physical condition than the residents. In the early stage when the temperature was not so low, in order to free up more underground space, they temporarily lived in wooden houses on the ground. Rong Tianjian approached wearing a thick cotton coat. It's getting colder and colder. It's hard to move if you wear too thick clothes. The cold-proof clothes that everyone is wearing now are made of cotton planted before. Since they don't know the specific clothing-making process, they can only simply and roughly break up the cotton and then sandwich it between two layers of cloth. In the first extreme cold arena, facing the same cold conditions, the cadets wore specially treated cold-proof clothes that would automatically heat up. The key point is that they are light and comfortable, and there is no sense of restraint when wearing them. Now they are wearing thick cotton jackets, which is inevitable. Some discomfort. Jioshia moved her hands and feet, and she was also wrapped up like a zongzi. I don't know if there are any prey outside in this weather. She was always anxious about eating up all the food she had, and she wanted to find something to do. Fusong, you don't have to take the initiative to find it. There are people standing here every day, and the smell will naturally attract the prey monsters. Everyone was waiting for the rabbit, and they were really bored. They rolled up the snow on the ground and started to build a snowman. Moving more can also warm up the body. Jiangju built a traditional snowman, with two large snowballs, one large and one small, as the body, and stones as eyes, and wood as the nose. It was very standard and nothing new. Jioshia scored 80 points, not too much, not too little, just right. What did you make? Rong Tianjiang asked, staring at what Jioshia made. Jioshia, you can't even tell this, who can explain it to him? It's Tianji. Jiangju answered quickly. Jioshia nodded in satisfaction, and said to Rong Tianjiang, it's not enough that you made it ugly, but you also have bad taste. Rong Tianjiang looked at the extremely abstract snowman she made. It would be abnormal if he could tell whether the snowball was round or square. If Tianji sues you for insult, the judge will definitely rule in its favor. Ji Jiuxiao looked at the ugly thing he made. You're not much better than me, are you? The best one was Darula. The snowball she made actually had facial features. She made 4 heads in one go, for companions. Ji Jiuxi was silent for a moment, and said tactfully, It's very good. Don't make it next time. Technically impeccable, but these 4 heads placed side by side on the ground look a bit creepy, especially with their facial features on the heads. Rong Tianjiang went forward to grab the snowball with Ji Jiuxia's face. As soon as his hand touched it, Ji Jiuxiu suddenly opened his mouth and bit him, and his hand instantly turned into an ice sculpture. The ice spread upward along his palm. He was so shocked that he screamed and shook his hands wildly. What the hell? The snowball came to life, jumped up from the ground and crashed into the people present. Everyone was stunned. Ji Jiuxiu hurriedly dodged the snowball with Daryl's facial features. It was already scary, and now it was simply a nightmare come true. Ji Jiuxiao, what did you do to the snowball? After pinching the snowball moved as if it had life. What kind of Nuwa behavior is this? Daryl was confused. I just pinched a snowman casually. Is it a mistake to have 2 good skills? Not only did the 4 heads pinched by Daryl move, but the abstract works made by others also began to move, flying up and chasing people. Jiangju, it's a snow spirit. He blew up one of the snowballs, and a translucent jelly-like substance in the middle of the snowball flew out with a bang. Snow spirits really exist in the real world, living in extremely cold areas. They are very rare and generally do not actively attack humans. Its ability is to turn the creatures it touches into ice sculptures. The game should have borrowed the setting of snow spirits. The ice on Rong Tianjiang's hand was frozen solid and could not be shaken off. The coldness of the ice pierced into his flesh and bones like a spike. He smashed his hand on the ground to break the ice. Jiangju grabbed his wrist and stopped him from moving. If the ice breaks, your hand will also break into several pieces like the ice. The ice and the hand have become one, and violent means cannot separate them. Rong Tianjiang, what should I do? You can only let the ice melt. Jiangju grabbed Rong Tianjiang's hand and put it on his neck. Rong Tianjiang was frozen. Rong Tianjiang, the ice is so thick, how long do I have to cover it? It will be faster if you roast it with fire, just bear with it for now. Jiangju said, since it has turned into ice, you might as well use it. Now your fist is very hard, you can use it to hit the snow spirit. Rong Tianjiang, question mark. Are you still talking human language? He is so miserable, instead of thinking about how to help him solve the problem, you actually want him to hit the snow spirit. The fingers that turned into ice could not make any movements. He was very unhappy. He punched the snowball with Ji Jiuxia's facial features, and chased the snow spirit inside. Ji Jiuxia saw this scene, and touched his face. Why did he feel that Rong Tianjiang's punch was somewhat personal? The snow spirits emerged from the snow one after another. Their jelly-like bodies were soft and bouncy. After being hit, they would deform and cry. There are quite a lot of them, and anything that touches their bodies will be frozen into ice. After Rong Tianjiang beat the snow spirits for a while, he found that the ice on his hands was getting thicker and thicker. Rong Tianjiang shuttled between the flying snow spirits and the counterattacks of the military academy students, slowly approached Jiangju, and asked loudly, "What's wrong with my hand?" Jiangju, the pain value is the same as before, it's not worse, right? Rong Tianjiang nodded hesitantly. His hands were numb from the cold, and it was just like that no matter how painful it was, there was no more feeling. Jiangju, since it's the same, it's very suitable for beating the snow spirits. It doesn't matter if the ice is thicker, just cut it off later. Rong Tianjiang, What he said made sense. He didn't know how to refute it for a while, but the problem was that he didn't want to beat the snow spirits, he just wanted to recover his hands as soon as possible. It hurts to be frozen. Snow spirits move among the crowd, so it is not suitable to shoot them, as it is easy to accidentally hurt their own people. Everyone attacks with spears. Spears are made of dumb trees, and are hard in texture. A batch was made in the early stage for the residence patrol team to use. Now it is just right to use them to deal with snow spirits. After hitting the snow spirit, a layer of ice will also form on the spear. The more times it hits the snow spirit, the thicker the ice layer will be, and it will gradually spread to the hand holding the spear. The well-trained military cadets led the patrol team members to defend the line, and hit the snow spirits fiercely. Some snow spirits were hit too many times, and fell to the ground dizzy, making a weak sound. The power they can exert is limited. Seeing that they can't win, they turned around and ran away. Ji Jiuxiao grabbed a snow spirit and shouted, "Don't let them run away." Everyone picked up the snow spirits on the ground. They were round and only the size of a fist, like an extra-large glutinous rice ball. They were soft to the touch, and felt as cool as a snowball. They struggled in their hands. Fusong wiped the snow spirit in her hand, and opened her mouth to bite it. The snow spirit made a loud sound, stretched out her short and almost non-existent hands and feet, and pushed her face away frantically. Fusong pulled it out a little, and the glutinous rice ball became flat and round, and a faint sense of death emanated from her whole body. Fusong let go, and a row of teeth marks appeared on the snow spirit. It's too tough, not delicious, and there's no point in keeping it. The snow spirit didn't even have the strength to shout, and lay in her hand peacefully pretending to be dead. Everyone, Ji Jiushi rescued Shuling from Fusong's mouth. When they recover a little, we can use them to build a defensive ice wall. What a great wall building tool! It can also be used to build an igloo for insulation. If we don't make full use of it, we'd be sorry for them coming to us on their own initiative. Darula, they are not easy to tame. The snow spirit in her hand regained some strength, groaning and struggling to bite people, and a thin layer of ice appeared on her palm. Ji Jiushio grabbed the snow spirit with teeth marks, and shook it twice in his hand. Violence can solve many problems. If you don't obey, feed it to Fusong. There are 9 snow spirits left. Ji Jiushio tied them up, and trained them to understand instructions. Those who disobeyed the arrangement were caught and beaten, or sent to Fusong to bite a few times. In short, there are many ways. Under a pure coercion without inducement, the snow spirits worked in rows every day, and the only rest time was when they didn't have the energy to make ice. At other times, the military cadets took turns on duty, and there was always someone who had time to watch them work, and they didn't even have the strength to make a sound. After Rong Tianjiang melted the ice in his hand by shaving it thinly and roasting it over the fire, he still felt pain for a while, so he went to watch the snow spirits work to relieve his anger. Who let them freeze his hands? At first, he was very happy to watch them, and felt the joy of successful revenge. Later, he saw how miserable they were, and his anger slowly dissipated, and he looked at them with pity. The snow spirits feed on snow. After the ice wall was built, Ji Jiushio raised the snow spirits. At first, she marked all the snow spirits. Later, one of them secretly escaped. After she caught it, she hit it hard in front of the other snow spirits. The other snow spirits were trembling, but Ji Jiushio was still worried, afraid that some of the snow spirits would be smart and pretend to be stupid before running away. She didn't have time to watch them every day. If she didn't let them learn a lesson, it would be hard to find them if they ran away one day. She tried various ways to lure the snow spirits to escape, and then caught them, and taught them a lesson. Over time, the snow spirits became honest, and didn't run away even if they were asked to. The shadow in my heart was too heavy, so I didn't dare to run anywhere. I only dared to fly around the camp, and go home when it was time. Ji Jiuxiao's operation made the snow spirits obedient, but the people in the base became uneasy. As the weather became colder and longer than expected, they had to cut down on food, and life became tight. There were rumors among the people that the base didn't have enough food reserves, and the upper-level personnel still ate delicious food, leaving the lower-level people to eat bran and vegetables. They also asked the residents to cut trees and burn charcoal to keep warm and grow vegetables in winter, but they didn't even see the shadow of the vegetables they planted. The previous words were purely malicious speculation. Cutting trees and burning charcoal did happen. The charcoal reserves were not enough before, and now it was almost burned. Ji Jiuxia also planned to build a greenhouse to grow food and keep warm with charcoal. It's not good for residents to stay underground all the time without doing anything. People will become stupid, so they are pulled out to move around. The weather is a bit cold, but they are not frozen to death under the protection of thermal insulation clothes. It was this arrangement that made everyone complain. Everyone wanted to stay in the warm underground base. Healthy young people did the most work. Seeing the old, weak, sick and disabled people who didn't have to work, eat, and drink for free, they couldn't help but feel a little unbalanced. Ayashama held a general meeting to explain this matter, but this approach did not stop the spread of rumors, but made the rumors more and more intense. What kind of logic do they have? Why don't they believe what we say? Rong Tianjiang was very puzzled. A fly doesn't bite an egg without a crack. If there is no such sign, how can there be rumors? The meeting is just to deceive ignorant fools. Ji Jiuxiu said. This is what some people think. You can't ask everyone to be logical. Some people just don't have brains. People with malicious intentions spread rumors, and people without independent opinions follow the trend, resulting in the widespread spread of such untenable remarks. Shufan found Ji Jiuxiu, and said worriedly, now many people come to me to ask about food. I explained it to them, but they don't seem to believe it very much. It can be said that they don't believe it at all, and even classify Shufan as them. No matter how hard the military school students try to integrate, they are different from the residents after all, including the gap in physical strength, ability and spirit, and this difference is reflected in all aspects of life. When they get along normally, this difference is not obvious, but when they live in the same room at such a close distance, the contradiction becomes more acute. Some people privately distinguish between military school students and call them and residents them. This behavior of splitting the collective is simply inexplicable in Ji Jiuxia's eyes. It seems that their lives are still too comfortable. The diversity of species is vividly reflected. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. There are people with holes in their brains in the world. The cadets held a meeting to study it. The most important thing at present is the survival problem. Tree cutting and charcoal burning cannot be stopped, and greenhouse construction must continue to advance. As for the people, regulations should be formulated to restrain the spread of rumors, and then slowly appease them. Life was peaceful for a short time. The conflict broke out on an ordinary afternoon. When the logistics director Dika took people to the warehouse to get food, he clashed with patrol team member Wei Li. Ji Jiuxi was still the captain of the law enforcement team. As soon as he received the news, he immediately led people to rush over. When they arrived, the two had escalated from verbal to physical. They were entangled and their faces were covered with bruises. The cadets stepped forward to pull the two apart. Ji Jiuxi frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Dike was the first to say, "He's crazy. I came here to get ingredients for dinner, but who knew he would suddenly jump out and try to steal things? He's simply a robber." "You want to steal things?" Ji Jiuxi looked at Wei Li. Wei Li spit out bloody saliva. "What do you mean by robbing? Didn't we collect these things with our lives? You eat a lot of fish and meat every day. Do you know how long we haven't eaten meat? What's wrong with us eating some meat?" Ji Jiuxi frowned. "There is no meat in your food?" "Nonsense." Dike was furious. "Everyone's food is the same. There is meat every meal, and no one has ever been treated differently." Wei Li bit his tongue and said, "There are only 2 pieces of meat in the dish. Can you call it meat? On the surface, you eat the same as us. Who knows what you eat behind the scenes? You tricked us to go out to work, but you don't have to do anything. Just move your mouth and let others die." The two sides argued fiercely, and Ji Jiuxi understood that this wave was aimed at the military academy students. The food was all cooked in one pot. The recent meals were indeed a bit worse. The fresh vegetables had been eaten up, the meat was reduced, and now they were eating sweet potato porridge. The cadets had gone through all kinds of hardships during their training, so they had no complaints about the declining quality of the food. They were happy to have something to eat, and they had experienced being hungry for 2 or 3 days before, so no one complained. Ji Jiuxi looked at Wei Li. He was not just one person, but a whole group, a group that opposed the arrangement of the cadets and demanded to be in charge. There were more and more voices supporting Wei Li. Ji Jiuxi was surprised to find that the number of people in this group was as high as more than 300, which was more than the number of military academy students. No wonder they dared to stand up against her openly. The underground base was not large, and a little noise could attract everyone's attention. At this moment, everyone gathered here. At first, they were still whispering to each other about what happened, but later, as Ji Jiuxi and Wei Li confronted each other, all the voices disappeared. The oppressive atmosphere spread in the underground space, and the cold air outside penetrated into the ground, condensing the air into ice. Wei Li shouted, "Every time we go out to find supplies, we are the ones who do the work. You only need to say a few words and pretend to command, and you don't have to do any dirty work. Just because you are the superiors, you can bully us at will? So that's what you think." Ji Jiuxi's face was not angry at all. Half of the people who supported Wei Li were members of the patrol team. She didn't expect that so many people were dissatisfied with the management of the base. There is a feedback channel, and if there are any problems, they can come to her directly to explain, but they skipped all the steps and chose to rebel against the military cadets. Wei Li continued, "There are still so many things in the warehouse, but everyone is not fed. The Theseus base is no different from other bases that exploit people. We just want to give everyone a truly fair home. Why do we have to do all the hard work? You treat us differently. We want fairness." "Fairness!" Ji Jiuxi drew his gun and pointed it at Wei Li. He pulled the trigger and hit Wei Li's thigh. The scene that had just ignited was frozen in an instant. Ji Jiuxi smiled and said, "I tell you what fairness is. Fairness is determined by whoever holds power, and the regime comes from the barrel of the gun." Chapter 131. The fist is the hard truth. This is eternal. Blood gushed out from the wound on Viri's thigh, flowing down, leaving a large bloodstain under his feet, and the roar echoed in the underground base. The other residents kept their lips tightly closed, and the children's cries were covered by adults as soon as they sounded. Only the heartbeats overlapped, thumping and accelerating. No one stepped forward to treat Viri's wounds. Those standing behind him seemed to be frozen, all looking stiffly at Jijoshu. The too-clean shot was beyond everyone's expectations. They didn't expect that she would really act so impulsively. Jijoshu, maybe I was too kind before, which made you have some kind of illusion. Her voice spread widely, and clearly to everyone's ears. The Theseus base was built by us. When you came here, you have already begun to enjoy the peace here. We protected you, not you who made the base. Jijoshu's eyes swept over Viri. It's a pity that some people can't see this clearly, and are always dissatisfied and unwilling to make any efforts. A subtle sound mixed in Jijoshu's words and attacked her back. The attacker clenched the gun barrel and looked at the bullet expectantly. Jiangju stood behind Jijoshu, moved his feet, and turned around, opened his hand, and released his mental power, and the bullet hit the invisible barrier, froze in place, and finally fell powerlessly. The bullet fell to the ground with a ding sound, and Jijoshu looked back. The shooter broke out in cold sweat on his back, and there was only one thought in his mind. It's over. He was really finished. The angry military school students approached him, and he was so scared that he fired repeatedly. His body, which was gripped by fear and lost its reason, fired randomly, and even almost injured other residents by mistake. Screams were heard everywhere, and the crowds of people retreated in a crowded manner, trampling on each other and struggling. The shooter was captured by the military cadets, but the turmoil among the people continued. The patrol members in the crowd went out to support the people who were about to fall and tried to maintain order. The patrol members, who had undergone countless practical training, were calmer than ordinary people. They immediately took action when the waves just arose and strangled a new crisis in the cradle in time. Not everyone was persuaded by Wei Li, and more people were grateful for the existence of the base. After Lali, one of the patrol captains, comforted the people, she cursed Wei Li. Lali, when have people died when going out to find supplies? Didn't you have to face monsters before coming to the base? Now someone teaches you how to deal with monsters and how to survive in the wild, but you don't know how to be grateful. When the turmoil among the people occurred, someone took the opportunity to help Wei Li and bandage the wound on his leg, but time did not allow them to clean the bullets in the wound, so they could only bandage and stop the bleeding in a hurry. Wei Li's face turned pale, and he insisted, they are for their own interests, and they use us as tools, so they naturally don't want the tools to be damaged. Dyke sneered, you really know how to flatter yourself. Do you think you are so powerful? You still call me a tool? I have never seen such a useless tool. Can you bring back prey twice out of 10 times? You are eating the food brought back by other teams now. The military academy students organized several teams to go out hunting. The residents' physical fitness is not high enough to keep up with their pace, so they can't go hunting with them to farther places. Wei Li said stubbornly, we are indeed not as capable as them, but it is not our fault that we are weak. Is this the reason for them to exploit us? Who is exploiting you? Lali was furious. Everyone in the base has to work. Except for the patrol team, everyone has to go to the fields to plant. Have you eaten too many sweet potatoes, and your brain has been assimilated? Planting is so easy. We stay in such a small place every day, and there are so many people. We are the ones who go out and risk our lives. Wei Li retorted. Lali wanted to scold again, but Jijoshu raised his hand to stop her. There is no point in arguing. Winning or losing the argument will not change Wei Li's thoughts and behavior, so there is no need to waste saliva. She looked at the attacker, who was caught by Jiangju. The other party's hands and feet were broken by Jiangju. The wailing sound was mixed with the screams of the people. Now his voice is hoarse, and he can't shout. She looked down at the other party. The gun in your hand was provided by us. The other party shrank and couldn't say a word. Aishamu, go ahead. A group of military school students drew their guns and shot at Wei Li and others. The bullets tried to avoid the artery. If there was too much blood splattering, the scene would not look good and it would be difficult to clean up later. The soldiers all moved to the front of the ordinary people without noticing, holding wooden boards in their hands, and injected their mental power into them to form a protective shield to prevent the bullets of Wei Li and others from accidentally injuring innocent people. The people who fired were students from other majors. Gunmanship is a compulsory course for all military academy students. Everyone has good skills and beat the people half to death, but not dead. The strong smell of blood was pervasive. which easily attracted strange plants and beasts. A group of military academy students cleaned up the battlefield, first carried the people out of the underground, and transported them to a farther place to abandon them. After driving the people away, whether they live or die depends on their ability and luck. Whaley's mind was confused. You actually did it. I didn't even think about taking your lives. Without us, the combat effectiveness of the base will be greatly reduced. He just wanted to morally suppress them and seize power, and never thought of really killing people. They threw the injured and incapable people outside the base. What is the difference between this behavior and killing people? Rong Tianjiang led people to clean up the bloody mud on the ground. He almost laughed out loud when he heard it. You don't really think that the base is supported by you. Without you, the base is like a fish without a bicycle. You can't drive me out. Vase's lips trembled. I have made the most contributions to the base. The team I led has brought back countless prey. You can't do this to me. Darla said coldly. When you choose to do this, you should have thought about the consequences. Vase is indeed stronger than others, but a mediocre person who does things steadily is more suitable to stay in the base than a powerful unstable element. No, you can't drive me away. You are killing the donkey. You are killing the donkey. I have done so much for the base. If you didn't treat us differently, how could we revolt? Your behavior will only make everyone feel cold. Vase shouted. Ji Joshua was annoyed and reached out to remove his chin. You talk too much. It's not the base that begs anyone to come. It's people who beg to come to the base. If someone wants to leave, I will definitely support them, she said loudly so that everyone could hear. Whaley opened his mouth and yelled. His chin couldn't close, and he couldn't say a word. Ji Joshua took off his coat. These cotton clothes were made by the base. People can leave, but the clothes have to stay. There are many people who need cold-proof clothes. Whaley looked at Ji Joshua with hatred. He didn't expect that the other party was really so heartless. He beat and drove away as he said, and he didn't even refute what he said, and he didn't care about the thoughts of other residents at all. The previous benevolent policy made him misunderstand that they would be kind people with soft hearts, but the facts proved that he was wrong. They were ruthless and showed no mercy. All the riders who jumped out were driven out of the base. Someone begged bitterly. I was deceived by Whaley, and my mind was not clear for a while. Now I understand. Don't drive me away. I am willing to do my job well. Yes, it's all Whaley's fault. We are not sincere. We are threatened by him. It's so cold, we will definitely freeze to death outside. Can you be kind and let us leave when the weather warms up? Ji Joshua, if you insist on your choice, maybe I can think of you more highly. Now you are on the fence, which only reflects your poor character. Then I don't regret acting with Whaley, so can I stay? Someone said quickly. Ji Joshua, since you don't regret it, then continue to follow Whaley. Why stay in the base? Good luck to you. The other party, No matter what, it can't change the fact that they were expelled from the base. She was kind enough to let them live. Which rebel could have survived since ancient times? The riot was extinguished as soon as it started. If it weren't for the strong strength of the military academy students, Whaley might have succeeded. This incident taught Ji Joshua a lesson. The management of the base cannot only make the people feel respected, but sometimes they must also make the people feel afraid. People who agree with Whaley's ideas may not have been cleared out. People's hearts are separated from their stomachs, and she doesn't know what others think. But after this battle, all those who have little thoughts have to put them away for her, and do things honestly according to the arrangements of the base. The winter continued, with no sign of warming. It was becoming increasingly difficult to obtain food. When the military academy students chased Whaley and others away, they secretly followed them, using them as bait. When edible monsters were attracted, they would go up and catch them. A lot of them were caught in this wave, but unfortunately, Whaley and others started to fight among themselves later, and then they fought each other. More than half of them died, and the remaining people did not last long, which made the military academy students quite regretful. The breeding of the base is still running normally. The piglets and rabbits are constantly breeding, the greenhouses are also built, and the vegetable seeds are sown. Life is a little difficult, but it is not a dead end, especially after cleaning up a group of people who eat a lot and don't like to work. The operation of the base has become easier, and the future is still full of hope. Wei Sha heard about the incident at the base, and she was bored and came to the base to hang out. After listening to what happened, she was not surprised at Ji Joshia's handling method. Wei Sha, I am more surprised why they think you are a soft-hearted person. Obviously cruel and black-handed, not a good person. Ji Joshua said innocently, am I not kind, loving, and friendly? Wei Sha, ha. Weisha, it seems that you are doing well and don't need my help. In fact, we are poor and destitute, hungry, and cold and unable to sleep every day. Everything we show is because we know you are coming, and we perform for you in order not to show our timidity. Ji Jioxia answered very smoothly. Weisha? ? She laughed angrily. Can you say a word of truth? You are so beautiful. Ji Jioxia said, this is the truth? Weisha wanted to be angry but couldn't, and wanted to laugh but couldn't, so she had to glare at Ji Jioxiao. Not only is there no truth, there is not even a normal word. Ji Jioxiao, it's unfair, what I said is not normal. I won't argue with you. Weisha ended the topic. If you need anything, you can come to me at any time. Ji Jioxiao, you suddenly treat me so well, I am a little flattered. Weisha stroked her long hair. I have seen many bases, and I have built one, but in the end, without exception, they were destroyed or changed because of various things. People's hearts are the most changeable things. It is more difficult to protect a base than to build a new one. For this reason, the market under her management is just a market. Weisha, run it well, I want to see how far you can go. 2 pipes are connected to the charcoal burning instrument, which can be used for temperature control. The crops in the greenhouse on the ground mature one after another, providing vitamins for the residents of the base. Zhong Shu is old, and he insisted on walking out of the underground base with a cane to see the greenhouse. His eyes were blown by the cold wind, and he couldn't open them. During this period, he could do little. He took care of the children in the base every day and told them stories. The most talked about stories are about the cold winter. Every winter, countless people die. Year after year, the number of survivors is decreasing. However, the existence of the base gives everyone a warm winter. The cadets insist on going out every day. Ji Jioxia occasionally goes to the market. The winter market is completely quiet. Everyone stays at home for the winter. Some people can't hold on any longer and choose to ask for help from the base. They have a place to live. Ji Jioxia didn't take them into the base, but would provide some food. She doesn't need everyone to join the base. A place like the market that has its own set of survival rules is also good. The world is of different colors, not just the Theseus base. In winter, people appeared outside the base to ask for help. The base would take them in. Shufan now has a way to identify people and arrange a group of actors to observe the behavior of new people closely. If there is no big problem with their character, they can stay in the base naturally. If they have bad intentions, they will find a way to drive them out. The last time Wei Li's incident left everyone with a psychological shadow. An uneasy person is likely to destroy the hard-earned happiness. The residents of the base will spontaneously maintain the peace of the base, without the military academy students intervening in everything. The long winter has passed smoothly without anyone dying. The temperature has risen in the past 2 days. Uncle Zhong said that winter is about to pass, and green buds have grown on the ground. The snow spirits that only appear in the cold winter melt like snow, and will not revive again until the next snow. The vitality of plants is always much stronger than that of humans. Whether it is cold winter or hot summer, weeds will never die. When they grow in the ground with crops, they are very hateful, but now they grow on the ground, so cute. The monster tide came faster than spring. Dense monsters surged in the sky, black and dense, with all kinds of monsters. As soon as everyone crawled out of the underground base, they had to face the attack of monsters. They seemed to have been hungry for the whole winter and rushed towards the base like crazy. The protective shield obtained from the spider base came in handy. The monsters could not break through the protection. They crashed into it one by one and were blocked by the protective shield. The new monsters behind squeezed forward and crushed the first batch into mud. Pools of blood and flesh stuck to the protective shield, which still looked very impactful. Nothing happened on the first day. The monsters crashed into them, and the people in the base cleaned up the frozen land and prepared to sow the seeds of hope. On the second day, the shield was still as stable as a rock. Everyone continued to farm, eat and drink. There was no problem except that they could not leave the base. On the third day, a small crack began to appear on the shield, which was a bit bad. There was no sign of any reduction in the monsters, and everyone had to pay attention. Aishima, the team will take turns to kill monsters. The shield alone could not hold out for long, so the team went out to clean up the monsters. One mecha after another flew out of the base and fell into the group of monsters. This situation was very suitable for using large-scale group attack weapons, but unfortunately they did not have them. The mecha was just a metal shell, without any weapons, and it relied purely on the mental power of the operator. Derola and Fuso sat on the wall of the base, aiming their guns at the monsters below, one shot at a time. There were too many monsters. When the gun barrels were heated and had to stop, the monsters did not seem to have reduced at all. The residents' patrol team did not have mechas, so they took spears made of dumb trees to deal with monsters next to the shield. If they could not beat them, they would step back 2 steps to the shield. They would rush out and poke the monsters when they were not paying attention, and kill quite a few monsters. The other old and weak squatted at the edge of the protective shield to pick up corpses, mainly cannibals, drag them into the base, chop them up and spread them on the land as fertilizer. After staying in the base for a long time, everyone mastered the slightly perverted composting technology. The mechanics made a large iron knife suitable for mechas, from 1 punch to 1 knife, and the progress was much faster. The monsters attacked day and night, and the individual soldiers soon couldn't bear it. Later, the commander personally went on the field, and then the mechanics, just like a real battlefield. When the situation was out of control, everyone had to fight. Jijoshio held an axe in his hand. He had chopped down countless dumb trees. The axe was sharpened by hundreds of battles. 1 axe could chop off a monster's head. She ran into a bull charging around. When the man and the bull met each other's eyes, racial hatred was aroused. Many bulls were killed before to store food. The black bull lowered its head, hot air came out of its nose, and its hooves dug the ground, rushing towards Jijoshio. Jijoshio grabbed the black bull's hoof, turned over and jumped onto its back. He held a long knife with his palm and stabbed down, opening its skull. Nyo number 1 dead. Nyo number 2 stared at Jijoshio. It learned the lesson of its predecessors. When Jijoshio turned over and climbed onto its back, it suddenly fell to the ground. Jijoshio couldn't hold on, and was thrown to the ground. The bull's hooves were clattering as it ran wildly, trying to trample Jijoshio on the ground. She quickly grabbed the cannibal next to her, and climbed up. The cannibal staggered and died tragically under the bull's hooves. As soon as she stood up, her arms and body were entangled, and a rubber monster attacked her from behind. She ran wildly, and the rubber monster could not stand steadily, and was pulled forward by her. There was also a black bull behind her, and the 3 of them ran wildly in a line. The force entangled her body gradually increased, and she was almost unable to breathe. She turned around and ran back. Before the rubber monster could react, she pulled it back again. Jijoshio ran towards the bull, and the bull ran towards Jijoshio. 1 person and 1 bull ran in 2 directions. The speed of both sides was very fast. When they were about to collide, Jijoshio twisted his body to the extreme and narrowly passed by the bull. The cow's horns pierced the rubber monster's body. Jijoshio ran around the cow in circles. The rubber monster's arms were still tightly wrapped around her, and as she moved, they continued to stretch, wrapping up the cow. The rubber monster finally let go and attacked the cow. The 2 monsters started fighting, and Jijoshio stopped to catch his breath. The time to catch her breath was very short, because there were too many monsters. When new monsters appeared and attacked, she had to cheer up to kill monsters. She didn't know how many times she swung the knife in her hand, how many monsters she killed, and how many times she was injured by monsters. She was so tired that she grabbed a cannibal and covered her body, crawled on the ground, and slowly crawled forward. Finally, she returned to the base, and could lie down and rest for a while. The fighting outside had not stopped. The roars of the monsters mixed together, which made her headache. She sat up and looked outside. All the healers had gone out to kill monsters. Darula, who cared most about her image, had a lot of blood on her body, and her hair was tangled in clumps. Fusong next to her was even worse than her. She was covered in blood, and her little face was wrinkled. She looked very dissatisfied with the blood splashed on her body. The former requires some skills, and the location of the knife is more particular, trying to avoid the place where blood splashes. The latter relies purely on strength. Even if the knife is bent, it can still cut a skull with 1 cut. The patrol team members also take turns to go out. If Shufan hadn't stopped him, Zhongshu would have wanted to rush out with a cane. He just walked out of the protective shield and raised his cane. Shufan hurried over to pull him back. In this short time, a snake was kicked down by someone and flew towards the 2 people. Its body just landed on the end of the raised cane and was directly pierced. Zhongshu, I am still as good as ever. Don't stop me. I want to kill the enemy, ha ha ha. Shufan, question mark. Jijoshio, question mark. As long as there are enough monsters, there will always be a few small accidents where a blind cat encounters a dead mouse. The old and weak who did not participate in the battle prepared meals. They were full of rice and meat. Only when they were full would they have the strength to fight. All the stocks were taken out. After withstanding this wave of monsters, there was fresh meat everywhere. Are they still afraid of having no food? On the 5th day, the monsters' attacks finally weakened. They did not leave, but rested outside the base. There were many monster corpses outside the base, but the exhausted people had no intention to clean them up. They just wanted to have a good rest. A figure appeared in the distance. The other party shuttled between the monsters and rushed to the base, shouting, "Jijoshio! It's me! Help!" The person who came turned out to be the scarred man. Jijoshio suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. The distance between the base and the market was not far. They were attacked by the monster tide here, and the market should not be too safe either. A group of monsters followed the scarred man, and Jijoshio said, "Close the shield when he is about to come in." The scarred man looked at the shield emitting blue light, and did not dare to hit it directly, nor did he dare to slow down for fear of being caught up by the monsters behind him. So he quickly shouted, "Close the shield and let me in. When you come in, the shield will naturally close," Jijoshio said loudly. The scarred man gradually approached the base. "I'm afraid you can't control it well, and I will be hit to death directly. Can you close it in advance?" "No." Jijoshio refused. "How do I know if you are real or fake? What if a monster rushes in if it is closed in advance?" The scarred man could not refute, closed his eyes, and rushed forward. "Then you must watch it carefully." The timing of closing the shield was just right. As soon as the scarred man entered the base, the shield opened immediately, blocking the monster chasing him out. "Jijoshio, what are you doing at the base at this time?" The scarred man was still panting with lingering fear. "I came to ask you for help. There are too many monsters in the market. We can't hold on any longer, and will soon fall. We don't have many people." Jijoshio frowned. The scarred man looked desperate. "My brother risked his life to ask me to come out for help. I really don't know who to go to except you." The cadets gathered together to discuss. Half of them thought that it was already difficult to defend the base, and they really couldn't spare more people to help. The other half thought that the market had helped them a lot in the early stage, and they couldn't watch the market being trampled by monsters. "Ayashamu, what do you think?" "Jijoshio, I tend to send people to help. Weisha has a lot of supplies, not only food, but also equipment and weapons. She also wants to cooperate with the other party for a long time in the future. If the market is occupied by monsters, Weisha might run away with the things, and it would be difficult to cooperate with the other party at that time. Even if we don't consider these benefits, it is worth the base to lend a helping hand for the extra supplies given before the cold winter comes." Ayashamu nodded. "My idea is similar to yours. The people in the market are also people. If we have spare energy within the radiation range of the base, we will help." The two carefully analyzed the pros and cons and told others, and everyone agreed to help. As for who to send, they adopted the registration method and arranged for 30 military academy students to set off. The residents of the base still had to stay in the base to continue planting. Chapter 132. The mantis car started, passing through the group of monsters to the market, taking away a wave of monsters along the way. Jijoshio's car was in the front, and the early spring wind was still a little cold. It blew over, and the hair was blown up and hit his face randomly. The monsters around the market were also resting. The car startled the monsters and drove past with a roar. A monster pounced on the car and was killed by Jiangju on the co-pilot. The car drove into the market. There was no wall like the base here. Everyone was forced into the same building by the monsters. This building was better than Potter's shop. It was built with solid reinforced concrete and had a yard. The yard was surrounded by dumb trees and a row of cannons. The military academy students fell silent when they saw the fully armed yard. Jijoshio said faintly, "Are you sure you need our help, not to aid us? There are more weapons in this yard than in their entire base. They don't even have many guns and cannons, so they rely on melee to fight monsters." The scarred man waved at the people on the wall and replied, "The monster tide has been around for too long. The bullets are all gone, and there are not enough people, so there is no time to produce." "You mean, you can still produce bullets?" Darla in the car turned her head and looked at the scarred man. The scarred man spread his hands. "I just learned about this too. The production equipment is not from the market, but Weisha's private property. If it weren't for the monster tide, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to see it. Rong Tianjiang, why don't you drive out? Weisha doesn't want to leave. She wants to defend the base. There is a piece of land behind the market that belongs to her. These lands can be harvested every time after being sorted. She has spent a lot of effort." The scarred man explained. "She has been here for too long, and all her property is here. If she wants to escape, she can't take away many machines. If monsters occupy the market, it will be difficult to come back to get things. This mentality is easy to understand. It is equally difficult to ask the military cadets to abandon the base and start over. Intellectually, it is clear that there is always a way out, but it is difficult to let go emotionally. Fuso understood, so everyone else who can run has run away, and only Wei Sha is holding on. You came to us for help for her. I'm not doing this for her, but for the people in the market. There are still many people who haven't left. The scarred man emphasized. Ji Jiuxiao, no need to explain, we understand. The monsters surrounding the yard were all provoked and chased the car everywhere. The people in the yard saw them and blew a whistle. The gate of the yard opened, and the guns in the yard were fired. Bullets hit the monsters. The frequency of shooting was not high, mainly because the car was too casual and afraid of accidentally hurting friendly forces. Jiangju in the car waved a torch with his left hand to force back the rubber monster that reached out, and fired with his right hand, hitting a wild boar running wildly. The car drifted, and the bullet accurately hit a sharp-beaked bird. The pursuers behind him were temporarily shaken off, and Ji Jiuxiu cleared the way for others to enter the yard first. The cars drove into the yard one by one, and everyone in the car fired and drove away the monsters. Ji Jiuxiu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, rushed into the yard, and the gate of the yard closed with a bang. Why are you here? Wei Sha walked out of the house. Her temperament was still calm and determined, without any decadence and anxiety. Ji Jiuxiao, didn't you send someone to find us and say that you can't hold on any longer? It seems that someone took the initiative. Wei Sha looked at the scarred man and said with a half smile, I thought you couldn't hold on and wanted to go to the base. The scarred man said righteously, I won't abandon the market. Let's talk business. Ji Jiuxiu ended the greetings. We can't stay here forever. Do you want to go back to the base with us? When she came, she was thinking about emergency. If they were not so urgent, she would still have to focus on the base. She didn't have that much time to stay here. I won't leave. Wei Sha gave the answer, but since you are here, I can't let you go in vain. You can use my equipment here at will. Wei Sha took people to the basement. It's not accurate to say that it's a basement. It should be said that it's an underground factory. The area is really as big as a factory, and it's full of tools and raw materials. These instruments are relatively primitive and must be operated manually by someone watching. The steps are cumbersome. Wei Sha doesn't have many people under her, a total of more than 30 people, less than half of whom know the technology, and some of them have to guard the yard. The production of bullets is very slow. Ji Jiuxiu's eyes lit up. A technical operator is a mechanic, isn't he? A mechanic who has been studying mechanical equipment for a long time can operate these machines easily. Rong Tianjiang tried it out, and the technician only needed to teach him once to get started. Every mechanic can handle this level of difficulty. There are only 6 mechanics in this batch of people. These 6 will stay to work first. Ji Jiuxiu plans to send the others back first, and then bring in more mechanics. Wei Sha was surprised. You learned it so quickly. The operation of the machine is cumbersome and complicated. The others under her have to practice for at least a whole day before they can barely get started. Rong Tianjiang waved his hand. It's nothing. This kind of work that doesn't require much brainpower is like a toy for any mechanic on the field. The factory is in full swing, pushing the machine to its limit to produce bullets crazily, and also starting to research and produce shells. The lethality of hot weapons is huge. Bullets are sprayed out like dense rain, except for monsters, like cannibals that are special, and can't be shot with guns. All other monsters become dead souls under the gun. After a wave of hot weapons, manpower will be used to clean up the missed monsters, and the bullets on the ground can be picked up and reused, and the two will rotate to attack. The bullets are transported to the base, and the base has taken a big step forward from the primitive world. The bullets are fired as if they are free. The market and the base help each other and eliminate monsters in waves. After who knows how many rounds, the monsters gradually stopped replenishing, and the number became less and less, until the end, all the monsters fell. Rong Tianjiang leaned out to look. Is it over? Ji Jiuxiu, you go out and take a look. Maybe a monster pretending to be dead will jump out and attack you. I won't go, let Jiangju go. Rong Tianjiang collapsed to the ground. His face and hands were covered with black oil. I'm so tired, I need to rest. Humans and animals are different. He is a human. Jiangju is an animal that doesn't get tired. Jiangju glanced at him, grabbed him and took him out, throwing him on a pile of monster corpses. What are you doing? Rong Tianjiang roared with full energy and struggled to get up. A snake with half its head cut off jumped up and opened its mouth to bite him. Jiangju reached out and pinched the snake's tail and threw it to the ground, and the snake died completely. Rong Tianjiang's voice also stopped as if it was strangled, and then a louder noise broke out. You actually used me as bait. You are not a human. You have no heart. The sound attracted other half-dead monsters. Jiangju dealt with them one by one, and carried Rong Tianjiang, who was tired of shouting, back. Rong Tianjiang, I hate it. The number of monsters has decreased. Weisha's people can deal with it, and the military academy students, who went out to help, have returned to the base. Now the threat in front of their own door has been eliminated, and the weather is getting warmer, and they have to plow the land at the same time, and planting can't be delayed. The monster corpses outside the base need to be slowly cleaned up and buried deep in the ground. Next year, this place will become a fertile land, which is perfect for planting. This is a rich spring, and there is no need to worry about food for the time being. Everyone is busy tending the fields and waiting for the future harvest. Crops are still planted manually, and they rush to sow every day. Weisha drove a farming machine and threw a bag of wheat seeds to Ji Jiuxiao. I lend you the seeds and machinery for the time being, and take the grain as rent after it matures. The machine liberates manpower and doubles the speed of farming. This gift comes very timely. Wheat is a better staple food than sweet potatoes and potatoes. The seeds are packed in a cloth bag, not even the size of a palm, but very precious. Ji Jiuxiu smiled and accepted the other party's kindness. Thank you. Weisha cultivated a large plantation behind the market. Her living standard was much better than the base. She had tools and weapons, and was not afraid of the cadets robbing her. The people in the base had nothing to do with her. She could have not given out the wheat seeds, but she still took the initiative to give them out. Ji Jiuxiao, you are such a good person. Don't. Weisha stopped the other party's compliment. Flattering is useless. One thing is one thing. I want to collect interest. Ji Jiuxiao, I know, but this does not prevent you from being a good person. I don't want to be a good person. Weisha snorted. Weisha couldn't stand Ji Jiuxiao, and walked forward quickly, stepping on the green field path, and the wind brought a new spring. The people in the base were busy, and the newborn piglets could already run. With their small size, they got out of the pigsty and walked around, fighting with chickens and ducks. The residents had smiles on their faces. Although the monsters in the outside world were still there, and the end of the world would not end, they had the power to protect themselves, and their lives would get better and better in the future. More people came to the base, and the walls of the base were widened again and again. Some people would not stay at the base, but continue to move forward. They would take the news of the base and spread it to any place where people were. The market was still an ordinary small market, because the base continued to attract people, and the number of people coming and going in the market increased accordingly. New people brought new information and materials, and the land was rejuvenated with new vitality. When the words passed, the game successfully appeared in the air. All the cadets were a little dazed. Some were still harvesting wheat in the fields, and some were driving away the disobedient pigs. They had spent 5 months in the game world and had completely adapted to the pace of life there, almost forgetting that it was a game. The speed of time in the game was different from that in reality. Only 1 month had passed in the real world. There were no laws in the game, and players could do anything they wanted. Some people indulged in the game world for too long, and would treat reality as a game and commit some criminal acts. In order to prevent such things from happening, the game cabins have been improved. Everything that happened in the game world is like a dream after leaving it. Recalling the game is like watching another person in action. So the cadets adapted well after waking up, and there was no sense of disconnection between the game and reality. The first thing they wanted to confirm was where they ranked. The 3 leading teachers were all there, and Shan Shu looked at everyone gently. Congratulations, you won first place. The cadets cheered. It's worth it that I cut trees and make charcoal every day. I will never forget how to make charcoal in my life. I feel like I have become an expert. Charcoal making is nothing. People always ask me what to do when pigs are sick. I am a therapist, but I am forced to become a veterinarian. I now have solid skills. It is no problem to plow 2 acres of land. I don't want to see sweet potatoes and potatoes anymore. I want to have a big meal. Have other military academies not come out yet? Then can we see their live broadcasts? Yes. I want to see it too. Everyone was noisy, and Wei Hingji sent them away, saying, You should see it for yourself. You haven't exercised for a long time. Go out and move around. A group of military academy students walked out of the game cabin. They were disconnected from the internet for a month, and they felt a little unfamiliar when they first went online. Ji Jiuxi opened the live broadcast room, to see the situation of other military academies. The initial settings of each military academy are the same. There are fixed markets and personnel in the early stage. As the management methods of the bases are different, the things encountered will also be different. In the matter of the Spider base, all military schools had a group of students trapped in it. The military schools handled it differently. 3 military schools sent a second group of students to rescue like Ji Jiuxiao, and the other 3 military schools stopped the loss in time. When the second group of students sent out for rescue were also trapped, all military schools made the same decision as Aishamu, focusing on the base, and not exploring the secrets of the Spider base. Among the trapped military academy students, few were able to wake up. The strength of the military academy students was divided here, and the strength of some military academies was forced to be discounted. Ji Jiuxiu saw that among the 6 military academies present, there was no wheat growing on the land of the base, and even the Imperial Star Military Academy and Winchester Military Academy had been cheated by the market, and they had conflicts with Weisha and became mortal enemies, slowing down the progress of base construction. Many people in the comments were scolding the unreasonable competition system. The design of this competition system was indeed subversive. In previous sessions, it was mainly a confrontation between military academies, like the first 2 games, but starting from the 3rd game of the Jinsha Star Fullcast competition, the competition design team was let go like eating poisonous mushrooms. This game was even more outrageous. There was no connection between the military academies. Every day they were either farming or fighting monsters. It was hard to imagine what the competition system would be for the last game. The military academy students in the live broadcast room were still working hard on infrastructure construction. No matter which management method was used, there would be people making trouble in the base, which was also a test of the emergency management ability of the military academy students. Everyone cares more about reputation. When facing the rebels, they patiently explain and appease them first. Only the Moxid Military Academy and Theseus Military Academy decisively opened fire to control the situation. Watching the military academy students in the live broadcast room eating bland food, Rong Tianjiang touched his stomach. Let's go eat first. I want to eat something good. In the game, every day we eat tasteless barbecue, scones, vegetables, and sweet potatoes. Although the nutrition is balanced, it is not very friendly to the taste buds. Ji Jiuxiu turned on the optical brain and searched for restaurants. What do you want to eat? Order the food in advance, and you can get the food directly when you arrive, without waiting too long. As soon as everyone walked out of the game company's campus, a row of people in military uniforms came over to block everyone's way. The middle-aged man walking in front opened his light computer and showed his ID. I am Temple from the 2nd Military District. Ji Jiuxiu is suspected of assassinating the eldest Prince Karen. Please come with us. Everyone stood still, and for a moment they didn't react to what he said. What did you say? Rong Tianjiang shouted, assassinating the prince. How is it possible? Are you mistaken? Temple, we won't arrest people without evidence. Please cooperate with our work. I will explain this matter to my father and brother in person. You go back first. Darula spoke. Temple was unmoved by soft and hard words. Sorry, Your Highness Darula, this is what His Highness Carolyn meant. If you must stop me, it would be obstructing law enforcement. Jiangju took a step forward, and the electronic screen projected in front of Temple. Major General Temple, I am her guarantor, you can't take her away. The electronic screen of the optical computer showed the military identity information, which showed Lieutenant General, 1 level higher than Temple. The federal government stipulates that if a person above the rank of general guarantees a suspect, the suspect cannot be taken away at will. There is an anti-counterfeiting code below the information, and you only need to scan it to determine the authenticity, but there is no need to do so when facing Jiangju. Jiangju went to the battlefield at the age of 10, and his military service is not short. In addition, his special contribution is not low. In order to appease the Jiang family and humanitarianism, his position was promoted much faster than that of ordinary people. Although the reward is more meaningful than the actual power, it is sometimes very useful. Temple's face was ugly. This is the order of His Highness Carolyn. We have conclusive evidence that she was one of the people who carried out the assassination on Sida Star last time. Please don't embarrass us. Jiangju, okay, then take me with you. Rong Tianjiang, I go too. Don't talk. Darla held Rong Tianjiang. Rong Tianjiang, why can't I go? I just want to go. You slander me. I don't accept it. Don't make trouble. Wait outside. I come out. Ji Jiuxiu looked at Rong Tianjiang, and then said to Jiangju, you too, don't join in the fun. Jiangju frowned, but still nodded, okay. He looked at Temple. The Federation prohibits lynching. I think Major General Temple will understand this. Temple said rigidly, you can rest assured about this. We are a regular military district, and will not impose any punishment before the matter is clarified. On the surface, lynching cannot be used, but no one will really care if it really happens. Jiangju clearly pointed this out. If they want to take action, they have to think twice. Ji Jiushi was taken to Emperor Star by Temple. She walked onto the spaceship naturally, and sat in a fixed position as Temple requested, with her hand shackled. She was not very worried about her safety. After all, she was no longer an unknown student, and Temple would not easily touch her. The spaceship flew to Emperor Star. Temple put away all the electronic devices on her body, and did not interrogate her immediately. It was very quiet all the way. Ji Jiushi was really bored, so she talked to Temple. How do you know that I participated in the assassination? What evidence do you have? Aren't you afraid of arresting the wrong person and causing public opinion? Temple lowered his head to work and ignored her. I spoke to you in a nice voice, but you ignored me, so I will make a scene. Ji Jiushi kicked down the small table in front of Temple, and the coffee and computer on the table fell to the ground. Temple quickly grabbed the computer, spilling coffee all over the floor, and the aroma burst out. He turned back and glared at Ji Jiushi angrily, and took a step towards her. He looked fierce, with a pair of 3 white eyes and heavy eye bags, like a venomous snake hiding in the dark and biting people suddenly. When his eyebrows were wrinkled together, he looked more majestic and fierce. Ji Jiushi was not afraid of him. He stood still, and said with a smile, if you dare to touch me, I guarantee that the entry the army abused the suspect without finding out the facts will definitely be on the hot search. In the end, Temple just glared at her fiercely, and did not do anything. I am very curious about what evidence you have made up. Can you really sleep well at night, if you do such a bad thing? Ji Jiushi returned to his seat, and sat down as if nothing had happened. Have you ever seen the movie Dream? What do you think of the ending in which evil is punished? Temple shouted, shut up. The suspect always has a chance to defend himself, or you have already determined that I am a criminal, so why not just take me to court, and let the judge sentence me to death? It would be so convenient, why bother investigating? Ji Jiushi was not afraid at all. Temple could not bear it any more, but he really couldn't touch Ji Jiushi. Darula and Jiangju were watching, and there was also Rong Tianjiang. I really don't know how she got these 3 big backers. Temple, I show you the evidence, and you can shut up? Ji Jiushi nodded. Of course, if you have watched my game live, you will know that I am a trustworthy person. Temple had not watched the live broadcast. He was very busy, and had no time to pay attention to the students' little fights. In order to make Ji Jiushi calm down, he played a video for her. The video was on the central street of Sida Star. Ji Jiushi's face emerged from the white smoke. She was walking through the white smoke with a gun in her hand, and talking to a man in green clothes. The video was from a camera, the angle of view was a bit high, and the background sound was too noisy, so the voice could not be heard clearly. The video was only 5 seconds long, and was played quickly. Ji Jiushi, what happened next? Temple, you can shut up now after watching it. Ji Jiushi recalled the situation at that time. At that time, she took a mercenary mission to Sida Star. She thought she was a fan of a little star, but she accidentally entered an organization that assassinated Jiangju. When she was talking to Cyrus, the camera next to her was knocked out. She thought the data in it could not be used, but she didn't expect that she could recover a little. It just happened that the restored picture was the picture with her face. In the early stage, she took off her green clothes to cover her head. After meeting Jiangju, she threw away the clothes. The gun in her hand was also given by Jiangju. The part captured by the camera was what happened after she met Jiangju. Ji Jiushi, this evidence is not sufficient. I just went to Central Street to chase stars and support them. Who knew that there would be a terrorist attack? I saw Jiangju there, so I went to help. The gun was clearly marked with the federal logo. You all have no brains, right? Temple said stiffly. Say these words for the interrogation. Ji Jiushi leaned back in the chair, resting his arms on the armrests, tapping the surface of the armrests with his fingertips. After so much time, the camera data should have been restored long ago, but Karen took action now, and this evidence was not tenable at all, and could not really convict her. So why was he so eager to target her? She handled the previous Liuguang incident very cleanly, and Carolyn would not find out that it was her. There were not many reasons for him to target her. If he had to think about it, could it be related to Jiangju? She looked at Temple and asked, Is His Majesty dying? Temple did not answer, and continued to type on the computer with his head down, but the pause was captured by Ji Jiuxiao, which was the answer. In the interstellar orbit, Jiangju drove Rong Tianjiang's spacecraft to the Imperial Star. Darula received an urgent message from the life housekeeper that His Majesty had a seizure and was sent to the hospital for rescue. Jiangju and Rong Tianjiang received the message from home almost at the same time, asking them to go home quickly. His Majesty's critical condition means that the struggle for imperial power has surfaced from the dark and will only become more intense. As soon as Jiangju hung up the phone at home, Carolyn and Melxi called him one after another. He played Tai Chi calmly and did not give any clear answer. The optical brain finally quieted down, and he raised his hand to rub his head. Darula was restless. This atmosphere affected Rong Tianjiang. The cooperation between the Rong family and the royal family was very stable. It didn't matter who was in power to the Rong family. But at this moment, he couldn't feel at ease. Rong Tianjiang, what about Ji Jiuxiao? My father is in the hospital now. I go see my mother, Darula said. But there was little hope. In this case, my mother might not be in the mood to deal with such a small matter. Jiangju, Ji Jiuxiao will be fine for the time being. Carlin's target was him, forcing him to make a choice. Before he gave a positive answer, Carlin would not take action against Ji Jiuxiao. They could do nothing now. His Majesty's illness was too sudden. There were some signs of improvement before, but the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, resulting in many preparations not being done well. They could only pray that His Majesty would not get into trouble and hold on for a while longer. The atmosphere in the spaceship was depressing. Only Fusang was free, lost in thought at the universe outside the window. Chapter 133. Someone took a picture of Ji Jiuxiao being taken away on Mingxing Xingxing and posted it online to inquire about the situation. It was like a stone falling into the water, which quickly caused ripples. Informed sources began to reveal online that Ji Jiuxiao was taken away by the second military regent on the charge of assassinating the second prince. Although there was insufficient evidence, he was still being held. Similar statements were widely circulated, but Ji Jiuxiao never came out to clarify. The company and the military academy remained silent. The fans were furious and left messages under some official accounts of the Federation, demanding a thorough investigation. If there was solid evidence, they had nothing to say. If not, why didn't they release him? The Federation did not respond. There were more and more comments online, and the administrators began to delete comments. For a while, all relevant comments were deleted, and it seemed as if nothing had happened. And by the next day, the comments broke out in full force, and the fans who had been covered became even more angry and began to make some radical and extreme remarks. The original reasonable position became unreasonable due to some inappropriate comments. In the video conference, the company's head Xiantai said, "The online comments have nothing to do with us. We have never bought any water army. Tianji, we can't let them continue to quarrel. This will not be good for Jiuxiao's reputation. Fans who are too brainless will only backfire on Ji Jiuxiao, not to mention that many people are not even fans, and they are mixed in to make Ji Jiuxiao a part of the game. Xiantai, the company will come forward to appease the fans, but can you tell me what happened to her?" He has been in a state of confusion. Ji Jiuxiao was taken away as soon as he left the stadium, and he was charged with the crime of assassinating the prince. He didn't know how to say it if he wanted to do public relations. Jiangju, you just need to know that she was implicated innocently. The specific reason involves the royal family dispute, so it is not convenient to explain in detail. The public opinion on Ji Jiuxiao on the internet has changed from innocent and pitiful to flies not biting seamless eggs. It is difficult to say whether Carol and Melxi are involved in such a change. I know. Xiantai withdrew from the meeting and went to discuss countermeasures with the public relations department. The rest of the people continued to discuss. Darula, my father just came out of the emergency room and is still recuperating. My mother is busy taking care of him and has no time to take care of me. Carol doesn't want to see me. Since His Majesty entered the emergency room, her world has changed. She is the mascot of the royal family. When she lost the support of His Majesty and the princess, her position became embarrassing. Her hands were placed on her legs, clenched tightly in a place where no one could see, powerless. She had never been so powerless before. She couldn't help her friends and couldn't do anything. Rong Tianjiang sighed, "It's almost the same here. I found a lot of people at home, but there's no way to talk about this matter. No one can help. Jiangju, not to mention, the Jiang family is caught in the middle. Except for a few federal high-level officials, who have clearly stood their ground, Everyone else's attitude towards the heir is very ambiguous. At this moment, it's unclear who is a friend and who is an enemy. Tianji was entangled. It would be nice if I could meet her and ask her what she thinks. It has chips in its hand. Ji Jiuxiu's identity and Blue Star are the biggest trump cards. But before it has absolute strength, it doesn't know whether to play this card. The meeting fell into a brief silence. Now Ji Jiuxiu will not be in trouble, but no one can say how things will develop. Jiangju, we shouldn't have let her be taken away alone. He regretted listening to Ji Jiuxiu. He didn't know about His Majesty's situation at that time, and thought there was still room for maneuver. He didn't expect things to get so serious. Rong Tianjiang, Karen is really crazy. Otherwise, we can pretend to choose him and let him release Ji Jiuxiu first, and then secretly join Melxi. Jiangju, do you think Melxi is a good king? Melxi's methods are only more cruel and obscure than Karen's. The fact that Ji Jiuxiu was taken away by the second military region has such a high popularity now. 99% of it is Melxi who secretly fueled the flames. This is not okay. That is not okay. There are only 2 heirs in total. How can we choose? There will always be one who will take the throne. Rong Tianjiang knocked on the table irritably. Jiangju exhaled. We have to make sure that we have enough benefits and advantages to choose one of the 2 heirs. We must choose, but we must choose carefully. Benefits again, just like my parents. I really don't understand what you people are thinking. You are always calculating gains and losses. Rong Tianjiang raised his voice. I thought you were different from them. Ji Jiuxiu is a friend, right? Why do you have to consider so much? Jiangju, because once we give in, it will be difficult to regain power in the future. We will only be swallowed up step by step. Even if we bring someone out for a while, it will become a long-term handle in the future. The 2 quarreled, and Tianji hurriedly separated them. Let's discuss, don't quarrel. Okay, you have a long-term view. Let's see what you can do. Rong Tianjiang snorted heavily. How about we overthrow the royal family and replace someone else? Song Xuedong said something shocking. The emperor takes turns. Who will be the emperor this year? Tianji had a headache and turned off Song Xuedong's microphone manually. I told you to read less Long Outyan novels, but you didn't listen. People with mental problems are not allowed to make suggestions. I sneak in and bring the people out. Nancy spoke, and now she is very skilled in speaking with her metal tongue. Jiangju, that is the Imperial Star Military District, not the Black Market or other planets. The military district is not short of high-precision weapons, and there are more detection equipment than people. Even a mosquito can't fly in. The difficulty of sneaking in is comparable to killing Karen and Melxi. Nancy, then I go and assassinate Karen. Jiangju was speechless for a moment and asked Nancy to turn off the microphone. At this time, there are more people who want to kill Karen than him. The bodyguards around him can't be loaded into a truck, and he will try to reduce the frequency of going out. All proposals were rejected, and the meeting fell silent again. Darula said 2 words at the beginning and then stopped talking. She looked worried, and her lips were dry and peeling, and she unconsciously tore them repeatedly with her teeth. Husong was even more absent-minded, and didn't say a word the whole time. No one knew what she was thinking. Ji Jiuxiu, who was missed by everyone, was locked up in a pure white room. His life was okay. He had food and drink, and he slept comfortably, but he was a little bored without books to read. No one here communicated with her. Robots delivered meals every day. There were more cameras and recorders in the room than rice in her bowl. She could only talk to herself in front of the camera every day. She didn't know how many times she asked the same question. There shouldn't be cameras in the bathroom. If you don't give me an accurate answer, I will feel uneasy when I go to the toilet. The robot that delivers food brought lunch over, and a line of words scrolled on the screen on its face. For human rights, there is no camera in the bathroom. If there is no camera, then is there a recorder? Ji Jiuxiu, for human rights, can you give me a book to read, or chat with me, otherwise I am bored to death every day. Is this a kind of chronic torture? The robot did not answer, put down the food and turned away. There was no book, and no words were spoken. Ji Jiuxiu sighed, picked up a plastic spoon and ate the potato stewed beef on a plastic floppy disk, comforting herself that at least the food here was okay. This was the 3rd day she was locked up here, and she didn't know any information from the outside world. 3 days in the real world, a long time had passed in the game world. The other 6 military academies left the game world one after another. Many people were hurriedly called home by their families before they had time to pay attention to the results of the game. This time the game ended the fastest, and those with some background in their families heard the noise and rushed home. The change of imperial power did not affect the middle level and below much, and some ordinary military academy students, who did not know the reason, were still wandering around Mingxing Xingxing. The feeling of impending storm is getting stronger. The news of His Majesty's rescue is well concealed, and people who shouldn't know can't hear any wind. Xing Ran's light brain popped up a prompt. She took a look at the message above, and immediately ordered 2 tickets to Emperor Star. Chongshan Yinshao Company issued a statement, confirming the news that Ji Jiuxiu was taken away and is still in custody, and stated that Ji Jiuxiu would never commit a crime, requiring the 2nd Military Region to hand over evidence, and at the same time calling on fans to be rational and not be used as a gun. Tianji logged into his account. He is now a big fan of Ji Jiuxiu's fan club. He asked everyone to calm down and not make trouble. Those who posted extreme remarks in the name of doing good for Ji Jiuxiu will all be treated as black fans. Ji Jiuxiu's popularity remained high, overshadowing another matter. Melxi was assassinated, but he was fine, but the assassin was not caught. This news was like pouring water into hot oil, making the already tense situation even more tense. At this juncture, everyone was staring at His Majesty, but the protection was too good, and no one knew what his specific situation was now. Even Carolyn and Melxi could not see him. Darula, wearing a simple white dress, walked through the heavily protected hospital and saw the princess, who was not very haggard. "Princess, you are here? He is inside, go ahead." The princess looked in good spirits, eating fruit with a small fork, staring at the light brain, and her body was still elegant. To be fair, Darula's relationship with this mother was not close. After she came to the palace, the most contact with her was playing the role of intimate mother and daughter at various banquets, and she basically did not see each other at other times. "Mom," she called out, walked over and knelt to hug her mom. The princess was stunned, with the fork in her hand still stuck with fruit. She put the fork down and patted Darula's back. "What's wrong?" Darula shook her head, hugged her tighter, and called out again, "Mom, I only have you." The last time she called her mother was when she first arrived at the palace. Later, she always called her mother Mom. This word is too intimate, and not suitable for this fake mother and daughter who are in harmony. The princess is old, and has some fine lines at the end of her eyes. She has never had a child in her life. Living in the palace, her daily task is to organize or attend various banquets, and watch Darula grow from 5 years old to 23 years old. A touch of emotion flashed across her face, and her voice became gentler. "Are you sad about your father's affairs?" "I'm scared, Mom." Darula's voice was muffled. The princess sighed. "It's okay, you will always be our little princess." Darula let go of her hand, grabbed the princess's hand and put it on her face, sat on the ground and looked up at the princess, with a layer of mist in her eyes. "If I am not an old human, will I still be your little princess?" The princess's face changed. "What are you talking about?" "Mom, I met a real old human." Darula held her hand tightly, her head against her thigh. Her voice was low, with a hint of sobs. "Mom, do you really love me? If one day my identity is exposed, can I still be your daughter?" The princess' hardened heart softened again, and she touched her head. "We talk when you come out. Go see your father first. He doesn't wake up much every day." "Okay." Darula stood up, wiped her tears, and turned away. She walked out of the room with her head down. The mist in her eyes had not completely dissipated, and the corners of her tightly pursed mouth slightly raised. In the ward, the man was lying on the white bed. His face was very sick, and his breathing was very light. He opened his eyes, and his eyes were cloudy, which only old people have. Caleb was not like this when he was young. In Darula's first impression of him, he loved to laugh, and would poke her face with his beard for fun, but these memories were too long and short, and she couldn't remember them clearly. The average lifespan of humans is 200 years. He shouldn't have looked so tired. Unknowingly, the disease took away his youth and made him so old. Going back a little further, she had seen a video of him going to the battlefield. At that time, he was full of vigor and vitality, driving a mecha to destroy alien beasts. Step by step to today, when he recalls the past, how will he evaluate his life? Will he regret his choice and let the entire Federation fall into the struggle between Karen and Melchior? These thoughts flashed through Darula's mind, and Caleb opened his eyes and smiled. "You are here, Father." Darula walked over quickly and held his hand. Caleb patted her hand. "Good child." Darula choked. "Are you okay?" "Don't cry, don't cry." Caleb reached out and wiped Darula's tears. "I'm fine, don't worry. No matter how powerful you are extremely weak in front of the disease. He has been tortured for too long, and death is a relief." "Darula, Do you want to see your brother and sister? No. Caleb smiled, with a hint of irony in his eyes. They don't really care about me like you do. Darila couldn't stop her tears from falling. What can I do to make you better? I really shouldn't have quarreled with you about going to Theseus Military Academy before. If I had listened to you, would you not be like this? Ha. Cough, cough, cough. Caleb was amused by her, and he started coughing again. Darila hurriedly patted his back, and he struggled to sit up. Darila adjusted the bed, and the head of the bed automatically rose. Caleb looked at Darila, his eyes gradually emptying, as if he was looking through her to see another person. I still remember your mother. She was enthusiastic and much more lively than you. You look like her, but your personality is not like her. His appearance had long been blurred by time, and the only thing he could recall was his personality, which was unrestrained, unconventional, so brilliant and vivid that he still remembered it vividly. It was the first time that Darila heard him talk about his mother, and she couldn't help asking, what kind of person is she? She had no idea about the previous generation, and no one had ever mentioned her biological mother to her. Perhaps Carlyle was unable to control the present, so he liked to recall the past, and said one more sentence inadvertently, but he quickly realized it, and did not continue talking, but changed the subject and said, how was the game? Darila forced a smile. We are first again in this game. Theseus Military Academy is not bad. I wanted you to go to the Imperial Star Military Academy before because I was afraid that you would be wronged in other places. Caleb looked at her gently. Tears rolled down from Darila's eyes again. I know, father. If you are not here, what should I do? She was like a child whose candy was taken away, and she choked and cried loudly, Father, I am very scared. They don't like me. If you are not here, can I still have a beautiful little skirt to wear? You only care about your skirt. Caleb felt funny at first, and then his heart ached. Seeing Darila's dignified and elegant appearance as a princess, now seeing her crying without any image, his emotions were complicated and difficult to describe. He comforted her. No, you will always be the princess of the Federation. No, I am not, I am fake. No one really respects me at all. They are talking about me behind my back, in fact, I know it. Darila cried breathlessly. Caleb was stunned. He didn't expect that Darila, who always cared about her image, knew all this. He had never heard her complain about anything. How wrong must she have been over the years? The guilt in his heart turned into a tide. Compared with the other two children, he gave them power and weapons, but they only thought about how to replace him. Instead, Darila, who got the least, loved him the most. He touched Darila's red hair. Don't worry, I will never let anyone bully you. You go back first and call your mother in. Darila didn't want to, and she was stubborn and refused to leave. Caleb frowned and pretended to be fierce, so she left reluctantly. After walking out of the hospital gate, Darila entered the aircraft, took the ice pack handed by Rong Tianjiang and applied it to her eyes, and rested against the seat. Rong Tianjiang saw her and said in surprise, You asked me to prepare ice packs just for my eyes? What did you do in there? Your eyes are so swollen? There was another sentence he held back and didn't say. He really wanted to ask if His Majesty was dead. Darila's voice was slightly hoarse, and she sneered, What do you know? The emotions had not completely dissipated. Her mind was a little confused, and her tone was a little impolite. Rong Tianjiang thought about her current situation, and he held back and didn't fight back. It was normal for her to be in a bad mood. After all, there were a lot of troubles at home. Darila took a deep breath and calmed down. It was hard to say how much Caleb really loved her. He only remembered her as a princess, who was a decoration of the royal family when he was dying. He clearly knew the meaning of power and weapons to a person. If he really loved her, he should train her like other children, and give her a sharp knife instead of a few beautiful dresses. Caleb was not a qualified father, so she didn't have to be a filial son. It was most practical to use his last bit of guilt to get more things. 2 days later, an explosive news overwhelmed all the previous events. His Majesty recorded a video and personally admitted that the previous identification was wrong, and that Darila was his biological daughter. The princess had previously done embryo cultivation, but the child was stolen after birth. The princess was heartbroken and could not access any relevant information, so the matter was not announced. And the old human did exist. It was another child, but they lost her news and did not know where she was. When they were looking for her, they mistakenly took Darila as an old human. As soon as the news came out, the whole galaxy was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by the news, and some even suspected that His Majesty was coerced, but the princess appeared to prove it in person and played a short video of Caleb. Caleb in the camera was still a little depressed. Compared with the formality of the previous video, he seemed more amiable in this video. He explained the cause and effect, and expressed that he was extremely happy that Diarilla was his biological daughter, and he choked up a little when he spoke. When Rong Tianjiang heard the news, he immediately entered the group to question Delilah. What's going on? Delilah, as you can see, that's what happened. You are actually the biological daughter of His Majesty, my God. Rong Tianjiang still couldn't calm down. Doesn't this mean that you have the right of inheritance? The right of inheritance is the most important point in this matter. It used to be a struggle between Carol and Melxi, but now it's different. Now there is one more heir. Delilah, it seems that your brain is not hopeless. Wait, why are you with Jiangju? Rong Tianjiang reacted, and the two of them appeared in the same shot. Darula, can't others think of what you can think of? I don't have so many bodyguards, so of course I have to find a safe place to stay. What if I get assassinated when I go out? Rong Tianjiang looked at her calm appearance and asked in surprise. You knew about this a long time ago? Yes, I knew it when I was 5 years old. Darula admitted frankly. When she was taken to the palace by Caleb, he said that he was her biological father, but the princess was not her biological mother, and asked her to live according to his arrangements. At that time, she still had a feeling of admiration for her father, but later this feeling gradually disappeared as the other party did not act like a father at all. It is hard to say how much of Caleb's feelings for her accounted for in his act of announcing her identity. Maybe he just wanted to discuss Carol and Melchi, and achieve two effects with one thing. He still pursued efficiency. Moreover, the princess stood on her side, inevitably mixed with a little intention of keeping warm together. She and the other party at least had some feelings, which was neither good nor bad. The other two children had great malice towards their mother. The two loved to fight when they were young, thinking that the princess took better care of the other person, and the princess herself did not like to take care of the three children. This indifference became the fuse of hatred. The princess felt the hidden malice, and naturally disliked them even more. Carolyn, Melchi, and the princess, the three of them can be said to be disgusted with each other. Rong Tianjiang rubbed his arms. I feel that you have changed. This is no longer the spoiled princess, who has been fighting with him since childhood. She has become unfamiliar to him. Darula smiled. People will change. Aren't you different from before? The reluctance to be treated as a mascot was buried deep in her heart. When she was trapped in the spider base in the last competition, Ji Jioshu pointed this out. At that time, she was only panicked. Even though she knew her heart, she didn't dare to face it. In the days when Ji Jioshu was taken away, she really felt the pain of powerlessness. The beautiful skirt had no right to speak, only the authority inlaid with gems had it. Rong Tianjiang rubbed his face and calmed his hot brain. Then there is still no solution to Ji Jioshu's problem now. Karen will not let you off just because you are his sister. Jiangju, Fusong said, she has a way to contact Jioshu. Rong Tianjiang, what way? Jiangju, I don't know. A new communication prompt sounded on Darula's optical brain. Okay, the answering session ends here. I need to prepare my sword now. The caller was Hod, the colonel father of Haas. He used to be embarrassed to choose between Karen and Melcher, but now he has a new choice. Then came Song Shuedong's call. The light brain kept ringing. She was busy dealing with various things. This busyness was not boring. She was working hard for her future. When Rong Tianjiang was about to close the group call, Fusong suddenly joined in. I was sleeping and didn't hear it just now. What were you talking about? He saw the room background behind her, and rushed to the guest room to knock on the door. Fusong had been living in his house during this period. Fusong opened the door. What's the matter? Rong Tianjiang saw that she was not in a hurry, and felt that his blood pressure was rising. Didn't you contact Ji Jioshu? Why are you still at home? Fusong, I'm contacting. Rong Tianjiang, ? He tried to hold back, but still couldn't help. If you can't do it, just say it directly. No one will blame you for not being able to help, but can you not make things worse? I'm a fairy. There's nothing to say to a mortal like you. Fusong closed the door, and the door almost hit Rong Tianjiang's nose. Rong Tianjiang, This life is really crazy. Chapter 134. In the prison cell of the 2nd Military District, the robot had just delivered Ji Jioshu's meal, and took away the bowls and chopsticks from the previous meal. Today's dish was fried tomato and broccoli, which was nutritionally balanced. Ji Jioshu picked up the bowl of rice, paused for a moment, and lowered his head to pick out a small piece of eggshell from the fried tomato and broccoli. No one chatted with her. She ate quietly, and finished the meal quickly. She sat for 5 minutes, and then got up and walked around, putting her hands in her pockets and walking back and forth in the small room to digest the food. When she was almost done, she went back to bed to lie down for a while. After waking up, she went into the bathroom and closed the door, and heard the sound of water washing her face. Jioshio took out the leaf hidden in his palm and held it up to look at it carefully. The leaf stuck to the bottom of the bowl was sent in. It looked like an ordinary leaf, dark green, oval, 1/5 the size of a palm, hard to pinch, and no information on it. So why send in a leaf? Her mind was working fast, but she still couldn't figure out what the person outside wanted to convey. She really didn't know what a leaf meant. Yes. A voice sounded in the bathroom. Jioshio turned on the faucet again and sneezed at the moment of speaking, and the sound was covered up. In another room, the two people who were staring at the camera with headphones did not find anything unusual. There was no camera in the bathroom, so they could only judge what she was doing by the sound. In the bathroom, the leaf suddenly moved, and under Jioshio's surprised eyes, it jumped into the water basin on the sink and climbed back after being stained with water droplets. The tip of the leaf fell to the ground, and the leaf stood up, moving on the dry countertop like a person standing, and the water droplets flowed down the leaf, leaving a line of intermittent handwriting. The leaf wrote a word. Fu. The leaf wrote this word, which easily reminded people of Fusong. I wonder where she got this alien plant from, but it actually has this function. Jioshio was not sure whether the leaf had vision. He pushed the leaf down with his index finger and tried to write on it. The leaf was not big, so he could only write one word at a time. Jioshio, what's going on outside? After writing, he stood the leaf up again. There was a bug in the bathroom, so he couldn't communicate by voice. He could only try this method. If the leaf had no sense of touch, then she had no other choice. The leaf moved again after being dipped in water, and wrote, Your Majesty is in trouble. Everyone quarreled, refused to release her, and assassinated each other. Diarella is Your Majesty's biological daughter. Jioshio looked at the words. She could guess that Caleb's worsening illness led to the chaos, and that Carol was determined not to release her. What happened to Diarella in the back really surprised her. Since the royal family has recognized Diarella, she doesn't have to worry about the impact of her identity as an old human on Diarella. She could use this to her advantage. Staying here for too long was not a big deal. No one came to interrogate her. They brought her here just to trap her. She had misjudged before and thought that Carol had really caught her to assassinate him. If she had known, she should not have followed him. Thinking of this, she thought of Cyrus again, the damn Star Pirate organization. If they had not posted tasks on the mercenary platform to contact each other, how could she have gone to Side Star to join in the fun, leading to a series of bad things later? She was silent for too long, and Yi started writing again. Yi, what should I do? Jioshio's fingers just touched the surface of the leaf, and there was a shout outside. She immediately pressed the flush of the toilet, picked up the leaf and went out. The door of this room facing the corridor is made of high-hardness glass, which has strong defense performance. Standing outside, you can see what the people inside are doing at a glance. The voice came in through the machine on the top of the room. Don't do anything tricky. The food you cooked is not clean, which makes me have diarrhea. Jioshio complained. This is not my problem. Please wash the vegetables clean next time you cook, and don't let eggshells fall into the dishes, okay? The person outside looked at her coldly. Since Jioshio did pick out eggshells from Tomato's scrambled eggs before, this reason was barely valid, so he turned and left. Jioshio cursed loudly, walked to the bed very angrily, lifted the quilt, lay on it, and wrapped himself up. She lay on her side with her eyes closed, her hands under the quilt opened, and wrote on the leaves, Tell Tianji, the emergency plan is activated. The water outside has been muddied, so she will set another fire. At 8 o'clock that evening, during the peak period of network traffic, the largest social platform, which almost crashed due to the exposure of Darila's identity, once again ushered in a huge traffic attack. Fortunately, after the last repair, it was barely able to withstand it this time. The explosive point was a video. The person in the video was Jioshio, and the background behind him was a blue planet, which was an unfamiliar galaxy. Jioshio's expression was serious and a little sad. She said, When you see this video, it means that something has happened to me. I don't know if I am still alive, but the situation must be very bad. As soon as she opened her mouth, it was a heavy bomb. Because too many people clicked on it, the latter part was stuck for a while before continuing to play. It is now 7842 in the new interstellar calendar. It has been a year since I came into contact with the interstellar. I sensed something wrong, so I recorded this video. I can't disappear silently, because I am an old human, and the treasures left over from the old human era cannot become someone's profit tool. The picture changed from her face to the yellow-green land. The camera was shaking a little, as if the protagonist's hand was shaking. The picture went dark for 2 seconds, and then lit up again. A huge underground fortress appeared in front of the camera. It should have been magnificent, but it looked lifeless because the light was too dim. Jiyoshi's voice sounded, "I am the only embryo that survived. I have lived here for more than 10 years. When I knew that there were still humans in the world and human civilization was still developing, I was so excited that I couldn't express it in words. I approached everyone I met with enthusiasm, and wanted to show Blue Star to everyone." She paused, "But I dare not, because I found that humans are not all good people. I dare not gamble on human nature. If someone finds the treasure of Blue Star, will the other party take it for themselves or choose to make it public like me?" As she spoke, many things appeared in the camera, various books, large machinery, tombstones, and the history of mankind was presented in full without interruption. "I'm so scared. I don't even know where I'd be when this video is released. But no matter what, I won't let the bad guys succeed. I'm going to publish everything on Blue Star so that knowledge is not monopolized and everyone can enjoy it." In the last scene, Jiyoshi faces the camera, and the background becomes the desert of Blue Star. This is the origin of mankind. I love it very much, and I ask you to love it too. The information will be uploaded with the video. I hope everything goes well. I wish us all a better future. The video ends, but the waves it has set off have just begun. All social platforms are discussing this matter, with shock, doubt, and tracing the truth. The impact covers the entire galaxy. Many technologies nowadays are far inferior to those of the old human era. There are too many things left behind that the Interstellar cannot decipher. Once the information provided by Jiyoshi is available, the Interstellar will undergo a huge change. But the most important point is, where did the information that was agreed to be uploaded go? There is only a video, but no information. It must have been stopped by someone, and they don't want to release it to everyone. Everyone is angry, and this anger continues to spread. Even people who didn't know Jiyoshi before are speaking out on the internet. Jiyoshi said that the release of this video means that she is in danger. Where is she now? Who is threatening her? The spearhead is directed at the 2nd Military Region. The 2nd Military Region is under the management of Karen. Did Karen discover Jiyoshi's identity, so he found a reason to detain her and wanted to monopolize the wealth of the old humans? This suspicion became more and more serious, and finally some people even began to protest in the streets, demanding the release of Jiyoshi, and Karen's reputation fell to the bottom. In the conference room, Carol was so angry that he threw a cup. What happened? Temp wiped the sweat off his face and said in a heavy tone, "The person has been locked up and has never gone out." The video was recorded in advance. Jiyoshi was well prepared. As long as she was in danger, she could use the video to turn the tables. She didn't target them in advance, otherwise she wouldn't use the vague term "some people" in the video. It's just that they were unlucky and ran into the gun. Now Carol not only has a negative reputation among the people, but even some people who were interested in supporting him before refused to contact him again. It's over, everything is over, and the good situation has been reversed. Carol scratched his hair. How could this happen? How could she be an old human? Temple, it doesn't matter whether her identity is true or false now. What matters is that everyone thinks she is real. Where's the information? Karen grabbed Temple's shoulders. Did we intercept the information? If there was information from the old human era, he might be able to reverse the situation. Temple smiled bitterly. We didn't intercept it. Karen was furious and slammed the table. She is still in the 2nd Military District, right? Go kill her. Temple hurriedly stopped him. No, if you really do something to her, the situation will be irreversible. This won't work, that won't work. What do you say we should do? Karen held his breath in his chest. He had the advantage before, but because of a video, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. It just so happened that the video was released at a time when the traffic was the highest. Once it was released, countless people browsed, saved and forwarded it, and it was too late to delete it completely. Temple was also in a headache. Let's release the person first. Release? Karen was furious. Impossible. Temple advised. Too many people are marching in front of the palace now, and even His Majesty has asked about this matter. We can't keep the person any longer. We must stop the loss in time. Not only release, but also release safely to ensure that Jiyoshi is intact. As long as she makes a mistake, the blame will always be put on Karen's head. So when releasing the person, Karen specially found the media to publicize and clarify the misunderstanding. Karen in the camera was gentle and smiling, explaining, "The previous incident was a misunderstanding. I solemnly apologize to Ms. G. Joshua here. During the detention, we fully respected Ms. G's human rights and acted in accordance with the rules. The video of side daxing was released before, and the Navy was mobilized to say that it was not an unwarranted arrest, but there was indeed evidence." After being arrested, G. Joshua was not abused, and Carlin apologized in person. He was still a good prince. The malicious speculation on the internet was pure nonsense. G. Joshua was sent back in the midst of the stars. After being detained for a few days, she was well fed and well fed. She gained 2 pounds instead, and looked at Carlin in the distance. Countless reporters squeezed in front of her to ask questions. "You said you are an old human, is this true?" The information on the internet was intercepted. Do you know who intercepted it? Have you been abused during your detention? If you were coerced, just blink. You said you were secretly targeted by someone. Who was the other party? What do you think of His Highness Carlin? Countless questions came and surrounded her. She looked at Jiang Ju, who was squeezing in from behind, closed her eyes, and fainted gorgeously, just falling into Jiang Ju's arms. Everyone was in an uproar, and they hurried to ask Carol. Carol saw G. Joshua fainted from the corner of his eye, and his face turned green. G. Joshua fainted and was taken away by Jiang Ju. After entering the aircraft, his eyes opened. She said with lingering fear, "Reporters are so scary." There was a lot of buzzing, and she didn't dare to speak, for fear that any of her words would be taken out of context and used as an article. "Jiang Ju, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?" "No, I was just locked up, and I didn't suffer any other abuse." G. Joshua waved his hand. The aircraft drove to the Jiang family, and the companions, the Jiang family, and the Rong family's parents were all there. During this period, both families had been running around for G. Joshua's affairs, and they were relieved when they saw her come out safely. Jiang's mother asked the most concerned question, "Are you really an orphan of the old human race?" The video is a statement to the outside world, and she wants to hear G. Joshua's answer. "Yes." G. Joshua nodded, his eyes curved. "If you have time to go to Blue Star, you will know that what is shown in the video is just the tip of the iceberg." In her plan, Blue Star should not be exposed to the world too early, but plans cannot keep up with changes, and it is more important to ensure the current safety. Rong Tianjiang, will there be any problems if the data is cut off by someone? No data was uploaded at all. Tianji interrupted, that was all a lie to them. If you don't do this, how can you arouse everyone's anger to the greatest extent and make the waves of public opinion higher? Rong Tianjiang took a sip of cold drink to calm down. First, it was Darula, and then G. Joshua. Things were more explosive than one. I guess there will be nothing that can shock him in the future. After answering everyone's questions, it was G. Joshua's turn to ask questions. She looked at the Jiang family. "You let Delilah live here. Have you made a choice? The royal family will eventually choose an heir. If there are 3 candidates, Karen will be eliminated, leaving Melxi and Delilah. Their attitude towards Delilah is worth pondering now. Do they protect Delilah as Jiang Ju's friend, or do they regard her as an heir?" Jiang Xian put his arms on the table and folded his hands. Karen and Melxi are in the same nest. Both have reasons not to be chosen. Before Delilah's identity was revealed, the Jiang family originally planned to choose Melxi, but Jiang Ju said that Melxi had a connection with the Star Pirates. Jiang Xian had fought with the Tingsha organization, and countless soldiers died at the hands of the Star Pirates. Melxi was no cleaner than Karen. Both of them pointed their guns inward at the innocent people of the Federation. The appearance of Darula can be said to have made many people feel relieved. She has been excellent since she was a child. Whether it is the social skills that seem useless, or the various courses in the military academy, the ability she has shown is not bad. Under the attack of Karen and Melxi, some people who are about to be squeezed rush to Darula. Regardless of whether she has political talent or not, a moderate majesty is much better than a majesty who is full of calculations. Federal affairs are not the one-man show of the royal family. If she can be a Vase of the royal family, she is the most suitable candidate for the federal government. Everyone has their own considerations. Under the game of all parties, in just a few days, Darula's followers have caught up with Karen and Melxi, who have been operating for more than 10 years. After Karen sent G. Joshua away in public and let the Navy spread various self-interested remarks, his reputation has recovered a lot. Now the 3 parties are in a delicate balance, and no one knows when this balance will be broken. Karen and Melxi are still being assassinated frequently, but Darula is calm. G. Joshua started a live broadcast, first to let everyone know that he is safe, and said that the information of Blue Star will be reorganized and uploaded when the opportunity is right. Now Blue Star is under reconstruction, and it will be open to the public later for everyone to visit. She skipped the matter about Karen and only talked about Blue Star and history. Finally, she looked at the camera with her usual smile on her face. Thank you all. If it weren't for you, I might not be able to stand here and speak. I will participate in the last game on time. Please don't worry. I look forward to seeing you next time. In the 1-hour live broadcast, she received countless gifts from netizens. Even after closing the live broadcast, some people still asked about the donation channels, hoping to speed up the construction progress of Blue Star. No wonder Xiao Xiao is so poor. It turns out that she is responsible for the construction of a planet. I will never say that she is obsessed with money again. Take more ads. I used to sneer at people who said that interstellar people cannot compare with old humans, but now I believe it. Going to school diligently and working hard to make money, what kind of child is this? My mother cried when she heard it. I want to donate money. I built a brick of Blue Star. This trend was unexpected by Ji Jiuxiu. Tianji opened a fundraising channel and recorded all the donors. The opening of Blue Star is gradual, and it will not be opened all at once. Before it is completely built, these people can be invited to supervise the construction progress and experience the life of Blue Star. Ji Jiuxia's debts were suddenly paid off, and there was a lot of surplus. All the money was collected as construction funds, and every expenditure will be made public in the future. In the morning, Ji Jiuxiu received a message from Dariella saying that Caleb wanted to see her. During this period, Dariella basically stayed in the hospital to take care of Caleb and reported Caleb's physical condition to them in real time. Ji Jiuxiu changed his clothes and went out. Jiangju, Rong Tianjiang and Fusong were already waiting at the door. Ji Jiuxiu, what are you doing? Jiangju, I'm going with you. Your Majesty is meeting me. What are you doing? Ji Jiuxiu was speechless. Rong Tianjiang, to protect you. Don't you know that all kinds of assassinations are very frequent now? Someone attacked Melcher yesterday. It's very dangerous to go out. He urged Ji Jiuxiu to come up quickly. The door of the aircraft closed, and it drove towards the hospital. Ji Jiuxiu saw Fusong and suddenly remembered the leaf in his pocket. He took it out and handed it to Fusong. Recently, various things occupied his mind, and he forgot about this matter. What kind of leaf is this? Rong Tianjiang came over to take a look. Fusong took the leaf and put it in his pocket. It's a common alien leaf. I still don't know how you contacted Ji Jiuxiu. I saw you stay in the room all the time. Rong Tianjiang asked again. Fusong, the more you know, the faster you die. Okay, I won't ask. Rong Tianjiang rolled his eyes. You all have secrets, but Jiangju and I are the most innocent and open. I won't play with you anymore. Rong Tianjiang ran to find Jiangju, who was driving the aircraft. The space suddenly became quiet. Ji Jiuxiu asked, will picking such a magical leaf have no effect on the tree? It will hurt a little, but it doesn't matter. You can stick it back to the tree. Fusong said casually. It's amazing. Ji Jiuxiu didn't ask any more questions and turned to other topics. The aircraft was parked at the entrance of the hospital. No one was allowed to enter. Others were stopped at the second-level checkpoint under the hospital building. Ji Jiuxiu entered the elevator alone. Someone was guarding the elevator and sent her to the corresponding floor. After exiting the elevator, there was another layer of defense checkpoints. She was searched all the way. At the last checkpoint, her optical computer was taken away, and then she saw Dariella. Ji Jiuxiu looked at the woman next to Dariella. She had a graceful temperament. She had seen her photos and videos on the internet. After a simple greeting with the princess, she entered the ward. Because he was going to meet a guest, Caleb deliberately dressed up. He sat on the bed in a white shirt and leaned against the headboard. He looked in good spirits. Ji Jiuxiu spoke first. Hello, I'm Ji Jiuxiu. Caleb looked at her carefully. When I was young, I was very obsessed with the culture of the old human era. I heard that your planet is the origin of mankind. Can you show me more videos or pictures? Ji Jiuxiu heard about this from Darula. Caleb likes things from the old human era so much that he wants to create a Darula representing the old humans. If Darula hadn't said that she saw the real old humans, Caleb would not have admitted her identity so quickly. Ji Jiuxiu turned on the optical brain and played the pictures inside. Some of them were the earliest blue stars, large tracts of desert and lonely land, and some were the most recent, with green grass growing on the surface of the blue star and all things sprouting. No underground fortress. Caleb was a little disappointed. These were not taken specially. Ji Jiuxiu answered. The last line of defense of mankind is secretive, and she will not take pictures casually. For her, the underground fortress is like a silent cemetery, and she rarely goes down to see the tragic history. Caleb sighed. Can you tell me about the history of the past? Ji Jiuxiao, of course. Tianji asked her to recite the history of the end of the world since she was a child. She picked and chose, choosing some important turning points to talk about. No matter how magnificent the past was, it was just a few short sentences in the mouths of future generations. You are indeed an orphan of the old human race, Caleb said. These things are too detailed and cannot be made up, and they correspond to the only history he knows. Ji Jiuxiao, so you called me here specifically to confirm my authenticity? Caleb did not answer, but stared blankly at the picture projected by the optical brain. It was a very classic photo of the blue star taken from the solar system. After a long while he said, How do you think the ancestors will judge my life? The ancestors that Caleb mentioned should not be as far back as the old human era. He was probably asking about the ancestors of the royal family at its peak. The royal family has been passed down from generation to generation, and there has never been a dispute among heirs like this generation. This is mainly because the biological mothers of the three heirs are from three different people. Caleb looked at her seriously, probably because he thought that Ji Jiuxiao did not belong to this era and had a barrier with the interstellar people, so he could confide his depression and confusion to her, the ancient person. Ancient person. Ji Jiuxiao was speechless. Why should I care about the judgment of the ancestors? People live in the present, and the only thing that can be changed is the present. Caleb turned his head and looked at Ji Jiuxiao. Then you say, is the decision I made correct? The turbid eyes seemed to be clear for a moment, revealing the sharpness of his youth. I have always believed in one sentence. Don't regret what you have done. Right or wrong, it has already happened. Dwelling on the past will only make you suffer. Ji Jiuxiao continued to practice Tai Chi without giving a positive answer. Caleb smiled. You have learned philosophy well. Ji Jiuxiao, I have learned every subject well. Caleb, what do you think of the current royal family? He seemed to be confused by illness, completely forgetting that Ji Jiuxiao was just a second-year military cadet, and such political topics should not be discussed with her. Ji Jiuxiao said bluntly, I think neither Caroline nor Melchior are suitable. Do you really not know what they did? Caleb did not speak, quietly leaning on the pillow, his eyes empty, and after a long time he said, My body has been gone for a long time. This is a chronic terminal illness that cannot be broken by current medical technology. The pain has tortured him for many years. He does not want to admit that this is fate, but it really seems like retribution from the dark. Ji Jiuxiao listened quietly. Suddenly, the alarm in the ward interrupted Caleb's words. The strong sound of the alarm made Ji Jiuxiao stand up immediately. She subconsciously pulled out her gun, but it was empty. She realized that the weapon was taken away before entering the ward. There was a gunshot outside the door. As soon as she walked to the door was pushed open suddenly, and she met a pair of amber eyes. Chapter 135. The soldiers turned on the instrument that interfered with the miniature mask. The woman standing at the door had her facial features distorted. After two sizzling sounds, her face changed. She immediately took out a mask to cover her face and put it on. In just 2 seconds, it was enough for Ji Jiuxiao to see the other person's face clearly. A dark shadow rushed over the corridor and immediately shut up as soon as he said sister. Without the miniature mask, the voice would also reveal his identity. The woman raised her hand, but Ji Jiuxiao was faster than her. He stretched out his hand to interrupt her movement, pressed the other person's hand down, snatched the gun from her hand, and kicked her out. The woman retreated and bumped into the man behind her. When she stood up and was about to continue attacking, Ji Jiuxiao raised his gun and fired, and the bullet happened to collide with another one. The robot responsible for detecting data in the ward stood up, and the position of its hand shrank inward, becoming a muzzle. This kind of combat robot cannot effectively solve the heat dissipation problem, and the weapons it carries are limited, so it is not as efficient as Tianji. The two people outside immediately dodged, and the woman said coldly, Caleb, I'm Sulan, I'm here to take your life. Caleb, who was indifferent on the bed, changed his expression after hearing this. This word was very unfamiliar to Ji Jiuxiao, but it was obviously very familiar to Caleb. There are many people who want to kill Caleb, and this is the only time he was closest to success. It must be said that he still has some strength. The light suddenly dimmed, and the ward was dark. The robot has a night vision mode, which does not hinder its movement. Caleb shouted turn on the secondary light source, and the robot immediately turned into a light bulb and emitted a strong light. Caleb looked at the two masked men in the ward, watching them try their best to get close to him, but the bullets were blocked by the robot. The hatred that erupted from them was so strong. He asked, "What are your names?" No one paid any attention to him. The two assassins not only had to find a way to kill him, but also had to deal with the counterattack of Yoshio and the robot. The man was hit on the shoulder by the robot and groaned. The woman turned back and decisively gave up, leaving behind a sentence, "We will always watch you." Then she pulled the man out. The power supply of the hospital has not been restored yet. It is pitch black outside the corridor, and only the emergency sign emits a dim green light. The strong smell rushed out and made people dizzy after entering the nasal cavity. The people who were originally guarding the door fell to the ground at this time. Their chests were still heaving, but they were not dead. Yoshio went back to take a gas mask from the robot and put it on to chase out. This hospital was privately built and specially served the royal family. There were only 8 floors in total, and Caleb was located on the top floor. There were people guarding the elevator, so they could only take the stairs. Yoshio quickly recalled the structure of the hospital and blocked the 2 people in one of the corridors on the 7th floor. The woman fired. Yoshio dodged the bullet and leaned forward, cursing, "Things are already troublesome enough. Can you not make things worse?" The woman hesitated for a moment, and there was a sound of footsteps behind her. Yoshio immediately pushed open the door of the next room, kicked the people in one by one, and then quickly closed the door. The soldiers chased up and asked Yoshio after seeing him, "Where did the people run to?" Yoshio shook his head, "I don't know, I chased from that direction. When will the power be restored? Are there enough people on the lower floors? And keep an eye on the walls, they can slide down on the lower floors." The soldiers had no time to reply to a bunch of questions, and hurriedly left a sentence, "You leave the hospital quickly," and led people to chase in another direction. After everyone left, Yoshio opened the door again. The door was locked. She used the ID card that Darila gave her, which could be used to swipe into every room in the hospital. The room was dark, and there was no sound. Yoshio only had a gun in his hand, and could not create a light source. He said to the darkness, "I will only help you this time. Whether you can escape depends on you." Helping once was already a favor for the past. She was not so philanthropic that she would take them out. Since they dared to come, they had to be prepared for the mission to fail. A small light came on. The two stood on the left side of Yoshio and looked at her. There was no one in front of her. She silently changed direction and faced the two. Shuang Yubai asked, "Why did you help us? Do you have to ask such an irrelevant question at such an emergency?" Yoshio asked back. "If you have time to chat, why don't you tell me why you want to assassinate Caleb first?" The two were silent, the atmosphere was quiet, and the footsteps on the roof broke the silence. Yoshio opened the door and went out, "Good luck to you." She didn't want to get involved with them too much at this moment. It happened that she encountered such a mess when she came here. It was the time to avoid suspicion. If she was photographed again, she would be wronged. The light on the ceiling flashed twice, and then lit up. The emergency power system started. The camera on the floor had been destroyed. She went upstairs to find the room where Darula was. There was an explosion downstairs, the ground shook, and the flames began to burn. The soldiers rushed over to put out the fire. The floors were built very firmly. The 8th floor was still strong. The fire below did not spread up. Yoshio found Darula. She was standing at the door of Caleb's ward, and the princess was also inside. Darula was relieved when she saw Yoshio. "Are you okay?" Yoshio shook his head, "No." The light brain sounded a message prompt. Darula looked down and frowned. The people ran away. Yoshio, "Didn't you catch any of them?" Darula rubbed her head. "Two were caught, but they committed suicide directly and didn't survive." With the hospital as the center, strict prevention and control were carried out around the area, and the search for assassins began. The fire in the hospital was extinguished, and everyone was busy with follow-up repairs. The power outage caused some trouble for Caleb, and he was sent to the emergency room again. Darula sent Yoshio out of the hospital. "A good meeting turned out like this, almost putting you in danger. Fortunately you are okay. I hope he can make it this time. It is more beneficial for her that Caleb is alive now. I don't know if the person who assassinated this time is Carol or Melchior. They are really crazy." Yoshio asked, "Do you know who Sulan is?" "I don't know her." Darila was at a loss. "Is she an important person?" Yoshio told Darila what happened in the ward, and Darila frowned. "I will investigate it carefully. Things were bad enough, and now there is a force that wants to kill Caleb." Yoshio, "Karen did this." Darila, "Ah? Karen did this." Yoshio looked into Darila's eyes. Darila was silent for a moment and nodded, "I know." No matter who did it, it must be Karen. Before the assassination spread, the first thing that sparked heated discussion was the Liuguang incident that was brought up again. This incident was not only known to some internal personnel, but also widely circulated on the Star network. Similarly, the source of the release could not be found, and it spread like a virus, and it could not be deleted. The anonymous poster dug out all the videos, contracts, and doubts about the whole incident, almost to the point of killing this matter. Not only the production of Liuguang, but also many things such as deliberately forcing some companies into bankruptcy and then buying them at low prices. But compared with the production and sale of banned drugs, these things are not so explosive. These evidences came from the collection of the Jiang family and the Rong family, and some were provided by the Xuanjiwei siblings in the black market. The chain of evidence is very complete. Taking out these things means that they have completely torn their faces with Carol. The two masked men who burned the laboratory appeared again, recorded a video, and directly asked Carol why he did this. In the video, the masked man's voice was sharp and majestic. Karen, you use human lives to feed the snow-melting beast to obtain the raw materials for the banned drugs. You deceived innocent ordinary people to handle radioactive materials, and caused them to become seriously ill. Your hands are stained with blood. God is watching you. Do you really think you have done it perfectly? The masked man danced a strange dance. People who had just been exposed to Chinese horror could not understand what kind of dance it was, but the eerie and strangeness had been transmitted through the video. The masked man looked at the camera, his dark eyes were empty, and all the light was swallowed up in these eyes. Karen, I have been watching you. The video and information went viral on the internet. Karen's slightly restored reputation was completely unsalvageable. The federal tax revenues supported such a criminal, which chilled all federal citizens. Everyone demanded a thorough investigation of Karen. Now, let alone the heir, it was hard to say whether he could live a stable life. If the Liuguang incident caused a storm among the people, then Karen's assassination of Caleb was a thunderbolt within the Federation. Patricide has always been a violation of human ethics, especially since this father never abused his child, but instead devoted himself to nurturing him. Is it still something a normal person can do to assassinate a seriously ill father? The news of Karen's assassination of Caleb was not leaked to the Star Network, but everyone in the Federation knew what they should know. Thinking carefully, Karen had sufficient motives to assassinate Caleb. Caleb has not yet designated an heir. As long as Caleb dies, according to the order of succession, he will be the one to get the scepter. He must have known that someone had a handle on the Liuguang incident, and he had lost a lot of help because of Ji Jiuxiao's incident before, so he was desperate and decided to give it a try. This statement was widely circulated, and some people even found Temple privately to ask, which made Temple very troubled. He had to deal with inquiries from all sides and appease Karen's emotions. Carlin smashed the cup in the conference room again. Recently, he has been unable to control his emotions. Since he arrested Ji Jiuxiao, all kinds of things have been completely out of control, like an avalanche. Carlin, who did this to make me take the blame? It must be Melxi. Only my vicious sister would do such a thing. It could also be Darula. She has been hiding for so long and finally revealed her true face. Who knows how dark her heart is? He is suffering now. Everyone thinks that he was the one who did it to Caleb. No one believes him at all. Although he does have such an idea, hasn't it been successful yet? Temp sighed heavily, Your Highness, we have no other way. From inside to outside, Karen's reputation is infamous, and almost everyone wants to kill him. Low pressure continues to permeate Karen's camp. The true and false rumors on the internet can certainly be clarified, but at such a critical moment, it is difficult to win over those wavering people after being stigmatized. His competitors are Melchi and Dariella. For politicians, he is not the only choice, and even a slightly worse choice. Karen took a deep breath, clenched his hands on the table, closed his eyes, and opened them again. Since everyone thinks I did it, what if I confirm it? He has been forced into a desperate situation. History is written by the victor. As long as he can win, everything can be saved. The winner will be the king, and the loser will be the bandit. The hospital has just experienced an attack, and the fourth floor that was bombed has not yet been rebuilt. The number of soldiers on duty has doubled, and the hospital is surrounded. Caleb assigned the 1st and 4th military regions directly under his management to Darila. This arrangement was made quietly. Even Darila herself only knew about Caleb's arrangement, because the generals of these two military regions took the initiative to find her. This action could not be hidden from the top leaders of the Federation. It was obvious what Caleb's actions meant. Darila frequently went back and forth to the hospital, and her relationship with the princess became closer and closer. The weight of the scale gradually tilted towards Darila. The Federation could not withstand the pressure from the people, and came out to declare that it would investigate again and seriously deal with the people involved in the Liuguang incident. When they went to Carlin's house, he was no longer at home. The night of the Imperial Star was brightly lit, and the three-dimensional projection billboards and lights were on all night. The exquisite faces of stars flashed on the big screen, blending into the background of feasting and revelry. The Royal Hospital is located in a remote and quiet place. There are no messy billboards around it. Only quiet green plants watch the busy road. The aircraft flies by at a low altitude, and the wind makes the leaves sway slightly. The instrument that detects Caleb's vital signs beeps, and the doctor rushes over to check. Darula, what's going on? Has the situation worsened? The doctor shook his head. No, it seems that the machine has a problem, but it shouldn't be. The hospital's machines are the best in the entire galaxy, and they were fine before. Why did they suddenly have problems? The optical computer can't be used either. Darula looked down at the optical computer, and a flashing screen appeared on it. The princess walked into the ward with a gun in her hand. It seems that the assassin is still unwilling to give up, and has come back again. The criminal who assassinated last time has not been caught, but now it's happening again. This time the preparation is obviously much more sufficient than the last time. All electronic equipment was interfered with. It seems that they don't intend to attack Caleb directly, but to end his life by destroying medical machines. The optical brain could not convey the message. Darula asked the doctor to keep an eye on Caleb, and went out to arrange for personnel to check the interference equipment. There were no suspicious people coming and going in the hospital, and the equipment should be outside the hospital. As the night deepened, there was no other movement, and the patrol team did not find the interference equipment. Caleb was in good condition, and could barely hold on. Darula discussed with the princess whether to transfer him to another hospital. Now the transfer would be an obvious target, so he could only hold on for a while. The patrol team was still searching carefully, and the enemy could not hide for too long. The light in front of him disappeared in an instant. It was the power outage again. Darula was prepared and took out a battery-discharged magnetic lamp and hung it on the ceiling. The brightness was no lower than before. All communication tools failed, the assassins were well prepared, the commotion gradually arose, gunshots and shouts were heard outside, and Darula clenched the gun handle. "I don't know who shouted, Your Highness," followed by a series of rapid gunshots, footsteps, and messy conversations. The sound approached the ward little by little. The corners of the princess' mouth curved up, and she sneered. "It turned out to be Yang Zheng. I really didn't expect it." The person who shouted Your Highness was Yang Zheng, who was also the general of the team responsible for Caleb's safety under the 1st Military Region. Because he was very close to Caleb, he could be said to be a confidant. "Your Highness." The 3 words came out so easily. Carloin really didn't hide it at all. He really didn't need to disguise himself. The Federation had already ordered him to be arrested. Whether he could turn the tables depended on tonight. The footsteps stopped, the door was kicked open, and Carloin stood at the door and looked at the people inside. His face was stained with blood, and his mouth was grinning with white teeth. "Mother, sister, long time no see. Why are you hiding here? Why don't you want to let me see my father?" "Darula, Karen, are you crazy? Do you really want to kill your father? How could I do such a thing?" Karen walked into the room. "I just haven't seen him for too long, and I miss him very much." His handsome face was extremely hideous at this moment. His eyes were full of red bloodshot, and the breath of rage and murder spread out, like a mad dog that bites whoever it sees. He raised his hand and fired, and the bullets swept from left to right, not caring about the life and death of Darula and the princess, not to mention that there were 2 innocent doctors and nurses next to them. Today, everyone in the hospital who had not clearly surrendered to him would die. Pointing the gun at the doctor, he laughed. "Dr. Moss, if you listen to me and add some ingredients to his medicine, won't there be so many problems?" Dr. Moss, who was named, fled in a hurry and hid behind the combat robot. "If I listen to you, I will die faster." Taking sides is a very dangerous thing. One choice will determine life and death. Since he came to work at the Royal Hospital, he has been constantly being wooed by many parties. Colleagues come and go like flowing water, but he still stands firm. The secret is to follow Caleb closely. He is Caleb's doctor, responsible for Caleb, and not tempted by other interests, so that he can live long. 5 combat robots stood in a row to block the bullets and fight back. Darula shot the ceiling lamp and broke it. The room fell into darkness. She turned over and jumped behind the bed, took out the laser cannon and aimed it at the door. The new protective cover glowed with a faint blue light, the wall of the ward was shattered, and the white skin fell off, revealing the metal inside. The ground shook slightly, and the doctor and nurse hid under the bed. The circuit returned to normal, and the lights in the room came on again. The dazzling brightness for a moment made everyone close their eyes subconsciously. The princess did not close her eyes, but stared at the target. The gun in her hand fired bullets, which shot out from the gap between the protective shield and the door, piercing Yang Jing's forehead. Compared with the son with wolfish ambitions, she hated traitors more. Carolyn glanced at the position of Darila and the princess. Darila pulled the princess back, and pulled a robot to block in front. The fearful expression made Carolyn disdainful. No matter how nice the words are, they are still weak and incompetent. They are at a loss when encountering things. Karen didn't care about Yang Jing's life, kicked his body away, walked forward with the protective shield, ignored Darila and the princess, and walked straight to Caleb, who was covered with a quilt on the bed and remained silent as if dead. He didn't get too close, and fired directly when he was 2 meters away. "Goodbye, father." The bullet sank into the quilt, and the person on the bed didn't move, and there was no blood on the wound. The messy corner of the quilt covered his face, and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. Karen frowned and fired while approaching, aiming the muzzle at the head, but the other party still didn't react. He finally realized that something was wrong, and when he quickly stepped forward to lift the quilt, the person on the bed took the lead, jumped up, clenched his fist, and hit the protective shield hard. The mental power was spread out, and a crack appeared on the protective shield that could not be broken by the laser cannon. This line continued to crack, and then with a slight sound, it broke into slag. Karen's pupils dilated, and he subconsciously took a step back. What appeared in front of him was not the seriously ill and dying Caleb, but Jiang Ju. He fell into a trap. This was a trap set against him. He turned around to escape, but Jiang Ju had already pounced on him and pinned him to the ground. With a click, Karen's hand was twisted off. Fierce gunshots rang out, and the black crystal necklace fell on the bed. All the bullets in the room stopped, and time seemed to slow down. Bullets fell to the ground like rain, and Jiang Ju looked up at the person who fired at the door. There was no emotion in his silver pupils. The person being stared at was stiff. He had heard about Jiang Ju's story. When he heard others talk about how fierce Jiang Ju was, he always thought it was an exaggeration. And when he became the other party's prey, he personally experienced the fear of being stared at by a large beast. Darila on the side opened fire. There was no need to show mercy to these rebels. They were shot to death. The officers and soldiers who were closest to Karen were inevitably sentenced to death, but some soldiers could be given lighter punishments. Karen, who was held down, broke free from Jiang Ju's restraints and punched with his still movable left hand. Ordinary hot weapons were useless, so he gave up the gun and fought directly. But it was obvious that he could not win in a hand-to-hand fight. Jiang Ju also raised his fist to collide with him. The two fists wrapped in mental power collided, and Karen spit out blood. Jiang Ju dodged to the side and kicked Karen away. Karen fell to the ground head-on, and just happened to meet the side of Dr. Moss, who was hiding under the bed. Dr. Moss sighed and said, "Your Highness Karen, I have advised you not to seek death." Karen stretched out his hand to Moss, and his bloody hand looked like a scene from a horror movie. Moss quickly stepped back. The nurse next to him slapped Carol's hand with a shoe in her hand, cursing as she slapped. "You threatened me with my family, I let you threaten me. I wish you to see God soon." Dr. Moss looked at the nurse, who was recognized as the best-tempered in surprise, and after glancing at Carol's abnormally twisted fingers, he silently squeezed a little further to the side. Ji Jiuxia's voice rang out outside the corridor, and the people at the door were cleared away. She carefully avoided the blood on the ground and walked into the ward. "How is the situation? Is it done?" "It's done." Jiang Ju shot Carol's hands and feet, and pulled him up. Carol's face was gray and limp like a dead fish. Karen stared at Ji Jiuxia fiercely. "You ruined my business again. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Tell me how many misfortunes I have suffered because of you." Ji Jiuxia was very upset, and slapped Carlin in the face. Carlin was stunned and then furious. "You dare to hit me?" "Ji Jiuxia, why not? You are a prisoner now. Didn't you think about today when you tied me up?" Seeing that he did not repent, Ji Jiuxia punched him again. The honest prince did not do anything but cause trouble. "This is the end," Carlin said with hatred. "You set up a trap to harm me?" "Harm you?" Darila sneered. "Your hands and feet are on your body. Did we put a knife on your neck to force you to rebel?" "Carlin, if you didn't force me, how could I do this? I have fallen to this point today because of you." Ji Jiuxia waved his hand. "Drag him away. There is nothing to say to such a person." The patrol took Carlin away, and the body on the ground was also dragged away. The robot came to clean up the blood. The jamming device has not been found yet, and the patrol team is still searching. Finally, Tianji took action and found it in a warehouse inside the hospital and dug out the spy in the patrol team. The other party said stubbornly, "I didn't put it there. I don't know anything." Tianji, "I have surveillance video, but I don't want to show it to you." Tianji's operating code is different from that of the interstellar instrument, and the jamming device cannot affect it. It removed the part with the camera and placed it in various locations in the hospital, clearly recording the actions of Karen and others including the spy. They don't need to prove the facts to the spy, just take the person away and lock him up first, and then in court, the other party can see all the evidence. Chapter 136. In another ward of the hospital, Caleb was lying on the bed, listening to the patrol team's report on what happened. Karen has been arrested. There were a total of 137 people who sneaked into the hospital with him. The people from the 2nd Military District surrounded the hospital outside to prevent the rescue troops from entering. General Zalman, who followed Caleb to the battlefield when he was young, stood in front of the bed and reported without any emotion. Caleb listened quietly, and he didn't speak for a long time until Zalman finished speaking. The ward was unusually quiet. Jiangju, Ji Jiuxiu, Darula, and the princess were all in the ward. The doctor left immediately after checking the instruments to escape from this particularly suffocating atmosphere. After a long time, Caleb looked at the ceiling and fell into memories. When Karen was 7 or 8 years old, he ran to me and cried, saying that others laughed at him behind his back and said that he was not as good as Melxi. You seemed to be there at the time. Do you remember? Zalman, I don't remember. She was very stingy with words, and refused to say more than 2 words. You are still so cold and hard. Caleb laughed twice, and his intermittent laughter was the only sound in the room. He felt bored and stopped laughing slowly. You are still young, so you don't recall the past as often as I do. Zalman went straight to the point. The federal government will interrogate and sentence him, and your attitude can affect his outcome to a certain extent. Caleb stopped talking again. His brain, eroded by illness, was not as flexible as when he was healthy. He always thought slowly, and made decisions very difficult. He said, I want to see him. Karen, who was wrapped like a dumpling and shackled, was brought to Caleb. Karen was no longer as high-spirited as before. He was crazy and aggressive, and his eyes looked at everyone with hatred. Carol, why, you can't wait for the verdict, you want to get rid of me privately. Caleb sat on the bed and looked at him, sighing, time flies so fast. I don't think I've taught you well, you grown up. Are you hoping to play the emotional card and make me regret and cry? Karen sneered, look at you now, if I'm sentenced to death, we can be reunited in hell soon. Caleb, I just want to chat with you, I can't remember the last time I talked to you. Is it a little too late to remember that you have a son like me now? You never gave me any love, so don't even think about getting any feedback from me. Karen's words were full of thorns, and he had no remorse. The communication between the two ended quickly, and Carol couldn't communicate normally. He stabbed everyone like a cactus. Caleb was so angry that his heart beat faster, and the doctor knocked on the door in shock. After getting permission, he walked in carefully to check on Caleb's condition. Zalman pulled Carol up. It seems that you are really not afraid of death. You'd better sentence me to death. Carol smiled. Living in prison is more painful than death. Zalman took him out, pursing his lips tightly. When Carol was very young, she held him in her arms. At that time, he was still a small and soft little ball. Later, when he grew up a little, his character was timid and cowardly, which made people unable to help but give him a little more preference. She was not unaware of what Carol did privately, but she and Caleb did not investigate it deeply, which eventually led to a big mistake. They were all wrong for Carol to get to this point today. Before Carol was taken away from the ward, Caleb said, let the court decide what it wants. It meant that he would not interfere in the official business. Hearing this, Carol laughed, and the laughter gradually faded away. Ji Jiuxiu saw a flash of pity on Caleb's face. After all, he was his own son. Even if he wanted to seize the throne, he would not live long anyway, so he was particularly tolerant and generous. She did not understand this kind of emotion. She really should let everyone see the families that were broken up because of Carol. Any mercy to Carol would be unfair to the victim. She would hand over all the evidence and sincerely hoped that Carol would be sentenced to death. After the matter was settled, Ji Jiuxiu and Jiangju were about to leave, and Caleb suddenly called her. The masked man in the Liuguang video has something to do with you, right? Ji Jiuxiu turned around. Of course not. I'm just an ordinary military school student. You are not ordinary. Caleb refuted her words and looked into her eyes quietly. First, the news that the last assassin was Karen was released, and then the Liuguang incident was restarted. It was you who pushed Karen into a dead end step by step. Caleb is old and his mind is not flexible, but after all, he was young and still has an amazing keenness for conspiracy. Ji Jioshu said innocently, "What does this have to do with me? I don't know everything. Didn't you call me here today to say that you want to hear the history of Blue Star?" She has been in the hospital these days, chatting with Caleb to relieve boredom, while Jiangju is responsible for the hospital and her safety. The operation of changing the ward was proposed by Darula, and she didn't do anything. Caleb stared at her for a long time, and then slowly closed his eyes. "You go back. I come see you next time," Ji Jioshu said politely. The ward was clear to people, only the doctor was busy, and Caleb was lying on the bed staring at the ceiling in a trance. The three of them walked out of the hospital. It was late at night, and Darula sent them to the airport. "Your father is not too stupid." Ji Jioshu picked a word. Even if he knew that she had impure thoughts, he would not stand up for Carolyn. Similarly, he would not interfere in the dispute between the remaining two princesses. "Darula, he has been teaching me some knowledge about politics recently." Finally, he did not ask about her skirt, musical instruments, or social achievements. Her long skirt turned into armor, and stood in the same position as Melchior. This was something she had dreamed of, but did not dare to say. "Are you still participating in the last joint exercise of the military academy?" Ji Jioshu asked. Darula frowned. There were so many things going on recently. Time flies. She almost forgot about this matter. "I think about it first." "Okay." Ji Jioshu nodded. "By the way, the principal asked me to say hello to you on her behalf." Darula smiled. "I see. The principals of the 7 major military academies usually hold concurrent positions, and have other real positions within the Federal Army. They also have 1 vote in the selection of successors. The principal of Theseus Military Academy voted for his own students. Ji Jioshu, the Yu family used to be with Karen. Now that the big tree has fallen, they have no backing. They can fight for it, and then carefully check whether it is related to Liuguang. If it is involved, just throw it away after use. The Yu family is Yu Suin's family. The Liuguang incident is very secretive. Karen should not let all his staff know about it. I just don't know whether the Yu family is involved." Ji Jioshu said it very heartlessly, and the meaning of using was clear. She hated everyone who had interests involved in the Liuguang incident. The Yu family has always been a member of the Karen faction, and they also participated in some actions. This time when Karen got into trouble, they will definitely be implicated. The Yu family is too big and deeply rooted in the Federation. Even if it is liquidated, it will not fall completely. In addition, they have been fighting with Melxi, and Melxi will not let them go. At this time, Darula is the best shelter. Is the Yu family suitable? Darula glanced at Jiangju next to her. The Yu family, the Jiang family, and the Rong family have never dealt with each other. If you win over the Yu family, will it cause resentment from the Jiang family and the Rong family? Ji Jioshu, their disharmony is only good for you. It balances power, and prevents one family from dominating. Jiangju next to him pretended to be deaf, and pretended not to hear. Darula nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. Okay, go back to bed quickly, it will be dawn if we continue talking." Ji Jioshu said goodbye to Darula, and left with Jiangju on the aircraft. Back at the Jiang family, the robot prepared a cup of hot milk in advance according to Jiangju's instructions. Ji Jioshu drank it all in one gulp, and his slightly hungry stomach was relieved. The Jiang family was very quiet. Everyone was resting, and only the living room was still lit. "Jiangju, is it really okay to say those things you said to Darula in front of me?" After all, he was a member of the Jiang family. Ji Jioshu unscrupulously discussed the art of weighing pros and cons with Darula. He could pretend to be deaf, but he was not really deaf. Ji Jioshu waved at him. Jiangju approached, and she pointed at the cup. "Wash the cup first." Jiangju went to wash the cup, put the cup in the disinfection cabinet, and walked back. Ji Jioshu, "Look, isn't this okay?" She patted Jiangju's head. "Go to bed early, good night." Jiangju was stunned, standing there watching her go upstairs. She had been living in Zhang's house for some time, and was familiar with it as if it was no different from her home. After washing up, Ji Jioshu lay down on the bed, vaguely feeling that she seemed to have forgotten something, but she couldn't remember it. She closed her eyes, and was about to think about it, and then slept until noon the next day. When she went downstairs, lunch was just ready, and Jiangju stepped on the first step. "I was just about to wake you up." Jiang Xian sat at the dining table with two dark circles under his eyes. Ji Jiuxiu and Jiang Ju could come back to rest last night, but as one of the patrol team, he was dealing with follow-up matters all night and checking whether there were any missed people. It was not until this morning that he could take a short break and come back to have a meal. The matter of Karen is not over so soon. As a prince, he actually made and sold banned drugs privately. How many people colluded with him secretly? These are all things that need to be investigated later. The Federation is bound to conduct a major cleanup. These things are not the work of Ji Jiuxia and Jiang Ju. They are just military school students and have not participated in the last game. These complicated and tedious things should of course be left to the adults. After dinner, everyone held a meeting again. Xi and Tai, the head of the company who knew nothing about the whole process, looked at Ji Jiuxiao. Recently, the discussion about you has been very hot. Do you want to advertise the company's new movie? No matter whether she is an old human or a new human, as long as she is still one of the company's bosses, she has to work for the company. Ji Jiuxiu readily agreed. Although he is not short of money now, who would complain about having too much money? Song Xuedong was wearing a military uniform and holding a lollipop in her mouth. I just destroyed 2 new dope labs and am about to go to the next one. I'm very busy every day. If you have something to say, please tell me. Just show off. Why would you join a meeting if you are really busy? Rong Tianjian looked away, not wanting to see the smugness on his face. Fusong, it's not over yet. There is another Melchi. Her concept is very simple. There can only be one king. Now the old king is dying, and the new king should be established. But if you kill one competitor, there is another one. She showed a different enthusiasm for the fight for the throne, and was very active. Darilla held her chin with one hand. Melchi is not as easy to deal with as Carol. Nancy said, find a way to assassinate her. Nancy was muted. Ji Jiuxia, let's prepare for the last game first. The adults are not dead yet. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. After the meeting, Ji Jiuxiu received a message. This account was a black market account. Looking at the contact displayed as Shuangyuebai, she remembered that she had forgotten something. The message said by Shuangyuebai was very brief, with only 3 words. Ji Jiuxiu? It has been so long, and I don't know what kind of psychological struggle Shuangyuebai went through during this period, and finally sent this message to Ji Jiuxiu, but it seems that the other party is safe. Ji Jiuxiu replied, not dead? Shuangyuebai, thanks to you Ji Jiuxiu. How did you guess it was me? Shuangyuebai, the tone of speech, and the way he kicked people she risked her own death to assassinate, but she was not injured. Only a bruise with the outline of a footprint appeared on her waist. Ji Jiuxiu really didn't use any strength when he kicked her into the room. After she came back, she thought about it, and realized that among the people she knew, the only person with such a bad temper was probably Miss Good. Ji Jiuxiu dialed the number, and the projections of Shuangyuebai and her brother appeared in front of him. She asked, so what do you want to do by sending me a message at this time? If you want to ask about Caleb's news, I can tell you that he is not dead yet and is living well. I didn't expect that Miss Good would be you. Shuangyuebai looked complicated. The top student of Theseus Military Academy and the therapist of the Black Market Clinic, she had never thought that the two would be related before. Even if there is a coincidence that mental power treatment causes pain, there are so many people in the world, and there may be many people whose mental power is like this, but she doesn't know them, so she has never suspected in this direction. Ji Jiuxiao, you came to me just to express your shock about my identity? I didn't expect that I am more important to you than Caleb. I am really flattered. How can Caleb tolerate your mouth? He comes to chat with you every day. Shuang Yunfei couldn't help but say. Ji Jiuxiu raised his eyebrows. You are well informed. You even know what I am doing recently. Shuangyuebai, this time, I contacted you mainly to express my gratitude. I was too busy before. I know you have a lot of things to do, so I didn't bother you. If you really want to thank me, then tell me who Su Lan is? Ji Jiuxiu was really curious. Before, Darula helped to investigate and found that there were many people named Su Lan, but they had nothing to do with Caleb. The 2 people on the opposite side fell silent, and Ji Jiuxiu continued, if it is really difficult, forget it. I won't force it. But I want to remind you that if you still want to assassinate Caleb, I will still stop you. Shuangyuebai, how long can he live? Ji Jiuxiu, it's hard to say, he may die today, or he may not die in 1 or 2 years. Shuangyuebai saw Caleb's condition with her own eyes. He was really seriously ill and dying. She didn't need to do it herself. As long as she lived long enough, Caleb would always die before her. She asked. Did he investigate our identities? I don't know about that. Ji Jioshu spread his hands. I'm not his subordinate. He won't arrange things for me to do. As for what he told others to do, it would be a big problem if I knew. Shuang Yuebai was blocked by her words, and didn't know what to say next. She thought for a moment, and told Ji Jioshu a story. After Caleb knew that the princess was born unable to ovulate, he took out his sperm, and asked the hospital to select eggs to match and breed an heir. During the first embryo cultivation, a nurse in the hospital replaced the selected eggs with her own for money. The fertilized egg unexpectedly developed into twins. The nurse carefully raised the embryos, and 2 children were born from the artificial womb. When Caleb went to see the children, the nurse told Caleb that they were their children, but the dream of her being accepted by Caleb and taken back to the royal family did not happen, and she did not even get any money. The furious Caleb planned to secretly execute the 3 people. The mother of his children must be good enough. A woman like the nurse, who was mediocre in all aspects, was not worthy of having children with him. The nurse's dream was shattered, and she begged him to let the 2 children go, but in Caleb's eyes, the children were just 2 sperms, and he didn't care about their lives at all. In desperation, the nurse fled with the 2 children. The only place where she could avoid the federal tracking was the black market. She lived in the black market and raised the 2 children alone. She had some mental problems. She often beat and scolded the 2 children. After scolding, she would hug them and cry, venting her hatred for Caleb. She forced the 2 children to swear every day that they must take revenge on Caleb in the future. Since the children could speak, the word "kill Caleb" appeared in their mouths earlier than "mom." Raising 2 children is not easy. The nurse worked in a small clinic in the black market and did not earn much. When she was not sick, the 3 of them also had some warm time, which was also the most relaxing time in the lives of the 2 children. When the children were 10 years old, the nurse was accidentally killed in a fight in the black market. The 2 children became orphans completely. Later, they were selected by the people in power of the Storm organization and taken back for training. The story ends here, and Shuang Yuebai did not continue. Ji Jioshu's brain was working fast. You mean, you are Caleb's first 2 children? Shuang Yuebai nodded. Mother asked us to kill him, so we want to do it ourselves before he dies. The mother's obsession has been implanted in the brains of the 2 children. When they learned that Caleb was seriously ill, they planned this assassination. Ji Jioshu was overwhelmed. If Shuang Yuebai and his brother were Caleb's children, wouldn't they be Darilla's sister and brother? Karen and Melxi were both cultivated by Caleb with sperm, and the gender was random. The original idea was to raise 2 children to support each other, but who knew that Darilla would be the accident later? Only Darilla was not the embryo he cultivated in the hospital. Unfortunately, the scene of brotherly love and respect that he imagined did not appear. Brother Carloan and sister Melxi fought to the death. I really don't know what the criteria for selecting eggs are to raise such 2 ruthless characters. Ji Jioshu drank a sip of water to calm himself down. Do you have any other goals besides killing him? For example, forcing Caleb or using other means to prove his identity, adding fuel to the already chaotic heir dispute. Shuang Yuebai, I originally wanted to kill Carloan, but now I don't have to. At the beginning, Carloan put the blame on the black market for Liu Guang, and she always remembered this grudge. But just as the revenge plan began, Carloan fell first. Ji Jioshu drank another sip of water. Who said that this world is big? It's obviously very small. Everyone has been going around in circles, and all the grievances and hatreds are connected together. She stated her position again. I won't let you kill Caleb. If Shuang Yuebai insisted on killing, they would stand on the opposite side, and she would not hold back next time. Since you choose to help him, our chances of success are very low. Shuang Yuebai smiled helplessly. Forget it. Meeting him once, talking about my mother's name again, and letting him immerse in the fear of not knowing when we will kill him again, can be regarded as satisfying my mother's wish. Do you have any ideas about the heir? Ji Jioshu asked bluntly. Shuang Yunfei, we don't want to have anything to do with the royal family. Life in the black market is good now. They have completely controlled the Storm organization. There is no need to get involved in the royal family struggle. Shuang Yuebai reminded, if you are worried about Melxi, there is another group of people who are also targeting her. Maybe they can help you. Ji Jioshu thought of Melxi's experience of being assassinated every other day. This group of people continued to act after Karen was arrested. Obviously, they were not Karen's people, and had a deep hatred for Melcher. She asked, who? Shuang Yuebai, I only know that it is an anti-federal organization, and I don't know the specific personnel. Anti-federal organization? Shouldn't they target the entire federal government? Now that the royal family is in turmoil, it is a good time for them to make trouble. Why do they only target Melchior? Shuang Yuebai couldn't answer this question. The two chatted briefly for a few more words, and then hung up the communication. Ji Jiuxiu immediately convened an internal meeting of the team. Only the 5 of them and Tianji were present at this small meeting, and the scope of knowledge was strictly controlled. Rong Tianjiang, why is there another communication? It just hung up. What happened? Ji Jiuxiu told the story of Shuang Yuebai's brother and sister, not to spread each other's secrets, but because this matter was related to the royal family, it was necessary to remind Darula. What? The person in charge of the storm organization is Caleb's child. Rong Tianjiang's voice came out before Delilah. His shouting made Delilah calm down. She asked, what do they want to get by telling this? Ji Jiuxiu, they just want to thank me because I helped them in the last assassination of Caleb. What? Rong Tianjiang roared again, you actually helped the assassin, and you didn't tell us, how many secrets do you have? Ji Jiuxiu rubbed his ears, didn't I tell you, there are no other secrets. It's really complicated, it's so troublesome to choose a king. Fusong sighed. Jiangju, it involves the interests of many parties, so of course we have to make decisions carefully. From the information revealed by Shuang Yuebai, we know that she prefers to be neutral, and will not participate in the royal family's competition, but people will change. Who knows if they will still think so tomorrow, so we still have to be prepared. You can know a person's face, but not his heart. Ji Jiuxiu put down the cup. You can know a person's face, but not his heart. The water surface in the cup oscillates back and forth, reflecting Shuang Yuebai's face, but I think she can be trusted. Shuang Yuebai and her brother, who had just escaped from pursuit and fled to the black market, contacted Ji Jiuxiu as soon as they returned home to ensure that their favorability would not decrease due to long-term non-contact. Shuang Yunfei, what if she is more wary of us after you tell her? It's better than deceiving and concealing now, and waiting for her to find out later. Shuang Yuebai glanced at his brother. I told you to find a way to seduce her. You don't do anything to seduce her. If she is one of our own family, do we still need to worry so much? Shuang Yunfei was helpless. Sister, you should think about something more practical. Just like Ji Jiuxiu, he is very slippery in his words and deeds. He knows that he is approaching with a purpose, so he labeled him as having bad intentions from the beginning. Shuang Yuebai thought for a moment, and then clicked on the light brain. We have no experience, but we can learn. I bought some books about chasing girls online, and sent them to you. You should study them carefully. Shuang Yunfei, ? Dixing Tianji, who was doing maintenance, received an order notification and quickly went online to package, and send a series of Blue Star e-books such as How to Make a Rich Woman Fall in Love with You, 100 Ways to Eat Gigolos, and How to Win the Heart of a Boss. It received a big order today. Someone actually bought so many at one time. Ji Jiuxiu said that these broken books of its couldn't be sold, and it threw the screenshot in her face. Chapter 137. Under the attention of the public, the last match of the joint military school exercise began. Due to the recent events of Ji Jiuxiu and Darula, the traffic in the live broadcast room reached a new peak. If they did not participate in the competition, it would be understandable, but Ji Jiuxiu prefers to do things from beginning to end. The joint military school exercise only happens once, and she does not want to leave any regrets. There are so many people outside the stadium, and she does not need to worry about them. This time the venue is set on Mercury, which is different from the previous competition system. Mercury is a real battlefield invaded by alien beasts. The spacecraft flew over Mercury, and all you can see is the surging sea water. Compared with other planets in the interstellar, this place is relatively primitive and independent, and the racial bloodline is well preserved and has not been confused by interstellar people. Ji Jiuxiu looked at the introduction of the Mercurian people and pointed to the position where the human leg should be in the projection. Is this big tail an artistic treatment? The word big tail is a bit simple and rough. The tail fin under the fingertip stretches into a translucent butterfly wing, and the blue-green gradient texture emits pearlescent light, like a layer of hazy white gauze. Jiangju, this is the original bloodline of the Mercury people. They live in water, and have fins behind their ears for breathing. When they leave the water, their fish tails become legs. Ji Jiuxiu exclaimed, there really are mermaids in the world. Jiangju, the Mercury people are very xenophobic. The planet is completely closed, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. The alien beasts have been invading for almost 6 years. They wanted to solve it themselves at first, but they couldn't do it. Only recently did they ask the Federation for help. The relationship between Mercury and the Federation is average. The help message is written very stiffly. The Federation doesn't want to help, but it can't just give up. It just happens to be a competition field for military cadets to try. The cadets were thrown on an island, and the staff of the competition were suspended above them in a spaceship. The sound of waves, the sea breeze carrying a unique faint fishy smell, the beach, the waves, the coconut trees, the holiday atmosphere is full. Unfortunately, they are not here for vacation. The competition method is quite simple. The ranking is based on the number and level of the killed monsters. The more killed, the higher the points. The island is calm, with only the sound of the rising tide. There is no monster. The cadets are divided according to the school camps and find places to set up camp. There are many things to take this time: water, food, tents, but no matter how much they think, they didn't expect that the competition venue would be related to the sea. Many machines cannot be used in the water and have to be modified. Yoshio stood on the beach. The waves kept going back and forth in front of her toes, and she lowered her head to look at the gravel under her feet. Have you seen the sea? Rong Tianjiang ran to her side and kicked a conch away. Yoshio, I've seen it, but I've never been in the water. The seawater of Blue Star occupies a larger area than the land, and it is very far from where she lives. Tianji took her there once, but when they came back, they had to push the cart back because of insufficient energy. She was deeply impressed by the sea. She choked the first time she went into the water, and since then she has never touched the water above her waist. It's okay not to touch the water at ordinary times, and it doesn't affect the battle, but who would have thought that the last competition venue would be in the water? Although the mecha is waterproof, she still can't accept the sea. Rong Tianjiang, are there still things you are not good at? I'm not Superman. Jijoshi rolled his eyes. Darula, underwater combat is generally mechanical combat, but accidents are inevitable during the battle. It is still necessary to learn to swim. I will teach you. She jumped into the water, as agile as a fish, rolled back and forth several times, and then reached out to Jijoshio. Jijoshio hesitated slightly, but out of trust in his companions, he took off his shoes, grabbed Darila's hand, and slowly walked into the water. The water reached his waist, and the pressure of the sea came over him. The waves kept pushing him, and it was difficult to stand. Darila, relax, don't be tense, I hold you. You slowly lift your legs and move, swim up and down. Jijoshio, gurgle gurgle. Darila, don't grab me, move your hands too. Jijoshio, gurgle gurgle gurgle. Jijoshio struggled to stand up from the water, and took a few steps back away from Darila. He was full, and didn't want to play anymore. It's very simple. Darila didn't understand, and swam a few times in the water to demonstrate to Jijoshio. Jijoshio, how did you learn to swim? Darila, I can't remember, it seems that I learned it by splashing in the water a few times. You try it. No, no. Jijoshio refused again and again. She was afraid that she would be buried in the sea before she learned it. Water was her enemy. If she wanted to go into the water in the future, she should stay in the mecha. Fusong lay on the water, the ends of her limbs sank slightly, and she did not move, floating on the water naturally, drifting back and forth with the surge of waves. Isn't swimming very simple? Rong Tianjiang also jumped into the water and demonstrated various swimming methods to Jijoshio. Jijoshio's palm slid across the water, bringing water droplets to his face. If you say so, then isn't it also very simple to pass the theoretical course? Rong Tianjiang swam past Jijoshio. There are still things you don't know. I feel balanced. Jijoshio couldn't stand his cocky look, so he scooped up some water and splashed it on him. The organizers didn't say what the strange beasts on Mercury looked like, so the cadets had to explore it themselves. They had been on the island for almost an hour, and nothing had happened. Some cadets went into the water to check the situation. The strange beasts that troubled the Mercury people should live under the sea. Many people were dumbfounded by the sea, and there were quite a few who couldn't swim. At this moment, they all went to the shallows to try to learn quick swimming techniques. Rong Tianjiang invited Jijoshio, come on, I teach you how to swim. Watch my movements, remember how I move, and move your hands and feet. He swam, and suddenly stopped and went to the deep water. I saw a big lobster, and it's a snack tonight. Fuso got excited when he heard about food, and followed him to dive down. Darula was immersed in swimming, and had already rushed forward a long distance, leaving only Jijoshio and Jiangju. Jiangju approached Jijoshio, lie down, I hold your waist, you feel the waves of the seawater first, and get used to the feeling of being in the water. No. Jijoshio was psychologically traumatized by Darila. It's easy to choke on water. Jiangju, I take you, it won't happen. Jijoshio hesitated for 2 seconds, reluctantly believed him once, took a deep breath, and prepared to choke on water. This time it was unexpectedly smooth. Whenever the waves came and pushed her down, Jiangju would lift her up a little first. He didn't teach her any movements, but let her flutter at will. Ji Jiuxiu gradually found fun, let go of her fear of the seawater, and tried to swim by recalling Diruila's posture, but it turned out that she still couldn't do it. Jiangju, don't imitate Diruila's movements, start with the simple ones. As he spoke, Ji Jiuxiu moved, his palm against Ji Jiuxiu's abdomen to keep her above water. Ji Jiuxiu struggled to paddle forward a few meters, and when she was tired, she stopped to rest, letting Jiangju support her to float on the water. She chatted, "How did you learn to swim? Did you learn it as soon as you got into the water like Diruila?" "Jiangju, I learned it in the army. My superior pushed me into the water directly, and I almost drowned. He called me stupid and released a dog to save me. In fact, the teacher who taught me to swim was a puppy." It was a bit inappropriate to laugh at this time, but Ji Jiuxiu still couldn't help it. "You have learned the true meaning of life, and you treat suffering as a joke." If it was the previous Jiangju, he would have finished the first 2 sentences, and he would have been concise and unwilling to say 2 more words, but now he has learned to tell jokes. Ji Jiuxiu rested for a while, and then continued to swim forward with full motivation, asking Jiangju to hold her. She paddled forward seriously, and the waves surged from the left. She tried to control her limbs not to fight against the waves, and floated a little in its direction, and continued to swim forward after the waves stopped. "I feel a little bit, you let me go and try," Ji Jiuxiu said. Jiangju raised his hands. "I let go a long time ago." Ji Jiuxiu's eyes widened, and her body stiffened and sank immediately. Jiangju reached out to hold her, and was entangled by her hands and feet like an octopus. A big wave hit, and the two sank into the water. The sea water was dazzling, and Ji Jiuxiu subconsciously closed his eyes. The last picture in his eyes was the silver hair scattered in the water, floating very slowly, like a flower tempting to pick. The fear of being submerged in water made her unconsciously hold on to any floating which she could grab, and her hands were tightly wrapped around Jiangju's neck. No sound could be heard underwater, only the gurgling sound of air rising up, and nothing could be seen. Jiangju covered her head and swam up from the water. They were deeper than before, and the water had already covered their chests. Air entered his lungs, and Ji Jiuxiu coughed madly, his hand still holding Jiangju tightly. "Jiangju, now there is a technology in the swimming pool that can simulate the feeling of being in the water without actually choking on water, and it is used for children to practice." Ji Jiuxiu stopped coughing and panted, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" "Jiangju, if you said it earlier, you couldn't learn it now. If it's too hard, you can learn it after you get out." Tianji said that children should not be spoiled, otherwise they will easily retreat when they encounter difficulties. Ji Jiuxiu recovered and landed on the ground with his legs wrapped around Jiangju's waist. The feeling of being grounded on the sand was reassuring. She felt that she was ready to learn, and so many people were watching the live broadcast, she didn't care about her face. She must be able to learn this swim today. From morning to afternoon, Ji Jiuxiu was soaking in the water. During this time, other teammates came to take a look, complained that she was learning too slowly and left. Jiangju's hair was wet and dry and wet. Until Ji Jiuxiu was able to swim freely, she didn't have much energy. Swimming is really tiring, more tiring than running 50 kilometers. Jiangju carried her out of the sea and put her on the beach to dry. By the way, he went to the coconut tree next to him to get 2 coconuts, cracked them open, and handed one to Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu took the coconut and drank 2 mouthfuls. "Now I know why the instructor asked us to bring an extra set of clothes before the game. He knew we were going into the water, but didn't remind us." Jiangju replied, "How insidious. How did you know I was going to say that?" Ji Jiuxiu glanced at him. Jiangju brushed away the hair stuck on her cheek. "You take a rest first. I go to the island to find some freshwater resources." "I go with you." Ji Jiuxiu got up. "Look for my shoes before you find water." The two walked towards the island, and just as they entered the coconut grove, they heard a noise behind them. Ji Jiuxiu looked back and saw a series of mechas rushing out of the water, and the others who were still practicing swimming also ran to the shore. Behind them, the sea water turned black. A closer look revealed that it was not the sea water that was dyed black, but a group of dense black fish chasing them. There were so many that the sea water looked black. The black fish chased the cadets out of the water. They had 3 legs under their abdomens, shaped like duck feet. The 3 legs moved forward alternately, not slowly, and the sharp white teeth bit one of the legs, and blood immediately spread. The other black fish were attracted by the blood, and all rushed towards the injured military school student. Military school students from the same school hurried over to help, while the other black fish that were far away did not stop and continued to climb to the shore. The black mass of strange fish surged up like waves. One of them was half a meter long, with a round head like a bullet, and its mouth could form a semicircle when it was split open, and it looked weird. Ji Jiuxiu and Jiang Ju went back to test the ability of the strange fish. The shore was the home field of the military school students, and the mecha and bullets were fired at the same time. The heads of the strange fish were very hard. Ordinary bullets had to hit the same position at least 3 times to penetrate their heads. Their abdomens looked relatively soft, but their heads were too big to completely block their bodies. The mecha is more efficient than bullets, and its weapons are more powerful. One bombardment can knock down several strange fish. Fists land on the strange fish, making a metallic friction sound. The strange fish will tear and devour the corpses of their own kind, and continue to rush forward after eating them clean. There are too many of them. If you kill one, more will come. The speed of killing cannot catch up with the speed of their climbing up. This is a good opportunity to earn points. Soldiers from every military academy basically rush out to kill monsters. The strange fish climb up along the thigh of the mecha, and the sharp nails pop out from the tip of the web, allowing them to walk on the smooth vertical metal surface as if it were flat ground. The black color covers the color of the mecha itself, and gradually wraps the mecha like a bug, which is creepy. The strange fish has an amazing bite force, and the surface of the mecha thigh is gnawed into pits and pits, revealing the parts and circuits inside. Someone shouted, "My legs are numb." The military cadet, whose mecha's legs lost contact with his body, tried to escape by supporting himself with his hands. The ground was densely packed with strange fish, and he was tripped to the ground. The strange fish quickly submerged him, and the mecha's energy was attacked, and the connection was directly disconnected and could not be used. There was no one else around to help him. Everyone was entangled by the strange fish, and those who were too far away could not catch up. The rescue team above the sky was dispatched. The body data detection instrument bound to the student determined that the student had reached the elimination value, and the huge suction cup pulled the person into the air. The shells blasted off the strange fish on the surface of the mecha. The people inside were forced to shut down due to the damage to the mecha, and their mental power was affected to a certain extent. The therapist immediately stepped forward to provide mental counseling. The difficulty of fighting the strange fish was beyond everyone's expectations. The difficulty was that there were too many of them. Round after round, they could exhaust people's energy and drag them to death. Those who wanted to score points calmed down, and the military academy students were forced to retreat back little by little into the woods on the island. The strange fish only came out to the edge of the woods and did not go deeper. They did not retreat into the sea, but lay on the beach without moving, and the white beach turned black. A group of military academy students hid in the woods in frustration. The smarter students went to the edge to sneak attack the strange fish, and killed as many as they could. Rong Tianjiang leaned on the coconut tree with one hand, and looked at the strange fish outside. These monsters are too difficult to fight. Ji Jiuxiu proposed a beautiful vision: if everyone is bad, everyone can tie, and these tricky monsters can be thrown to the Federation to solve. It's a pity that it's just if. Darula continued. In the previous 4 games, Theseus Military Academy has been a step ahead of other schools. They can play the last game with confidence. It doesn't matter if they are the last one, but for other military academies, ranking is still important, so the struggle will not be reduced. As usual, Aishimo counted the people to see if there were any students who had not returned from the water or were eliminated. There were 97 people on the field, and 3 people were eliminated. At the beginning, the strange fish gave the military academy students a warning. A total of 11 military academy students were eliminated. This was only the first battle, and the ending was tragic. At this pace, the game will probably end soon. As the sky gradually darkened, the strange fish returned to the sea one after another. Fuso took out a net bag made of metal ropes, which contained a bunch of crabs, lobsters, and various fish and snails. Fuso, it's over now, let's eat first. When entering Mercury, everyone brought a lot of nutrient solution. Before, they were not allowed to bring food, and it was difficult to hunt on the field. Now they are allowed to bring food, and the supplies are so abundant that they don't need nutrient solution. With a seafood feast in front of us, who would want to drink the bland nutrient solution? The wood for making fire is ready, the island is rich in resources, the trees are lush, and the spring water flows out of the mountain to form a small pond for the cadets to drink. The fire was lit, and the cadets who had previously only been busy killing monsters in the water were left with nothing. Now they could only smell the fragrance and drink the nutrient solution. There were quite a few people like Fuso who went into the water to catch food. Most of them were from Theseus Military Academy. They didn't have to work too hard for the last game, and it was a rare enjoyment, so of course they had to make good use of it. Nada approached Ji Jiuxiao. You can't finish all the food, how about giving me some? Ji Jiuxiao, 2 points for 1 food. Why don't you go and grab it? Nada complained. A sea-level monster only has 1 point. These foods can be picked up under the sea. Ji Jiuxiao argued. How can the food on the sea be the same as under the sea? This is carefully cooked by me. If you don't want to change, just drink the nutrient solution. If there were no people grilling, Nada could have tolerated the nutrient solution. It's all because they grilled it too fragrant. Tempt her. Okay, I want lobster. Nada sat down. A few monsters are nothing, and the points can be earned back tomorrow. The charcoal fire stimulated the meaty aroma of seafood. Some people couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Looking at the beach, all the strange fish retreated to the sea. Some people walked out tentatively, wanting to go into the sea to catch some food. No way, tired all day, really want to eat something good. Everyone was watching the cadet entering the water, watching him drive the mecha into the sea, and 10 seconds later he broke through the water and soared into the sky. Behind him, a strange fish shot up, opened its teeth and bit him, followed by a second one, and a third one. Fish can't fly, but their jumping ability is far better than that of humans. The light from the mecha allowed everyone to see clearly what was happening. A group of strange fish popped out of the water. If you ignore their triangular serrated teeth, the scene was quite beautiful. The cadet controlled the mecha to fly to the shore, and a small group of strange fish followed it to the shore. After the cadet rushed into the woods, they swayed on 3 legs and walked back to the water. The cadet said with lingering fear, there are all these things under the water. Have all the Mercury people been eaten by them? As fish, they are so powerful on the shore. They must be the kings and dominate underwater. They haven't seen any Mercury people since they entered Mercury. Maybe they are really dead. The cadet took out an octopus as big as his head. This trip was not a complete loss. At least there was an octopus to roast. Darula retracted her gaze. The strange beasts don't eat octopuses. They don't eat crabs and shrimps either. Rong Tianjiang took a bite of the lobster and added. Ji Jiuxiu turned the crab over, but they attacked us when they saw us, which means they eat people. Very targeted, only eat people really picky. Fusang commented. Jiangju proposed an idea. I don't know how they rely on to identify prey. If we dress up as crabs, will it recognize it? Ji Jiuxiu picked up the roasted crab and pried open its shell. The crab shell was bigger than her 2 palms put together. She held up the crab shell. Maybe you can try it. There are many crabs, so there are many crab shells. All the shells are connected together to form a crab battle suit with air leaking on all sides. Ji Jiuxiu held up the crab battle suit and gestured to Jiangju. Just imagining the scene of him wearing this crab suit, she couldn't help laughing. Do you really want to wear it? Aren't you afraid of leaving a black history and being laughed at for the rest of your life? Jiangju stretched out his hand to her. In order to complete the mission, I have done many more ridiculous things than this. Seeing him so serious, Ji Jiuxiu felt embarrassed to continue to laugh at him, and was curious about what he had done. What have you done? Jiangju, I tell you slowly when I have a chance. Just as her fingers were about to touch the crab coat, a hand came from the side and Delilah took the crab coat away. Delilah, in terms of water ability, none of you can compare to me. I go down and take a look. You wait on the shore. No matter how many crab shells there are, they are not enough to make a layer of clothes for the mecha. The size is made according to the size of a person, which means that the person who goes into the water will be completely exposed. You go? Ji Jiuxiu hesitated. Can you run faster than Jiangju? Darla, not fast, but I can swim fast. That's not good. What if something happens to you? None of us 4 can afford to compensate you. Ji Jiuxiu opened the crab coat and put it on her. Darla, if you really worry about her, just take the crab coat away. What's the point of putting it on her? Their movements could not be hidden from others. Someone came out to stop them. Those who stopped them were not all Theseus Military School students. Those who stood up were no longer for the military school, but for the family outside the stadium. Now many people are on the side of Darila. If she gets into trouble in the stadium, she will not know how to cry. Darila showed her strong side. I said I can do it, and I can do it. If even I can't do it, then no one can do it. The camera locked onto her face, her long red hair swaying in the sea breeze. She said, this is not just a game, It's about the survival of the Mercury people. I hope to help them solve their problems. Darilla walked into the sea in a funny crab suit and soon disappeared above the sea level. The sea was calm with only a few waves. She's getting smarter. Fusong sighed. Not only did she complete the military academy's mission of going into the water to check, but she also gained a lot of public favor in front of the camera. Although the Theseus Military Academy students all said to lie down, they couldn't really lie down. Xingran stood on the shore like everyone else, feeling the breath of the sea breeze. You still like to wear the enemy's clothes so much. Ji Jiuxiao, no! She only wore the combat uniforms of other military academies, the bark clothes made of tree roots and alien plants, and now she wears crab clothes. Not much, right? Time passed bit by bit, and Darula never appeared. The atmosphere on the shore gradually became anxious. As one of the new members of Darula's camp, Yu Suin looked extremely ugly. You shouldn't let her go down. Ji Jiuxiao glanced at him. You should learn to trust her. If you think she is a little princess, who needs to be protected under your wings, then I can only say that your vision is very problematic, and this is how your life will be. Yu Suin was choked and couldn't speak, and she closed her mouth and sulked. As time went by, the people who were originally calm were no longer calm, and they looked up frequently. Did something happen to Darula? Why hasn't the rescue team come down yet? It's been too long. Why is there no movement at all? She shouldn't have been allowed to go down. The people from Theseus Military Academy didn't stop her. They are simply crazy. What's the use of a few crab shells? If something happens to her, it will be over. Go down and take a look. It's so dangerous down there. Who dares to go? In the whispers, it's not all about worrying about Darula herself, but more about worrying about a series of changes in the situation that will occur if she gets into trouble. Xingran shifted her gaze from the water to Ji Jiuxiao. The wind blew over her, and she no longer coughed as usual. She looked away again and watched quietly. Chapter 138. A group of military academy students stood on the shore and looked out to sea. The tides were rolling, and the light could not penetrate the water, so they could not see the specific situation. Are you waiting for me? The voice came from behind. Everyone turned their heads and saw that Darula had stood behind them. Her red hair was wet and stuck to her body. When the light shone on her, her skin was so white that it was almost eerie. The contrast between red and white was so strong that everyone was startled by her and stood still without moving. Ji Jiuxiao walked towards her. What's going on down there? Darula wrung the water out of her hair, took off her crab skin and put it aside. The alien beasts are moving to the deep sea. The crab skin has some effect but not much. There will still be alien beasts attacking. By the way, I bring back some food. She pointed to the net bag next to her, which was filled with seafood again. She added, if you don't go into the water with a mecha, don't go more than 200 meters beyond the current sea level. There is a cliff behind. She showed the footage she had taken to everyone. The flat sand suddenly stopped somewhere. Looking down, it was a dark and bottomless deep sea with clear boundaries. The temperature and density at the cliff are different from those in the shallow waters, and there are also undercurrents. If you are not careful and get caught in it, it will be a big trouble. Everyone watched the video shot by Darila. In front of the boundless ocean, humans are still too small. No matter how many years have passed, when facing the deep sea, they will still feel the fear in their genes. Did you shoot these videos from these angles? Inside the cliff? Someone noticed something unusual. Darila, yes, we can only shoot like this to show it more clearly. If you don't believe me, you can go and try it. Anyway, there is a rescue team here, so there is a chance that you will not die. Everyone had different thoughts, and no one tried to confirm what Darula said. There was enough food in the shallows for them to eat, and they had to be fully prepared before going deeper. Hearing Darula say that the strange beasts were evacuating to the deep sea, the military academy students, who had just drunk the nutrient solution, couldn't help but go into the sea to catch fish and grill them. The nutrient solution will not produce too much satiety, but will only make people feel less hungry, and there are delicious things that can still be eaten. Some people became curious about the cliff, and went over to take a look from a distance. The dark sea was even darker, and even the strongest light could not penetrate the ink like sea water, and the colder water flows spread over. Late at night, everyone set up tents in the woods as a temporary camp, and each school arranged personnel to keep watch. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Ji Jiuxiao was awakened by the alarm clock, got up, washed his face, and prepared to change shifts. She went to the guard post, but didn't see the previous batch of people. She looked around the camp, not only the students of Theseus Military Academy, but also the people from other military academies. Returning to the military school camp, She walked to Jiangju's tent and knocked. Jiangju opened his eyes and opened the tent. What's wrong? Ji Jiuxiu. The guard disappeared. Jiangju was still there. She changed her target and called Darula and Fusong until everyone was awakened. When counting the number of people, she found that only the students on duty disappeared. The people in other military schools were awakened by their movements. After everyone checked, they found that 3 people were missing from each military school. There were too many people, and they were chattering together. No one knew how the students on duty disappeared. They disappeared silently. Don't talk, Darula shouted. The few people closest to her quieted down, and this silence continued to spread outward, and finally everyone stopped talking. In the silence, a faint singing voice came from afar. The sound was like the sound of nature, indescribable, and people were intoxicated by it. It was as good as Darula's voice. Attracted by the sound, everyone unconsciously raised their feet and walked out, crossing the land covered with weeds and broken branches, and stepped on the fine white sand. The military academy students with lower mental power levels moved first, and then even the A-level mentalists could not resist, and finally only a few S-level ones could hold on. Luo Linya from Winchester Military Academy was about to stop everyone, and Darula said, "It's okay, let's go and take a look together." Everyone walked into the sea, but the upper body remained above the water, floating forward stupidly. Rong Tianjiang rubbed his eyes. What's the situation? Ji Jiuxia took off his shoes and walked into the water. Just walk forward and you know. When she walked to the place where the sea water covered her waist, the sand under her feet became a soft and smooth object, and then she didn't need to move, something took her forward to swim. She looked down, and saw that it was a huge manta ray that was carrying her forward. The edge of the fish's body was undulating like water grass, flowing smoothly. The group gradually moved away from the coast, and headed for the deep sea. The smell of the sea breeze became stronger. It was pitch black in front, behind, and around. Only the constant wind, and the occasional sound of water showed that they were still moving forward. The singing became clear, ethereal and psychedelic. Neither electronic technology nor musical instruments could produce such a heart-wrenching sound. A light gradually appeared in front of them. The closer they got, the clearer they could see. Countless glowing small fish swam around a big whale, emitting fluorescence that illuminated the sea surface. On the back of the whale, several mercury people sat on it. Their long red hair that reached their ankles was dry and gently blown by the wind. From the waist down are large fish tails that emit tiny glimmers. When they move, the tiny scales on their faces reflect the brilliance. They lie or sit, and some of the fish tails that fall into the water sway slightly, stirring up some water droplets or glowing fish, and the fish play around them. This scene is a dream, so beautiful that no words can describe it. The light, the sound, and the salty and humid smell of the sea breeze are so unique. The singing comes from their throats, clean and pious. The people who are attracted still stand on the manta ray and listen quietly. The whale makes a long and distant call, which perfectly blends into the tune of the mercury people, adding a bit of thickness to it. The water column above the head sprays water, and the water droplets fall down like mist, making the scene even more dreamy. The singing gradually stops, and the mercury people who are immersed in the chanting look at the cadets, and the cadets regain consciousness. Sound is one of the mercury people's means of attack. If it weren't for the manta ray, they would have drowned silently. The mercury people jumped into the water and disappeared. The whale slowly sank to the bottom. The glowing fishes scattered, and even the manta ray withdrew. The cadets' feet were empty, and their upper bodies that had been suspended on the water's surface fell into the water. Because the manta ray left too suddenly, they were caught off guard and choked on the water. They struggled to swim with gurgling sounds. The sea surface returned to darkness, and everything before was like a dream, disappearing completely. Someone wondered, what are they doing? They were friendly troops, who came to help the mercury people. It was okay for the mercury people not to come out to say hello during the day, but they did this at night, and got them all into the water. It was simply unreasonable. There were also some other opinions mixed in with the condemnation. The mercury people are really beautiful. I thought they were beautiful enough when I saw the projection data before, and I felt even more dreamy when I saw it with my own eyes. The projection could not reflect 1/10 of the beauty. Do they want to say hello to us? Rong Tianjiang guessed, but why do we have to meet at night? Can't they meet people during the day? Fusong, probably want to leave us a very deep initial impression. The mercury people are not only xenophobic, but also face-conscious. If this scene is put in the daytime, the effect will be greatly reduced under the light. Only at night can the mystery be perfectly displayed. Jiangju, the habit of the Mercury people is to come out and sing at night. Their voices will confuse all creatures that hear them. Ji Jiuxiao. So why did they leave without even saying hello? At least talk about the weaknesses of the alien beasts to facilitate the formulation of targeted plans. With this attitude, the military academy students are obviously the party that came to help, making it seem like they are rushing to help the Mercury people. Darula. The people of Mercury hate outsiders very much. To say that they are xenophobic is a bit too mild. Their attitude is not without reason. Their strange appearance will attract the covetousness of many people with ulterior motives. There have always been people who want to sneak into Mercury to carry out human trafficking. The Federal Army once stationed on the surface of Mercury to prevent people from trafficking Mercury people, but later for some reason, the two sides had a very ugly quarrel. The army withdrew and Mercury completely banned foreigners from entering. If they were not really forced, they would not ask the Federation for help, but the Federation arranged Mercury as an examination venue, which seemed a bit perfunctory. The two sides disliked each other, and neither of them gave each other a good face. Rong Tianjiang gossiped, I remember that this happened only 20 years ago. What happened? Originally, the relationship between the Federation and Mercury was good, but after that year, Mercury unilaterally cut off contact with the Federation. Jiangju, I don't know. The only people who knew about this were a few high-level people who had access to core affairs. The news was kept secret, and there was no news at all. Ji Jiuxiu flapped his arms twice. We are not going to swim back like this, are we? Jiangju took out the mecha, pulled Ji Jiuxiu into the cab, activated the diving mode of the mecha, and drove to the shore. He runs fast, let's squeeze in. Rong Tianjiang also took out the mecha. Darila, it's too crowded, you take Fuso with you, I swim back by myself. Fuso refused, and asked Rong Tianjiang to get a piece of iron for her, asking him to drive slowly and pull her back. The two of them had more ideas than each other. Rong Tianjiang was speechless, and pulled Fuso, who was surfing, back. The combat uniforms of the military academy are made of quick-drying material. They can be dried by washing them in fresh water twice, and then drying them by the fire for 2 minutes. The seawater on the body can be washed directly by taking a basin and washing it from the head twice. As for the basin, of course, it was modified by the mechanic using iron sheets. Ji Jiuxiu changed into dry combat uniforms, and put the wet clothes by the fire to dry. The sea breeze was very strong, blowing towards the shore, and the clothes could dry faster. After tossing back and forth, it was almost dawn. Ji Jiuxiu struggled for a while between getting up and catching up on sleep, and finally chose to sleep. This sleep was not very peaceful. She was awakened by thirst. When she got up to drink water, it was just dawn. Unfortunately, there was no planet like the sun next to Mercury, so she could not see the beautiful sunrise at sea. After drinking the water, she returned to the tent and heard a slight noise, like an animal crushing branches. The sound was very light and fast, and then it returned to calm, like an illusion. The guard yawned, and seeing that she was still standing, he asked casually, What's wrong? Ji Jiuxiao, didn't you hear any sound? The guard woke up. What sound? Ji Jiuxiao put his finger on his lips, made a hushed gesture, took the gun in his hand, and moved towards the direction of the sound. The quiet was made a sound again. The other party tried to escape. She quickened her pace, and after realizing that the other party was heading towards the sea, she called the guards to intercept in advance and outflanking together. The escaping thing was not fast, and the sound of dry leaves being crushed was very obvious to the ears, and Ji Jiuxiu chased after it. As soon as the guards of Theseus Military Academy moved, the people of other military academies immediately looked over vigilantly, and all surrounded them after knowing that there was something. The appearance of enemies is not just a matter for a certain military academy. The alien beasts or beasts will not show mercy because of the difference between military academies. In this game, the competition between military academies is only about the number of alien beasts killed. Everyone unites to face the enemy. It went into the sea. Someone shouted. A short black shadow moved quickly on the beach. It was still dark, and it was unclear what it was. I only saw that the other party had 2 hands and 2 legs, and its body shape was somewhat similar to that of humans. The mecha was dispatched, and the movement was so fast that after images were left, and it quickly chased forward. Wow! A sound pierced the brain, and the feeling was like the sound of foam rubbing against glass playing in a loop on the eardrum. The military academy student, who rushed over, was stagnant. Seeing that the other party was about to rush into the sea, Ji Jiuxiu endured the pain and ran forward. The net bag woven by Fu Song came in handy again. She swung the rope and threw the net bag forward, catching the other party like catching a fish. She stretched out her hand and pulled, and the exit of the net bag closed, trapping the escaping thing inside. Wah wah wah. The sound was as sharp and piercing as a child's cry, making people. The mind went blank. Ji Jiushu used the last willpower to hold the rope tightly, and did not let go no matter how the other party struggled. I don't know how long it has been, maybe 1 minute, or maybe 10 minutes. Ji Jiushu has lost the concept of time, and the tormenting screams finally gradually subsided. She raised her foot, and walked forward. Her foot softened, and she almost fell on the beach. After stumbling 2 steps, she barely controlled her body, and continued to walk crookedly. She wanted to see what kind of ghost thing was so cruel. She tightened the rope while approaching, walked to the front of the net bag, and met the eyes of the little girl with tears in her eyes. Ji Jiushu? ? She carefully opened the net bag, pulled the girl out, grabbed her shoulders, and turned her around, looking left and right, up and down. This is completely a human cub. The little girl looked 7 or 8 years old, her clothes were green, and it was hard to tell what they were made of. She wore a cloud shoulder made of pearls on the outside, and her red hair was ankle length. Her facial features were extremely delicate, her eyes were big and bright, and her pupils were light blue. She was just like a doll in a window. Ji Jiushu fell silent. She seemed to know what the other person was. Others gathered around and looked at the girl curiously. Why is there a child here? Are you stupid? Can your child's cry cause a concussion? It's not some humanoid beast, is it? Is it that hard to guess? This outfit is obviously a Mercury person, right? Oh, isn't it said that Mercury people hate foreigners, so I didn't think about it that way. Everyone was chattering, and the little girl looked at them, tears in her eyes, looking particularly aggrieved. Someone poked the little girl's face and said in surprise, It's hot, just like humans. Mercury people are originally a race of humans, but the blood of their ancestors is better preserved. Someone answered. The little girl bared her teeth at everyone, and this behavior was more like a beast. Very fierce, now you are my captive. Ji Jiushu pinched the back of her neck. The little girl opened her mouth and was about to cry, but Ji Jiushu quickly covered her mouth, picked her up, and took her back to the camp. The others who were sleeping were awakened by the little girl's howl, and they couldn't sleep anymore. Everyone surrounded the little girl and looked at her curiously. The skin, facial features, and legs are exactly the same as those of the Federation people. The 5 toes of the little feet stepping barefoot on the sand are clearly visible. It is impossible to imagine how a fish tail turned into legs. No one present has ever seen a Mercury person. Last night's meeting was like a dream, and it was not real. Seeing the girl in front of him now has some sense of reality. Rong Tianjiang was amazed. Nature is so magical. What is your name? The girl didn't say anything, but didn't dare to cry loudly. She sobbed and shed tears, and her eyes and nose were red from crying. Ji Jiushu, don't cry, don't act like we are bullying you. Why don't you stay with the adults? What are you doing sneaking here? The girl continued to cry, didn't say anything, and her eyes seemed to be dry, and tears continued to flow. Nada, let her go. What if the Mercury people can't find the child and blame us for child trafficking? Everyone made way for her to go back. Seeing that she didn't move, Luolinia gently patted her back and said gently, Go home quickly. The girl stopped crying, her big eyes swept over everyone, and suddenly ran to Darila and held her thighs. The girl was very small, not even as tall as Darila's legs. Darila was confused. What do you want to do if you don't go home? Your hair and eyes are the same color, maybe she thinks you are her kind. Fuso stood next to Darila and stretched out his hand to pinch the girl's chubby arm. Does red hair have this advantage? The military school student with red hair and blue eyes came out of the crowd, rubbed his hands, and approached the girl, squatted in front of her, and opened his hands to her. Come on, let your sister hug you. The military school student did not get the same treatment as Darila. The girl raised her hand and slapped her very naturally, with great force and clear sound. The cadet covered his face and said aggrievedly, Why did you hit me? The girl's blue eyes were full of vigilance, and she hugged Darila tighter. Darila patted the girl's shoulder, bent down to look at her. What's your name? My name is Dorothy. The girl said in a baby voice, with excellent voice conditions. She let go of her hand and hugged Darila's neck instead, stretched out her hand to pull Darila's red hair, and huddled in her arms to look at other people. Darila squatted down. Where are your family members? Why are you here alone? Doro pointed her finger at the cadet. Brother Liddy said that there were outsiders coming and didn't let us go out, so I sneaked out from the back door and was not discovered by him. This unfortunate child is quite proud, and looks like she is waiting to be praised. When did you come out? Didn't you encounter a big fish with many teeth? Ji Jiuxiu asked. Duo Luo didn't say anything, turned her head away, pouted her mouth, and complained to Delilah, "She hit me." Ji Jiuxiu, I didn't hit you at all. At most, I used you as a fishing net. Children who lie won't grow tall. Ji Jiuxiu patted Duo Luo's head. The little girl is quite vengeful. If she didn't want to see what kind of strange beast it was, so she chose to capture it alive instead of shooting. Otherwise the grudge between the Federation and Mercury would be even bigger. Delilah repeated Ji Jiuxiu's question, and this time Duo Luo was willing to answer. I swim fast, they can't catch me. The strange fish will also attack the Mercury people, and steal their main food. The more they eat, the faster they reproduce. This is why the Mercury people cannot completely eliminate the strange fish, and have to ask the Federation for help. Dualuo's stomach growled, and she rubbed Darula's face. I'm hungry. Rong Tianjiang, if you're hungry, go home and eat. Do you really think this is your home? Dualuo ignored him, shook Darula's neck, and chanted like a spell, eat, eat, eat. Darula, who was filled with magic sounds, took out a lobster. Dualuo shook her head, took out a conch, and Dualuo continued to shake her head. She didn't eat coconuts or nutrient solution, but insisted on eating a kind of seaweed on the seabed. As expected of a naughty child who could sneak out, after experiencing the initial fear and finding that the military school students would not hurt her, she began to be arrogant and cried for seaweed. To this, the cadet's reaction was you could eat it if you want, or not. Seafood is also on the Mercury people's menu, but it ranks very low. They prefer some fish and algae in the deep sea. If you don't eat it, you won't have it. In the end, Duo Luo could only chew the lobster with sobs. She refused to leave even if she was asked to. After eating, she started to run around on the ground and asked Ji Jiuxiu to pick coconuts for her. Ji Jiuxiu? ? The child deserves a spanking. Ji Jiuxiu pretended to grab her and spank her. Duo Luo ran towards Darula with her short legs and hid behind Darula. Ji Jiuxiu, why don't you go back? Are you afraid of the strange fish under the water? Or did you have a quarrel with your family and ran away from home secretly? I'm not afraid of those ugly fish. Duo Luo took out a palm-sized white trident from her pocket and stabbed forward. I have a weapon. Kill all the enemies. Ji Jiuxiu picked up her trident, which looked like the bone of some fish, and was very hard. It was not a problem to pierce the strange fish, but the size was really small. Everyone had no time to play with her, so after breakfast, they went into the water to kill the strange fish. These strange fish hid in deep water during the day, and they had to drive a mecha to go deeper. Ji Jiuxiu got on Jiangju's mecha, and Dai Ruila and Rong Tianjiang were together. Fusong played on the shore by herself and went into the water to catch some seafood. Duo Luo followed and went into the water. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared in front of everyone. When she appeared again, her legs had turned into a fish tail, and her upper body clothes were still the same. The last time they saw Mercury people, both men and women, were wearing skirts. The lower body was made into a skirt, which was very suitable for switching between legs and fish tails. The position of Duo Luo's ears became a fish fin, which also glowed with fine-colored light. She rolled freely in the water, and her swimming speed was not slower than that of the mecha. When the cadets went to kill the strange fish, she stood far away and poked some of the strange fish that swam by with a mini trident. When there were too many strange fish and the cadets ran away, she ran after them. After repeated operations, a whole day passed like this. The cadets gradually became tired, and the strange fish were at their most active. It was as if yesterday was reappearing, and the fish chased people to the shore. The cadets sat on the ground to rest, and Duo Luo was full of energy, clamoring to kill fish. At night, a bonfire was lit. Duo Luo was very close to the fire and asked, "What is this?" "This is fire." Ji Jiuxiu grabbed her hand and slowly moved forward. Fire can cook food, but it can also make people feel pain. Being too close, her fingers were burned by the flames. Duo Luo withdrew her hand with a hiss and muttered, "You are so weird. Eating is so troublesome." Ji Jiuxiu handed her a cooked crab. "Try it." Duo Luo ate raw shrimp during the day. She grew up in the sea, and naturally had no contact with cooked food. She broke the cooked crab and took a bite, with no expression on her face. "Strange, take another bite and try it." Ji Jiuxiu handed her a lobster sprinkled with seasoning. Her eyes lit up, and she changed from swallowing in small bites to chewing in large mouthfuls. The primitive taste buds that had never tasted the taste of seasoning encountered a major baptism of modern technology. She buried her head in the shrimp, and never asked for seaweed again. The charcoal-grilled lobster shell was charred on the outside. Duo Luo held the lobster, which was bigger than her arm, in her hands and nibbled it slowly. The ash from the lobster shell rubbed against her nose, and the seasoning was all over her face. Ji Jiuxiu sighed, unable to bear it any longer, so he tore off a piece of bandage and used it as paper, soaked it in water, and wiped her face clean. At night, Duo Luo abandoned Darula, crawled into Ji Jiuxiu's tent, and squeezed into her arms. We have to eat delicious food tomorrow. Ji Jiuxiu, eat, only know how to eat, and can be bribed by a little delicious food. She should go and sleep with Fuso. Chapter 139. It was late at night, and Ji Jiuxiu was tired from walking. He sat on a piece of wood, and the light button hung on the tree emitted light, illuminating the entire camp. It was the second half of the night, and nothing unusual happened. She was still thinking that if the Mercury people sang tonight to attract people, she would take Duo Luo back, but who knew that the Mercury people were silent? She went to see Duo Luo, who was sleeping soundly in her tent, with her top slightly pulled up, revealing her white belly. She was afraid that Duo Luo would catch a cold, so she took another piece of clothing to cover her. Doro didn't seem to want to get up and sing at all, so didn't the Mercury people come to the surface to sing every night, and did they perform yesterday for the military cadets? Ji Jiuxiu left the tent and began to patrol back and forth out of boredom, shining the light button in his hand left and right. Based on the situation in the past 2 days, there is no danger on the shore. The animals on this island are ordinary large beasts, and there are no other alien plants or beasts. The threat of Mercury mainly comes from the strange fish under the sea. Fusong and Ji Jiuxiu were on duty together, standing under a tree. The dense branches and leaves blocked the light above, and the location was dark and dark. She almost merged with the tree. A lizard crawled over her shoulder and quickly jumped onto the tree trunk next to her. She put her hands down vertically and did not move. There were small sounds coming from the side, which were the sound of light breathing and deliberately low footsteps, slowly moving to the other side of the tree. Fusong opened her eyes and looked to the right. She couldn't see who it was in the dark. The other party stood quietly and did nothing. It seemed that he was not a military school student. Fusong asked, "What are you doing here?" The Black Shadow replied, "I'm observing them, don't say." The Black Shadow stopped talking, and after realizing something was wrong, he turned around and tried to escape. Fuso turned on the light button, and a strong light shone on him, which was even stronger than the light above the camp. All the guards looked over, and the other party seemed to be nailed in place and did not move. The light was too bright, and at this moment he became the protagonist of the camp. The person hit by the beam was a young man, with delicate features that did not look like a real person, and every part was very sharp, including the end of the eyes, nose, corners of the mouth, and even the ears. Ji Jiuxiu, do you Mercury people like to peek in the middle of the night? The man stretched out his hand to block the light, and put his hand down after hearing the words, and said in a businesslike tone, "We have a child who is lost. Come to the shore to see if she ran here to play. I don't mean to target you, don't think too much." I don't know if he didn't speak the Federal Common Language well, or if the meaning of the language itself is like this. It always sounds weird. Everyone was woken up again, except Duo Luo, who was sleeping soundly. Jiangju carried Duo Luo out of the tent. "Are you talking about her?" The man's eyes did not look at Duo Luo, but fixed on Delilah. Until Delilah frowned, he looked away. The man came forward to take Duo Luo, holding her with one hand, and twisting her ear with the other hand. Duo Luo woke up, and when she saw the man, she shouted, "Brother Lidi." The ear was pinched and hurt, she said ouch. Struggled out of his arms, ran to Ji Jiuxiu on the ground, hid behind Ji Jiuxiu and looked out, covering her red ears with her hands. Lidi laughed angrily, "You ran to the shore without permission. Do you know how anxious we are? We have been looking for you for a whole day," and the tribe leader was almost sick with anger. "Didn't I leave a message on the shell saying I was going to land?" Duo Luo turned the tables. "It's not like I ran away directly. How could I know you wouldn't come to see me all the time? Li Di, your handwriting is like an octopus. Who can understand it? I told you so many times to practice writing, but you just wouldn't listen. I don't care. This is not my problem." Duo Luo hugged Ji Jiuxiu's legs, refusing to cooperate. Li Di's brain nerves were throbbing, and he couldn't suppress his anger. His eyes followed Duo Luo's hand to Ji Jiuxiu. "What did you do to her that made her unwilling to go back to the sea? Hey, can you figure it out? We didn't kidnap her. What's your tone? I also want to ask you what's the meaning of arranging a child to eat and drink with us?" Rong Tianjiang retorted. Lidi retorted, "She is just a child, easily seduced. I can't guarantee that all of you have good intentions. Darla said, then you shouldn't have asked the Federation for help in the first place, and continued to blockade the planet, so that no one would come in to embarrass you. As soon as she spoke, Liddy's eyes immediately turned to her, and he didn't say anything. Luolinia, we are here to help clean up the alien beasts on Mercury. We haven't done anything extra since entering Mercury, and we didn't capture people on purpose. If you still have this attitude, then my kindness is limited. Liddy is the only Mercurian who officially meets the military academy students. His attitude represents all Mercurian people. He gives everyone a very bad first impression. He is completely impolite, and even the most upright and easygoing Luolinia is angry. Xingran, if you think we have bad intentions, we can withdraw. Rog continued, that's right, working hard still makes people questioned. Working for capitalists still gives you a big pie. You are more vicious than capitalists. Everyone was talking to each other, blocking Liddy from speaking. It was impossible to withdraw, the game had to continue, but the attitude had to be shown. Duo Luo saw the adults quarreling, and she clenched her fists nervously and grabbed Ji Jiuxiao's pants. Ji Jiuxiu bent down and picked her up, patted her back to comfort her. I take her away. Liddy's face was very bad, and she couldn't scold everyone, so she had to pull the topic back. Duo Luo shouted, I'm not going back. Seemingly full of courage, the hand holding Ji Jiuxiu tightly still betrayed her uneasiness. Liddy's face was dark. Say it again. She said she won't go back. This sentence was said by Ji Jiuxiu. Liddy's chest was breathing heavily. You just want to avoid going to school. You only think about playing every day. You will become illiterate when you grow up. Go to school? Ji Jiuxiu heard the key words and immediately put Duo Luo down. His attitude changed, and he said righteously, children must go to school. Duo Luo, ? The little brain couldn't turn too many turns. She didn't understand why the support that made her feel safe in the last second collapsed in the next second. Her little mouth was pouting, and she was about to cry. Duo Luo, I won't go back. I don't want to go to school, Wu. She ran towards Darula and sobbed, I don't want to go to school. Darula squatted down and gently wiped her tears, which made her heart rise with a glimmer of hope. She said again, I want to play with you. Darula smiled, touched her head, and said the cruelest words in the softest tone, no, children must go to school. We don't play with illiterate people. Wow wow wow. Doro cried even louder. Doro was taken away by Liddy, and said goodbye to everyone in tears. At this time, she was quite polite. Before the two left, Ji Jiuxia asked Liddy about the information of the strange fish. When did you find out that the alien beasts invaded? They traveled through space to Mercury. Didn't you get a warning? Liddy, we don't know when they appeared. When we found the first one, they had already multiplied a lot. The Mercurians couldn't even tell whether the strange fish evolved from local creatures or sneaked in from outer space. The monitoring equipment used outside Mercury was still the old machine provided by the Federation before. It was out of repair for a long time, and I didn't know if it could still work normally. The two Mercurians left, and the sky was bright. The cadets continued to kill fish. Ji Jiuxia, we can't kill them all if we kill them one after another. Let's go into the deep sea to see if we can find their nests. Any creature has a fixed breeding area. If we can fundamentally destroy the next generation of the strange fish, it will be much easier to clean them up. Killing fish to get points is just superficial. The ultimate goal is to solve the dilemma of the strange beasts on Mercury. The military academy students are the team that fights the front battle. When the 15th day is up and the competition is over, the official military will take over the task of cleaning up the strange beasts. On the morning of the third day, the organizer sent a lot of submarine frames and parts. The military academy students were not allowed to stay on the shore all the time. The organizer encouraged everyone to go into the deep sea to check the situation. Mechas are not as convenient and fast as submarines when diving into the seabed. They can carry many people at a time. The organizer did not give ready-made submarines, but gave materials for the cadets to fight on their own. The time to test the ability of the mechanics has come. All mechanics are working to build submarines. Others can't help in this regard. They go into the water to catch a few strange fish for research. The strange fish has a big head and a small body. The head is very hard, the eyes are blood red, and the skin is very tough. You can't pierce it with a knife. They are very manic. Not only do they bite people, they also bite their companions. They chase the cadets to the beach and attack each other. They couldn't calm down for a second. Ji Jiuxiao, I don't have any impression of this strange beast. She thought about it over and over in her mind, but she couldn't think of any relevant information. All the cadets present tried to recall the strange fish, but no one knew this strange beast. It currently has no name, and everyone temporarily calls it a duckfoot fish. The duckfoot fish likes to stay in deep water during the day and swim to the shallows in the evening. If they don't chase the military academy students to the shore, they will stay in the shallow water. They can keep breathing for a long time without water. When Yoshio encountered the duckfoot fish attack for the first time, he caught one and hung it on a tree. Until now, it has not died. Its vitality is extremely tenacious. With the joint efforts of all mechanics, the submarine was built. Each military academy has 4 submarines, which can take everyone down. Without hesitation, everyone immediately launched the submarine for trial in the evening when it was built. After shaking twice in the deep water area close to the water surface, and finding no problems, they went directly down. All the students from the 7 military academies were dispatched, and the 28 submarines spread out in different directions, and carried out exploration activities. The platypuses found these huge creatures, and rushed over to eat them. You couldn't hear the noise outside in the submarine, but looking at their white teeth, you couldn't help but worry that the metal shell would be bitten through. The surface of the submarine released a milky white semi-solid, like the juice flowing out of a broken leaf. Some of it spread in the water, muddying the clear water. The platypuses couldn't bite anymore. After their sharp teeth landed on the submarine, they began to slip. They bit into nothing several times in a row, and finally surrounded the submarine anxiously. Rong Tianjiang said proudly, "This colloid is extracted from a kind of seaweed. It is very slippery, and I guarantee they can't bite it. Why don't they leave?" Darula observed the situation outside. The platypuses surrounded the submarine, and the glass in front of the cockpit was blocked by them. Yoshio, they won't hit with their bodies, will they? As soon as she finished speaking, the duckfoot fish in front of her began to hit the front cabin glass with its head. The surveillance camera next to the driver's seat simultaneously played the situation around the submarine. The submarine was surrounded by duckfoot fish and attacked from all angles. Everyone turned to look at Yoshio with condemnation. Yoshio, this can't be blamed on her bad mouth. She is making a reasonable guess based on reality. Yoshio said word by word. They will change direction and leave in the next second. Stop attacking the submarine and die immediately. The words were very good, but the duckfoot fish didn't listen and continued to hit the submarine. The seaweed juice on the surface of the submarine made the heads of some duckfoot fish slip, and the next batch of duckfoot fish continued to hit forward and would hit the same kind in front. Their heads can easily break the stomachs of their own kind, and the fish's internal organs are squeezed and burst, mixed with blood, attracting other duckfoot fish to rush over and swallow them. The dead platypus bodies rubbed against the surface of the submarine repeatedly, wiping off the seaweed juice, and they began to gnaw the metal shell again. The mechas can be bitten to pieces by platypus, and the submarine without mental protection can't stand their bites. Rong Tianjiang controlled the submarine to rush forward. The platypus in front was hit, and the impact caused its body to break. After the blood flowed out, it attracted more platypus. They desperately crowded for food, and the platypus in the innermost layer were squeezed to death by the outer layer. The seawater became more and more turbid, and was dyed light pink by the blood of platypus. It was not beautiful at all, but very disgusting. Rong Tianjiang accelerated out of the range of the fish school, and drove deeper into the sea. The platypus school behind him caught up, and the sea water surged because of their movements. This group of things is really difficult to deal with. Rong Tianjiang cursed. The submarine has been driving at the fastest speed, but it still can't completely get rid of the platypus. There are always a few swimming fast, and following the submarine closely. Rong Tianjiang operated on the virtual screen, and input a series of commands. A thick ink sprayed out from the tail of the submarine. It spread through the seawater, and quickly dyed the water black. Darula, what is this? A concentrated liquid, not only black, but also very smelly. This time we must get rid of them. Rong Tianjiang said with pain. It's just that the amount is too small. It can only be used once, and it's used up now. They must get rid of the duckfoot fish when they detect underwater. Detection is a delicate job. They will interfere with the action of the submarine. The submarine is currently 400 meters underwater, not too deep. It is sinking while moving forward. There is a little light in front of it. Rong Tianjiang moves forward. In front of him is a coral forest with a faint glow. It is not the coral itself that is glowing, but a small fish. The fish swims back and forth in the coral, and the light flashes with it. The light on the sea surface was already very weak at this depth, shrouding it in a hazy manner, barely illuminating the scenery, and small fish of various colors shuttled freely among the corals. The submarine avoided the coral forest, and continued to go down. The fish schools at different depths were different, gradually evolving from bright colors to darker and larger. A fish twice the size of the submarine swam slowly, and when it passed by the submarine, it suddenly turned its head and hit the submarine, shaking all people and objects. The big fish circled the submarine, swung its tail and hit it again, as if it was a toy, and bumped back and forth. The military cadets were so shaken that they couldn't stand steadily. Rong Tianjiang sat in his seat and fastened his seat belt. Unlike the others, he didn't sway back and forth, and his fingers quickly clicked on the operating table. A metal chain stretched out from the top of the submarine. He put his hand on the operating screen to connect it through mental power. The end of the chain formed a 5-fingered shape and slapped the big fish hard. The big fish was thrown away, turned 2 somersaults in the water, shook its head and swam back. The chain bent and grabbed its tail like a real finger and swung it back and forth. Rong Tianjiang swung the fish like a towel, and the submarine was shaken slightly by the force. It was fine if he couldn't beat a group of duckfoot fish, but could he still deal with an ordinary small fish? His hands were a little sore from shaking, and he let go of the big fish. The big fish didn't know whether it was fainted or dead, and its belly turned up, and its body slowly fell down. After dealing with the big fish, the submarine continued to dive, and he looked back at the others. Was my operation just now superb? Everyone's face turned pale, and their hands holding the wall were shaking a little. Darula, can't you just run? Why do you have to hit it? During the several minutes of the submarine's violent shaking, their brains were shaken evenly, and they felt dizzy and wanted to vomit but couldn't. I just want to show it how powerful the submarine is. Rong Tianjiang touched his nose. He couldn't fight back when he was bullied by the duckfoot fish before, but now he was provoked by a single big fish, so of course he had to save face. Ji Jiushu sat on the ground, took a deep breath to suppress the nausea in his head, and said in a weak voice, "Let someone else drive." She had never learned how to drive a submarine, not to mention this military academy self-made submarine that was different from the normal version. Except for some basic up, down, left and right movements, other parts were changed in a mess, and only the mechanics who participated in the modification could control it. Rong Tianjiang was easy to drift, and he got carried away while driving. It was really unsafe to hand over the submarine to him. Rong Tianjiang was forced to leave the driver's seat and reluctantly gave it to another mechanic, muttering, "I think I drove pretty well." Let's not talk about the skills of driving a submarine, the main problem is your control. Before Darula finished her words, the submarine bumped again. Rong Tianjiang immediately shouted, "Look, she drives worse than me." "Quiet." Ji Jiuxiao made a shushing gesture. The light of the submarine can illuminate the front 200 meters, but what they see in front of them is a dark area. The camera on the top of the submarine is black. Rong Tianjiang bent down to check and found that the camera is still working normally, and there is no malfunction. Jiangju, maybe something is blocking the lens. The submarine suddenly fell down, and the speed of the fall was too fast. Everyone felt weightless in an instant, and once again they were unstable and had to hold onto the wall. The submarine is a simple one-piece, with the cockpit directly connected to the cabin, and all conversations and images can be received synchronously by everyone. This shake caused everyone to fall down crookedly. The temporary submarine abandoned comfort and only pursued maximum efficiency. There were no seats, and people could sit on the ground to rest when they were tired of standing. The submarine descended quickly and went directly to a position 2,000 meters below the sea. The mechanic who drove the submarine quickly adjusted the parameters of the submarine, otherwise it would be crushed by the water pressure. This process only took a few seconds, and everyone could not do anything. The scenery in front of them flashed, and people were on the bottom of the sea. They could not observe the surrounding environment until the submarine calmed down. Several suction cups as big as a human head suddenly appeared on the glass on the left side. The suction cups were firmly attached to the glass, and the skin next to them was still twitching, with a strong visual impact. Rong Tianjiang rubbed his arms. So disgusting, it gave me goosebumps. Such suction cups are not too unfamiliar to everyone. Ji Jiushu looked down and saw a huge black head under the light of the submarine. "What a big octopus!" someone exclaimed in shock. The tip of the tentacle that grabbed the submarine was 1/3 the size of the submarine. The overall size of the octopus below was difficult to estimate. It could be called a deep-sea giant. It stayed quietly on the seabed and did not move after catching its prey. At first glance, it looked like an eternal and still picture. The tiny beam of light from humans illuminated a corner of it, and glimpsed a glimpse of another world. Fuso, how come there are so many things under the sea? The sea has been vast and mysterious since ancient times, and giants are rampant. Jiangju walked to the stern of the cabin. I go out and cut off the tentacles. It was difficult for a small submarine to compete with such a huge monster. Going out to cut off the tentacles was the most convenient and quickest way. He never liked to assign dangerous tasks to others. To prevent emergencies, an underwater entrance and exit was specially left at the tail, which was just enough to accommodate the hulled mecha. A single soldier volunteered to go out with Jiangju. The 5 of them went out one by one, operated the mecha to swim in the water, and stood on top of the submarine. As soon as they stood firm, the tentacles began to move. The octopus grabbed the submarine and shook it back and forth, like shaking a walnut to see if the meat inside was attached to the shell. The shaking frequency was so fast that if it was an egg, the yolk would be shaken apart. The signal of the underwater communicator was not good. Rong Tianjiang's urging and retching sounds came intermittently from the headset, as well as the clanging sounds of various things falling to the ground and colliding. Jiangju gestured to the other 4 people, and took the lead in firing a shot at the tentacle. The octopus was still moving, and the shell hit one side of the tentacle, and failed to completely break it. The others fired simultaneously, and the second shot followed, filling the gap left by Jiangju, and completely breaking the octopus tentacles. The octopus did not bleed, but it sprayed a lot of ink after being stimulated, and the sea water turned black, making it impossible for light to penetrate. When the tentacles were broken, the submarine was thrown away due to inertia, and the mechanic immediately started the energy and rushed forward. No matter which direction he was in, he ran first. Jiangju and the soldiers also turned around and ran, and the ink gushed upwards, spreading too fast, so that they could not tell the direction. The octopus was angry, and its huge tentacles slapped randomly, stirring the already turbid water even thicker, and the waves surged, forming an underwater whirlpool that trapped a single soldier. Jiangju grabbed the other party, and pulled the single soldier out of the whirlpool. The octopus tentacles swung over, and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. He pushed the man away, and when he dodged again, he was a little slow, and his arm was hit by the tentacles. The pain was instantly transmitted to his brain. He had no expression on his face, and released his mental power to escape quickly. The mental power detected the trapped soldier, and he continued to fire, breaking off another tentacle, shuttling through the Black Sea water, and kicking the soldiers who followed him out of the octopus attack range one by one. The ink gradually faded, and the octopus hatred was filled by Jiangju alone, and began to chase him and beat him fiercely. The other 4 soldiers were freed, and were urged by him to return to the submarine. They looked at Jiangju, who was entangled with the octopus, and said anxiously, "Help him quickly." Don't worry, I'm more anxious than you." Rong Tianjiang mobilized the top chain again, reached out, and grabbed Jiangju. The mechanic pulled the power to the full, and the submarine took off like a meteor, and flew forward with the chain. The sudden impact made Jiangju's waist snap, and he covered his waist helplessly. Couldn't they tell him before they made the move, so that he could be mentally prepared? Chapter 140. After being pulled away for a distance, Jiangju adjusted his posture and controlled the mecha to catch up with the submarine. He couldn't stop yet. Both sides ran forward 10 meters apart. The octopus tentacles swung behind him. It was too big and moved slowly. It mainly relied on its tentacles to attack. Everyone ran away without daring to breathe. After escaping the limit of the tentacles, they still didn't dare to stop. They just kept rushing. They passed through unfamiliar waters. The dark seabed was full of oppression. There was not even a fish around. They were the only ones in the dead seabed. If there was only one person at this time, he might feel lonely, but now there is a group of people. It is very noisy. The tentacles are so big, I don't know if they are delicious. This is Fuso. The bigger the octopus, the tougher the meat. Only small octopuses are crispy and delicious. Dorilla answered. Rong Tianjiang was excited. I have never seen such a big octopus in my life. The camera can't capture the real feeling. Military school student A thought, the sea is so scary. How did the Mercury people survive? Military school student B sighed. Not only did they survive, but they also developed a unique civilization. I wonder if they can beat the big octopus. Military school student C. My mother is watching the live broadcast room. She must have seen my heroic figure just going out to fight the octopus. Ha ha ha. Chirping, it was very lively. Ji Jiuxiu walked to Jiangju and pressed his right shoulder. Jiangju's eyebrows twitched. She opened a medical bag and took out the blood-activating and blood stasis-removing potion and shook it in front of Jiangju. Ji Jiuxiu, do you come or do I help you? Jiangju stretched out his hand. I do it myself. As soon as his hand touched the potion, Rong Tianjiang next to him grabbed it and put his other hand around his shoulder, just pressing on his injured shoulder. Rong Tianjiang asked enthusiastically, "Where are you hurt?" "Jiangju, you're hurt because you pressed on my shoulder." Rong Tianjiang, eh. He silently let go and stretched his hand to Jiangju's collar. "Come on, I apply it for you." "No need." Jiangju avoided him. "Rong Tianjiang, your hands are inconvenient. I'm helping you with good intentions, but you're still not happy. Today I have to help you apply it." After getting familiar with Jiangju, Rong Tianjiang became more and more unbridled. Before, he was still reserved when facing Jiangju, but now he is lawless. Jiangju stepped back. "No need." Rong Tianjiang rushed forward and grabbed his clothes. The two of them were fighting and playing, so childish that Ji Jioxia couldn't bear to watch and stood next to the mechanic to observe the surrounding environment. This area of water was unusually quiet. No creatures were encountered for so long. Compared with the big fish that would pose a threat, this unusual quietness did not make people feel more relaxed. The submarine continued to dive down, sailing close to the sea surface, and suddenly scanned a bunch of unidentified objects in front. As we approached, the objects gradually became clearer. Several columnar objects stood upright in a mess, and the ground was covered with a lot of things. "Darula, it seems to be metal." The submarine shone brighter. Chain picked up the things on the ground and held them forward. This was a rusty metal column. There were many small metal objects scattered on the ground. The submarine passed by, and there was a large area of unknown metal parts underneath, all of which were discarded. The detector suddenly sounded, indicating that the area was too radioactive. Everyone was stunned. Rong Tianjiang ran over to check the detector and frowned. "The instrument is fine." "The instrument is fine, but the problem is this area. I don't know what the source of the radioactive material is." The submarine was about to leave, and Fuso saw something underneath and hurriedly called a stop. The thing underground was a white fish bone, more than half a meter long. The submarine's chain broke with a slight touch. It seemed that it had been here for a long time. Ji Jioxia glanced at the time. The day was about to end. They had been swimming under the sea for a day, but still hadn't found any information related to the duckfoot fish. "Ji Jioxia, let's go up first and see what's up there." The submarine floated up, and the detector showed a new prompt. There was an island above. This island was almost on the opposite side of the planet from the island where they landed, one on the left and the other on the right. Mercury itself was not big, and the submarine was traveling fast underwater, so it ran so far without knowing it. The submarine surfaced. The sky outside was already dark. The island in front of it was shining very steadily, almost like a lamp. If you feel it carefully, you can still smell the smell of metal. There were figures swaying on the shore. They sank quickly and moved backwards, away from the island. Before they knew the situation, they hid themselves. Darula asked in confusion, "Are they making machines?" "Jiangju, it seems that the Federation has not had no influence on them. They have accepted and developed technology. The island is very close to waste metal. They threw those wastes down, right? Just throwing pollutants into the sea where they live," Ji Jioxia said. "People living on land can throw garbage into the sea and say that it doesn't affect their lives, so it doesn't matter. But the Mercury people stay under the sea for a long time. What kind of heaven-defying behavior are they digging their own graves? Fuso, do you want to intervene?" "Let's intervene." Ji Jioxia glanced at Darula. Maybe they don't have enough cultural knowledge and don't know that garbage can't be thrown around. In theory, this is the Mercury people's own business, and they shouldn't interfere. However, the struggle for succession is still going on, and they have to give Darula more public favorability, so as not to stand by and watch her die. They will give her some advice first, but they can't do anything about whether she listens or not. The submarine drove back to the island. As soon as it approached, before they had time to speak, a sharp and piercing cry sounded on the island. The sound came from a Mercury person on the shore. The alarm was purely human-powered, and the sound was almost as loud as a loudspeaker. I really don't know whether to say that the Mercury people are primitive or praise them for their loud voices. Ji Jioxia walked out of the submarine, stood on the top and shouted with a loudspeaker, "We are the army sent by the Federation to clean up the alien beasts." There were many Mercury people on the shore, both men and women, and each of them had a delicate appearance, which made her a little face-blind. At first glance, they all looked the same. They pointed the enlarged fishbone trident at Ji Jioxia, and one of them shouted in poor interstellar language, "Why are you here if you don't go kill the alien beasts?" The other party's interstellar accent was too heavy, not as good as Duo Luo's, and Ji Jiuxiu almost didn't understand what the other party said. She replied, "We have no ill intentions. We went into the water to find an area where alien beasts breed. Do you know where it is?" The Mercury people lowered their heads and muttered in their language. Ji Jiuxiu couldn't understand it at all. She turned on the optical brain translator, but they spoke too fast and one sentence after another was too noisy, and the translator couldn't understand it. The most translated word was Sophia. Judging from their facial expressions and conversations, this should be a person's name. A woman in red came out. Judging from the reactions of others, this was the Sophia they were talking about. Sophia's hair and ears were decorated with pearls and shells. Her status should be higher than others. Everyone surrounded her. She said, "We don't know the answer. Please leave." She spoke the interstellar language much better than the previous person. She didn't sound like she had an accent. Her eyes were thinner than others, and the tail of her eyes was upturned, making her very recognizable. "Okay." Ji Jiuxiu answered, and handed the speaker to Delilah next to him. "Delilah, before leaving, I want to ask if you threw the metal garbage under the sea. This has nothing to do with you." Sophia looked alert. Delilah said patiently, "I just want to remind you that doing this will cause marine pollution. You live in the sea, and littering will backfire on you." Sophia stared at Delilah and looked at her carefully, and said unceremoniously, "You federal people can't understand the difficulties of Mercury. There is nothing to say between us." Delilah tried to dissuade her a few more times, but Sophia's tone became more and more impatient, and she drove them away. The tip of the trident was pointed at a group of military cadets. The Mercury people looked very annoyed, and it seemed that they would rush up and stab them in the next second. Communication could not continue. The obligation to remind had been fulfilled. Sophia had no choice but to listen to them. Under the gaze of a group of Mercury people, Theseus Military Academy drove away in a submarine. In the submarine, Rong Tianjiang didn't understand the behavior of the Mercury people. If the pollution continues to spread, where will they live in the future? There is only one planet like Mercury that is 99% covered by seawater. If they want to move, they have nowhere to go. Who knows what they think? Ji Jiuxiu recalled the expressions of Sophia and others, and the rejection was very obvious. "Delilah, go back first. Nothing was found today." After the submarine sank, it moved at full speed, no longer slowly exploring, and arrived at the camp late at night. It was not only their team that found the metal garbage. Other military academies also detected abnormalities in the surrounding areas. Everyone did not communicate with each other, but discussed it internally. "Aishamu, if the metal under the water is radioactive, will it cause species mutation?" Ji Jiuxiu, "It's hard to say. Even if it can cause mutation, it will not be a matter of 1 or 2 days. We don't have enough time and equipment now, so we can't do any tests." She understood what Aishama meant. The other party suspected that the mutation of the duckfoot fish was caused by metal garbage. She had the same guess, but it was difficult to confirm at present. "Jiangju, the area of metal garbage is very wide. Let's go and check it all tomorrow to see if there is anything related to the duckfoot fish. If there are traces of duckfoot fish or fish eggs, it means that they have been active in that sea area before, and it is very likely that they have mutated due to the garbage dropped by the Mercury people. If radioactive substances can cause mutations, will we be affected if we stay there for a long time?" Rong Tianjiang worried. Ji Jiuxiu, apply to the organizer for some radiation-proof materials to be coated on the surface of the submarine. "Fuso, can I apply for it?" "Why not?" Ji Jiuxiu said confidently. Solving the difficulties of Mercury is one of the organizer's goals. If we have this opportunity to find out first, it will be much easier for them to deal with the duckfoot fish later. The opinions of one military academy might not necessarily be accepted, so Ji Jiuxiu found 6 other military academies to discuss with them. There was no need to say what they were going to do, just ask if they wanted it, and they would answer yes. Ji Jiuxiu then gave feedback to the organizer through the live camera. Everyone strongly requested to provide anti-radiation paint. As a real battlefield, we not only have to kill monsters to earn points, but also solve the survival problems of our fellow Mercury compatriots. You won't refuse to help, right? The organizers were put on a high pedestal. Even if they didn't want to give it, the audience in the live broadcast room also shouted that they must give it. The audience also wanted to know what the situation on Mercury was. No matter what the organizers thought, they finally sent anti-radiation paint, and the mechanics sprayed the paint on the submarine overnight. Late at night, when Ji Jiuxiu was about to rest, a small figure appeared on the sea. Duo Luo ran ashore from the water again, and ran to the fire as soon as she came. She ran over barefoot, her red hair hanging down wetly, gathering into a small pool of water under her body. Duoluo walked around the fire a few times. Where's the food? I'm so hungry. Why are you here again? Ji Joshio looked behind her, his forehead throbbing. Didn't Lidi come with you? Did you sneak out again? Duoluo put her hands on her waist and said, school is over now. I have the right to control my free time. If Lidi hadn't complained and caused me to be scolded by the tribe leader mother, I would have come here a long time ago. She walked around and didn't see any food. She looked at Ji Joshio eagerly. I missed you so much. Ji Joshio, She is quite sweet, but I don't know whether she is thinking about people or food. Ji Joshio, no food, go back and eat your seaweed. Duoluo pouted and turned to other fires to check if there was any unfinished food. Unfortunately, the cadets were as bulging as cows and had voracious stomachs, so there was nothing left. She didn't give up. She randomly grabbed a cadet and smiled sweetly, asking if he could grill something for her, with seasoning. It must be said that this trick was very effective. The lucky cadet who was chosen was flattered and smiled like an auntie. Okay, sister will grill it for you. Duoluo took the cadet's hand and pulled him to the nearest fire. She sat aside with her hands on her face waiting to be fed. From time to time, she would say it smells so good. Sister is so awesome, which made the cadet smile so much that his mouth never dropped. Rong Tianjian was amazed. He is a character as shameless as Ji Joshio. At first, he was very scared and cried when he saw people. But less than 2 days later, he has become so familiar with people. Ji Joshio, who is used as a reference. ? After eating and drinking, Duoluo started to play around. After being caught by Xinghe and thrown up once, she pestered Xinghe to continue playing the high-flying game. Xinghe also made a swing for her, which made her even happier. When Lidi went ashore to look for people, he saw Duoluo sitting on Xinghe's neck, being led by Xinghe, and having fun and giggling. Duoluo, I like brother Xinghe the most. Ji Joshio sighed. Yesterday, her favorite person was still me. Rong Tianjiang. When she first came ashore, she was still holding Darula. No matter how big or small, people are always so complicated. Fusang shook his head. Lidi? ? It was only a few dozen hours since she left home, but Duoluo had become someone he didn't recognize. Ji Joshio saw Lidi, waved at him, and asked him to sit down. I have something I want to know from you. What is it? Lidi approached reluctantly. Now he just wanted to take Duoluo away and spank her hard to teach her a lesson. Ji Joshio got straight to the point. How long have you been developing technology? Technology? Lidi was confused. What technology? We haven't developed technology? His expression didn't look fake. Ji Joshio stared at him and observed carefully. Lidi looked very immature and should not be very old. His emotions were all on his face. Ji Joshio told what he saw today. We went to the island opposite the planet today and found that you were manufacturing and throwing all the waste into the sea. Lidi was even more confused. What are you talking about? I know the island opposite the planet, but what is waste? Ji Joshio thought for a while and asked, do you know Sophia? Sophia? Lidi asked in confusion. She is the most powerful warrior in our tribe. How do you know her? Ji Joshio, it's enough for you to know. Please go with us tomorrow. Lidi also dislikes military school students, but he is easier to communicate with than Sophia. At least he answers whatever he asks, and his rejection of military school students is not so strong. He muttered, without refuting Ji Joshio's arrangement, and walked towards Duoluo to catch her. Duoluo quickly hid behind the galaxy and stared at him. Until Duoluo was tired and fell asleep in Xinghe's arms, Lidi picked her up and sent her back to the sea. Before leaving, he said, I will tell the tribe leader what you said, but we have patrolled every sea area. I think you are more likely to have hallucinations. Ji Joshio, you can go over and confirm it first. I can't just conjure up a lot of metal garbage out of thin air and put it in mercury. Lidi, I will go over after asking the tribe leader. Although he doubted the authenticity of what Ji Joshio said, he still took a more serious attitude and had to go back to report before making a decision. Lidi took Duoluo away and promised to come back before dawn. The cadets rested and waited for tomorrow to come. Morning came as expected. After yesterday's discussion, all the Theseus cadets went into the water to explore today, and the other cadets left 2/3 of their people to continue killing duckfoot fish. If they could find the nest of the duckfoot fish or figure out their origin, it would be equivalent to winning the points for the additional questions, but other military academies could not completely bet on this, so they could only arrange 2 groups of people to act separately. The Theseus Military Academy students were much more unscrupulous. Pursuing the truth was more interesting than killing duckfoot fish. They would rather give up the points for killing duckfoot fish and go to the island to explore. From morning to noon, Lady, who was supposed to go to the island together, did not show up. After waiting too long, the bored Theseus Military Academy students started to go to the sea to kill duckfoot fish for fun. It was almost past mealtime, but Lady was still nowhere to be found. Joshi realized belatedly that she seemed to have been stood up. Looking at Lady's thick eyebrows and big eyes, he was actually a dishonest person. She had no way to contact Lady, and she couldn't ask about the situation. As long as the Mercury people didn't show up on their own initiative, it would be difficult for the Military Academy students to find them. The Mercury people live in deeper waters. The seabed is so vast that I don't know where they live. I didn't think of contacting the Mercury people before, so I didn't ask about their location. If I had known earlier, I would have gotten some information from Duo Luo. If I couldn't see them, I could still go to their door. There was no need to wait here. Jioxiao, no more waiting, we go by ourselves. When the time comes, we record the video and have evidence in hand. Let's see what Lady can say. The submarine started, and everyone went to another island. In order to facilitate mutual communication and distinction, everyone called it the Technology Island. The submarine started at full power underwater, and arrived in about 5 hours. They brought enough food and it didn't matter if they couldn't give back at night. Near the Technology Island, everyone went to see the metal garbage underwater first. This time, they had to bring some samples back for testing. Some of the specially made advanced waterproof and pressure-resistant cameras did not follow in the submarine, but went directly underwater and followed the military cadets all the way to shoot. The pictures they captured were more than those in the submarine. Before seeing the metal garbage pile, they met the Mercury team first. A group of Mercury people blocked the way with weapons. The huge fish tail was suspended in the water and swayed gently, and the mouth opened and closed as if talking. They looked fierce, holding the trident and raising it up continuously. It can be seen that this should not be their unique welcome ceremony, but to drive away the military cadets. Jioxiao, is this the special way of communication of Mercury people under the sea? How can they communicate without making any sound? There was no sound at all, only the mouth was seen moving. They were not Mercury people, so who knew what they were saying? No. Rong Tianjiang pressed a button. I didn't turn on the radio just now. The radio device started up. This was the first time it was used, and it was not debugged properly. There was a little noisy sound of electricity and water flow. After the device was turned on, the other party did not move. Rong Tianjiang entered another command and pulled out a thin microphone from under the operating table. Now you can talk to them. Jioxiu came closer and said, "What did you say? We didn't hear it just now." The sound spread out, and the volume was so loud that it was captured by the radio equipment and echoed in the submarine, which scared them. For the Mercury people, the impact seemed to be greater. The sound formed an invisible wave and surged forward. They quickly retreated, covering their ears with painful expressions. This feeling was probably similar to Doro's shouting attack. It is estimated that when they launched the sound wave attack, they never thought that they would encounter the same attack method in their lives. They gathered together and raised the trident to the submarine, looking angry and vigilant. Rong Tianjiang scratched his head. Maybe the sound is not set up properly. I adjust it again. After debugging, Jioxiu tried to speak again, and this time, the sound was much more normal. The radio equipment was suspended when the sound equipment was running, so that there would be no echo in the submarine. Although the volume was normal, the Mercury people still looked very cautious, staring at the submarine closely, and the trident in their hands had not been put down. The person who spoke at the beginning stood in the front and said, "You actually developed weapons according to our attack method to deal with us, which is really shameful." Everyone, Jioxiu didn't know how to explain to the other party for a while, but accidentally turned up the volume a little, and didn't mean to target them at all. However, the unintentional shock made them retreat a little, and keep a safe distance from the submarine. They were almost sticking to the submarine before, and their emotions were not as intense as before. Jioxiu simply stopped explaining and said directly, "We are going to pass, please don't block the way. Mercury people, this is our restricted area, no entry is allowed. When I passed here yesterday, it was not a restricted area, and no one was guarding it. You moved very quickly, and it became a restricted area as soon as you came here today," Jioxiu said with a smile. I was really speechless and amused. There was not a single Mercury person on the seabed yesterday. It was the people on the island, who came to block the way after knowing that the military academy students had discovered the metal on the seabed. And the most important point is, how did the Mercury people know that they would come again, or they were not sure about this, but still sent people to guard it? This is very strange. It is simply a case of trying to cover up the truth, which means that there must be something wrong with this pile of metal garbage, or it is a big problem that the Mercury people don't want to be discovered. You know there is metal garbage under the water, but you leave it alone and don't let us investigate. What do you want to do? Darula asked. Mercury, you are too nosy. Your mission is to clean up the alien beasts. Other things have nothing to do with you. We now suspect that these metals are related to the alien beasts. Rong Tianjiang's tone was aggressive. We are going to conduct relevant inspections now. Why don't you get out of the way? Are you hiding something from us? Mercury didn't respond. He kept saying the same thing. Don't get close here. Get out of here. Ji Jioshu didn't give in. I reasonably suspect that the alien beasts are related to the metal garbage. Get out of the way. Mercury looked tense and raised their tridents. The atmosphere on both sides was tense. Chapter 141. The submarine started slowly. It was not good to be too strong in someone else's territory. Ji Jioshu decided to take a detour and retreat to advance. If this way didn't work, he would try from another direction. The Mercury followed behind the submarine. They followed wherever the cadets went. Once they showed a tendency to turn around in the direction of the scrap metal, they immediately sped up and blocked the way. The crowd had no choice but to change direction again and swim slowly in the sea. The Mercury continued to follow behind. Rong Tianjiang glanced at the camera. Are they so idle? Is there nothing else to do? Why waste time following them? Ji Jioshu, get rid of them. The submarine accelerated and drove away from the current position. The reaction direction was opposite to the scrap metal. This time the Mercury finally stopped following. The range of the scrap metal was very large. After the submarine went far away, it approached from a new position, but there were also Mercury guards around, but the number was less than before. A few people scattered, and they were not the same group as before. The group did not get too close, and walked around the area. They found that every position was guarded, and the success rate of sneaking in was not high. Darula, it is so strictly guarded, there must be a problem. Originally, it was just a suspicion, but now it can be confirmed that there must be a shameful secret behind the Mercury people. Liddy did not show up today, maybe he went back to tip off. The submarine moved upwards, and everyone planned to go to the island first. The machine protruded from the top of the submarine, enlarged the picture in the distance, and observed the situation on the island. There were also people guarding the island, but the island was relatively large, and there were not so many of them, so there were still some gaps to sneak in. The submarine stopped far away from the island, and everyone packed up and prepared to sneak ashore to see what the Mercurians were doing. Ji Jioshu saw Rong Tianjiang bringing the instrument to interfere with the monitoring equipment, and asked casually, has their technology developed to the point where they can make monitoring equipment? It's hard to say. Rong Tianjiang scratched his head, take it with you first. What if they secretly develop and come up with a lot of black technology? Previously, everyone's impression of Mercury was only primitive. After all, the weapons used by Mercurians were made of fish bones. The biggest connection between them and the Federation was that they learned to speak the Federation's common language, and technology had nothing to do with them. However, when they found out that they had built a factory on the island and Liddy did not admit it, their primitive degree began to doubt. Maybe they wanted to work hard secretly and then surprise everyone, but the price was a bit high. Everyone entered the Mecca and approached the island. Fuso asked in confusion, since they accept and develop technology, why are they so hostile to outsiders? Technology represents new things. They pursue the development of technology, but do not seek help from the technologically advanced Federation. If it were other backward small planets, they would have written a pile of applications for money to develop. Rong Tianjiang, who knows? Maybe their brain structure is the same as their tail, which is different from that of normal people. At present, there are not many Mercury people they have seen. One is Duo Luo who ran ashore for fun, and the other is Liddy who came to find the child. The rest are the team guarding the island with a very bad attitude. It is equivalent to not having a proper meeting with the Mercury people, not to mention the tribe leader or other leaders who came to communicate on behalf of them. They have no intention of conducting friendly diplomacy with the Federation at all. Ji Jioshu, I now feel that it is incredible that they asked the Federation for help. We came to Mercury, but they didn't even have anyone to say hello. It's so awkward, it's just weird. Rong Tianjiang looked at Darula in the co-pilot seat. What's wrong with you these 2 days? Huh? Darula was a little slow to react. What's wrong? I'm fine. Rong Tianjiang turned his head and looked at her. I feel that you are always distracted since you came to Mercury. You said it was too dry on Jinsha Star before. Do you feel uncomfortable with the water on Mercury? Darula looked forward. Look at the road. I'm fine, thank you. Rong Tianjiang got a cold face, looked at her again, and turned back to speed up. They went around the middle of the two guards, turned on the interference monitoring equipment, and slowly approached from underwater. Near the coast, people got out of the submarine and swam over. Ji Jioxia couldn't swim too fast, so Darula pulled her forward. She didn't make any sound when swimming, and she left the others behind by a long distance. The two of them went ashore first. Ji Jioxia looked around and found no cameras or other equipment. The defense of the Mercury people mainly relied on manpower. The group went ashore one after another. Some military academy students continued to stay in the sea to support them in case of accidents. The others were divided into multiple teams to sneak in, so that they could help others attract attention when they were discovered. The environment of the Science and Technology Island was similar to the island where they landed. They deliberately avoided the wide beach and climbed up from the cliff. The trees here were dense and could better cover their bodies. Ji Jioxia led a team to move forward from the left and continue to climb up, intending to go to the highest point to see the situation of the island. The rope gun fired, and the top with a hook wrapped around a tree. The hook was inserted into the trunk and tightened. Ji Jioxia pulled the rope to feel the stability and climbed up first. She held the rope with both hands, stepped on the rock and kept going up. She was as flexible as a monkey and quickly climbed to the top. The 4 or 5 meter high trees on the top of the mountain blocked the view. When others climbed up the cliff, she had already started climbing trees. She chose a relatively high tree and climbed up in 2 or 3 steps, standing at the crown of the tree and looking down. The area of Technology Island is not large, and you can see it all at a glance. Unlike the imagined green, there are trees only on the edge of the island, and the middle is bare, like the Mediterranean Sea above the head of a middle-aged man. A silver factory was built in the place without trees, and black sewage could be seen directly discharged into the sea. There was a spaceship parked next to it. There was no logo on it. The appearance was exactly the same as the military spaceship, but it was a style that was eliminated many years ago. Ji Jioxia rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. He confirmed that it was a spaceship, and the shell was very new. There were not many people walking on the open space. Some people were packing boxes at the dock. It was unknown what they were transporting, but they were packed tightly. She frowned and saw a figure swaying under a tree on the lower left. Liddy was tied to the tree trunk, and there was another person guarding him. The two seemed to be talking. Liddy was very excited, and his face was red and his neck was thick. Liddy did not go to inform the police, but was tied here. The things on Mercury are getting more and more confusing. What exactly do they want to do? The Federation has never deliberately targeted the Mercurians. If they want to develop, the Federation will not stop them. They can always leave Mercury to contact the outside world and learn more about the Federation. Why do they have to do things in secret? If you are afraid of being targeted and kidnapped, then there is no need to worry. It's as if there is no abduction in the Federation. She has encountered many cases. She couldn't figure it out, so she explained what she saw to other teams first, and then went down the tree to explain it to her teammates. Jiangju, this matter may have involved the internal secrets of Mercury. There are 3 choices now. One is to ignore it, and wait for the official army of the Federation to solve it later. The other is to find a way to meet the leader of the Mercury people, and find out what is going on. The last choice is more extreme. He directly overturned the island and rushed to question. Anyway, the live broadcast has been on, and the organizer will not let them get into trouble. Ji Jioxia opened the whole team call and asked, "What do you think? This matter is somewhat dangerous. If they take the initiative to provoke it, there is no guarantee that the organizer will rescue them in time. At that time, it will not be a matter of elimination, but also a matter of broken hands and feet. Military school students, young people, and the pride of heaven, all of them are full of vigor and fearlessness, and their choices are surprisingly consistent." Ji Jioxia also brought all the other 6 military academies over to work together. If she gets scolded in the future, she can't just be scolded. And if all the Mercury people get involved in this matter, they alone don't have enough people. Different words need to be used for different people. She first contacted Xing Ran. "I have a major discovery about the truth about platypus. Come quickly." For Luo Linya, the Mercury people discharge sewage to pollute the sea, which may spread and threaten the entire galaxy. Come quickly. Then it was Nana. "If you have a big vote, come quickly." Then it was Rog's turn. It's time to show your strength. Come quickly. The fifth one was Chi Yunzu. We 6 schools plan to do something together. Don't say we won't take you. Technology Island, come quickly. The last one was looking for Yusuin. Jiangju is trapped, come quickly. Humanity is very well grasped. People from other military schools rushed to Technology Island. Ji Jioxia asked Theseus Military Academy students to stay still and continue to observe the movements of the Mercury people. Outside the field, the officers in charge of handling Mercury-related affairs were also watching the live broadcast. The organizer called and asked whether to stop the actions of the Military Academy students. This competition is different from the previous ones. Everything that happened before is under control, but the Mercury group is not too sure. At first, they thought that the Military Academy students would be used as free labor and clear a wave of alien beasts to facilitate the army's subsequent actions. Who would have thought that so many things could be dug out? When the officers were entangled, the instructors of various military academies sent communications one after another, requiring that for the safety of the Military Academy students, their behavior must be stopped immediately. If the Mercury people were angered, it would likely cause damage to the students. The emergency meeting was held, and teachers from various schools and organizers joined in. Some teachers also raised objections, believing that real battlefields are inherently dangerous and that military school students should not be protected too much. The two sides argued fiercely, and finally the officers made the decision, stop arguing. If you continue to waste time, they will all fight. First, send a message to the students to ask them to stop the action and kill the monsters honestly. Don't worry about other things. 1/3 of the 15-day competition period has passed. After a while, the joint military school exercise will end. The last game must be played smoothly without any chaos. Everyone on the field received a notice to terminate the action, and a meeting between the Military Academy students was also started. The public channel was noisy, and everyone was talking, making it impossible to hear anything. Ji Jioxia only said 3 words, I want to do it. People have different personalities. Some like adventure, and some seek stability. She doesn't ask everyone to act with her. 3 words are enough to cause fluctuations in everyone. 20-somethings are the youngest and most energetic age. They hate the constraints of rules and regulations. If they are not allowed to do it, they will do it. The action continued. The instructors outside the field were so angry that they found the instructor leading the Theseus Military Academy and strongly criticized Ji Jioxia's troublemaking behavior. The 3 of them have mastered the perfunctory skills of yes, 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 right, 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 and good, 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 but absolutely not doing anything. The helpless organizer had to call the principal of Theseus Military Academy. The principal of Theseus Military Academy, who was watching the live broadcast, used the telepathic method. Praise her? I know she is very good. Cheer her up. Okay, I will convey it well. Organizer, It means scold her. Persuade her to come back. Ah, is there a normal person in Theseus Military Academy? The army gathered outside the stadium, ready to enter Mercury in case the students were rescued in time. However, the protection of Mercury was opened at some point, and they could not enter. The contact with the students was also cut off. The anxious people were ready to break through the protection of Mercury violently. After knowing this, Caleb stopped the army's action. Faced with the doubts of the crowd, he did not answer them. He forced himself to cheer up and open the live broadcast room of the joint exercise of the military academies for the first time. Inside the stadium, the cadets knew nothing about what happened outside Mercury. All the cadets gathered on the Technology Island. Because there were so many people and the noise was loud, no matter how careful they were, one team was still discovered by the Mercury people. The angry Mercury people no longer questioned, but directly drove them away. The team was attacked on the water before they even got on the island. They led a group of Mercury people away. It was late at night, and there were no lights on the island. Ji Jioxia put on night vision goggles, and the darkness did not seem to hinder the actions of the Mercury people. Many people walked out of the factory in the middle. They were wearing large coats that did not match the style. It was unclear what the material was in the night. There were obvious bulges on the edges when they moved, indicating that the material was hard. Ji Jioxia thought of protective clothing. It seems that they are not unaware that some substances have radiation, but they still choose to use radioactive substances. They jumped into the water, and their long legs turned into fish tails. Someone brought a large basket of long things, which should be algae. They gathered together to eat. More Mercury people appeared. After a rough count, it was estimated that there were about 100 or 200 people. While they were leaving the factory, Ji Jioxia led his men to quickly walk down through the woods. The team led by Xing Ran was already outside the factory. When Ji Jiuxiu arrived, Nada came out of the factory with a basket of protective clothing in her hand, motioning everyone to change into them. Entering the factory, the design style inside was no different from that of the Federal factory. The walls and instruments were also full of technology. There was no Mercury feature at all. It was completely a Federal factory. The space inside was larger than it looked from the outside. Half of the area was embedded in the mountain. There was another floor above, and a basement below, a total of 3 floors. The machines on each floor are different. If you look closely, you can see that the parts produced in each floor are also different. There are almost no duplicate machines, and they produce a variety of things. Ji Jiuxiu looked at these things and hesitated. Could the spaceship outside be made by the Mercury people from the production of parts? Why is it so troublesome? Is it difficult to apply for a few spaceships from the Federation? And she doubts whether the spaceship they make can be driven. I don't know if it's because Mercury has no external enemies, and there is no one guarding the factory. They just go to eat boldly without worrying about someone sneaking into the factory. When everyone was thinking about the things in the factory, there was a noise outside. The shouts of the Mercury people almost pierced people's eardrums. Everyone covered their ears and walked out. They went to the area where the Mercury people were, passing by Liddy, who was tied under a tree. He stared at the group of people walking over with wide eyes, and his mouth entangled by seaweed tried to make an M sound for help. All the team members passed by, and no one stayed to help him. He was so anxious that he was shaking, and the tree behind him was dragged down by him, and a few fallen leaves fell down. A bullet hit the knotted kelp on the tree trunk. The kelp loosened, and Liddy hurriedly struggled to get rid of it, tore off the things in his mouth, and ran to catch up with Ji Jiuxiu. Ji Jiuxiu watched his movements and put away the gun. If his first reaction was to run in another direction, the second bullet would be fired. She asked first, "What are you doing here?" Liddy felt very wronged. "I didn't volunteer, but was tied up." "Didn't you go back to find your tribe leader?" Ji Jiuxiu continued to ask. "You Mercury people secretly built a factory, and you didn't even know it?" Liddy looked grim and whispered, "I didn't go to the chief, but asked Sophia first. Who knew she would tie me up? I really didn't know she was doing these things." "Ji Jiuxiu, why didn't you go to the chief first?" "The chief hates foreign technology and thinks it's all heresy," Liddy said frustratedly. "But Sophia likes the outside world very much. I thought I would ask her what's going on first, but who knew I would be arrested?" Rong Tianjiang snorted. "You still say that people in our federation are not good. I don't think you Mercury people are that clean and innocent." Liddy's lips moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. He couldn't figure out why things turned out like this. His mind was too confused, so he picked the most important thing and asked, "What are you going to do?" Ji Jiuxiu, turning this over. Liddy almost tripped over his own feet. "Ah?" Everyone rushed to the place where the noise came from. Yu Suin was driving a mecha in the sea, and Sophia, with a human body and a fish tail, was attacking him with a trident in her hand. Underwater is the home ground of the Mercury people. Sophia is so powerful that she can use the trident to push Yu Suin away. The weapon is made of fish bones, which is extremely hard and can't be damaged by the mecha. Every Mercury person is very brave. Luo Linya is entangled by a Mercury person. They are equally matched and can't defeat each other quickly. 2 Mercury people pulled Yu Suin underwater, and the longest tip of the trident poked a hole in the mecha. The bullets fired by the mecha were blocked by the surging water. They poked the surface of the mecha wildly, making it bumpy. The situation of others is also not optimistic. With similar numbers, the military academy suffered a miserable defeat. The cadets on the shore hurried over to help. Someone cursed. It was against human nature that the Mercury people could fight the cadets with bare hands. Sensing the movement on the shore, Sophia turned her head and looked over. Her deep blue pupil shrank to a small dot. She said angrily, "Who allowed you to go to the island?" The trident slapped the water surface. The 3 bare cylinders raised huge waves, like the raging waves in a storm, which could directly blow people away. Natural science seemed to lose its effect in front of the Mercury people. Science fiction to science fiction. When Ji Jiuxiu retreated to avoid the waves, this was the only thought in his mind. Liddy ran to the front. The waves hit him, but his body remained the same, without any shake. He shouted, "Sophia, are you crazy?" Sophia said angrily, "It's not me who's crazy, it's the chief. I told you not to let outsiders interfere in our affairs, but she insisted on doing this. Isn't she the one who hates the Federation the most?" This matter was not decided by the chief alone, but the result of discussions among all the elders. "Our living space has been squeezed by the beasts, you know that?" Lady shouted. And don't you yearn for the outside world and want to go out and see it? Don't you want to contact the people of the Federation? Contact is not now, you don't know anything. Sophia raised the waves again, and the huge waves looked like flooding the Jinshan temple. Lady rushed down to try to stop Sophia. What's going on? Can you tell me? The two of them fought and entangled with each other, but unfortunately Lady couldn't beat Sophia, and was beaten by the other party. Sophia slapped Lady and shouted angrily, Have you been bewitched by them? Have you forgotten what the clan motto is? Why are you speaking for outsiders? The federal people are all incarnations of the devil, and they will lure people into hell. You can't make close friends with them, and you can't believe any of their words. This is the rule set by the clan leader. You obviously didn't have this attitude before. I didn't help them. I was just speaking for the truth. At least they won't hide anything and are more open than you. Liddy swam back after being hit, and became more and more courageous. The two of them fought with water splashing, and with the melee next to them, the sea water along the coast surged back and forth, and was completely muddied. Liddy was thrown ashore with a swollen nose and face, and was half dead. The military academy students of the 7 schools gathered together, with twice the number of Mercury people. The two sides could barely tie. No deaths have occurred so far, but it is hard to say if the fight continues. Xing Ran turned on the light button. The light from the modified light button was extremely strong, emitting light in all directions like a sun. The Mercury people were forced to close their eyes due to the dazzling light. Shi Yunzia threw something into the water, startling a Mercury man who quickly swam away. He threw a powder ball wrapped in water-soluble paper. After the outer paper melted, the powder inside floated away, and a layer of white smoke emerged. The toxicity spread through both water and air, doubling the efficacy. The military academy students on the shore put on protective masks, and looked down indifferently like Frankenstein. The military academy students in the water, who had received the warning in advance, moved away first. Ji Jioshio estimated the thickness of the Mercury people's skin and threw a mine down. The mine exploded with a boom and a huge splash of water. Everyone calm down, don't be impulsive, and don't fight blindly. We are here to help you, right? She took out a small speaker, pressed the switch, and cleared her throat. We are all compatriots. How can we fight each other? You over there, don't move. Don't do things like suddenly attacking me, otherwise I can't guarantee that I won't shake my hands and blow up your factory. A group of Mercury people were pierced by the light and confused by the poison. They swam away quickly and looked at her in the water. Sophia looked cold. What do you want to do? Why did you steal my lines? Ji Jioshio was dissatisfied. This is what I want to ask you. What do you want to do by building a factory? Sophia sneered. We want to develop our own technology. You won't even allow this, right? I don't care if you develop, but it's a bit uncivilized to throw radioactive metal garbage into the sea at will. Ji Jioshio condemned. Sophia said impatiently. This is Mercury. What I do has nothing to do with you aliens. The Federation sent you here to play, but you don't care about our problems at all. Just compete in your games and kill your fish. Leave after 15 days. Ji Jioshio suddenly asked, Are the alien beasts mutated from local fish? Sophia avoided the question and her face darkened a little bit. It seems that you don't want to leave. Do you know how harmful the alien beasts are? They can even travel across the stars to other planets. If they are not eradicated, there will be hidden dangers for the entire star system. Ji Jioshio also became a little angry. Sophia stared at her coldly, stopped talking, put her hands together, and began to chant. The sound was low at first, and as other Mercury people joined in, the sound gradually increased and invaded the human brain. The chanting sound attacks people's thinking, which is a bit similar to mental attack, making people's minds blank. Rod covered his ears. They are blurring our consciousness. I suspect they want to forcibly erase this memory. This method is somewhat similar to his spiritual guidance, but it is much more powerful than his. Even covering his ears is useless. My mind began to flash through a revolving lantern. Fuso, don't we have cameras? What's the point of erasing our memories? Rong Tianjiang. Based on their messy scientific research, they may not know that the game is live. All military academy students were shocked. There is a reason why Mercury people can survive to this day despite their primitive life. Their abilities are very powerful. Ji Jioshio's consciousness gradually blurred and his eyes were blurred. Dong dong, a sound like a bell came, the pain in his head subsided, and his eyes became clear again. The sky began to brighten, and the waves rolled over a Mercury person. The other person's hair was as red as the rising sun of the blue star, and the waves rolled behind her, like Poseidon in the myth. Chapter 142. The bell interrupted Sophia's attack on the cadet. Sophia turned around, and her angry expression froze when she saw the person coming. The other party approached the island, stepped on the sea with both feet, and her clothes were complicated, more eye-catching than others. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes showed that she was no longer young, and her expression was majestic. The small waves behind her swept, and the sneaky Duolu appeared. After seeing Lidi on the shore, she was shocked and said, "Brother Lidi, how did you become like this?" Lidi lay on the ground, with his upper body propped up, and moved towards the sea with difficulty. Rong Tianjiang couldn't bear to see his disabled and strong appearance, so he kicked him into the water. Duoluo quickly approached, swung his little tail to bypass other Mercury people, and dragged Lidi away. She whispered, "Fortunately, I followed you secretly, and found that you were taken away by Sophia. I immediately went to find the chief." Hearing this, Sophia looked at Doro, who looked away guiltily, and dragged Lidi forward with great effort. The atmosphere froze. The cadets did not understand who the newcomer was, and did not act rashly. However, judging from the reactions of Sophia and others, it seemed that they were not here to help Sophia. The newcomer said, "You manage this area of water. I have never come to see it. Is this how you manage it?" Sophia lowered her head and whispered, "Mother." The other party, "I am not talking to you as a mother now, Sophia. What are you doing?" "Chief." Sophia pursed her lips, and called out another name. "These aliens offended me. I just want to teach them a lesson." The chief looked at the island. "I never knew you liked land and federal technology." Her voice was filled with anger, and the surrounding water surface was rippling as she spoke, and the splashing water droplets showed that she was not calm at the moment. Sophia looked up. "Isolation will lead to backwardness. The outside world is developing. There is nothing wrong with technology itself. We can develop our own technology, contact the outside world, and make ourselves stronger." The clan leader, "You are looking at what Betty left behind again. You didn't destroy it as I ordered, right?" The waves became bigger, the sea breeze was whistling, and the leaves on the island were rustling, as if it was a sign before the storm. There is nothing wrong with knowledge itself. The wrong thing is the people who use it to do evil. I don't understand why you are so opposed to developing technology. I just want to make Mercury stronger. Is this wrong?" Sophia raised her voice. The clan leader's voice was calm and suppressed. "I said, all the Federation's things are not allowed to appear on Mercury." Sophia argued, "These materials are all from Mercury, and have nothing to do with the Federation." Clan leader, "I have eyes, and I saw that the spaceship on the island is the same as the one they drove back then." The waves surged high, almost covering the sky, and it seemed that the entire island would be submerged, and the wind was quiet. Sophia was anxious, and she jumped out of the water and stood on the island. "No, you can't do this. This is the result of our hard work. Why do you control me with your preferences? What's wrong with developing technology?" The mother and daughter confronted each other, and the military academy students on the side completely became spectators, searching for fragmentary information from the conversation between the two. Ji Jiuxiu glanced at the waves behind the clan leader. The clan leader's prejudice against the Federation exceeded her expectations. She wondered if they could escape safely if the waves came down. The cadets had no sense of existence, but Sophia still pointed the finger at them, her tone full of hatred. "It's all because of you. If you hadn't run around, how could I have been discovered?" Logically speaking, what she said seemed to be correct, but Ji Jiuxiu refused to take the blame. "Ji Jiuxiu, if you had communicated with us well from the beginning, wouldn't there be so many things? We have a lot of mechanics, maybe we can help you." Sophia is a very contradictory person. She hates the Federation, but pursues the Federation's technology. She doesn't hate the Federation that much, but she treats the cadets badly, and even fights with them. The cadets were dragged into the internal conflict of the Mercury people. The tribe leader's eyes swept over the group of people, inadvertently paused for a few seconds, her fingers trembled, and she looked at Sophia again. The water rushed down without any signs. Sophia and the Mercury people standing on her side hurriedly pressed their hands into the water, controlling the water curtain to prevent it from falling, and started a game with the tribe leader. The patriarch said coldly, "Are you going to disobey my orders? You are wrong. The one-size-fits-all concept should have been abolished long ago." Sophia's neck veins popped. "I won't let you destroy my hard work." The patriarch's face was slightly angry. "What if I insist on doing this?" Sophia struggled to support herself and said without thinking, "You have already ruined my sister, are you going to ruin me too?" The patriarch was stunned, his pupils shrank instantly, and the strength in his hands loosened. The sea water fell in the opposite direction, and the splashing waves fell from the sky, splashing all over the military cadets on the shore. A bigger wave rose, and the patriarch still stepped on the water, with anger burning in his deep blue eyes. Sophia pointed at the cadets. If you insist on doing this, we will leave Mercury and go to the Federation with them. A group of cadets, ? Did they say they were willing to take you away? Why are you acting on your own? The patriarch's anger was diverted, and he looked at the cadets coldly. You took one of my daughters away. Are you going to take the second one now? The cadets, No, what does this have to do with him? The Mercurians are more unreasonable than one another. The patriarch spared his daughter, and did not destroy the island. He hit the cadets hard, and the sea water washed them into the sea. The clan leader, I shouldn't have let you in. Get out of Mercury now. Jijioxia, we will leave, but we have to deal with the metal waste before we go. You don't know that the alien beasts were caused by Sophia dumping radioactive metal into the sea. You should be grateful that we found the source of the problem. She was supported by Darula. Her head was out of the water, and her tone was very imposing, but this slightly embarrassed posture reduced her arrogance. The clan leader's eyes fell on the two of them. We will deal with the alien beasts ourselves. That's the best. I will propose to the federal government to block and monitor Mercury to ensure that no alien beast will escape to other planets. At the same time, even if your race is exterminated, we will not care. Jijioxia said coldly. Not to mention that the Mercurians have no ability to eliminate the duckfoot fish, otherwise they would not bow to the Federation. The point is that based on the conflict between Sophia and the clan leader, whether the radioactive metal can be properly resolved and whether they have the ability to resolve it are all questions. It's fun to say harsh words, but there are problems afterwards. Sophia's lack of calmness is really inherited from her mother. Jijioxia's words made the clan leader even more angry. The water surface was surging, and waves pushed everyone out. The clan leader temporarily gave up dealing with Sophia and rushed the cadets back to the island where they landed. The cadets had no time to return to the submarine and were directly pushed back to the initial island by the waves. The Mercury people certainly didn't let go of the submarine and threw them all onto the island, twice as fast as they drove the submarine. Everyone lost a battle and was pushed onto the beach by the waves, and the sky was completely bright. The surge of the sea water startled the duckfoot fish under the water. They climbed ashore and opened their mouths, diligently chasing people and biting them. Everyone didn't have time to review what happened today, so they stood up and ran into the woods. After a while of chaos, everyone sat together and lit a fire to dry clothes and food. Rog, Mercury and the Federation have a deep grudge, so we'd better not get involved. They ate a broken melon today, which was enough for them. Jijioxia, what happened in the end? Why did the clan leader say that the Federation took away her daughter? The more they ate the melon, the more they got. They didn't know the core part yet. This feeling of only knowing half the truth made them itchy, and they wanted to complete the puzzle. But no one knew the answer to this question, so they had no way to find the truth. Doro appeared again, this time with Liddy. The purple marks on Liddy's face had not disappeared yet. He limped to the shore, and the duckfoot fish behind him chased him and bit him. Jijioxia, why are you here again? Doro went straight to the grilled shrimp. I want to eat this. Here, here. Rong Tianjiang took the grilled shrimps off. Let them cool before eating. Liddy lowered his head in frustration. You're right. Sophia has her own secrets, but I know nothing about them. So you came to talk to me? Jijioxia had a cold face. Liddy shook his head. The chief is very angry, and no one dares to get close to her now. I came out to relax, and Duoluo said she would come to see you. He is no longer as repulsive to military school students as he was at the beginning. Sophia could do something forbidden without telling the chief, but it was the outsiders who revealed the truth, which had a strong impact on his worldview. Jijioxia looked at Liddy, who turned his grief and anger into appetite. He had eaten 3 squids, 10 oysters, 8 lobsters, and 9 crabs, and he still didn't seem to want to stop. He suspected that he came here to eat for free. Jijioxia, how do you plan to deal with the metal garbage on the seabed? I don't know. Liddy shook his head. Let's see what the clan leader says. If the alien beast is really caused by waste metal, we must not leave it alone, but Sophia is now determined to protect the things on the island. He sighed deeply and ate crabs with a sad face. Xing Ran, leave the follow-up to the Federation. I don't plan to continue to intervene. It's the dispute between the Federation and Mercury, and it's Mercury's family affairs. It's enough to play with it before. In the future, you should just kill fish and earn points. I understand. Let's do it this way. Jijioxia nodded and looked around. Where's Darula? Did anyone see her? Rong Tianjiang looked left and right. I didn't notice it. It seems that she was not here just now. Weren't you together when you came back before? Jijioxia frowned. No. Fusong, I didn't see her when I came ashore, and I thought you had assigned her a task. Everyone got up to look for Darula, but no one was seen on the island or in the shallow waters under the sea, and the communication could not be dialed. She had completely lost her trace. The staff outside the venue called up the camera records, and there was only the surging sea water in the picture, and it was impossible to see when Darula disappeared. All cameras followed the other military academy students back to the shore, without missing any. The military academy students counted the personnel, and there was no one missing, but Darula was missing. This time, the people outside the venue really couldn't sit still. Mercury was set as the venue for the competition after consultation between the two parties. Although the Mercury people were not very happy, they did not refuse. In addition, the Mercury people did not like too many people to enter the interior of the planet, so only the rescue team followed the military academy students into Mercury. No one could have imagined that the biggest danger was not the alien beasts, but the Mercury people. They sent messages to the Mercury people, but the other party did not reply. The officer immediately reported the news to Caleb and prepared to go, but Caleb's order made him dumbfounded, still not allowing a forced breakthrough. No one could guess what was in His Majesty's mind, and people's hearts were floating again, speculating whether Caleb had already made a choice between his two daughters. Fortunately, only the voice communication between them and the cadets was cut off, and the transmission of the headphones and the optical computer was interfered, but the live broadcast screen could barely play normally. Although it was stuck and the voice inside could not be heard, at least the safety of the cadets could be understood. So far, the Mercury people have been sensible, and have not really hurt the lives of the cadets. They just hope that Darula will not be in trouble, and when the 15-day deadline is up, the Mercury people can release the cadets intact. The audience didn't know about the instructor's worries. The lack of sound in the live broadcast room caused a lot of noise, and they were all questioning the organizers about what happened. The organizers had no way to say anything, so they could only blame Mercury, saying that Mercury's seawater had special substances that caused the equipment to be damaged, and the same was true for replacing new ones, so everyone should just bear with it and watch it. If they were not afraid that directly closing the live broadcast room would cause greater controversy, they would want to terminate the live broadcast. The more the audience shouted, the tighter their hearts were. The organizers and instructors scolded the Mercury people 800 times. If the military cadets got into trouble, the Mercury people would spend their next life in the prison of the Federation they hated the most. The military cadets in the field still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. The contact between the military cadets and the organizers had always been one-sided. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, they had not been able to contact the outside world. After discovering that Darula was missing, Ji Jioshu immediately stood up and prepared to go into the water to find someone. Knowing that Ji Jioshu was going to look for someone, Li Di immediately put down the crab in his hand, pulled Ji Jioshu, and hesitated under the attention of everyone. Ji Jioshu stared at him. What do you know? Li Di lowered his head and didn't speak. Duo Luo, who was standing next to him, also lowered her head and played with her fingers. It was obvious that something was wrong. He refused to say anything, but stopped Ji Jioshu. Ji Jioshu's mind turned quickly, and he handed the tracking camera to Jiang Ju. After confirming that there were no other cameras following, he pulled Li Di aside alone. Ji Jioshu, there is no one else now, you can tell me? What were those just now? Li Di gestured, pointing to the camera just now. Ji Jioshu, the game will be broadcast live, which means that everything that happens on Mercury can be seen by the Federation people, but not now, you can rest assured to speak. Can other people see what you did? Li Di was stunned, with a clear and stupid look that was not polluted by technology. Ji Jioshu frowned. I give you another chance to say something. Are you sure you want to continue talking nonsense? She didn't have that much time to chat with Li Di. It was unknown whether Dariella was alive or dead. Time was life. If Dariella was trapped somewhere, it would really cost lives if rescue was not timely. Li Di was hesitant to speak, so he gritted his teeth and said, I take you to find her. Do you know where she is? Ji Jioshu's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he looked at Li Di with scrutiny. Li Di swallowed and stuttered. What will you do if you can't find her? Darilla is a princess of the federal royal family, and one of the heirs. Ji Jioshu's tone became heavier. If she gets into trouble, we will flatten Mercury. Li Di's eyes widened. Obviously, he didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. Ji Jioshu's expression was too serious. This tense atmosphere gave him goosebumps. He didn't dare not believe it. He took a deep breath. I'm not sure if she is where I said, but I can take you to see. Ji Jioshu. Very good, I prepare the submarine. The place the other party knew was most likely not on the shore, but under the sea. In this way, she also had some guesses in her heart about who took Darila away. Wait. Liddy stopped her. The submarine is too big, it is obvious underwater, and it can't be driven. Jioshia frowned. Then how can I go? Liddy, wait for me, I get you something. You won't go to tip-off again, will you? Jioshia was suspicious. Liddy, when did I go to tip-off? Last time was an accident. If I didn't want to help you, I could have kept the news to myself. He threw a bunch of words at him, and Jioshia quickly stopped him. I just saw that you were nervous, so I made a little joke to relax you. You go quickly. Liddy left angrily. He took Jioshia's words seriously. In order to prove that he would not tip off, he left Duo Luo as a hostage before leaving. When Liddy came back, a whole day had passed. He sneaked ashore, looking around as if he was on guard against people. The two of them gathered together again to avoid the camera, and Liddy spoke in a low voice, like a thief. Jioshia said speechlessly, I don't know what you are thinking about, afraid of being discovered by the tribe leader, but secretly helping us. Sophia and the tribe leader were not like this before. They are becoming more and more extreme. Maybe your arrival can change their minds. Liddy took out the things. Alas, I can't explain it to you clearly. You will know it if you have a chance in the future. The thing he took out looked like a watch. Jioshia couldn't tell what it was. In short, it was not something that Mercury technology could research. She took it and studied it, and asked casually, What is this? Where did you get it from? Liddy, it can let you breathe in water. I stole it. Steal? Jioshia was surprised. I didn't expect that Liddy not only looked like a thief, but he was really a thief and could steal things. Liddy waved his hands frantically. Don't worry about it. Just see if it works. Jioshia looked at the watch over and over again, pressed the button that looked most like a switch, and a layer of transparent film spread from the watch, covering her whole body. The movement will not be affected too much. It is similar to normal activities. The only difference is that the vision is a little distorted, and Liddy's facial features become a frog face. She went into the water to try, and it became normal to see people underwater, and she could breathe freely. The resistance of the water would not be as huge as that of people in the water, and it was very easy to swim. Jioshia exclaimed, What kind of high-tech is this? Liddy's face was not natural. This is something from your Federation. I don't know how it was made. I know it comes from the Federation. Your technology has not yet developed to this level. Jioshia said ruthlessly. Liddy, Jioshia swam underwater for a few times. This set of equipment can also automatically adjust the pressure in deep water areas, which is very convenient, but compared with the mecha, it still has shortcomings and is not as convenient as the mecha for fighting. Jioshia, why did you think of making such a thing in the first place? It is said that it is to better experience the feeling of being underwater, and it is convenient to hold hands. Liddy answered. Jioshia, ? Jioshia, what is that? I don't know much about the past, so don't ask. Liddy urged her to go under the sea. I hate people who only say half of what they say. Jioshia hit Liddy's head and swam to the shore. I go tell the others. Communication with Liddy must be secret, and communication with companions must naturally be avoided. After all, Liddy can steal things for her, and she tries her best to keep Liddy's secrets. What Rong Tianjiang cares most about is not that Jioshia is going to go into the water to find someone, but the equipment on her body. If Jioshia is not ready to leave, he would like to take it off and disassemble it for research. A lot of mental power is needed to operate the equipment under the sea, otherwise it is difficult to move. Such equipment without combat capability is not as good as mecha. It is suitable for ordinary people who cannot control mecha and healing mentalists. It stands to reason that if it is mass-produced, it should be able to sell well. There is no information about this equipment on the interstellar market, which means that it is either in the research and development stage or the cost of manufacturing is very high, so it cannot be mass-produced and simply abandoned. I don't know who spent a lot of energy to make such a piece of equipment, and finally it fell into the hands of Mercury people who didn't need it at all. After Jioshia finished talking about what she knew from Liddy and the plan, she was ready to go to the sea, and refused Jiangju and Rong Tianjiang's request to go with her. The mecha is still much more obvious than people underwater, and it is not convenient to bring too many people. Fuso, if you die, I will be very sad. Jioshia, ? Jioshia, I'm not dead yet. Can you please not say such unlucky words? I'm going to save people, not to commit suicide. If Darula can't die, I shouldn't die either. Fuso stared at Jioshia, his expression a little dull, as if he was thinking. After agreeing on the frequency of contact, Ji Jiuxiu said goodbye to everyone, avoided the camera and dived into the water, followed Liddy to the deep sea, and Liddy pulled her all the way down. Just after going down to a position of 400 or 500 meters, Liddy suddenly turned back and lit up the trident in his hand, and a vague black shadow followed them far behind. The Mercury people's vision underwater is not affected by darkness. Ji Jiuxiu was led forward by him, and he was too lazy to turn on the light button again. At this time, the light underwater was dim, and he couldn't see what it was. The black shadow fluttered gently like water grass, swaying in the water, forming a huge shadow. Ji Jiuxiu opened the light button and saw the appearance of the water grass monster. The other party was not a monster, but a person, but she was more frightened than a monster. She looked at the other party and was silent for a long time, with an expression that was hard to describe. "What are you doing here?" "Fuso," I said. "I was afraid that you would die, so I followed you to see." The underwater voice was a little blurry to Ji Jiuxiu's ears, and it took a second or two to fully digest the other party's words. Judging from the speed of Fuso's response, it seemed that the underwater had no effect on her. Fuso did not use any equipment and appeared directly in the water. She was still wearing the combat uniform of Theseus Military Academy. The slightly loose clothes were propped up by the water and looked a little swollen. The long green hair looked more like seaweed than seaweed, floating behind her, and the pale skin unique to interstellar people made her look a little scary. Ji Jiuxiu sighed. "You don't even pretend now, right?" Chapter 143. When Ji Jiuxiu spoke, the exhaled gas would be discharged, forming a small string of bubbles. Her chest rose and fell with her breathing, and Liddy next to her did the same. But Fusong would not. She was quietly suspended in a standing position, her eyes did not blink, and her heart was calm. "I am a Superman, but you can't hide it from you after all," Fusong said seriously. "Ji Jiuxiu, hee, your sense of humor has improved a bit, and you can even tell cold jokes." Fusong said seriously. "People can't stay in the water for too long, they will die. I have equipment." Ji Jiuxiu raised her hand, and a layer of translucent membrane wrapped her, separating her body from the seawater. "Fusong, it's not safe. What if the equipment breaks down? If an accident happens, there is no time to react under the sea. It's too dangerous. You shouldn't go into the sea." She tried to dissuade Ji Jiuxiu on the shore, but no one could stop Ji Jiuxiu's decision. She couldn't stop him, so she had to follow him. The worry on Fusong's face was genuine, and Ji Jiuxiu was speechless. Fusong seemed to really think that she would get into trouble under the sea. Every time she went into the water before, she noticed that Fusong always stared at people. It turned out that this was not her illusion, nor was it because Fusong was afraid of water, but because she was afraid that others would drown. She laughed and said speechlessly, "Why do you have such an idea? My last friend's parents drowned in the sea." Fusong's tone was serious. "She told me many times that underwater is not a place where humans can do whatever they want. Even if you are well prepared, accidents may happen." Ji Jiuxiu was about to say something else, but was interrupted by Liddy on the side. "Can you go back to the shore to chat? Time is really tight now. Ji Jiuxiu's equipment is also limited. The remaining energy can only support 5 hours at most. Once the energy is exhausted, she will really die in the sea." Ji Jiuxiu asked Liddy to pull her down and asked, "Aren't you surprised that she can breathe and move freely in the water? The world is so big, isn't it strange that someone can do this?" Liddy asked back. "Like Mercury people who can switch legs and fish tails, it is not strange that there are other people in the world who can live in the sea like Mercury people, isn't it strange?" Ji Jiuxiu doubted herself. There were only 3 people here, and the other 2 were too calm, making her feel that her surprise was abnormal. She was startled like an old man who was eliminated by the times and accidentally came into contact with new things. Fusong followed the 2 behind him, without swinging his body at all, and moved straight down, looking more relaxed than Liddy. At least Liddy had to shake his fish tail from time to time. Ji Jiuxiu tried to hold back, but couldn't resist his curiosity and asked, "What are you?" Many things are not suitable for breaking the casserole to get to the bottom of. Playing dumb is the best, but she is really itchy. The truth is a cat, constantly scratching her heart with its claws. Fusong, "I am a human." Ji Jiuxiu, "Do you think I believe it? Mercury people can be human. Why can't I be a human?" Fusong asked. "I can speak the common language of the Federation, eat the same food as you, do the same things. What's the difference between me and normal people?" Ji Jiuxiu was stunned by the philosophical question. From a certain perspective, Fusong's words were not wrong. If his behavior is like that of an ordinary person, then he is a normal person. In modern society, some normal people are antisocial and not like human beings. Ji Jiuxiu was not led astray by her. Your mind is human, I have no objection to this, but I am asking about your core and essence. Although the Mercury people look strange and don't look like humans, after cutting open their bodies, their blood and bone composition are the same as humans. She looked at Fusong. What about you? What are you after cutting open? Before Fusong answered, Liddy had an opinion first. What do you mean Mercury people don't look like humans? I also think you Federation people are abnormal. You can't even breathe underwater. Fusong walked straight forward, avoiding Ji Jiuxiu's questions, and saying, if you peel off my heart layer by layer, you will feel sad and cry. Ji Jiuxiu, Ji Jiuxiu, stop singing. She didn't even know that the songs of Blue Star were poisonous, and even Fusong was contaminated. My friend once said that my identity must not be known to others. The Federation would think I am a heretic, and could not accept my existence. I would suffer a catastrophe. Fusong answered seriously. Ji Jiuxiu laughed angrily. If you don't tell me, I won't know you are a heretic now. At this point, does it matter what kind of heresy you are? Fusong looked at her, her green eyes full of innocence. So you want to capture me and slice me for research? Ji Jiuxiu took a deep breath, tried to keep a calm mind, and said coldly, no. Fusong nodded sincerely, I believe you. Ji Jiuxiu had a heart attack, so she should not believe her. This feeling of knowing the secret alone and having to keep it secret made her feel like a lump in her throat. She was thinking in her mind, otherwise she would secretly pick up a strand of Fusong's hair for testing one day, but Fusong's usual physical examination report was fine, so the test results might not be able to be obtained. So why should I tell her the truth? She also wants to be a naive and innocent girl who knows nothing and lives a carefree life every day. The water depth reaches 2,000 meters, but Fusong is still able to move freely. Her thick dark green hair floats, attracting some small fish that are not afraid of people to peck at her hair. She drives away the small fish and says in annoyance, they are so annoying. Ji Jiuxiu, Then why do you still stuff one in each hand into your mouth? You are completely done pretending after revealing your identity in front of her, right? Fusong is relieved, and she is the one suffering. Pain will not disappear, it will only transfer. Ji Jiuxiu said calmly, if your hair does not grow leaves, they may not come to bite you. Fusong was stunned, grabbed her hair, and saw that it had small tender leaves. She frowned, and was not very happy. Maybe the water pressure is too high, and it can't control the growth instinct. Herb or wood? Tree or shrub? Ji Jiuxiu suddenly asked. Fusong blinked, I don't know what you are talking about. Usually when Ji Jiuxiu didn't want to answer, he often changed the subject, but Fusong used perfunctory methods. In short, he didn't understand what she asked. Ji Jiuxiu fell into deep thought, and decided to pretend that she didn't know. Nothing happened today. Only she and Liddy went to find Darula under the sea. There was no third creature at all. A faint light appeared below, which was very obvious in the dark deep sea. The light was very gentle, like a bright pearl. Liddy lowered his voice, we're here. He quickened his pace, and a huge underwater palace appeared in front of Ji Jiuxiu. White stones were made into beads, shells and pearls were used as embellishments, and various colored corals grew in the corners just right. The light comes from the beads embedded in the wall. The natural luminous beads as big as a fist are expensive in the federal market, but they can be seen everywhere here. Ji Jiuxiu suspected that Anderson had seen Mercury people, otherwise how could he write the fairy tale of mermaids? Mercury people have difficulty giving birth, and there are not many people in total, about 50,000 people, which is only as many as the population of a small town on any planet in the Federation. Liddy led the two people around the main gate, and went in another direction, observing left and right all the way, and sneaked in like a thief. He lowered his voice, and said, I'm not sure if Darila is on the seabed or Sophia's island. Come here to take a look first. Ji Jiuxiu also whispered, so why did Sophia kidnap Darila? Is she trying to threaten us to leave Mercury early, or to warn us not to meddle in other people's business? They have already planned to ignore Mercury's affairs. Does Sophia still want to threaten the Federal Regular Army? She is not too worried about Darila's survival under the sea. Since there is equipment that allows her to move like a Mercurian, maybe there will be a separate space under the sea for her to live, just like the squirrel friend in SpongeBob SquarePants. Ji Jiuxiu's divergent thinking was interrupted by Liddy, who said, I won't say much, you will know what you should know naturally. It's the same as not saying it, which makes her more curious, so it's better not to say it. Liddy led the people to a house, hid behind a huge coral and looked forward. This is Sophia's residence. I will go in front, you follow closely. He just took a step forward, phosphorescence flashed in front of him, and Sophia, who was mentioned in the last second, appeared in front of him in the next second. Liddy froze and stood aside to block the people behind him, but it was obvious that this behavior was like covering one's ears and stealing the bell, and it was useless. Sophia held a weapon in her hand and punched Liddy in the abdomen. "How dare you steal my things?" Liddy groaned and arched his body. Stealing was a fact, and he couldn't refute it. Sophia's eyes swept coldly over Ji Jioshu and Fusong, and slapped Liddy again. "You are more likely to surrender to the enemy than I thought." "How could I surrender to the enemy? I am on the side of justice." Liddy could refute this sentence, covering his face and retreating, staring at Sophia. "Is Darula here with you?" Sophia snorted coldly. "How do you know?" "I heard your conversation with the clan leader last time." "Do you have to do this?" Liddy clenched his fists. Sophia looked down at Liddy. She chose to come back, so she must bear the consequences. But what if she doesn't know anything? Liddy was excited. "Do you know her identity? You will ruin her by doing this." The two quarreled, and Ji Jioshu and Fusong became the background. The two moved back silently, trying to fade out of Sophia's sight. The white bone spur flew from the side of her face and pierced into the coral. The coral shook, and a branch broke and fell off. Fusong stepped on the main trunk of the coral and pushed Ji Jioshu away. She rushed forward, grabbed the trident, and pulled it back with all her strength. The extraordinary strength came in handy at this moment. Sophia was pulled forward a step, and after reacting, she immediately stood still, grabbed the trident, and pulled it back, and the two started a tug-of-war. Sophia opened her mouth and let out a piercing scream. Ji Jioshu was shocked and his mind went blank for 2 seconds, but Fusong remained unmoved and even had the strength to fight back. Leaves grew out of her long green hair, crawling over the white trident from her arm, spreading toward Sophia, and entangled her body. Ji Jioshu ran into the house built of fish bones and shells, looked back, and patted his frightened heart. It was so cruel. The two people at the door were still pulling the trident. Fusong's green hair completely turned into plant branches, and Sophia tore off the leaves on her body. She looked unpredictable, looked up and down at Fusong, and the force of pulling increased. The muscles on her arms bulged, and the outline was clear. "Want to ask me why I have such ability?" Fusong saw what she was thinking. People should go see the outside world more. Your idea of building a spaceship is very correct. Although there is only one person like her in the outside world. Sophia had a stern face, and did not respond to Fusong's words. She continued to pull away the leaves climbing up. She glanced at the side. Liddy was still standing there with a nervous expression, and Ji Jioshu was nowhere to be seen. "Don't bother with me anymore. Your companion has already gone in." She suddenly let go of her hand, and raised the corner of her mouth. "In fact, if you want to see Darula, I can take you there directly. There is no need to make such a fuss." Fusong stood very steadily. The sudden release did not cause her body to tilt. The leaves on her head shook away, and floated in the water. She grabbed the trident, and there was a protrusion of fish bones on the body of the trident. She opened her mouth, and bit the left spike. Her teeth were as white as the spike made of fish bones. "It's quite hard." The teeth didn't bite the fish bone, but left an obvious tooth mark on it. Sophia's eyes twitched, and she could hardly control her expression. "Give it back to you." Fusong threw the trident back. Sophia looked at the sunken tooth mark, and her hand trembled slightly when she took the trident. For a moment, she didn't know whether to take it or not. Her weapon was dirty. "Sophia, you..." As soon as the word came out, Fusong walked straight to her, and the teeth that had just bitten the fish bone opened again. The white teeth like shells looked like normal people, but the bite force was amazing. Sophia looked at her vigilantly, subconsciously holding the weapon in her hand, the top of the trident facing forward. The damn glaring tooth mark swayed in front of her eyes, and her face darkened instantly. Yeezy reached out to Sophia's fishtail, and slid gently on it. The fishtail was cool and slippery, and the scales were a little hard. "I haven't eaten such a beautiful fish," Fusong said regretfully. "It's a pity that you are not a fish, but a human. My friend said that people cannot be eaten." The humanoid creature said such horrible words. Sophia clenched her weapon tighter, and the scales on her body opened slightly, like a cat with its fur standing on end. Liddy, who was watching silently, reacted more strongly. He turned his head and looked at Fusong in fear, and moved a few steps to the side away from her. "The world outside is so scary. How can there be ogres?" He glanced at Sophia, and slowly moved towards the house. Just after taking a few steps, he suddenly felt a slight sting in his back. He turned around, and saw Sophia poking him with a trident. He stopped, looked at Sophia, and then at Fusang. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. He whispered, "Didn't you say that you could go see Diarella? I can take you in, but you can't go in by yourself." Sophia glared at him, flicked her tail and swam inside. Lidi hurried to catch up. He was afraid of being too close to Fuso, so he felt safer following Sophia. The three of them entered the house, with Sophia leading the way. It was unusually silent all the way, and no one spoke. The atmosphere was too depressing. Lidi wanted to say something to adjust it, but every time he opened his mouth, he swallowed it back. The eyes on both sides were like knives. He had better be honest and reduce his presence. The house was also inlaid with night pearls, and the house was bright and bright. The mermaid's house had only one floor, and there was no ceiling above the head, which could be seen as a small courtyard. Going around rows of colorful corals, Fuso saw a huge shell, which was almost as big as 3 people. The surface was clean white, without any dirt. She asked, "Is the meat inside the big shell delicious?" Lidi was silent at first, and then said tactfully, "That's our bed." The meat inside was probably mercury people, and he didn't know whether it tasted good. "Before it became your bed, wasn't it a shell of a shellfish? You took the big shell to make a bed, but what about the shellfish?" Fuso was puzzled. Lidi choked, "That's not a real shellfish, but a shellfish we built with various things. There is no shellfish inside." "Is that so?" Fuso nodded, "What a pity." Lidi sped up and closed the distance with Sophia. "My God, this weirdo with a brain full of food is so scary." There was a figure standing in front, and her dark blue combat uniform indicated her identity. In front of Ji Joshio was a white cage made of fish bones, which was blocked by Ji Joshio, and could not see the situation inside. Sophia slowed down and gestured to Fusang. "This is the person you were looking for, but are you sure you really want to take her back?" Fusang could not hear the meaning of Sophia's words, nor did she understand her tone, and continued to walk forward. Lidi stood there without moving. "What's going on?" Fusang walked over and asked Ji Joshio, who was standing there like a pillar. Ji Joshio looked back, with no expression on his face. His eyes were slightly dull, and he spoke slowly, "Ah, you are here." Fusang stroked her hair, and the leaves turned back into thin strands of hair to avoid scaring Darula. "What's your reaction? Has the water pressure finally squeezed your brain so that it can't work? Where is Darula?" She stopped talking abruptly. In the white bone cage, the long red hair brushed against the skin as white as the cage. The edge of the gently swaying fishtail was as thin as a veil, emitting a little light, and the winding aurora was winding in the ink-colored sea water. Darula looked at the two of them, her fingers tightly grasping the bars of the cage, her expression full of helplessness and panic, and she looked at Fusang in the same surprise. "Darula, you mutated?" Fusang, "Did you take the wrong medicine?" Darula, "What's wrong with your hair?" Fusang, "What does your tail mean?" The two spoke at the same time, and then fell silent at the same time. Darula changed the subject, skipping all the premises, and asked directly, "Why did you come down to find me? Did Sophia embarrass you? You should call me aunt, impolite little brat. Is this how the Federation educates you?" Sophia approached. Ji Joshio and Fusang, "Ah?" Ji Joshiao's head was buzzing. Every day was very exciting. First Fusang and then Darula. Everyone had a surprise, one bigger than the other. "Darula, don't look at me, I just found out too. Can we take her away?" Ji Joshio looked at Sophia. Putting everything else aside, she did not forget her original intention. The purpose of going to the sea was to bring back Darula, whether it was Federal Darula or Mercury Darula. "Are you sure you want to take her back like this?" Sophia raised her chin and said coldly. "Her blood has just awakened, not as good as a 1-year-old child, and she can't switch her legs freely. You can take her away, I have no objection." Ji Joshio was numb. "What is going on?" Sophia approached the cage and reached out to touch Darula's cheek. "You look a lot like your mother. Otherwise, you wouldn't recognize me. It's really bad luck to take me back to the sea and lock me up," Fusang complained. Not only Sophia, but even Lidi was the same. He was not surprised at Darula's fishtail at all. They had recognized Darula and knew her identity a long time ago. Even Doro noticed that Darula had mercury blood. When she first came ashore, she rejected all the Federation people, but she was not afraid of Darula. Ji Joshio pinched his brows and found a big shell to sit down. "Come on, start your story. What are you doing?" Sophia narrowed her eyes. "You revealed her identity in front of us. Isn't it just to shock us and create a gap between us and her?" Ji Joshio's attitude was very comfortable, just like at home. I know you have a lot of thoughts, but nowhere to tell them. Now I give you this opportunity. You can talk slowly, and I will listen attentively. Sophia asked suspiciously, Aren't you surprised? I am so surprised. Ji Joshio made an exaggerated expression. Okay, I am done with my surprise. Please tell me your demands next. Sophia asked. She is from Mercury. Don't you have any idea? What can I think? What's wrong with Mercury? Fusang is not a human. Isn't he fine? Ji Joshio has already looked at it lightly, and he is not surprised. Darila, Fusang, Whether Darila is from Mercury or Federation, she is one of the heirs of the Federation royal family, and this will never change. Ji Joshio has long known that Darila's birth mother is unknown. Since it is unknown, it could be Mercury, Mars, or any other planet. Isn't it just a tale compared to ordinary people? Even creatures like mermaids can exist in the interstellar space, and it is normal without reproductive isolation. Darila is Darila, and she will not change because of whether she has a fish tail or not. Ji Joshio is too calm, so calm that Sophia can't feel the pleasure of revenge, and Darila in the cage gradually calms down. Her mother Betty betrayed Mercury. After a long time, Sophia, full of resentment, finally spoke up and prepared to tell the story of the previous generation. Excuse me, I can't stay for long because of time constraints. Let's speed up the process. Ji Joshio interrupted Sophia as soon as she opened her mouth. She said, Isn't the story like this? When the Federation was stationed on Mercury, Caleb and Betty fell in love, but Mercury did not allow marriage with foreigners, so the two eloped, and then Mercury and the Federation fell out, and your mother blocked Mercury from then on? Sophia was stunned, her mouth slightly open, unable to speak. How do you know? Lidi answered stunned. Ji Joshio, just read more books and dramas. The grievances and hatreds in the world are almost the same over and over again. I'm tired of this kind of cliché drama. The past story was summarized by Ji Joshio in 2 or 3 sentences, and Sophia was blocked and speechless. Seeing Sophia's face gradually flushed, Ji Joshio hurriedly said, Can you add some details, such as what kind of harm have you suffered as the sister of the person involved? She was afraid that the other party would not vent his emotions through words, but would easily vent through force. In comparison, it was more civilized to use her mouth. Sophia held back again, and she was ready to kill Ji Joshio. Reason and emotion were playing games in her brain, and her hand holding the trident trembled slightly. Ah! Ji Joshio pointed at the trident. Why is there a tooth mark on it? Can a weapon be used as a teething stick? Sophia couldn't hold it anymore, and rushed towards Ji Joshio with the trident clenched. No matter what the cost, she would sew Ji Joshio's mouth shut. Chapter 144. Yi Zi first entangled Sophia's arm, and Ji Joshio retreated. The biggest disadvantage of the underwater equipment is that it will restrict her strength. Her fists are light and weak, which is very disadvantageous in a fight. Not only that, but also the movement speed has slowed down. It feels very uncomfortable to not be able to use 20% of your strength. It didn't have such a big impact in the shallow water before. Later, Lidi pulled her all the way, and didn't feel any problems without exerting any strength. Now moving underwater in the deep sea, I realized that the equipment has a big disadvantage. Fusang pulled Sophia away, and handed Ji Joshio a branch. Bite it. Ji Joshio didn't understand why, but did it. He bit the branch lightly with his teeth, and didn't feel any changes. He looked at Fusang with questioning eyes. Very good, keep it, don't talk. Fusang praised. Ji Joshio, ? Sophia, who was entangled, suppressed her anger, and tore the branches on her body. The first thing she did when her right hand struggled out, was to use the trident to stab Ji Joshio. Ji Joshio moved slowly backwards. It was not that she did not want to move fast, but that she could not move fast. This slow movement was a provocation against the backdrop of Sophia's fast movement. Sophia rushed forward, and the soft branches on her body pulled her waist, and the two began to pull again. Help me! Ji Joshio shouted to Lidi, who was quietly pretending to be dead. Lidi, I think what you said deserves a beating, and you deserve to be beaten. Don't worry, she won't go too far. Ji Joshio, ? Ji Joshio, which side are you on? I stand on the side of justice. Lidi said clearly. Lidi, who stood on the side of justice, did not participate in their fight. She silently bypassed the 3 people who were entangled and went to the cage to try to pry it open. The fish bone, which comes from the same source as the trident, is extremely hard. No matter how hard he tries, he can't pull it apart. Because he tries too hard, his face turns red and his neck thick, the same color as a cooked lobster. At first, Darila looked at him with a vigilant look, but after realizing what he wanted to do, her eyes became confused. "Don't worry, I will definitely get you out." Liddy comforted her, and showed her the bulging muscles on his arms. "Look at poor Darila. She has lived in the Federation for too long, and her muscles have degenerated. The thin layer of muscles is so weak, and her eyes are so helpless. She must be very scared." Darila looked at Liddy's face, which was hideous because of the force, and raised her hand to gently push the fence in the other direction. The extremely hard fish bone was easily broken by her. No, it was not broken. She just pushed open the door of the cage. This cage was not locked at all. "Liddy, The two looked at each other, and Liddy let go of the door in disappointment. "The door is not locked. What are you doing in there if it's not locked?" Darila lowered her eyes. "I have nowhere to go." Forced to know her identity, her legs could not be restored for the time being, she could not return to her companions in her current appearance, and she didn't know where to go in the unfamiliar sea. The cage did not lock her, but where she was, the cage was there. Liddy clicked the scales on her tail, and racked his brains to comfort her. "Don't be too sad. Look at how beautiful your tail is. It's golden red, just like your mother. Mercurians have the same eye and hair color, but their tails are different. Liddy's fishtail is blue with broken light." "My mother?" Darila looked up. "What does she look like?" Liddy was confused by the question. "Have you never seen her?" Darila shook her head. "No." She only had a vague memory that when she was very young, someone held her and hummed a ballad, and a warm hand brushed her cheek. This was all she remembered of her mother. She was a person full of wonderful ideas. She also went to the Federation to study. She loved to laugh, was very energetic, and could do everything well. Liddy recalled. "She was a selfish person." Sophia suddenly interrupted. "She abandoned us, and was the culprit for Mercury to become what it is now." Liddy retorted. "I think her decision was right. The opening of the planet is good for us. You say you hate the Federation, but aren't you secretly learning their technology?" Sophia's trident turned around and poked Liddy. The leaves were removed, and she moved quickly. Liddy screamed and dodged quickly. When Betty fell in love with the Federation, the tribe leader firmly opposed it, and locked her up. She secretly escaped and broke up with the tribe leader. She was pregnant at the time. Liddy spoke quickly, her lips bumping up and down. His words gradually filled in the details of the past, and Sophia's scolding also well reflected the attitude of the Mercury people towards this matter at that time. 20 years ago, Mercury was not as closed as it is now. In the past many years, Mercury has been slowly contacting the Federation, but it has not yet opened up to the point of intermarriage with foreigners. Betty dares to think and act, and is a pioneer of the new generation of Mercury people. She abandoned the old ideas of Mercury people, went to the Federation to study, came into contact with the Federation culture, and even fell in love with the people of the Federation. After being blocked by her mother, she resolutely left Mercury to pursue a more possible future. How is she doing now? Is she working like a slave for the Federation, or being their lady? Sophia asked coldly. Or did she abandon you too? Otherwise, why haven't you seen her? Darila was at a loss. I don't know. Her father had never told her about her mother. When she was a child, she found that she was different from the Federation people. She felt uncomfortable in a dry and waterless environment, but felt comfortable in the seawater, and could even breathe underwater. In an isolated environment, she never told anyone about these differences. She carefully concealed this secret for fear that she would be discovered to be different from others. Liddy blurted out, "Is she dead?" Everyone looked at him. He covered his mouth and whispered, No, the Federation's technology is so advanced that it is not so easy to die even if you give birth. The main reason for the small number of Mercury people is the difficulty of giving birth. Not only is it difficult to conceive, but it is also a torture for the mother when giving birth. Did she leave Mercury just to die? Sophia clenched her teeth. She deserves it. She was not allowed to leave, but she insisted on leaving. Where is Caleb? He swore that Betty was his only one, but what happened? What a disgusting federal man. I'm going to find him. If Darila still had a little doubt before the word Caleb appeared, maybe she was not Caleb's biological daughter, but Caleb made a mistake. But when Sophia read out this name, it was like a huge rock falling heavily, and the matter was finalized. When Sophia talked about Betty, her tone was angry, and strong hatred almost burst out of her eyes, mixed with confusion and anger. When the speculation of Betty's death appeared, the light in her eyes suddenly disappeared. Jioshu and Darula met each other's eyes, and exchanged glances. Darula walked to Sophia. Aunt, you built a spaceship, are you going to find my mother? The name made Sophia stunned. Darula in front of her looked and sounded too similar to Betty, which made her feel dazed for a moment. Find her? She sneered. I don't want to find her. It doesn't matter if the scientific and technological knowledge belongs to the Federation. As long as I can use it, it's a good thing. The current blockade of Mercury is not strong enough. If the Federation regrets it one day, it can still forcibly invade Mercury. I want to develop my own technology and protect Mercury. But you are pushing Mercury to a dead end now. Jigyoshio couldn't help but interrupt. The strange beast is the best warning. If you let the metal garbage pile up, you will eventually harm all your people. Your sin is greater than Betty's. What do you know? Sophia cursed. Mercury metal resources are limited. These are the best materials I can find in the deep sea. Aunt? Darila shouted and continued to approach Sophia. The distance between them was less than 1 meter. Sophia looked at her vigilantly and raised her weapon. What are you doing? Darila ignored Sophia and moved forward a distance. When the trident was about to pierce her, she moved away slightly. Sophia was about to continue to curse, but Darila rushed over and hugged Sophia. It's great. I still have family. Darila whispered. You know, my father is dying. I still have brothers and sisters, but they all hate me. I live a good life and have a high status, but no one loves me. Sophia froze and said angrily, Caleb is dying, not dead. Didn't he claim to give Betty eternal happiness? Why did Betty disappear and her daughter live a bad life? From the beginning of Betty, Sophia was like a flammable gas tank, on the verge of explosion at any time. Darila, I am a princess of the royal family now. The best thing Caleb left me is the inheritance. I want to go back and fight for what I have. How can I change my legs back? Sophia regained her sanity and pushed Darila away, her blue eyes, like Darila's, swept up and down. You said so much just to restore your legs and leave Mercury, right? I have suffered so much to get to where I am today. I can't give up. Darila said firmly. You are exactly the same as your mother. You can't bear to leave the prosperity outside. Sophia said disappointedly. I won't let you go until Caleb brings Betty back for exchange. Darila, Caleb is lying in bed sick and dying. He doesn't have the energy to look for anyone. Sophia, I don't care. I want to see Betty. The other party's paranoid look almost insane made Darila stop and give up reasoning. She touched her tail. Even Doro knew how to switch legs. She had never come into contact with Mercury people, and now she was not even as good as a toddler. Jigyoshio looked at Liddy and asked, How do I change my tail back to 2 legs? I was born with it. Liddy's facial features wrinkled together, and he really couldn't tell a tutorial. Jigyoshio was at a loss for a moment. Now even if Sophia asked Darila to leave, Darila couldn't leave. Time passed bit by bit, and the 5 people were deadlocked in the yard. I'm here. With a childish voice, before Jigyoshio could react, a small fish crashed into her arms. Jigyoshio was stunned. Duolo? Why is she everywhere? Chief Mother, they are here. Duolo turned around and shouted, and saw Darula next to her in the corner of her eyes. She excitedly let go of Jigyoshio and rushed over. Halfway through the rush, Sophia grabbed Duolo's tail and hung her upside down, pressing the fire, and said, Why are you here? Duolo stood upside down to look at her, twisting hard. I'm looking for someone. A figure appeared at the intersection, and Sophia let go of her hand, and Duolo immediately ran away and hid behind Darula. If you look closely at the facial features, Darula and the chief are a bit similar in outline, especially the shape of the eyes. Even the small red mole at the end of the eye is the same. The chief approached, without looking at Delilah, and locked his eyes with Sophia. Sophia, you disappoint me so much. The arrival of the chief made the already dull atmosphere even more depressing. His words were like a bucket of cold water, and the emotional Sophia calmed down instantly. The stalemate between the 2 parties turned into a 3-way confrontation due to the participation of the chief. The chief always appeared in inappropriate occasions, always with a stern face, looking unhappy at everyone, just like a terrifying instructor in the military academy. I disappoint you, so Betty makes you proud? Sophia said sarcastically. They were so close that they knew what words could hurt each other's heart the most. Every word was a knife, cutting a bloody wound. The chief did not respond to this sentence, but walked towards Delilah, took out a green grass, and handed it to her. Eat it. Darula looked at the chief in front of her. Mercury is a female society. According to the name of Mercury, the other party is her grandmother. She took the water grass silently, and put it into her mouth to chew. After Sophia took her to the bottom of the sea, she also force-fed her a green pill to activate her blood. The warm current flowed through her body, and the fishtail gradually turned into legs. She had long changed her clothes into mercury clothes, and stepped barefoot on the sand. Ji Jioshu asked curiously, "Do you still have a mysterious plant that can switch tails and legs?" "Pure-blooded federal people can't change." The chief glanced at her lightly. "This is the algae we usually eat. Does it have this function?" Lidi was a little surprised, and remembered an ancient legend of Mercury. It is said that many years ago, Mercury people could not change their legs. Later, a Mercury person fell in love with a federal person, and asked the witch to make a potion. After she drank it, she really grew 2 legs. Later, the medicine was sprinkled on the ground and algae grew. In the future, Mercury people can switch between legs and tails by eating algae. This story sounds so familiar. Ji Jioshu blinked his eyes. Is this Mercury person you are talking about a person who traded his voice for legs, was finally abandoned by his beloved prince, and chose the latter between killing the prince to return to his original form, and turning into foam and dying? No, Lidi said seriously. In the end, she chose to kill her beloved and warned her descendants not to fall in love with the Federation people. But Sister Betty did not listen to the ancestral teachings, so she was unfortunate. The two of them huddled together and whispered. The chief turned around and asked, "Are you done?" Lidi immediately fell silent, and shook his tail guiltily. The chief turned around and walked back. Ji Jioshu followed, and waved to Delilah and Fuso. Judging from the current situation, the chief wanted Delilah to go back and belong to their side. "Betty is dead." Sophia suddenly spoke. The chief stopped and did not look back. "There is no Betty on Mercury. You should find a way to go out and find her like me, instead of just staying at the bottom of the sea and pretending that nothing happened." Sophia raised her voice. The chief repeated, "There is no Betty on Mercury. There is no such person, so it doesn't matter. Don't look, don't listen, forget the past." Sophia was aggressive. "If there is no Betty on Mercury, why should we prohibit outsiders from entering? Is it really for the ridiculous reason of being afraid of others hurting the people of Mercury? Can you deceive others and hide it from yourself?" The chief ignored Sophia's words, and walked straight forward. "Sophia, I saw a photo of Betty under your pillow." The chief was still. Her hands trembled slightly, and she tried her best to control her emotions. Her self-control ability was obviously much stronger than Sophia's. She did not make any counterattack, but silence was sometimes a kind of answer. She continued to walk forward. This time, Sophia did not speak, but quietly watched their backs. Lidi on the side swung his tail, feeling that something was almost wrong. The conflict broke out, but it was not resolved. He was a little dazed. The leader's appearance when he left was no longer the strong man who supported the whole tribe. He became a mother who kept avoiding because of helplessness and pain, and even dared not look at Delilah for a long time. "Maybe we can sit down and talk." Delilah stopped. Her clear eyes swept over the mother and daughter, who heard each other. She crossed her hands in front of her chest. After a brief moment of confusion, she turned back into the princess of the royal family. This little accident didn't hit her hard. At most, the fact that her legs turned into a tail caught her off guard, and made her brain crash for a while. She had doubted her identity when she knew about the existence of the Mercury people. Now that her expectations had come true, she didn't have to continue to think about it. "Delilah, I am my mother's daughter, and have the right to know what happened in the past." Both of them looked at her. Sophia's eyes changed, and she measured Delilah again. "You already know what happened on Mercury. As for what happened after you left, you should go back and ask Caleb. I find a way to figure it out." Delilah nodded. "But before that, there is one more thing to solve. What are you going to do with the radioactive metal on the seabed?" After the patriarch discovered that the island was secretly developing technology, although the technology island was not submerged, according to Lidi, all factories had stopped working. "Sophia, we have finally come this far. I will not give up development. At worst, we can move to other planets to live in the future. Mercury is our home. Are you going to abandon it too?" The patriarch, who had always treated Sophia coldly, finally refuted her directly. "Sophia, I don't want to give up Mercury, but I want to take everyone with me." Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Darula interrupted and said, "Maybe we can choose a compromise. The Federation can provide policies to support technological development, and you don't have to leave your home." "No." The two refuted at the same time. In terms of their attitude towards the Federation, the two were surprisingly consistent. Compared with Sophia's contradictory psychology of wanting to develop, but not wanting to accept the Federation, the patriarch was more purely disgusted and rejected. The chief stopped talking and quickly left with the three outsiders. When they were about to leave the area where the Mercury people lived, a Mercury person came to report that the alien beast had broken through the defense line and was eating the algae in the garden they planted. This algae is the main food source for the Mercury people. Without this algae, they will become weak, which is why the existence of the alien beast will cause great harm to them. The chief left the group behind and went to the algae garden. Sophia immediately followed. Lidi picked up Duo Luo, who was following behind, and hurriedly told Ji Jioshu and the other two to go ashore by themselves. With Darula and Fusong, they should not be in much danger when they returned to the shore. He had to send Duo Luo back first, and then rush to the garden to help. The three people who stayed in place looked at each other and walked in the direction where the chief and Sophia left very tacitly. The garden where the algae grew was very vast, and the edge was surrounded by white bones, which were also embedded with night pearls, illuminating the seabed. The algae are about 1 meter long, growing upwards, swaying with the flow of water, like grasslands on land. Countless duckfoot fish rushed over to eat the algae. Duo Luo, who followed secretly, lay on Ji Jioshu's shoulder and looked out. Duo Luo, bad monster. Steal the algae. The duckfoot fish's favorite food is these algae. They attack humans simply because they are unhappy with the existence of other large creatures in the territory. This is one of the planting areas, and the Mercury people can't defend it. Once the duckfoot fish break through all the defenses, they will eat all the algae without restraint. Previously, a park was turned into a muddy land with no grass. The fighting power of the duckfoot fish underwater is stronger than on the shore. The decorative duckfoot nails are sharp and can easily cut the skin of the Mercury people. The trident pierced into the body of a duckfoot fish, and more duckfoot fish squeezed over. Sound attacks were useless to them, but they could resist the impact of water flow. Duckfoot fish were the natural nemesis of Mercury people. Facing endless enemies, Mercury people retreated step by step. Sophia rushed to the front, and 2 duckfoot fish bypassed the defense line and went behind her, baring their big white teeth at her. The tribe leader pulled Sophia away, and the water flow raised by the weapon swung to clear the duckfoot fish in front of him. But it was only a short moment, and the duckfoot fish gathered together again, and one of them bit her arm. Light blue blood spread. She pushed Sophia away first, and then turned to deal with the duckfoot fish that refused to let go after ensuring her safety. The white bone spur inserted into its head, and it rolled its eyes, and lost consciousness. Death did not make it let go, and it needed to manually pull out its teeth. Come out. Delilah subconsciously wanted to draw her gun, but it was empty. She was still wearing the clothes of the Mercury people. Her combat uniform was still in Sophia's house. She went back to change clothes. Fusong stepped forward, and her hair turned into branches again, as soft and tough as vines. Countless strands of hair became countless branches. The net weaving technique came in handy again, and the hair intertwined to catch a large group of duckfoot fish. The delicate leaves became hard and easily cut the body of the duckfoot fish. The big net gradually shrank, and the body of the duckfoot fish was crushed, but no blood flowed out. 5 seconds later, the net spread out, leaving only a pile of bones. Ji Jioshu was shocked and said, "Where are the fish?" "Eat it," Fusong answered. Ji Jioshu watched Fusong eat the fish in waves, and her mood gradually became numb from the initial surprise. Fusong's appetite was usually too conservative, and the degree of his ability to eat was beyond her imagination. This ability to eat includes not only quantity, but also variety. Is there anything in the world that Fusong can't eat? What is the top of the food chain? Humans are weak in front of Fusong. Ji Jioshu, whose fighting power is not even as good as Duo Luo's, watched honestly. Do you need so much energy as a tree? It's tiring to walk every day, and the leaves will fall off, and it takes energy to grow new leaves. Fusong stood still, and her hair would automatically grow and extend to catch prey. Ji Jioshu recalled that the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Fusong's abnormality was reflected in all aspects. For example, she would never sit if she could lie down in a building, and would never stand if she could sit, but she would stand up when she got to a place with land, and she wanted to stand for 24 hours. Many details reflect Fusong's unusualness, but she didn't think about it, or she subconsciously controlled herself not to think about other things. She just wanted to be a normal person, and hoped that her friends would also be ordinary normal people. Isn't this wish simple enough? God is unwilling to satisfy her. Fuso stood in place, with branches and leaves spreading outward, and the wood texture on her skin looming, looking more like a tree. The duckfoot fish became her nutrients, allowing her to grow more branches, and this repeated positive cycle, like a perpetual motion machine constantly cleaning the duckfoot fish. The chip attached to the earlobe was activated, and it was captured according to the fluctuations of human mental power. The instrument could not distinguish between human and non-human, and conscientiously calculated the number of deaths of duckfoot fish. For a time, Fuso's points soared. Everyone outside the field saw the leaping points, and was full of question marks. What's the situation? Is the chip broken? The monitor shows that the chip is operating normally, and there is no sign of cheating. Where are Fuso? I don't know, I didn't see it in the camera. There was chaos outside the field. Chapter 145. Fusong alone wiped out most of the duck-footed fish. A complete crushing victory. The Mercury Man turned to look at her, with a look of shock. Fusong burped, and the branches shrank back to hair. The dense long hair like a waterfall hung behind her. No one could continue to treat it as normal hair. The garden used fish bones to build a greenhouse to enclose the place where algae grew. The breach had been repaired, and the batch of duck-footed fish that broke through the defense line was cleaned up. Outside the semicircular protection, the dense duck-footed beasts continued to hit the fish bones, and the Mercury Man kept putting new fish bones for reinforcement. Ji Jiuxiao, if the alien beasts are not eliminated, how long can you last every day? I'm about to succeed. Sophia said stubbornly, the spacecraft will be able to start test flights soon. Ji Jiuxiao, only one spacecraft is far from enough. If you want to continue to develop, the subsequent investment and research will never end. Even if you can leave, the outside world is the territory of the Federation. With the fusion and unification of the stars, where can you go? The Mercury people are part of the Federation, but they themselves do not admit this statement. They hate the Federation, but they are also in the Federation. Mercury is the only private land. Sophia insisted, there will always be a way. I can deal with the alien beasts. It's the same thing over and over again. She is so stubborn that it makes no sense. Ji Jiuxiao grasped the core of her contradiction, looked into her eyes and asked, do you want to develop technology, or do you want to build a spacecraft to go out and find Betty? Is there a difference between the two? Sophia asked back. Ji Jiuxiao, of course. The difference lies in whether the landing point is technology or Betty. These 2 points seem to be able to intersect with each other, but they are essentially different. Ji Jiuxiao said bluntly, the so-called technology is just a cover, you just want to find a reason to convince yourself to find Betty. To sum it up in one word, it is self-deception. You dare not admit your innermost thoughts, so you keep finding excuses to cover up, and you will not give up even if you know that Mercury is facing a crisis. The resources of Mercury are limited, and the knowledge left by the Federation cannot be comprehensive enough to support their vigorous development. Perhaps Sophia subconsciously knows that building a spaceship is the end, and there will be no other development, but she can't see her heart clearly. Building a spaceship is already the limit. If you want to make something else by hand, the difficulty is no less than building a spaceship. Ji Jiuxiao, actually, I admire you very much. You can make a spaceship under such difficult conditions, but you should stop at the right time. If you want to develop, there are other ways to go. Fusong asked, is her behavior the same as the clan leader secretly looking at Betty's photos? Yes, but the expression is different. One is introverted, and the other is extroverted. Both are unwilling to admit their true thoughts. Ji Jiuxiao answered. The two of them sang the same tune, making Sophia's face dark. Sophia, shut up. What do you know? Fusong, as the old saying goes. Ji Jiuxiao, those involved are confused, but those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. Sophia approached the two of them with a fork, and Ji Jiuxiao quickly hid behind Fusong. It was fun to talk nonsense for a while, but the risk was not small. How about this? Ji Jiuxiao proposed a compromise. We will help you find Betty, and you give up using the existing radioactive materials. If you want to continue doing scientific research, let Darula help you pick things up. After all, she is also a member of Mercury. As soon as Betty's name came out, the Mercury people who had been confused about the appearance of Ji Jiuxiao and Fusong were stunned. No one on Mercury did not know the existence of Betty, the girl who once rebelled and acted recklessly, and later left Mercury. Sophia said firmly, we don't need outsiders to interfere in Mercury's affairs. We can choose not to interfere, after all, we are just military students, but I have no say on whether the official federal army will intervene. Do you think you can resist the official army? Ji Jiuxiao asked. She was not angry at all, and said the threatening words with a smile. Fusong added, you can't even beat the alien beasts, let alone me. The Mercury people who had not seen the outside world were silent. They didn't know that people like Fusong were the only ones in the Federation, so when Fusong said this, they could not refute it. The clan leader, who had never spoken, stood up and said, we need to discuss this matter again. Ji Jiuxiao nodded, I hope you can consider my suggestion carefully. By the way, if you need psychological treatment, I recommend you go to the Federation's Triple Star. If the clan leader had not insisted on breaking with the Federation, Mercury would have been better than it is now, and Sophia did not hesitate to use radioactive metal to build a spaceship and create a monster like the duckfoot fish. She felt that the mother and daughter were not mentally normal. One was paranoid, and the other was closed. They should be sent to a mental hospital for treatment. After staying underwater for too long, the equipment energy was running low, and they had to return to the shore. The equipment on G-Joshua was specially made by Caleb in order to go to the sea with Betty. It cost a lot of manpower and material resources, and finally made this one. When Betty left Mercury, some things were left behind. The tribe leader asked to destroy all things related to Betty, and Sophia hid them secretly. Their hatred for Betty was born out of love, so they hated her more thoroughly. Other Mercury people didn't have such a big opinion of Betty. G-Joshua and the other two returned to the island. It was morning when they set out, and it was dark when they returned. G-Joshua returned to the island on the last bit of energy red line. The mental power was used for too long and the output was too large, causing G-Joshua to feel a little dizzy. He took off his equipment and breathed in fresh air. Lidi sent them all the way back, and watched them step on the land and prepare to leave. Before leaving, he asked, "Can you really find Betty?" G-Joshua, "If we can't find it, you can't." Lidi didn't say anything, waved to them, and turned back to the sea. In the dark, Fusong's hair returned to normal, and Darula changed back into combat uniforms. The three walked to the shore. This trip to the sea was quite fruitful for G-Joshua. Not only did he learn the true identities of his two companions, but he also finally had a face-to-face conversation with the tribe leader, although the result was not very good. A bonfire was lit on the island, and the three of them walked in very naturally, as if they were just walking around casually before, and did not attract attention. But everyone's eyes turned to look at the three people. Specifically, they focused on Fusong. Fusong subconsciously touched his hair, and G-Joshua said, "There is no problem with the hair." Since there is no problem with the hair, other problems are not a problem. The three of them calmly walked to the position where Jiangju and Rong Tianjiang were, and sat down, with a calm face, ignoring everyone's gaze. The people around them withdrew their gazes, and gathered together to whisper. G-Joshua asked, "What happened today? How come the cadets became so weird after just one day's absence?" Rong Tianjiang stared at Fusong and said, "You know, if you look at the points. Did you encounter duckfoot fish under the sea? The cadets killed fish for another day. The points for killing duckfoot fish were ranked in real time, and everyone could see it. So when Fusong's name appeared in the first place, it immediately attracted everyone's attention." G-Joshua took a look at the ranking and was surprised. Real-time detection in the deep sea? The incident happened suddenly under the sea, and she forgot about the points. She didn't expect that the instrument was still working diligently in such a deep water. The second place in points is Nana, and the points of the next 3 or 4 are not much different from hers. While the first Fusong is twice as much as Nana, which can't be said to be a little more, it is simply super invincible. Rong Tianjiang lowered his voice and said, "Fusong's points skyrocketed within an hour. People in other military academies went crazy. Half of them killed fish and half of them looked for Fusong. What methods did you use to kill monsters so well?" Fusong touched her hair that was scattered due to dripping water and whispered, "This is a secret." "Really?" Rong Tianjiang was speechless. "You have a secret from me too. Are you still a friend?" Darula glanced at him. "What's wrong with us having a secret? Do I have to tell you? We can still sleep together, can you?" Rong Tianjiang, Okay, I won't ask. Why are you so angry as if you have eaten gunpowder? If you are really abducted by the Mercury people and taken to the sea, how can you keep breathing? What does the place where the Mercury people live look like?" Rong Tianjiang asked questions continuously. Darula was impatient. "Why are you talking so much? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Rong Tianjiang was dissatisfied. "Why shouldn't I ask? I'm concerned about you. If it was someone else, I wouldn't be happy to ask." The two of them were arguing, and the topic was getting farther and farther. Jiangju looked at G-Joshua. "What's the situation?" "It's a long story, and it can't be explained in 1 or 2 sentences." G-Joshua said perfunctorily. "It's not just unclear, it's impossible to say it. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Once Darula's identity is exposed, it will do her no good." Jiangju saw that G-Joshua didn't want to say it, so he didn't ask any more questions and handed her the octopus that was just grilled. G-Joshua hadn't eaten for a day and was so hungry that he took the octopus and chewed it. The days that followed were calm. The military academy students killed fish diligently every day. After a few days, they were all smelling of fish. The only person who was more distressed was Fuso. Since her points skyrocketed, people were watching her wherever she went, wanting to see how she did it. She certainly couldn't risk being exposed for points by adopting the previous method, killing fish honestly every day, and the points increased slowly. The Mercury people didn't appear again, as if nothing had happened before, and everyone was at peace. Duoluo and Lidi no longer went ashore. It was hard to say about Lidi. As for Duoluo, Ji Jioshu suspected that she often ran around and was under strict supervision. The countdown to the competition began. There were only 3 days left, and the students of each military academy tried their best to kill more fish. Fuso didn't stop when others were working hard, so she still sat firmly on the throne of first place. The military academy students in the arena lived a stable life, but the star network outside the arena was very lively. Since the factory on the Mercury Island was exposed, the discussion has never stopped. Everyone wanted to know what happened that led to the breakup between the Federation and Mercury, and the little information revealed by Sophia and the clan leader made people even more curious. This was no longer the scope of the joint military academy exercise, and the content involved political secrets. The Mercury incident that caused a heated discussion was brought up again, and people repeatedly dug up the details and made speculations. On a prosperous planet in the interstellar, in a downtown building with tall buildings, a woman in a professional suit looked at the people in the live broadcast room and dialed the communication of her subordinates. "I'm going to be away for a week, and all future trips will be cancelled. When I'm not around, the company affairs will be handed over to the vice president, and you can prepare a small spaceship for me." The person on the other side responded, "Okay, what is your itinerary?" Woman, "I'm going to Mercury." Subordinate, "Mercury is not open to the public at present, and the Federal Military Academy is guarding the periphery of Mercury, and does not allow others to approach, so you may not be able to enter." The woman took a sip of strong bitter coffee. "It's okay, I know a small road." Subordinate, "Do you need a driver for you?" Woman, "No, I drive myself." The communication was hung up, and the coffee was steaming, shaking the red hair on the woman's forehead. With Fuso's efforts, Theseus Military Academy took the lead in total points. In the next few days, other students of Theseus Military Academy wanted to maintain their first place, and began to roll up. Ji Jiuxiao, who had nothing else to do, could only kill fish to pass the time. The game ended peacefully. Theseus Military Academy played fairly well in this game, but because of Fuso's amazing performance, they ranked first in the overall points, achieving the miracle of being at the top of the list in every game. Even the Imperial Star Military Academy couldn't always be the first before, and it was inevitable that there would be times when they didn't perform well, but Theseus Military Academy did it. Compared to the excitement of others, Ji Jiuxiao's heart was calm. After what happened to Darula and Fusong, her emotional threshold had been raised. Just the first place is nothing. The protection outside Mercury was closed, and the spaceship of the organizer entered Mercury. At this time, everyone learned that they had stayed there for 15 days without any protection. The time when the protection was closed was exactly when they attacked the Technology Island. This was the planetary protection machine that the Federation had provided to Mercury. The start switch was probably in Sophia's hands. On the day the game ended, Sophia and the tribe leader did not show up. The person who came was the elder of the Mercury people. He was very old and his hair color turned dark red. Her attitude was the same as other Mercury people. She looked at the Federation people with eyes that were not eyes, and noses that were not noses, and urged everyone to leave quickly. A group of military academy students boarded the spaceship one after another. In the end, only Ji Jiuxiao, Darula and Fusong were still standing there. Wei Hengji shouted, "What are you doing? You haven't had enough seafood yet, so you don't want to leave?" Ji Jiuxiao, "I want to stay on Mercury temporarily, and leave after the metal garbage issue is resolved. Not only the metal garbage, but also the matter about Darula. Sophia wants to find Betty. These things can't be left to others. Darula must participate." The familiar headache came, and Wei Hengji said helplessly, "Don't make a fuss. Someone will take over the rest of the matter. You don't have to worry about it. I want to stay, as a royal family member." Darula stood up. As a royal, not as a Theseus cadet, now that the competition is over, it is free time for the cadets, and she can decide whether to stay or leave. Darula said so. Wei Hengji was too lazy to care too much. These 3 students were very stubborn. She first reported the situation to Shan Shu, and threw the trouble away. The team leader Shan Shu had been in contact with the cadets for such a long time, and knew their personalities to some extent, so he just gave them a few words of advice and left them alone. From past experience, they can control the troubles they make, not to mention that they are all adults, they know how to do things, and they can take responsibility for their mistakes. So the matter was pushed to the organizer, and the organizer contacted the principal of Theseus Military Academy again, and the principal expressed respect for the students' opinions. Because it was related to Darula, the matter was reported up layer by layer, and finally reported to Caleb, who ordered to let Darula make her own decision and no one else could interfere. After the decision was made, the others evacuated Mercury, leaving behind Darula and the other two. Jiangju and Rong Tianjiang got off the spaceship again, wanting to advance and retreat with their companions. Darula, you go back, you don't have to stay. You three healers are here, and you can't even drive the mecha. I reluctantly stay to protect you. Rong Tianjiang patted his chest. He stayed out of kindness, not out of curiosity about the little secrets between them. The elder who was staring at the military academy students finally couldn't stand it anymore. Did you ask my opinion before leaving or staying? This group of arrogant federal people were the ones who talked and asked for each other's opinions from beginning to end, but they didn't ask her, a Mercury person, what she thought. Seeing that the two sides were about to have a dispute, the organizer didn't care so much, leaving a spaceship for Darula and others, and urging the driver to start and leave. If they stayed any longer, who knows which students would get excited and want to stay. The students from Theseus Military Academy were like poison, easily contagious. As for how to convince the Mercurians, it was their own problem to solve. The organizer took 2 cars of Military Academy students and ran away, leaving 5 people. The elder raised his eyebrows, angrily knocked the trident in his hand on the ground, and glared at the 5 people. Take your spaceship and leave Mercury. Are you really going to drive me away? Darula shed tears. Having been with Ji Jioshio for a long time, she has learned a little bit of acting skills, and tears come when she wants, filling her eyes but not falling. The tribe boss frowned and couldn't say no. Her heart was softer than the tribe leader, and she couldn't bear to see Darula cry. So she raised the trident and pointed it at the others, skipping Fusong and pointing at the other 3 one by one. You 3 leave Mercury immediately. Why can Darula and Fusong stay? Rong Tianjiang was dissatisfied. You are treating me differently. I won't leave. The trident stabbed at him. Rong Tianjiang quickly avoided it and hid behind Jiangju. The elder, this is my territory. I can keep whoever I want. You are a bit hypocritical. Ji Jioshio protested. Why can Fusong stay? She had no objection to keeping Darula, but Fusong was also an outsider. Was it because Fusong was so efficient in killing duckfoot fish? It was too snobbish, and she didn't accept it either. The elder's response was to attack with the trident, poking Ji Jioshio. Ji Jioshio stood behind Darula, and the trident stopped in front of Darula. No matter how dissatisfied the Mercurians were with Betty, their feelings for Betty were undeniable. Even if they hated the Federals, they would treat Darula well. Jiangju said in a matter-of-fact way, it doesn't matter whether we stay or not. If the metal garbage is not removed, the Federation will always send people to clean it up. A few more of us won't make a difference, and a few less of us won't make a difference. Let's talk about the future later. The elder glared at the 3 people. I want you to leave now. You don't understand what I say, right? Ji Jioshio crossed his hands in front of his chest and said calmly, there is no future. The Federation will send people here tomorrow, and avoiding will not solve any problems. The elder was stunned and was about to say something else, but Darula said first, they are my friends. They chose to stay to help me. They care about me just like you do. Who cares about you? The elder was dissatisfied. Why are you staying here again? Are you helping the Federation to deal with us? Darula, stay to talk about finding my mother. The elder was stunned. What mother? Rong Tianjiang looked at Darula, always feeling that he had missed a lot of plots. Seeing that Ji Jioshio and Fusong were not surprised at all, it seemed that they had known about this for a long time. They really had a lot of secrets. Everyone ignored him tacitly. The elders did not say anything more, and turned back to the sea. The search for Betty was between Darula and Mercury. She did not intend to let the Federal Army get involved, so she was the only one who could talk about it. She was also the most suitable person. The internal meetings of the Mercury people had been held many times, but no one could convince anyone, and the final result could not be determined. Darula asked to hold another meeting, and she and her friends wanted to participate. Because the few people who were listening could not breathe underwater, the location was changed to the island. The participants included 5 people from Theseus Military Academy, the chief, Sophia, and 5 other elders. The content of the meeting was to find a solution to the Betty project and metal waste. The former was easy to say. Although everyone hated Betty, no one objected to the idea of finding someone. The difficulty of the latter was that Sophia was unwilling to give up development and unwilling to accept federal help. Darula put forward the view: if Mercury technology continues to develop as it is now, it will only lead to self-destruction, and in the end, you will still have to accept federal assistance. We are already trying to find other materials to replace it, and we will no longer use radioactive metals. Sophia refuted. The clan leader: I will not allow any trace of the Federation to exist on Mercury. The thing that looks like a Federation spacecraft must be thrown out. Your emotions dominate your reason. I hope you can put forward a more objective point of view. Jioshia took over. This meeting was like a debate scene. Everyone was talking nonsense to each other, and no one accepted other people's ideas. Okay, this is not okay, that is not okay. Wait for the official federal army to solve it. They will not be as easy to talk to as me. Darula knew that fists are the hard truth. Jioshia added, the official army will most likely block Mercury from the outside and let it fend for itself. You won't go out anyway. The federal army will not waste time. The Federation attaches great importance to matters related to alien beasts, and will never let alien beasts spread and harm other planets and people. The discussion reached a deadlock, and the Patriarch gave in and looked at Sophia. Mercury can't continue to harm you. Since you want to go out, go with him. Leave Mercury and never come back. I won't leave. I'm not as selfish as Betty, who only thinks about herself. What I do is for the entire Mercury. Sophia's emotions gradually became excited. The meeting turned into a battlefield between mother and daughter, and the two sides were engaged in verbal battles, and no one else could get a word in. A spaceship approached in the sky, and a shadow fell. The voices paused, and everyone looked up. There was only one spaceship coming, and it was not a federal army style. It landed slowly, and the shining silver surface and the logo on it were very obvious, indicating that this was a private spaceship of the most expensive brand in the interstellar. The model was different from the one sold on the market. It had been privately modified and had more attack skills than ordinary private spaceships. Everyone's eyes fell on the spaceship, and the Patriarch looked unpredictable. Didn't I say to temporarily open the Mercury protection and not let people in? I have already opened it. Sophia frowned. The other party entered Mercury, but she didn't receive any warning. Could it be that the protection was broken? The trident in the Patriarch's hand fell heavily on the ground. Mercury is not a place where the Federation people can come whenever they want. Can I come too? A crisp and melodious female voice sounded. The protective shield is fine, but I know how to find loopholes. The door of the spaceship opened, and a woman came down, wearing a well-cut white suit, with big red wavy hair blown by the wind, revealing a bright and flamboyant face, flaming red lips, extremely eye-catching. All the Mercurians on the field were stunned, and Jioshia realized why the Mercurians could recognize Darila as soon as they saw her. Darila looked 6 points similar to Betty, with the same eyes and nose contours, but Betty was more mature and stable, and the temperament of a business tycoon was overwhelming. In comparison, Darila seemed a little too immature. Sophia, who usually shouted the most fiercely, pursed her lips tightly and said nothing. The chief's hand holding the weapon trembled slightly, and his chest was breathing more and more. Doro came out of nowhere, trotting over and tiptoed to pat the chief's back. Betty's eyes fell on Doro, a newborn cub. I haven't seen it before. Time flies. Doro looked at Betty curiously and said crisply, You look better than in the photo. Thank you for the compliment. Betty raised her eyebrows and turned her blue eyes to Darula beside her. Darula stood there blankly, unable to say anything. Chapter 146. When Betty saw Darila, her smile became even brighter. She approached, opened her arms and gently hugged Darila. My little princess is growing up well. I read news about you and listened to your songs every day. The hug broke as soon as it touched, and Darila struggled to get away and took a step back. She had many fantasies about her mother. Maybe she had a very difficult life and was threatened by Caleb. She had no choice but to give up on her and send her to the royal family. But now seeing Betty's appearance, she was full of energy and not a bit gloomy. It seemed that Betty was doing very well after sending her away, so she never thought of looking for her for so many years. Real people cannot defeat imagination. If Betty didn't appear, she would still have fantasies about her mother, but now that she really appeared in front of her, she would only feel disillusioned. The clan leader took a deep breath, calmed down, and said coldly, I said, if you leave, don't come back to Mercury. Betty smiled. I also said that I didn't leave for anyone. I wanted to go out and fight, bring more things to Mercury, and now I'm back to fulfill my promise. Ji Jioshu stared at Betty. The other party's facial features were the same as those of the federal people, not like the Mercury people who had obvious sharp features after landing. Your name is Ji Jioshu, right? Our company's employees are also watching the live broadcast of the game, and everyone likes you very much. Betty noticed Ji Jioshu's gaze, and turned to look at her. Ji Jioshu said officially, "Thank you for your love, I will continue to work hard." Her brain was a little numb. The person in front of her had a strong temperament that had been immersed in the workplace for many years, so she couldn't associate it with the love brain of the Mercury people who left home for love and had children. Everyone had different looks. Betty looked around and faced everyone's gaze calmly. She raised her hand to project the light computer screen, revealing some company information on it. She said to Sophia, "If you want to develop technology, you can get materials from these companies, but the federal technology is updated very quickly. I suggest you go to the Federation for in-depth study first to avoid taking a detour." She clicked a few times on the light computer, and a robot walked out of the spaceship with a large box on its shoulder. The box was placed on the ground and opened, and it was full of brand new light computers. "Betty, these are the most popular light computers, with very good waterproof performance, and can be used underwater. The spaceship can't carry too many. I will let the cargo spaceship bring the rest in later. I will also send people to install the Mercury base station, so that we can connect to the interstellar network in the future." Everyone looked at her in silence, without saying a word. The chief suddenly interrupted her. "We don't need these things. You and your things get out of Mercury." Betty sighed. "Mother, why are you so stubborn?" "Chief, you have already left Mercury for the Federation. Why do you want to come back?" "I didn't leave for Caleb," Betty explained. "One of the reasons is that I am happy with him, but more importantly, doing so will help me better integrate into the Federation, and I have already separated from him. The reason for the separation is that she is tired of it. She likes to pursue new things. When she knew that Caleb was a prince, and that she would have to stay in the palace forever with him, she decisively chose to break up. Everything she did was to experience life, learning federal knowledge, being with Caleb, and giving birth to Darula. She took every step as she pleased. She has to be herself first, and then the daughter of the tribe leader, Sophia's sister, and Darula's mother. It may be a bit selfish to say this, but she is just that kind of person. She doesn't care about other people's opinions, and she doesn't regret her choice. Tribal leader, since you like the life in the Federation, don't show up again." "Mother!" Betty shouted, her voice lowered, mixed with helplessness and bitterness. "My days in the Federation were not easy. I started from scratch in 20 years, and walked step by step to where I am today. I have suffered too much. I miss the seawater and algae of Mercury. Every night, I can only swallow all my tears." She touched her face. "Because of the obvious Mercury characteristics, I hit a lot of walls, so I deliberately adjusted my appearance. The outside world is very big. I hope that all tribesmen can experience more possibilities, instead of being trapped in the sea. The extent of Mercury's contact with the Federation before was as big as a wave on the sea. It was too small. I don't know when it will really open up." A tear fell from her eyes, blurring her delicate makeup. She choked and said, "In fact, I am also wrong. I was too young and did things without considering the consequences, which made you become like this. I remember that the days before were very good. We never quarreled, and you and your sister loved to laugh." Ji Jioshu nodded repeatedly in his heart. The tears and tone of voice matched just right. He was both forbearing and aggrieved, which made people feel sour. He performed better than Darula. Playing the emotional card is always effective for a mother. The patriarch clenched the trident and pursed his lips. It was Sophia's turn to play. She ignored Betty's tears and said coldly, "If you think so, why didn't you come back earlier or later, but came back at this time? You stand on the side of the federal people, and come to persuade me to give up the factory? Because I always want to come back when I become better, but never good enough." Betty wiped away tears. "I stopped outside Mercury many times, but I didn't dare to come in, fearing that the gap between us would remain and we couldn't communicate. Now that Darula is in the middle, perhaps it can buffer the conflict to a certain extent, allowing them to suppress their tempers and communicate well." Betty looked at Sophia with a soft expression on her face. "I hope Mercury will develop just like you. Mercury's internal resources are scarce, so I will bring things back from outside." The wind on the island blew, mixed with her voice, and the Mercurians listened quietly, without interrupting. They wanted to hear her explanation, which was tolerance for rebellious younger generations. The two sisters have similar personalities, the same stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat. Sophia was still young when Betty left, and the loss of her sister caused her to become extreme. Because of Betty's matter, the clan leader increased the mental supervision of the Mercury people. The overly tight control made Sophia transfer her hatred to the Federation, but she was also influenced by Betty's emerging ideas and walked step by step to today in the tug of war. I will not abandon Mercury because of anyone. Everything I do is for our common future, Betty said seriously. I have money now, I can send the younger generation to school, I have power, and I will not let anyone discriminate against the Mercury people. Mercury should expand more possibilities, instead of being trapped here for generations. She finally said, the most important thing is that our medical technology must develop. I don't want to see any woman suffering from childbirth. A simple sentence can block all the reasons for rebuttal. No matter how many reasons there are, they are not worth a life. The isolation and poverty of the Mercury people did not bring them a peaceful and comfortable life. Childbirth was a difficult hurdle, and another one was about the cultivation of algae. Even if they were born strong, they were still fragile during childbirth, and algae needed careful maintenance. Once the seawater changed, it would easily rot and die. More effort and less yield was a knife hanging over their heads. They worked hard to plant and manage algae. Once there was a little accident and the harvest was reduced, they would go hungry. Especially after the appearance of duckfoot fish, the food suddenly decreased, and life became even more difficult. Betty's words gradually turned from playing the emotional card to telling the facts and reasoning, and her sentences became objective and rigorous. It felt like she would take out a plan in the next second and open the light brain to talk about PPT. The professional and efficient elite style made the Mercury people look like a group of bumpkins. They could only listen to her blankly. She had worked hard outside for so many years, and had never forgotten Mercury. She had analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of Mercury in place. Silence was the island today, and only Betty's voice was echoing. Chief! A Mercury man ran up the shore in a panic, crying. Ching Ching has been in labor for an hour, but she is still not born. The tribe doctor said she may not survive. The chief's face suddenly changed, and he didn't care about anything else. He quickly went into the water to check the situation. Betty hurriedly shouted, "Take her to the Federation. I have a special treatment team for Mercury people. They studied my body when I gave birth." It is not known whether they heard it. After entering the water, they sank quickly and disappeared. The Mercury man who reported the news looked at Betty, and quickly turned back. All the Mercury people went into the water and left, leaving 5 Federation people and 1 Betty. The atmosphere was more awkward than before. Darila didn't know Mercury's habits, so she didn't want to rush into the water to participate in such a major event, so she stayed on the shore and waited. Betty shifted her attention to Darila, sighed softly, and asked a little strangely, "How have you been recently?" Compared with relatives, who had not seen each other for many years, even if the words were tit for tat, they could not hide the familiarity. When facing her biological daughter, she was obviously more reserved. "It's okay, thank you for your concern," Darila replied in an extremely official manner. She had imagined the scene of meeting her mother countless times, but the current scene was still beyond her expectations, and she didn't know what to say. Facing a strange and familiar daughter, Betty couldn't talk freely like she did with her mother and sister, because she knew them and their personalities, but she knew very little about Darila. After working hard for so many years, she knew very well that people were different from their screen images. Seeing Darila smile more on the screen, her indifference at this time was a little strange. She tried to explain, "I left Caleb before you were born. Later, you were born and I needed to make money to support the family. I was very busy during that period, and it was difficult to take care of you. So when Caleb found me, I hoped that you could live a good life with him." She smiled helplessly. "After all, he is your biological father, and should love you as much as I do." At first, she didn't know Caleb's identity, nor did she know that he was married. He concealed everything. When she knew everything, she immediately withdrew from him. She owed many people in her life, and her daughter should be the one who was hurt the most. The body structure of the Federals and Mercury people is different. She used herself as a sample to find a professional team to conduct research. It is hard to say what her mood was when she gave birth to Darula. Love, responsibility, use. Maybe all of them. "Betty, I'm always on the same side with you. I handle Mercury's affairs properly. If you like Mercury, you can act like a spoiled child with your grandmother. She's a soft-hearted person, and can't stand this kind of thing." Just as Jijioshi was about to say something, the water surface rolled, bringing out a faint red. The pregnant Mercurian had fallen into a coma. Others sent her over. The patriarch, who had been stubborn for half his life, said, "Take her to the Federation and save her." The duckfoot fish smelled the blood and rushed over. They still had to deal with him. One of the men came ashore, his fishtail turned into 2 feet, and he came over holding his unconscious wife. The mother and baby of the Mercurian, who were giving birth, would remain in the fishtail state, and her tail was stained with a dazzling red. Betty instructed the other party to carry the person into the spaceship, quickly start the spaceship and drive away from Mercury, and quickly contact the medical team to rush to the planet closest to Mercury. There are very few planets with human activities in this galaxy, and it takes 5 hours to reach the nearest one. Betty drove the spaceship at the highest speed, compressing the time to half. She only had time to take 2 people away, and the others remained on the island. Jijoshu started the spaceship, and her companions walked on it. She looked back at the tribe leader. Are you going? Leaving Mercury is a challenge for the tribe leader. She has never stepped out of Mercury in her life. To her, the outside world is like a fierce water and beast that will devour everything. I go. Sophia rushed onto the spaceship in 2 or 3 steps. Behind her, Doro ran over with her short legs. She didn't know how to climb stairs very well, so she climbed up 2 steps with her hands and feet. Darula bent down and picked her up. The chieftain did not move, and Jijoshu ignored her, preparing to close the stairs and close the hatch. Wait! The chieftain shouted, and took a step forward before the hatch was completely closed. She held the trident tightly, and her fingertips turned white due to the force. She wanted to go, to see the safety of the tribesmen, to see how the Federation took her daughter away. As soon as the chieftain moved, several people said they wanted to go together. Jijoshu took them all, and then did not give others a chance to dawdle, and directly started the spacecraft and took off. Darula took everyone to sit down and explain the facilities and functions of the spacecraft. Some older Mercurians had seen the spacecraft and could sit quietly, while the younger generation looked around curiously. The chieftain sat upright in her seat with a tense back. There was a window next to her, and she could see the endless blue sea below by tilting her head. It was the first time she saw her home where she had lived for many years from this perspective, and she was a little dazed. The island, which takes half a day to walk through, becomes as small as a fish eyeball in sight. As the spaceship takes off, it gradually becomes just a black dot, and finally it disappears completely. Duoluo senses that the atmosphere in the spaceship is not relaxed. She does not pull people to play, but quietly runs to the tribe leader and hugs his neck. The tribe leader picks her up and touches her head. The spaceship enters the universe, and Duoluo points out the window and says, "It's dark." The tribe leader nods, "Yes, it's dark." The 5 members of the team squeezed into the cockpit in front, and finally had a relatively independent space. Rong Tianjiang turned into 100,000 Ys, and threw out questions crazily. In just one morning, his brain was hit by too much information, and the CPU was about to burn out. Darula was annoyed. "Yes, I am from Mercury, and things are just as you see." Rong Tianjiang worriedly said, "Then how are you going to compete with Melxi? The princess will definitely stand on her side. After all, they are mother and daughter. Although illegitimate children are not illegal, your position is too awkward." He couldn't stop mumbling, and Darula was very annoyed, and continued to throw bombs. "Bombs? You don't have to worry about this. Karen and Melxi are not the princess's children." Rong Tianjiang, huh? He was dizzy from the bombing and squatted in the corner to digest it silently. His mother was right. The world outside was really messy. Jijoshu, if the child can be born safely, and both of them are safe, the Mercury issue will be easy to solve. Although it is a bit cold to say this, it is indeed true. The Mercury people have received the favor of the Federation, and have also seen the power of the Federation's technology. In addition, with Betty's mediation, they will not be as repulsive as before. Mercury and the Federation had been in contact for so many years, but they had never thought of solving the problem of fertility. The main reason was that the Mercury people were used to such a life, and would not take the initiative to ask for help, and the Federation people would not pay special attention to this aspect. But Betty was different. She grew up on Mercury, and knew the personal pain of the Mercury people. She had also experienced the baptism of Federation knowledge, and knew that technology could change the current situation of Mercury. Everyone rushed to the hospital. The Mercury people had just caused a heated discussion in the live broadcast room, and were not suitable to appear in front of the public at the moment. Betty went to a private hospital with strong confidentiality. They went to the door of the operating room. The doctors and nurses in the hospital were of high quality, and did not look at them more because of their slightly exotic faces. Betty and the man were sitting on a bench in the corridor waiting. Betty saw them and said, "The doctor said there was no such case of delivery before, and we can't guarantee that both adults and children are safe. My team is coming, and will arrive tonight." Childbirth was a huge challenge for women a long time ago. Women had to endure pregnancy, childbirth, and the sequelae after childbirth, each of which was painful. Later, humans overcame technical difficulties and were able to achieve in vitro embryo cultivation, which saved women from the hardship of reproduction. Mercury's backwardness is reflected in all aspects. They have survived countless interstellar wars, but are trapped by underdeveloped technology. Until the treatment team arrived, the child was not born normally, and the treatment team entered the operating room to take over the delivery work. The long night seemed to have no end, and everyone was waiting outside the operating room. Time passed bit by bit, from night to morning, and when the day was light, a cry broke the silence. The nurse walked out with the child in her arms, and the chief immediately walked over and asked, "How is the adult?" "Nurse, the condition is good. We are undergoing surgery to repair it. Please wait patiently." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and was in the mood to look at the child. But as soon as they took a look, the nurse hurriedly took her away to clean the dirt on her body. After washing her clean, she was wrapped in cloth and brought back. This is a girl with a beautiful red tail. She is too small, and her facial features are wrinkled and squeezed together. Doro stood on tiptoe and squeezed into the crowd. What an ugly baby. Nonsense. The chief tapped Doro's head. She is obviously very beautiful. She will be more beautiful when she grows up a little more. Duoluo, is she as pretty as Sister Ching? The chief, yes, she is equally pretty. The father of the child wanted to hold the baby, but was rejected by the nurse, who put the baby in the oxygen box. Normal human children have follow-up procedures such as vaccination, but this baby is a little different. As for whether to vaccinate, and which vaccines to vaccinate, it still needs to be considered. The father of the child wiped his tears and said, "The baby is so good. I wonder how Ching is doing." The chief, "She will be fine." At such a moment, the family members waiting outside were very powerless, and could not do anything except pray. 2 hours later, the door of the operating room opened, and the doctor with a tired face walked out. Knowing that the family members were worried, he took off his mask and took a breath and said, "Everything went well. Send her to the ward first and observe the situation." The nurses pushed Ching out from behind. Her fish tail had turned into legs, and she lay on the bed with her eyes closed. The big stone in everyone's heart fell, and followed all the way. The nurse glanced at the trident in the chief's hand for several times, and couldn't help saying, "Auntie, your crutches are really special, but the hospital doesn't allow dangerous items to be brought in." The chief was stunned and showed some restraint. "Okay, I put it away." Facing the kind nurse, who had just saved the Mercury people, she couldn't put on a stern face like she did to other federal people. "Give it to me." Darla took the trident from the chief's hand, took his arm, and threw the thing directly to Rong Tianjiang. Rong Tianjiang, He took the trident without complaint, and studied what kind of bone it was. It was so hard, maybe he could try to make other weapons. Darula took the chief's hand, and whispered to her about everything in the hospital. The mother and daughter were safe, lying in different rooms. The Mercurians were stronger than the Federation people, and they would recover after a period of rest. "Betty, there is no need for so many people to guard here. I have booked a hotel. Everyone is tired, let's go and rest first." The Federation is Betty's home court, and everyone followed her arrangements and went to the hotel to rest first. The Mercurian cubs had to soak in the seawater in the early stage, otherwise their skin would dry and peel. 3 days later, everyone was divided into 2 groups. One group stayed in the hospital to accompany Ching, and the other group took the children back to Mercury first. Ji Jiosha's team followed back to Mercury. Now that the crisis was resolved, they could continue to discuss the previous topic. The Federal Army that was supposed to be stationed was delayed for a few days due to the accident on Mercury. Now that the chief is back, the meeting was restarted, and military officers also participated. The birth of the baby softened the chief's attitude, and she was not as tough as before. Betty looked at Sophia. "Do you still reject the Federation's technology?" Sophia couldn't deny it. The Federation saved Ching and the child's life, which was beyond doubt. After going out, she saw a wider and broader world, high-rise buildings, suspended spaceships, bustling streets. The scene she learned from Betty in her childhood became concrete. "Betty, very good, we have reached an agreement now. Mercury and the Federation will eliminate alien beasts and deal with radioactive metal waste together. At the same time, I will select a group of children to go out to study. I built a school, which is just right for them to enroll. Sophia, you have to go too." "Why do you arrange me?" "I won't go." Sophia was dissatisfied. "Betty, you are so smart and have potential. From knowing nothing to building a spaceship, if you go out for further study, you will definitely beat all the federal people and surpass them all. Sophia imagined that scene and had to admit that she was moved. Betty, the physical data about Mercury people is not enough. I will let the medical team continue to study. Qingqing also expressed that she will cooperate. I also need a group of people who can fly spaceships to facilitate everyone to go out. She made a lot of plans, covering all aspects, each of which was very detailed. It can be seen that she really spent a lot of thought. The representative of the Federal Army only had time to introduce himself, and then the tasks were automatically assigned, and he couldn't get a word in. When Betty said she was tired and stopped to drink water, he took the opportunity to interrupt and said, "Excuse me, who are you?" An inexplicable federal person dominated the meeting, but the Mercury people didn't say a word, which was simply a miracle. Betty smiled. "My name is Betty, from Mercury." The matter was resolved in this way. The plan was initially set, and the next step was to implement it. Ji Jioshio and the other 5 people watched a play and did nothing. The closing ceremony of the Joint Military Academy exercise will be held in 5 days, and they need to rush back to participate. Wei Hingji has urged them several times. Before leaving, Darula found Betty and said politely and distantly, "Father is dying of illness, and said he wants to see you before he dies." Betty smiled. "I don't want to see him. It's not appropriate to cause more trouble at this juncture, so as not to make the princess feel uncomfortable. The relationship between them can never be made public. She hopes that Darula will move up and sit at the top. She can't make up for the maternal love of the past 20 years, but power will be the best nourishment for Darula. Betty, it costs a lot to fight in the ring, and I happen to have a small asset. In the ring called power, Darula has a strong enemy, and she will always be Darula's backer." Darula paused for a moment and said, "Thank you." Betty looked at her with satisfaction. "You are growing up well, I am happy. Her daughter should fight like her, get what she wants, and live the life she wants." Chapter 147. The closing ceremony of the Joint Military School exercise was held on the Imperial Star. The 5 members of the team drove the spacecraft to the Imperial Star, and as expected, an accident occurred. 10 combat spacecrafts with tame snake patterns followed behind. Mercury is in a remote location, and the stations stationed on the star track are far apart. It takes some time for the patrol team to arrive. Darula is replying to messages. Since the end of the game, her optical brain has never stopped. Various miscellaneous matters need her to make decisions. Now the 5th military region and the 7th military region directly managed by Caleb belong to her completely. Colonel Hod persuaded his superiors and colleagues in the military region, and they also tended to favor Darula. Together with the Yu family, Jiangju, Rong family, and some troops that are on good terms with Jiangju, the balance of victory tilted towards Darula. Melx's methods were too cruel and merciless. Compared with such a harsh and demanding leader, everyone naturally tended to choose Darula, who had a gentler image. Now, Caleb still has not announced which daughter will inherit the royal power, but he has repeatedly rejected Melchi's request for a meeting, which has silently revealed his attitude. When Betty appeared, his bias became more obvious. What is more unforgettable than Bayueguang is the Bayueguang that cannot be obtained. The spaceship bumped, and Darula's fingers trembled, and she pressed a wrong letter. She glanced outside. Is Melchi already unable to sit still? Ji Jioshu controlled the spaceship to break out of the encirclement, opened the cannon at the rear of the cabin and fired back. What is your chance of winning? Half and half. Darula rubbed her forehead. After all, Melchi has been operating for a long time, and the foundation of the Interest Alliance is solid. She cannot be shaken in a short time, and no one can say for sure until the end. Rong Tianjiang, it's still the same old assassination. Can't there be some innovation? Although it's old-fashioned, it's useful. If it succeeds once, it will be a permanent problem. Yuso sat on the chair and ate an apple. The communication prompt on the console lit up, and someone applied for a call. At this time, no one else applied except the Star Pirate. Ji Jioshu clicked to connect, and after a short electric sound, a familiar voice sounded. Long time no see. How have you been recently? I miss you very much. Flirtatious tone, familiar tone, a face popped up in Ji Jioshu's mind. Last time we parted, you were half dead. I didn't expect you to be so tough, just not dead, what a pity. The last time I saw Cyrus was on an unknown planet. He hijacked a spaceship and kidnapped her in Haas, and was finally killed by her. I underestimated the enemy before. I have learned my lesson. Do you think you can still escape this time? Cyrus said in a contemptuous tone. Ji Jioshu, sending 10 spaceships to besiege us, you really think highly of us. Cyrus, You are a key person now, of course we should pay attention to you. While the two were talking, the artillery fire in the universe never stopped. Ji Jioshu avoided the crisis again and again at tricky angles, but there were too many of them, and it gradually became difficult. Jiangju, it is difficult for the spaceship to break through the siege. I will drive the mecha out. Mecha can fight in the universe, but it is a little difficult to control the action in a vacuum environment, which requires more mental energy. Rong Tianjiang frowned. It's too dangerous for you to go out alone. If you are restrained by them, we can't help you. Jiangju, it doesn't matter. You guys take care of it quickly. Rong Tianjiang couldn't persuade him, so he turned to ask for help from others. Ji Jioshu didn't stop him, and signaled Darula to take over the spaceship. He stood up and took off the black crystal necklace on Jiangju's neck, and gave him a mental counseling, and opened the hatch to let him out. Are you really going to let him out? Rong Tianjiang's eyes widened. If we don't go out, will everyone be trapped here? Ji Jioshu asked back. Get ready, we go out too. Rong Tianjiang, It was useless, and resistance was useless. Ji Jioshu pulled Rong Tianjiang out, and sat in the co-pilot to control the mecha. Rong Tianjiang's face was full of despair, and his hands moved quickly, manually controlling some small hidden weapons on the mecha, trying his best to make it more difficult for the space pirates. The shells hit the spaceship, shaking it. Ji Jioshu passed through various attacks with flashing fire, firing and dodging, holding a light blade and approaching one of the spaceships. The attack methods of the spacecraft are limited and not as flexible as the mecha. Ji Jioshu locked the target, and the interference of other spacecraft could not stop her action. She risked being hit by the shells and slashed at the bottom of the spacecraft. The bottom is where the important parts of the spacecraft are located, which is equivalent to a person's internal organs. Damage to the internal organs is a great harm to the spacecraft. She could not avoid the attack from behind, but the shells exploded before they fell on her. She was pushed forward by the aftermath and flew a long distance, just close to another spacecraft. Jiangju took back the laser gun. This small caliber laser gun has limited effect and cannot compete with large weapons, but it is fast, and is very effective in hitting moving bullets to detonate them in advance. Ji Jioshu's knife was not an ordinary knife. The light blade could be used as a metal cutter, easily opening a large hole at the bottom of the spacecraft, and it could also be changed in length. The seemingly long and narrow crack at the bottom of the spacecraft had no idea how many wires were broken inside. The spacecraft that she pierced made 2 puffs and stopped moving. She set her sights on the next target and quickly approached it. The opponent's shells were all blocked by her mental power, and she appeared in front of the spacecraft in the blink of an eye. The space pirate drove the spacecraft towards her. Ji Jioshu stretched out her hand to hold the spacecraft, and her mental power surged. Rong Tianjiang, who was sitting next to her, felt the cold air she burst out, and goosebumps appeared on his arm. It started again. Ji Jioshu was going to start to use her mental power to kill the enemy. Rong Tianjiang stopped operating the weapon to avoid errors in her control. Usually at this time, Ji Jioshu's speed would be very fast and her movements would be extremely precise. A little deviation would lead to mistakes. The light blade was open to the maximum, turning into a 3-meter-long sword, with spiritual power attached to it. When it was swung, it looked like a burning flame in the dim universe. Ji Jioshu made a fake move, making the other party think that she was going to cut the bottom of the spaceship, but in fact, she was clenching her fist and hitting the glass of the spaceship. The glass that was strong enough to block bullets could not withstand her attack and exploded directly, and the fragments scattered and floated in the vacuum of the universe. There were 5 people in the spaceship. She fired a lot of guns to prevent them from taking out the mecha and escaping. 4 of the 5 died, and there was a survivor who ran the fastest and escaped in the mecha. When she aimed at the spaceship, others were also bombarding her. She felt that her spiritual power had increased again. The artillery fire was like tickling on her body. She became more and more handy in operating the mecha without any sense of blockage. Ji Jioshu destroyed 2 spaceships by himself, and Jiangju was no less capable. With Darula constantly driving the spaceship to interfere and counterattack, the 5 of them destroyed 5 spaceships directly. Sound cannot be transmitted in the universe, and everything that happened is like a pantomime, carried out in silence. Cyrus left the spaceship and controlled the mecha to approach the location of Ji Jioshu and Rong Tianjiang. The optical brain sounded a communication reminder, and Ji Jioshu clicked to answer it. Ji Jioshu, are you sick? Do you like to chat with the enemy so much when fighting? Cyrus, I don't like a too quiet atmosphere. Talking helps to relax my mood. Before he finished speaking, Ji Jioshu interrupted him. Social garbage, like you should be thrown into the incinerator for disposal. You still want to kill us? Dream your spring and autumn dreams. Remember to dream to Melxi after you die, saying that the wicked will go to the 18th level of hell and be tortured after death. She cursed happily, and then immediately closed the communication. What the other party said made sense. Talking really helped to relax her mood. She felt much better now. She was scolded after saying only one sentence, and the communication was hung up, so she couldn't scold back. Cyrus, eh? The mechas collided. Cyrus' eyes were fixed on Ji Jiuxiao, and his mouth moved, as if he said a word. Ji Jiuxiao had good eyesight, but he couldn't understand his lip language under such circumstances, so he raised his hand and made an impolite gesture, and punched him in response. The two mechas were fighting in the universe, and the light blade dragged out a white arc in the vacuum. Ji Jiuxiao threw a row of micro-tracking bullets, and 10 small tracking bullets flew towards Cyrus' abdomen, where the mecha's energy source was. The tracking bullet exploded into fireworks, and as expected, Cyrus was not injured. Ji Jiuxiao followed the trace of the tracking bullet and chopped down with a light blade. Cyrus dodged in a hurry, and a streak of fire flashed on his arm. She attacked again, aiming her fist at Cyrus's head. The fist wrapped in mental power was extraordinary, and the feeling of hitting the mecha was no different from hitting a person. Cyrus' head tilted and was knocked back a step. The end of his eye quickly became red, swollen and blue, and a big lump grew. Ji Jiuxiao said TSK. Cyrus was like an indestructible cockroach. His head was still hard, and hitting his temple did not blow his head up. Cyrus pointed his finger in Ji Jiuxiao's direction. Ji Jiuxiao understood that he was pointing at her. She raised her finger and pointed at Rong Tianjiang, then shrugged, indicating that she was not the one who did it. Rong Tianjiang on the side. ? Do we have to chat at this time? We can't even transmit our voices, and we still have to chat. Chatting is fine, but he has to take the blame. He stared with dead fish eyes, and was furious. He grabbed the control of the mecha and rushed over, raising his fist to hit Cyrus' head like Ji Jiuxiao. Cyrus caught his fist halfway, and twisted his hand back. Rong Tianjiang's expression twisted. It hurts, his hand hurts so much. He raised his foot and kicked, and this time he kicked Cyrus, but the other party took advantage of the situation to hold his foot, and his fists hit him like rain. He really couldn't stand this grievance, so he quickly threw the control of the mecha back to Ji Jiuxiao. Ji Jiuxiao rolled on the spot, opened Cyrus's hand, and the energy behind the mecha increased its output to push her forward. She put her hands on Cyrus' shoulders, and bent her knees to press against his abdomen. Cyrus did not dodge or evade, but took the blow head-on, then took out a rope, and put it around Ji Jiuxiao's neck. The rope attached with spiritual power tightened, and Ji Jiuxiao choked. The spaceships of other star pirates stopped aside. They finally realized that the spaceship was not as useful as the mecha. Some of them walked out of the spaceship to control the mecha, and the others continued to besiege Darula and Fuso. I don't know if it was Cyrus's order, but they did not come to participate in the battle between him and Ji Jiuxiao, but aimed at Jiangju. There were too many of them, and Jiangju could be exhausted to death just by the number of people. He was trapped by them. Seeing Ji Jiuxiao and Jiangju imprisoned, Darula could not sit still, and hurriedly controlled the spaceship to rescue them, but the remaining 5 spaceships blocked her way, and everyone was restrained now. The light blade in Ji Jiuxiao's hand shrank, and became the length of a palm. She did not cut the rope on her neck, but stabbed Cyrus' throat with her backhand. When Cyrus dodged and stabbed her back with a weapon, the middle finger of the mecha broke, and green glue sprayed out from the broken end. Glue has been used many times in Ji Jiuxiao's battles. It is a very useful hidden weapon. It covered the surface of Cyrus' cockpit and blocked his sight. This trick has been used many times. The cadets have become immune to it, and carry glue-dissolving potions with them. However, for Cyrus, who was attacked by glue for the first time, the damage was not great, but the effect was very good. The light blade cut the rope, and she rushed toward Cyrus, kicking him in the chest first, making sure that he couldn't breathe for a while, and then she used the same method to treat him, and the rope was wrapped around his throat. Cyrus was cruel to others, and even crueler to himself. He endured the pain of suffocation, and grabbed Ji Jiuxiao's arm, and threw him down. Ji Jiuxiao grabbed this end of the rope, and the two began to pull each other. Ji Jiuxiao panted and said with emotion, "He is quite strong." She is not bragging, but there are not many people who can fight with her. Cyrus is one of them. I have another mecha. You can play with it by yourself. I will go out to help. Rong Tianjiang couldn't sit still. He and Ji Jiuxiao were just pendants in the same mecha, which was a waste of manpower. The other companions were still under siege, and their combat effectiveness was too low. The students of Theseus Military Academy belong to the top schools in the entire galaxy, and the students who entered the joint exercises of the military academy are the top choices. In order to deal with the 5 of them, the Star Pirates can be said to have made a big move. There are about 50 people coming to give them enough face. Except for Ji Jioshu, who is fighting alone, Jiangju and the spaceship are under siege. The average strength of the Star Pirates of the Tingsha organization is not low. Although the individual strength is not strong, it cannot withstand the large number of people. Rong Tianjian left the mecha and took out the mecha that he carried with him, except for special circumstances. The silver-gray mecha had a smooth body and was a limited edition private civilian mecha. After being modified by him, it was no less offensive than a military mecha. The mecha weapons were fully loaded. He was not good at close combat, but he had many weapons. He bombed all the pirates. Rong Tianjiang and Ji Jioshu separated, and a new mecha appeared. The mecha where Ji Jioshu was still able to move freely. For a moment, all the pirates couldn't help but look sideways. Ji Jioshu's optical brain frequently sounded communication prompts. She hung up and blocked again and again. Cyrus had so many black numbers that he kept calling. She observed the other party's expression. He didn't seem to be very surprised. What a pity. She wanted to shock him, and then take the opportunity to hit him hard. The communication was not connected, but the fight was going to be fought. Ji Jioshu loosened his hands and feet, and took the initiative to attack again. Jiangju was wrapped up in layers, and they really valued him more. They didn't dare to get too close to attack, but kept a distance and continued to bombard. The instrument targeting mental power appeared again, very specifically aimed at him, trying to break his mental defense. Rong Tianjian bombarded all the way, squeezed into the encirclement, and tried to pull Jiangju out. All the weapon output ports of the mecha were opened, like a walking bomb. The bombs bombed all the way. It was a bit difficult for Darula and Fuso on the spaceship to resist. The healer could still fight on land, and now they could only rely on this spaceship in the universe. A thin crack was blown out of the glass in the cockpit. Darula controlled the spaceship to avoid a shell. The spaceship was too large, and could not dodge the dense attack as flexibly as the mecha. After the hull was hit several times, the movement was not as flexible as before, and a 1-second delay could put them in danger. 5 spaceships surrounded them, and the attacks continued. It was unknown how long the spaceships could hold out. The others had already exhausted their energy to contain the other pirates, and could not spare any hands to help. Fuso, whose long hair had grown leaves, walked to the rear of the cabin, opened the door, I go out. But Darila had just said 2 words when she was interrupted by Fuso. Fuso, if you don't take some risks you might die. She said you instead of us. She was not like fragile humans, who would die at any time. When people die, they will rot, first the flesh and then the bones, and finally nothing will be left. If everyone died, she would be a little sad. The patrol army has not arrived for so long, probably because they encountered obstacles on the way. The pirates are numerous and ruthless, fighting without regard for life, and it is obvious that they want to kill them. The transformer hatch opened, and Fuso was exposed to the vacuum. As a tree, it is okay not to breathe for a certain period of time. Her hair continued to grow longer, and floated in the universe. A long time ago, when she did not have a name, she traveled alone in the universe like this, going to different planets to find her kind. She has been to many places, and seen many plants and animals, but none of them are as interesting as humans. She is a tree, and trees should not feel lonely. Other trees will not be like this. She is a different species with thoughts. Later, she met a person, so she decided to be a person. Rong Tianjiang accidentally turned his head, and glimpsed a huge floating object not far away. He was so shocked that he blurted out, "Oh my god! What is that?" The channel inside the team has been connected. Ji Jioshu subconsciously looked over. In the moment of distraction, Cyrus found an opportunity to kick her knee and bend her arm back. Then he looked over, and was also stunned for a moment. Ji Jioshu took the opportunity to fight back, hitting him hard in the chest with his elbow, and kneeling to hit his face when he bent over. Cyrus took a few steps back, and when he raised his head, 2 bloodstains flowed from his nostrils. He did not fight back immediately, but stared at Fusang cautiously, his expression clearly conveying surprise. Fusang's body was still human, his expression was neither happy nor sad, his eyes were slightly empty, and he looked inhuman. Of course, compared with the thing behind him, that he didn't know whether it was hair or branches, this feeling was nothing. In the dim universe, she was quietly suspended, the green color representing vitality continued to spread, and the background paved by leaves continued to expand. A tree is growing. This scene was too shocking, especially when the other party had Fusang's face. The feeling was even stronger. She stood still. Just like every time she stood barefoot on the ground, the flexible branches would automatically catch prey and grab the nearest stunned star pirate. Other branches continued to spread, and the star pirate was strangled by the neck, and finally reacted and wanted to struggle. The branches extended, wrapped the entire mecha and squeezed it in, and the green ball gradually shrank. "Don't eat people," Ji Jiuxiu shouted. It was nothing to see Fusang eating fish before, but eating people was a bit disgusting. The headphones were still on Fusang's ears, and she said seriously, "I don't eat people." Her voice could not be transmitted. She stopped moving, the branches spread out, revealing a ball of metal that was squeezed into a lump, and the star pirate inside had been caught by her in advance. The leaves rolled into a ball and wrapped around his head, providing oxygen to keep him breathing. As for what kind of damage would happen to his body exposed to a vacuum environment, she did not consider it. The branch pushed the man forward and handed him to a spaceship. He knocked on the door to signal the pirates to take his companions in. Maybe they could still save him. Her friend said that she had a special identity. People could kill people, but she could never kill people. She was too strong and would make people feel scared. If you want to be a good person, you must suppress your instincts. The pirates in the spaceship did not understand why. The branch continued to knock very patiently. The sound could not be transmitted, and the call could not be made. The pirates could only tremble and open the door. She too put the man down very carefully and then exited the spaceship, otherwise the others would not be able to enter the decompression chamber to take the man for rescue. The other party's chest was still slightly up and down. Very good, the star pirate did not die in her hands. As for whether he could be rescued later, it had nothing to do with her. The star pirate was put down. Blood came out of his ears. Fusang pretended not to see. She had sent the man back. His death in the spaceship was none of her business. When exiting, a green leaf fell and stuck to the position of the hatch. No one noticed this. The star pirates were confused, and they couldn't understand Fusang's idea. The other party took action, but didn't kill them, and sent the man back to the spaceship very considerately. What did it mean? Not to mention that the star pirates were afraid. Even their own people couldn't stand it. Hearing what Ji Jiuxiu said, Rong Tianjiang was numb. Rong Tianjiang, what do you mean? What's going on? Is this world crazy or am I crazy? Eating people? What eating people? Is this something a normal person can say? No one paid attention to Rong Tianjiang, whose worldview had collapsed. Ji Jiuxiu took this opportunity to severely injure Cyrus, and the rope was put around his neck again, and his mental power was running to the extreme. She exhaled, her eyes were firm. If Fusang's matter was spread out, the consequences would be disastrous. The star pirates present could not be left alive. Fusang said that she had never done anything evil, and she believed in Fusang, but others would not listen to Fusang's explanation. If her identity was exposed, Fusang would definitely be arrested and detained. The matter of killing was not so difficult for her to accept. She had done it before when she accidentally entered the scene where the star pirates assassinated Jiang Ju. She had lived for 19 years without seeing humans, and her worldview might be a little distorted compared to the interstellar. When she killed someone for the first time, she did not have much fluctuation in her heart. The star pirates, who killed people without blinking an eye, deserved to die, just like livestock such as chickens, ducks and cows. They were all living beings, but death was death, nothing special, but it was beneficial for more people to live. The leaves left in the spaceship began to take root and sprout, turning into a new tree. The star pirates in the spaceship watched it grow. People were stupid. Wait, didn't they just send their companions back kindly? Why did they suddenly turn against each other? Bullets were fired in the spaceship, and the branches were broken. After splitting into two, they became two small trees, rushing towards the two people who could move in the spaceship, still insisting on the principle of not killing people, and crushing their hands and feet bones. The star pirates howled in pain, and the sound was transmitted to the ears of other star pirates through headphones, which frightened everyone. No matter how fearless they were, that was only the thought when they were hot-blooded in the fight. Now death was approaching little by little, and the oppressive feeling it brought made it difficult to breathe, not to mention that the opponent was such a weird creature. If they couldn't win, they would definitely die. This thought appeared in the minds of all the star pirates. Attack and defense are different. The branches in the universe stopped the space pirates, who wanted to escape. The branches entangled the mecha and pulled them back. The spaceships also had no chance of escaping. There were a total of 52 space pirates, all in order. There was another space pirate, who was not caught. That was Cyrus, who was fighting with Ji Jiuxiu. He pretended to be weak to deceive Ji Jiuxiu, and then fled desperately when he was not paying attention. This was really risking his life. After all, if he fell into Ji Jiuxiu's hands again, he couldn't guarantee that he could survive. He reacted too quickly. He ran away quickly, while the other space pirates were still vigilantly observing Fuso. Ji Jiuxiu was not aware of it for a while, and was escaped by him. The mecha turned into a meteor, and disappeared in the universe. Fuso wanted to chase him, but it was a little too late. Cyrus just ran away. Ji Jiuxiu was so angry. Cyrus was as slippery as a loach, and was escaped by him several times. She stuffed all the pirates into a spaceship, stretched out her hand, and said viciously, "Open your optical computers and transfer all the money to me." Chapter 148. After a round of looting, Ji Jiuxiu looked at the 51 pirates in a dilemma. One of them just died. None of the pirates were intact. Some had broken arms or legs. They huddled together and shivered. Those who were stubborn had blood in their mouths. Everyone was very obedient now. There was no difference between one person running away and 51. They would definitely make a big fuss about Fuso. Should they kill these people or not? Rong Tianjiang. What should we do now? Should we catch the people who ran away? Although he didn't understand what was going on in Fuso, after a long time of getting along with them, he stood on the side of his teammates at the first time and tried to hide it. Ji Jiuxiu shook his head. Difficult. She had fought with Cyrus many times. He was the most slippery she had ever seen. He was as tough as an indestructible cockroach. Jiangju, how to deal with these people? Kill them? He took out a gun and put it against the head of one of the pirates. His tone was as light as killing a chicken. The pirate was so scared that he squeezed back desperately. Ji Jiuxiu, forget it, I can earn some military merits if I hand them over to the army, but if I kill them, they will just be garbage. If Cyrus didn't run away, she would choose to clean up these people. Now that one of them has run away, what she needs to think about is how to minimize the loss. Ji Jiuxiu threatened, I will spare your lives, you know what to say, and what not to say, right? The star pirates nodded like crazy. Jiangju, I can enter and leave the army freely. If 1 or 2 prisoners die during interrogation, the army will not investigate. Do you understand? The star pirates, understood? Darilla, dare to attack me is a dead end. I will keep an eye on you, block the news, and destroy the bodies. I will do what Melcher can do. The pirates dared not speak. Verbal threats were not enough, so Ji Jiuxiu destroyed all the videos in the spacecraft and mecha, and fed them some random drugs. If they said something they shouldn't to the patrol army, they could insist that they were confused and hallucinating because of taking drugs, because it was common for pirates to take drugs. As long as they refused to admit it, no one could accuse Fuso. Her physical examination results were the same as those of humans, and the patrol army would not believe the pirates. As for Cyrus, think about it in a positive way. He was so seriously injured. What if he died on the way? After the finishing work was done, the patrol army and the official army came late. The former was the army responsible for interstellar orbit work, and the latter was the military district team supporting Darula. When the head of the military district learned that Darula would stay on Mercury for a while after the game, he began to draw teams over. Compared with Melxi, who traveled with a full team of people, Darula, who usually did not bring bodyguards, was a little weak in safety awareness. They hurried along the way, and encountered 2 waves of pirates blocking the way. When the person in charge heard that Delilah was attacked, his heart almost stopped beating. He rushed over desperately, but he was still a little late. The person in charge said angrily, I didn't think it through. These pirates have been active recently. I didn't expect them to be so bold as to attack the army. I should have brought more people, and set off earlier. Don't blame you. Delilah rubbed her forehead. I thought things were too simple. I will take you with me next time. Now her safety is not only her personal safety, but also involves all the people standing behind her. The ship is getting bigger and bigger. As the helmsman, if something happens to her, everyone on the ship will be affected. The military district took the star pirates away, and the military merit was credited to the 4 people. At the signal of Darula, the military district skipped the interrogation about the details of the scene and interrogated the people behind the Tingsha organization. If they could get evidence of the connection between Melxi and the star pirates, the balance of victory would completely tip towards Darula. Unfortunately, these star pirates were all minions, and could not contact the highest level. They did the work of star pirates, and firmly believed that they were star pirates, and had nothing to do with the Federation. This result was expected by everyone. Melxi would not be caught so easily, so these people would be useless. Assassinating members of the royal family was a serious crime, so they were directly taken out and shot. The Star Pirates did not know that their death was approaching. Jiangju watched them throughout the process. They did not mention anything about Fuso from beginning to end, but tortured them to find out the location of their organization. The whole process was completed within 4 days. The Star Pirates were cleared out at the fastest speed, and the matter was kept confidential, and no relevant rumors were spread. On the 5th day, the 5 members of the team still had time to attend the closing ceremony of the Joint Military Academy exercise. During the last game, Melx's assassination never stopped. There were people who wanted her life and kept biting her like a mad dog. Melxi also caught a live person and interrogated him. Jiang Xian reported this matter to Darula. Darula frowned. Is it our people? She did not give an order to assassinate Melxi. The success rate of this method was not high, and it was easy to hurt the enemy and hurt herself. If someone did not listen to her arrangement and acted privately, she would have to consider the reliability and loyalty of the other party. Jiang Xian shook his head. It's not our people. It seems to be an anti-federal organization. Darula? Anti-federation organization? The royal family dispute is getting more and more intense, causing fluctuations in the top level of the federation. At this critical juncture, it is indeed very suitable for anti-federation elements to carry out activities. She pondered. They are not the focus. Don't be distracted. Keep keeping an eye on the activities of the Star Pirates, and find a way to get evidence of their dealings with Melcher. The person behind the Tingsha organization is Melcher. They can confirm this. Now they just need a little evidence. Jiang Xian, okay. In the midst of busy work, Darula still squeezed out time to attend the closing ceremony of the Joint Military Academy exercise. The closing ceremony was chosen in the evening. After the lengthy leader's speech, there was an award ceremony. In addition to the top 3 rankings of the military academies, there were also individual awards such as the points ranking for a single person and the most outstanding performance. It was dark when the awards were presented. The beam hit the stage. The ranking of the military academies was based on the order and the total points of the military academies. The ratio was 1-to-1. From the 3rd place up, they were Monsed Military Academy, Dixing Military Academy, and Theseus Military Academy. The performance of Theseus Military Academy is obvious to all. No one has any doubts. Menxi Military Academy has achieved an upset. It has turned from the last in every session to the 4th in elimination and the 3rd in points, which is a real counterattack. In the middle of the stage, Shan Shu, the instructor representing Theseus Military Academy, stood in the middle with a smile on his face. On the left was the instructor of the Imperial Star Military Academy with a black face, and the instructor of the Menxi Military Academy on the far right was about to smile. The miracle of the Imperial Star Military Academy winning the championship was broken. The scores between the military academies in this session were very close, with only a single-digit difference. Such a slight gap is unprecedented, which means that the overall strength of the military academies this year is almost the same. This is a good thing for the military academies that have always been at the bottom in previous sessions. When the next session comes, the ranking of the military academies may change dramatically again. The remaining 4 military academies, from high to low, are Winchester Military Academy, Beifu Military Academy, Huihai Military Academy, and Sardin Military Academy. Sardin Military Academy dropped from 3rd to last, and the instructor's face was similar to that of the instructor of Dixing Military Academy. After awarding the most valuable awards according to actual results, some awards such as Team Collaboration Award, Team Cohesion Award, Best Strategy Award, etc. were awarded later, with the main purpose of awarding every school so that no one came in vain. Then came the individual points ranking. Since there were many people, the organizer relaxed the number of winners and awarded the top 5, namely Ji Jiuxiu, Fusong, Xinghe, Yusuin, and Rog. Xinghe, who was stubborn, overwhelmed Yusuin and won the 3rd place by 1 point. Yusuin's face turned green, and she couldn't even smile in front of the camera. He used to think that as long as he wasn't the first, it didn't matter what place he got. Now his thoughts have changed. Even if he was the 2nd, it would be fine. How could so many people surpass him? Forget Ji Jiuxiao, what are Fusong and Xinghe, and Jiangju, he couldn't even make it into the top 5. What is he doing? The points are based on killing alien plants and beasts, eliminating military academy students, discovering the truth, etc. in the competition, which well reflects the various abilities of military academy students. Although Xinghe is not smart, he has a very smart sister. When others were scheming against other military academies, Xing was planning how to get more points, and sometimes even sacrifice some military academy students to get enough points. It was the points that far exceeded those of other military academies that allowed Minxai Military Academy to take the third place, and Xinghe, who worked the most and worked hard, to get a certificate. Rog's scheming is no less than Xinghe's military power. He fights back and forth with everyone in public, but secretly he is secretly trying to get points. Points were valued by military academy students in the early stage, but in the later stage, everyone was so obsessed with getting other military academies out that they forgot about all the points. Yu Suyin was very angry and asked Jiangju, "What's wrong with you?" Jiangju said calmly, "I don't care about these false names. The competition is a game of enjoyment. If he wants, he may not be unable to get second place, but he has fought enough in the past so many years. It's rare to have a relaxing time, so why not enjoy it?" He ignored Yu Suyin and raised his camera to take a picture of Ji Jiuxia on the stage. Ji Jiuxia noticed his action and made a yeah gesture to the camera. Yu Suyin was so angry that she exploded. She hated her low ranking and Jiangju for not living up to her expectations. The host said passionately on the stage, "Let's give warm applause to the 5 students. I hope they can climb to the top and achieve more success in their future military school and military career. Please ask the 5 students to leave the stage in an orderly manner. Next, let us present the Best Performance Award. She is Ji Jiuxiu." Below the stage, Rong Tianjiang took out the salute that he had prepared long ago and fired it. Fusong pulled out a banner with a line of big words, "Xiao Xiao goes all out." Fans rushed forward. On it, Darla clicked on the cheering recording and turned up the volume. Jiangju held 2 clapping toys in each hand and shook them wildly, and the applause continued. The studio that was originally quiet and followed the process suddenly became lively, for people made a scene of hundreds of people. The closing ceremony was also broadcast live, and the audience laughed like crazy. "Who gave you this idea? Don't you have any dignity? I really want to go to the scene, but I was stopped by the security guards. I pretended to be a staff member and successfully got into the scene. I took a lot of photos, but was discovered by the security guards. Now I am running around the venue to avoid the security guards. Hee. Can such a competition be held once a year? It's really interesting. What was I so noble about in the past few years? Previous competitions were not so exciting. They were all boring competitions. This year's competition is interesting because the planners are young and can make things happen. The first place is well deserved. My mother no longer objects to my star chasing and asked me to learn from Sister Xiao." Everyone looked at the 4 people. They were indifferent and cheered crazily with a stern face. The host was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud after realizing what was happening. "It seems everyone is very enthusiastic. Okay, let's hurry up and present the Best Popularity Award next. This award is selected based on netizens' votes, and one person can only vote once a day. There was no such award in previous years. It was purely because this year's competition was so popular that a new award was created." The host was full of energy, and there were several tones in one sentence. "She is Ji Jiuxiu." Ji Jiuxiu, who had just walked to the edge of the stage, returned again and took the award with a smile. After winning several awards in a row, she came and went on the stage, and her face was almost stiff with laughter when she left the stage. The long closing ceremony finally ended. The dining venue was not far from the studio, and everyone moved there to have dinner. As soon as she walked out of the studio, Ji Jiuxiu and the other 4 were surrounded by reporters. The camera was pointed at Ji Jiuxiu, and the reporter asked, "What do you think of the joint military school exercise?" Ji Jiuxiu sighed, "I won a lot of awards. It's so annoying, I can't even hold them with my hands. Yu Suyin and Luo Gu have so much free hands. I wonder if they are willing to help me hold them?" Yu Suyin and Luo Gu, who were about to avoid the reporters to go to dinner. Sometimes Ji Jiuxia also holds grudges, and suddenly he will think of the enemies written in the little notebook in his heart, and then take them out for a walk. There were too many reporters, and the popular contestants were surrounded by them, and they couldn't squeeze out to eat. The soldiers followed Diarwheel conscientiously, pushing the crowd to let her pass through another passage, and Ji Jiuxiu hurriedly rubbed Diarwheel's people and followed them out. The reporters did not dare to forcefully surround Diarwheel, so they had to give up the interview and turn to surround other people. Ji Jiuxiu looked back and saw Xinghe and Xingran, who were trying to sneak away, were intercepted. Xingran closed her eyes and fell to the ground. Xinghe carried her on his back and ran out in a hurry. Life was at stake, so the reporters cleared a path. Others could not use this method. They were as strong as calves. Even when they fainted, the reporters did not give way. All kinds of strange questions were thrown one after another. Rong Tianjiang was still frightened. It's terrible. Fusang agreed. What if we go too late and have no food later? Rong Tianjiang glanced at Fusang. There were a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but they were all suppressed in his heart. There were so many people here, and it was not a place where they could chat at ease. In the past 2 days, they had to follow Darula to interrogate and keep an eye on the Star Pirates, and they had to communicate with their families. Everyone was busy and their schedules were not in sync, so they had not been able to have a good chat. During this period, because they had a secret from him, he unilaterally broke up with them for a day, but no one came to comfort him. Fusang's attitude was the same as usual. The exposure of her identity had no effect on her. She ate and drank as usual. Ji Jioshu and Darula knew this little secret long ago and had no other reaction. Jiangju was the only one who knew nothing like him, but Jiangju was so calm as if nothing had happened. He was the only one scratching his head. This curiosity did not weaken over time, but became stronger and stronger. While stuffing food into his mouth, he planned to ask them questions tonight. Like the opening ceremony, the food was self-service, and all kinds of food glowed with an attractive luster under the lights. The 5 people divided the work and cooperated. Darula went to take a seat first, Fusang and Rong Tianjiang went to get desserts and food, Jiangju went to the fruit area, and Ji Jioshu poured drinks. Dinner parties can always be social occasions. As soon as Darula sat down, someone came over to say hello. Darula deliberately found a seat in the most remote corner, but she couldn't stop the interested people. She was not enthusiastic, and responded coldly and distantly. The people who should be contacted had been contacted 2 days ago. Those who knew would not come over to chat deliberately. There was no need to win over those who came. Tonight, she just wanted to have a meal without being disturbed. The guard stood forward, blending into the crowd without being obvious, and stopped the people who came to say hello. Ji Jioshu put down the drink. He didn't see Nana, Luo Linya and others all the way. It seemed that they were still surrounded by reporters outside the studio and couldn't even eat. It was miserable. Others brought back the food one after another, and everyone sat down to eat. Rong Tianjiang sat next to Fusang, and saw her grab a crab shell without removing it. She put it directly into her mouth and bit it. The hard crab shell was no match for her teeth, and it made a click, which made his teeth hurt. He hadn't noticed Fusang was abnormal before, but now he saw that everything was wrong. He couldn't help but say, "Can't you just peel the shell and eat the meat? Can you be a normal person?" What if someone notices her abnormality and finds out her identity? Fusang rolled her eyes and looked at him. "I always ate like this before. No decent person eats crab shells." Rong Tianjiang lowered his voice. Fusang looked at Ji Jioshu eating crabs. He had to break the shell on the back first, then remove the legs bit by bit, and dig out the meat. She frowned and moved the half-bitten crab to Rong Tianjiang. "Please peel it for me." Rong Tianjiang, ? You'd better eat the shell. The tables were all for 10 people, and 5 people sat next to each other for easy access to food, with 5 seats left vacant next to them. Yu Suin suddenly appeared, bypassed the guard's deployment, and sat down next to Rong Tianjiang, her face still stinking. The 5 people focused their eyes on him, and he said with a straight face, "It's not written here that you are not allowed to sit." The guards didn't stop Yu Suin, and quickly turned around to drive him away. Darula raised her eyes, and shook her head slightly, and the guard stopped, and went back to stare more carefully. There were too many military academy students here, and his career was severely challenged. Rong Tianjiang glared at Yu Suin. "What are you doing here?" "Yu Suin, it's not written here that you are not allowed to sit." He was as difficult to communicate as a human machine, and he only said one sentence. Anyway, he stuck to his seat firmly. Ji Jioshu looked towards the center of the hall and met many eyes. Many people looked at her table. Most of them were looking at Yu Suin. It seemed that he was so annoyed that he had no choice but to come here to hide. "I thought you liked the feeling of being admired by the crowd," Ji Jioshu teased. Yu Suin kept silent, picked up a piece of steak and put it in his mouth to chew. His brain kept vibrating. The call from his father made him feel extremely annoyed. He did not answer it, and ate steak piece by piece. His joining did not change the atmosphere of the team. Everyone treated him as a transparent person and continued to talk about the previous topic. After eating almost full, Ji Jioshu put down his chopsticks and took a sip of orange juice. Jiangju wiped his hands, picked up a shrimp, peeled it, and put it on the plate in front of her. Small shrimps are sweeter than large shrimps, and they don't take up too much space when eaten. It's just that it's hard to peel the shells, so it's more troublesome to eat. Jiangju peeled them slowly, and Ji Jiuxiu ate them slowly. Everyone had almost finished eating, and Fuso began to clear the plate. His chopsticks pierced into a large piece of uncut steak. Yu Suyin, who was in front of the steak, looked up. Fuso, you're still eating. How can you eat so much? Yu Suyin, ? Fuso said he could eat, which was simply ridiculous. Who could eat more than Fuso? The steak was brought by Yu Suyin. He took 2 plates, and took the steak from one plate to the other plate to cut it before eating. There were 5 pieces of steak in the big plate, and the cut pieces were also divided into 5 pieces. They were neat and tidy like someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder, and the sizes were almost the same. Yu Suyin, if you want to eat, go get it yourself. Fuso turned her chopsticks, and took a piece of cut steak from in front of him. Now there were only 4 pieces left. She was very considerate, and put the last piece of sweet and sour spare ribs in his bowl. The quantity was wrong, the type was wrong, and the color was wrong. Yu Suyin collapsed and stood up suddenly, and then was pushed back by Fuso. Fusong's strength could crush the mecha, and the little Yu Suyin was just like a fluffy cake. She had to hold back her strength to avoid accidentally crushing her. Yu Suyin opened his mouth, and Rong Tianjiang immediately picked up a handful of salad and stuffed it into his mouth. He widened his eyes and stretched out his hand, but his wrist was grabbed by Ji Jiuxiu, and his mental power was output, rushing into the other party's mental picture. TSK, how long has it been since you did mental counseling? You are not mentally confused yet. It seems that you are a psychopath. Ji Jiuxiu increased the intensity of mental counseling. Yu Suyin was powerless to struggle, his arms were clenched into fists, and there was still a mouthful of grass in his mouth that he didn't spit out. Don't waste food. Fusong patted his head. After the mental counseling was completed, Yu Suyin's eyes were dull, and the unspeakable depression in his heart completely dissipated, and he didn't even want to live. Jiangju wiped Ji Jiuxiu's hands clean, and put a piece of watermelon on them. Ji Jiuxiu ate the watermelon and looked around. Everyone was basically full, and stood up in groups of 3 or 4 to socialize and take pictures. Ji Jiuxiu, it's almost time to leave. When they were full and ready to leave, Xing Ran and Xing He approached. The guard stopped them dutifully. Xing He glared, and raised his hand to show the guards the muscles of his arm. I have something to tell you. Xing Ran looked at Ji Jiuxiu and Darula, his tone as straight as ever. The guard stepped back, and let the people pass after receiving a signal from Darula, but Xing Ran stood still. It's not easy to talk here, I need a quieter place. Ji Jiuxiu, it's not convenient for Darula to go to a too quiet place. Xing Ran, what I want to say is about her inconvenience. Ji Jiuxiu's ears moved, his eyes looked at Xing Ran, and he stood up with orange juice and walked over. Just tell me if you have anything. Okay. Xing Ran didn't force it. The two went outside the balcony, where they could faintly hear the sounds coming from inside, but it wasn't too noisy, nor was it too quiet to make people feel depressed. Xing He stood outside the balcony, eating with a plate in his hand, his eyes kept looking around. What do you want to say? Ji Jiuxiu put his elbows on the railing, his posture loose. Xing Ran took out a small signal jammer to ensure that all the surrounding recording and video equipment were destroyed, and said straight to the point. I have information related to Melxi and the Tingsha organization. Ji Jiuxiu paused as she shook the cup. The surface of the orange juice was still, but the pulp underneath was still spinning rapidly. After a long while, she called out a name. Liming? Dawn, when the sky is about to brighten, refers to light or victory. It is a word handed down from the old human era. It is also the self-proclaimed name of the Anti-Federation organization, which means overthrowing the rule of the Federation and bringing new life to mankind. Yes. Xing Ran nodded. Ji Jiuxiu shook the cup again. Darla is a member of the Federation, and so am I. Dawn is my process, not my goal. Xing Ran's eyebrows were calm, and his expression did not change. Ji Jiuxiu's mind turned quickly, and his fingertips tapped the wall of the cup. Melxi? If Xing Ran is not targeting the entire Federation, based on the recent activities of the Dawn organization, it is very obvious where their conflict is aimed. Yes. Xing Ran nodded again. Ji Jiuxiu asked, is this your idea or everyone else's? Half and half. Xing Ran explained, my subordinates think the same as me, but my boss doesn't think so. He is a bit naive and too cynical. It seems that no matter what organization expands, conflicts are inevitable, even the Dawn organization that brings people together purely by ideas. Ji Jiuxiu thought endlessly. Ji Jiuxiu, what do you want? Xing Ran, I don't want anything. Be sincere. Since the most important things have been said, What else can't be said? Ji Jiuxiu turned around and pressed both hands on the railing. Let me hear your reasons and then consider whether to believe you. Xing Ran, if Melzi falls, it will be a good thing for us. I don't need to give you false news. That's hard to say. Ji Jiuxiu looked back at her and smiled. Who knows if you were Melzi's man, deliberately spreading false news, and then you come to expose the fake news after the news spreads, so that the real thing will become fake. Xing Ran turned his head to look at the stars outside the balcony, approached the railing, and raised his hands on the railing like Ji Jiuxiu, looking at the sky in the distance. In this case, let me tell you a story. Chapter 149. Before she was 10 years old, Xing Ran had a happy family. Her family had a small business. Although they were not rich, they had enough food and clothing. On her 10th birthday, her parents were on a business trip on other planets and rushed back on a spaceship. Unfortunately, the spaceship encountered pirates. Melzi led a team to rescue them, but no one survived on the spaceship. She and her brother lost their parents in one day and became orphans. They were sent to the Interstellar Rescue Station. One of them was stupid, and the other was weak. They needed to work harder to live a normal life, like others. She had excellent grades, and Xinghe had good physical fitness. The two of them stood out more in the rescue station, and were favored by the people of the Dawn Organization. The Dawn Organization secretly cultivated them. They still lived in the rescue station, and received the Dawn Organization's teachings after class. They hoped that they would be admitted to the military academy, and infiltrate the military academy in the future. After long-term contact with the Dawn Organization, she learned that the pirates' hijacking of the ship was not an accident. There was a son of Melzi's political enemy on the spaceship. The other party rebelled and ran away without taking a private spaceship, causing the people on the ship to suffer. The pirates didn't have to kill everyone, but perhaps because their relationship with Melzi was exposed, they had to clean up all the people who knew about it. This incident caused public outrage. Melzi pretended to lead troops to eliminate the pirates, but he was just working with the Tingsha organization to kill some pirates from other organizations and report back. How many people died innocently because of Melzi, and their families were broken. The lives of ordinary people were just some insignificant burial objects in the eyes of His Highness Melzi, who was high above. Things always leave traces. The Dawn Organization has been targeting the Federation for so many years. Whether it is Karen privately refining contraband or Melzi colluding with the pirates, they have evidence in their hands. It's not that the Dawn Organization has not tried to reveal the truth, but the glorious image of the two is deeply rooted in people's hearts, and they are notorious because of some extremists within the organization, so no one will believe what they say. In addition, they have been continuously attacked by the Federation over the years, and now they are in a stage of keeping a low profile. If it weren't for the recent turmoil in the royal family, they would not have rashly attacked Melzi. After knowing the truth about the death of her parents, Xing Ran vowed to avenge her parents. If Melzi's true face could not be revealed, she would disappear from this world forever. Xing Ran's words were straightforward, telling the past without any emotion. The words did not need too much embellishment, and the truth was bloody enough. After speaking, she asked, "Is this reason enough? Tell me these things, does your boss know?" Ji Jiuxiu asked an unrelated topic. Xing Ran, he doesn't need to know. The head of the Dawn Organization hates everything in the Federation, including the military academy students, who will enter the Federation army in the future, and it is impossible for him to cooperate with Ji Jiuxiu. He lost his mother at an early age, and lived under the high pressure of his father. His grades and career were mediocre. He was frustrated in middle age. His wife ran away with the children and a rich man. From then on, his mentality changed to hate the whole world. His tragic experience was not related to any big man. It was just his bad luck. So he did not deliberately target a certain person, but hated the entire Federation. His philosophy is that everyone is equal, and there is no class distinction. This is why Xing Ran thinks he is a stubborn idealist. Where there are people in the world, there are classes, and monkeys are managed by the Monkey King. Just after he had antisocial ideas, he succeeded in everything like a cheat, and became the rich man he hated. How ironic. But he was determined to overthrow the federal rule, and didn't care about the life of pleasure. Slowly, he gathered a bunch of people like him around him, and built the Dawn Organization. Ji Jiuxiu, aren't you afraid of being discovered by doing this? So I won't give you everything that Dawn has found, I will only pick out the key points. Xing Ran took out a small box with a chip inside. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The chip, as thin as a fingernail, contained something that could overturn the situation in the Federation, and was transferred from Xing Ran to Ji Jiuxiu. Xing Ran, There is one more thing I need your help with. One of our companions fell into Melx's hands. I knew good luck would not come for no reason. Ji Jioshu shook the box in his hand. It's not easy to snatch people from Melxi. What if I don't agree? Xing ran. It doesn't matter. Saving people is just an additional option. Whether she saves people or not, she will give out the information. At this time, they have the same goal. Ji Jioshu did not respond to the rescue, and Xing Ran did not care. They had already talked about what they needed to talk about, and there was no need to tell each other the remaining details of the operation. Xing Ran had just taken a step forward, and suddenly thought of something and stopped. The prescription you gave me is very useful, thank you. You're welcome. Ji Jioshu smiled. The two walked out of the balcony one by one, and Xing Ran waved to Xing He. Are you full? Full? Xing He touched his stomach. Xing Ran. Let's go. The two quietly left the hotel, and Ji Jioshu also returned to the dining table. After a while, there were many more people at the dining table. Ji Jioshu raised his eyebrows. What are you doing here? There are fans who pretend to be staff members and sneak in, and keep asking for photos with me. It's terrible. Luo Linya patted her chest. Rog complained. Security drives one away and another comes. Now everyone looks like an undercover agent. Not only fans, but also reporters, chasing me to ask all kinds of gossip. It's obvious that they are not serious people. Today, there are too many people eating. Many staff members are temporarily hired. The hotel can initially screen the personnel, but some people who look sunny and cheerful with clean backgrounds are fanatical fans in private. Ji Jioshu looked at Yusuin with dark eyes. What's his situation? Yusuin neatly arranged the 5 desserts in front of him and kept silent. Rong Tianjian on the side answered. He was beaten by Fuso. This year is destined to be a year of shame for Yusuin. Not only did he face Jiangju head-on and was beaten by him, he couldn't even beat Ji Jioshu, and now even Fuso can suppress him. Ji Jioshu said, oh. Fusang is at the top of the food chain, so it's easy for him to control Yusuin. She said, we should go. Darula said, there are reporters and fans at the door. Let's go out the back door. The others stood up immediately after hearing this. Now they have a psychological shadow on the words reporters and fans. They went down the back door and said goodbye. Luo Linya invited Rong Tianjiang. I wanted to have a match with you before, but I always had no time during the game. Now the game is over. When is it convenient for you? I go find you. Rong Tianjiang said, No, why did Luo Linya still remember this? His strength is fake. It's Ji Jioshu who can fight. He turned around and left without saying anything, quickly jumping onto the aircraft. His movements were a little flustered. He didn't dare to refuse because he was afraid that the other party would want to compete on the spot, and he didn't dare to agree because he was worried that the other party would come tomorrow. On the way back, Ji Jioshu took out the box containing the chip and repeated Xing Ran's meaning. What do you think? Rong Tianjiang conspiracy theory. There will be no virus in the chip, and it will be invaded, and the data information will be seized once it is inserted into the optical computer? This is simple. Find a new optical computer and try it. Darola ordered a new optical computer to be sent to her home. The aircraft went to Darola's palace, and everyone inserted the chip into the optical computer. Countless compressed packages jumped out and clicked them one by one. Some of them were recordings, some were pictures, and some were screenshots of message exchanges. For fear that the information was not clear enough, he also wrote a very long document to sort out the relationship between the Tingsha organization and Melxi. The longest time in the data can be traced back to 20 years ago. Each piece of evidence is very sufficient, and the logic is flawless, which is ironclad evidence that can nail Melxi. Darula was surprised. Their information is so detailed. Some of it can only be found out by insiders. Jiangju flipped through the information. There is an undercover agent of Liming in the Tingsha organization. Anti-Federation members lurking in the Star Pirate organization as undercover. It feels weird to say this. Ji Jioshu, we will send out the information slowly after sorting it out. Now there is one more thing. Should we save the people in Melx's hands? It's difficult to save him. Now he is just a bait, waiting for people to take the bait. Rong Tianjiang sighed. Ji Jioshu, then we see. One move can affect the whole body. They can't take risks for one person. At 2 a.m. that night, the two masked men who had exposed Karen's doping lab started live streaming again, pointing their spearheads directly at Melchi, first accusing Melchi of being related to the Star Pirates, and then throwing out evidence. At 3 a.m., the live streaming ended, and the entire network was boiling. At 4 a.m., Melchi responded quickly, and started live streaming as well. The face on the screen was still capable and resolute, without any sign of fatigue. She did not fall into the trap of self-proof, but said in one sentence that she had nothing to do with the Star Pirates. After that, she focused on her remarkable achievements in eliminating Star Pirates for many years, questioning whether the masked face was a Star Pirate and maliciously came out to retaliate against her. Her good reputation over the years is her confidence. Compared with the masked face, who was hiding her secrets, she seemed upright and frank. The public opinions on both sides were fighting, and netizens stayed up all night and argued until dawn, standing on both sides. At 5 a.m., a video from the universe was released, with the leaves of the hibiscus spreading, making her look like a giant, evoking the deep fear in human genes. The video was released by a small account, which was automatically cancelled half an hour later. The video only had a simple caption: "The terrifying alien plant that sneaked into human society is not AI synthesized. Please watch and cherish it as AI technology is already very mature. There is indeed no trace of synthesis in the video." Fuso is no longer an unknown military academy student. She has shown her talents in the competition and has just won an award. The popularity of the video remains high. Jijioshu took the same measures as Melxi. He was stubborn and refused to admit it. Anyway, there was no evidence except for a video. By the way, he released a medical examination report of Fuso to prove that she was normal. He did not explain anything else. One live broadcast and one video once again destroyed the largest social software. The programmers ate melons while cursing and got up to work. This melon is not an ordinary melon. Both the Star Pirates and the alien plants are closely related to the citizens of the Federation. The seriousness of the two is similar in everyone's eyes. Because there are troops guarding the border, ordinary people cannot contact the alien plants, and the Star Pirates are more dangerous than the alien plants. The online quarrel was in full swing, and the 5 members of the team were not having a good time. The optical brain was about to be blown up. Darula was beaten the most. After the line was occupied, and she couldn't get through, she called Jijioshu. If she couldn't get through again, she would change to the next person. As the center of the storm, Fusong Communication didn't have so many contacts. Her social circle was very small. In addition to the team members, the contacts in the optical brain were the school instructors and the staff of the company recording variety shows. Jijioshu took a sip of coffee and sighed again that Cyrus's life was really hard. He just didn't die, which led to so many months later. It was still dark in the early morning. I don't know how many people were woken up in their sleep. When Wei Hingji dialed Fusong's communication, she was still wearing simple pajamas, her hair was messy, and her eyes were a little swollen. Wei Hingji, what's wrong with the video? Fuso, it's fake, I don't know what happened, how could I be an alien plant? Fuso denied it 3 times in a row. Wei Hingji took a deep breath and asked her to call Jijioshu over. It felt so sudden to me. Jijioshu said innocently, I was sleeping soundly, and was suddenly woken up. I was confused. So many things happened on the internet. It's terrible. Wei Hingji frowned. I want to hear the truth. Instructor, what truth do you want to hear? Do you have to tell me that the video is real? This is ridiculous. How can someone slander Fuso as an alien plant? Jijioshu refused to give in. Deception is inevitable. No one except the 5 members of their team can know about this. Wei Hingji raised his hands and rubbed his face, and changed the subject. The activities of alien beasts and plants are becoming more and more frequent. The troops on the front line have suffered heavy losses. Experts have detected that their mother nest is awakening, and the crisis facing mankind is gradually worsening. Is there no way to solve it, such as sending people to the mother nest to check the situation? Jijioshu asked. The spacecraft will lose signal when it approaches the mother nest, and the explorers will never come back, and no one knows what the mother nest is like. Wei Hingji stopped talking. These things are far from you, so I won't say much. Anyway, everything related to alien plants is very sensitive now. Jijioshu nodded. I understand. I will handle it carefully. After the communication was hung up, Jijioshu thought of what the instructor said and asked Fusong, do you know the mother nest of alien plants and beasts? The mother nest is the main source of mutation of alien plants and beasts. It is said that more than 1 trillion alien plants and beasts drift from the mother nest to the interstellar every year. Their spread will stimulate the mutation of native plants and animals in the interstellar. Fusong shook his head. I never knew what the mother nest was. Jijioshu, how long have you lived? When I was not a human, I lived for about 100 years. I can't remember clearly. Fusong thought, when I was a human, I lived only for the last 3 years. When she was a tree, she rarely involved in the human field. Her activities were all in uninhabited areas. She had eaten too many alien plants and beasts, so she knew the habits of many alien plants. Rong Tianjiang completely turned off the optical brain. He didn't want to repeat the same answer to different people. After hearing Fusong's words, he turned his head and looked over. I haven't asked you properly what's going on. I don't know anything, but I have to endure your questions and doubts. It was bright in the morning. At 10 o'clock, everyone finally dealt with the endless questions. The robot brought breakfast and everyone sat down. At this chaotic time, the kitchen was quiet. Fusong drank a sip of soy milk to moisten his throat, and calmly talked about the reason why he came to human society. There is nothing much to say about the days of being a tree. Every day, it is just eating and sleeping. The days are boring. Later one day, the tree picked up a person on a planet full of alien plants. This is the first time that the tree has come into close contact with humans, and it is a human who is seriously injured and will not live long. The other party was originally its food, but because humans can communicate, the tree decided to keep the other party for the time being. It has seen many humans and learned their language cleverly, but has never really communicated with humans. During the conversation, the tree learned that the other party's name is Fusong. Fusong is an unlucky girl. Her parents divorced and formed new families. They gave her a large sum of money and left her alone. When she was traveling on a spaceship, she encountered space pirates. She ran away, but was also shot. The bullet landed on her waist, but did not hit her vital parts, causing her to die directly. She took the escape pod to escape to this planet. She said that Fusong was a sacred tree in the myths and legends of the old human era. She had a good relationship with the talking tree and said a lot of things about the Federation in dreams. Her dream was to be admitted to the Theseus Military Academy and join the army to guard her homeland. Because she was shot and had no tools or medicine, her condition worsened and she only lived for one day. Before she died, the tree drank some of her blood and turned from a tree into a human. Fusong supported the tree to be a person and gave her identity to the tree so that the tree could live with her name. She talked about many precautions for being a human and said that she was exhausted and closed her eyes. There was no fire on the planet, and Fusong could not burn her according to human rules, so she had to bury her under a big tree. They were friends for only one day, which was Fusong's initial impression of humans. She had a good impression of humans, so when she was cheated of all her money later, she resisted and did not beat the man to death. The order of civilization is a yoke on her body. She followed Fusong. Said to be a serious person, restrain her less human side, and carefully hide her identity, and work hard to get into Theseus Military Academy. After listening to Fusong's words, Rong Tianjiang's eyes swept over the three people, and the first sentence was, "What about the others? Do you have any secrets to hide from me?" First, Dairula is a Mercury hybrid, and then Fusong is not a human. Even if Ji Jiuxiu says she is a beast now, he will not be surprised anymore. The three shook their heads simultaneously. No more? Rong Tianjiang, really? Ji Jiuxiu nodded sincerely. It couldn't be more true. How can there be so many secrets in the world? Okay, I trust you this time with all my heart. Rong Tianjiang snorted. Is this you? Jiangju thought of something and took out a photo. The protagonist in it is a tree with lush branches and leaves. The branches and leaves at the bottom close to the ground are very long and droop like willow branches. The upper part is normal leaves. The green of the whole tree is extremely dazzling, so thick that it seems to drip out. Everyone's eyes are focused on the photo, and Jiangju explains, "This is a strange plant encountered during a mission. We were besieged, and it helped us get rid of the enemy." Fusong fell into memories. I seem to remember that I was chasing a group of delicious grass at that time. She had never eaten a human, and she wanted to try eating one, but the cannon hit her body, and it hurt a little, so she ran away. She was already full, so she was too lazy to make too much troublesome food. I didn't expect that they had met so early. Fate is really magical. Wait. Dairula stared at the lines on the tree trunk and suddenly said, "Isn't this the branch you gave me?" Fusong nodded yes. Dairula, Fusong once gave her a branch that smelled very good, but she didn't expect it to be Fusong himself. Is this equivalent to Fusong's bones? This matter is a bit scary, and can't be thought about in detail. After a breakfast, the headache is still unsolved. The online debate has never stopped. Except for responding once in the early morning, Melxi has no new news. Rong Tianjiang came up with a bad idea. Since Fuso is so strong, why not let her kill Melchi? No matter how strong she is, she can't defeat all the troops of the Imperial Star. Ji Jiuxiu squinted at him. If you can do it, go ahead. Humans can stop hundreds of millions of enemies, because of advanced weapons and technology, as well as countless federal troops. These are not comparable to the Mercury people or the pirates. Rong Tianjiang sighed, I'm just saying, what should we do now? Ji Jiuxiao, take it one step at a time. The fact that Fuso is an alien plant is more outrageous than Melchi colluding with the pirates. Let's deal with it as it happens. The light brain sent a message prompt. It was Shuang Yuebai who sent her a message. She clicked it, and saw that it was a compressed package. The content inside was also evidence of Melchi's collusion with the pirates. The evidence that had been hard to find before suddenly appeared in piles. Shuang Yuebai, I think you might need these. She just sent it over so openly, unlike Xing Ran who carefully transmitted it with a chip. The contents inside were also much more explosive than Xing Ran's data. One file was almost a death list, and half of the people on it died in accidents. Ji Jiuxiao, is it authentic? Shuang Yuebai, have you forgotten what I do? The Storm Organization's industries in the black market cover all aspects, including but not limited to the Colosseum, casinos, and other gray areas with the most chaotic personnel. Most of the star pirates are on the federal wanted list. If they want to spend money as they please after making money, the black market is the best place to go. The extravagance in the center of the black market is even more than the most prosperous area of the Imperial Star, and there is no more restraint than the Imperial Star. Naturally, Shuang Yuebai can get a lot of information. Ji Jiuxiu put on the evil ghost mask to record the video and throw out the new evidence. She still had some evidence given by Xing Ran in her hand. She had to throw the bait little by little so that the enemy could not figure out how much she had. Compared with the complete and sufficient evidence on Ji Jiuxiu's side, Melxi only had a Fuso video as a counterattack, which seemed a little insufficient. Ji Jiuxiu struck while the iron was hot, and pulled the company team to the universe to shoot a video, making a Fuso-like look and trying to get close to Fuso's image. Then let Tianji make a script and ask the company to cut a video, and a new movie promotional video was completed. The company vigorously promoted the new movie, mobilized all the company's artists to forward it, and used the marketing account to blur the Fuso video, and used the popularity of the new movie to suppress Fuso's matter. Ji Jiuxiu always pays attention to the changes in public opinion on the internet. Some people have already stood on their side, and said that the video is indeed true, but it is just a movie scene that took a lot of effort to shoot. She apologized to the fans, who didn't know the truth in her heart. There was no way to hide it. Now this matter must not be exposed. The company's public relations department summarized the current situation and made a work report to Ji Jiuxiu. The head of the public relations department praised, "You are really amazing. You directly shifted the focus to switch the topic of netizens, and it was not awkward at all. Now everyone's discussion about the previous video has decreased a lot. As for whether the previous video is true or false, it doesn't matter. For workers, the boss is the most important, especially the boss who is generous and has brains. Even if Fuso is an alien plant, there is still the boss in charge. What is there to worry about?" Ji Jiuxiu glanced at the work report and nodded. "You have worked overtime for the past 2 days. I will give you double overtime pay." The head of the public relations department was overjoyed. "Thank you, boss." The communication was closed, and Ji Jiuxiu sent the work report to the team group chat to let everyone know the current situation. This report is more comprehensive and professional than her observation. Dirula, I will repost it with my account Fuso. I also have an account. I will repost it now. I will look at the acting book and try to record a video of aggrieved and crying Jiangjue. My brother has a lot of fans. I will ask him to repost it. And there is also Yu Suin. His account is very active and has many fans. Rong Tianjiang. TSK. What a dirty trick. Ji Jiuxiu. Question mark. The light brain popped up a prompt. Rong Tianjiang took a look, and the group message showed that he had been kicked out of the group chat. Rong Tianjiang. Question mark. It's just a little joke. It's okay to be cruel to the enemy, but why do you also hit your own people hard? Chapter 150. Melchior was caught up in the storm of public opinion, and the Navy was deployed on a large scale, trying to confuse the public by taking the same approach as Ji Jiuxiu. However, compared with the strong evidence, their method of using new hot spots to suppress the heat seemed clumsy and blunt. The next afternoon, the military court came to Darula's palace and wanted to take Fusong away for a comprehensive test. Darula disagreed. Even if Fusong's examination would not have any problems, taking her away from her would be a slap in her face. The administrative law enforcement captain, who led the team, had a serious expression. "We have analyzed the initial video, and there is no trace of synthesis in the video. I know she is your highness's friend, but it involves alien plants. Please don't let your highness get emotional." The royal family has a strong presence in the Federation, but it does not mean that they can cover the sky with one hand. The House of Representatives has equal power with it. The two sides check and balance each other. If Darula insists on going against the military court, it will be detrimental to her winning the hearts of the people. The parliamentarians have no right to interfere with the selection of the royal heir, but their secret support is very important. The royal family and the parliamentarians have a close relationship and are not two completely separate institutions. Darula said coldly, "You can take her away. I want to follow the whole process of the test." The captain of the law enforcement team, "Of course, if you have time, we will ensure that the whole process is open and recorded, and will not be interfered by any factors." The military court suspected that the previous Fuso physical examination was fine, but someone secretly replaced the results. Darula was worried that Melchior would tamper with the test results this time, and both sides would keep a close eye on this physical examination. The military court does not participate in the affairs of the royal family and remains neutral, but people's hearts are not cold machines and will fluctuate due to interests. Fusang was taken away by the law enforcement team. Darula informed the rest of the team and they followed. The law enforcement team did not stop them and could not stop them. The testing location was one of the famous public hospitals in Dixing. The team members followed every test. Darula stated in advance that if she disagreed with the result, she would ask for a new doctor to retest. If the law enforcement team was not satisfied, they would change doctors again. In short, she was not afraid of trouble. She wanted to ensure that the results were accurate and not affected by any human factors. Her request was within a reasonable range, and the law enforcement team could not refuse it. While waiting, Darula asked the captain of the law enforcement team, "Since you will take Fuso away because of a video, what about Melchior? There is so much evidence that she is related to the Star Pirates. You will not pretend to see it?" The captain of the law enforcement team always had a cold face. "My colleagues have gone to deal with His Highness Melchi's affairs. We will investigate anything that may endanger the people of the Federation to the end." "Really?" Darula smiled. "I hope you can find out the truth and truly protect the personal and property safety of citizens." The military court is in charge, and it also involves the security forces, military districts, and other departments. The more people involved, the more difficult it is to move forward. She has no expectations for their efficiency and results. Fuso's test lasted a whole day, and the check was very detailed. All items were done once, with the main goal of leaving no blind spots. Because of the special situation, some data that could not be directly obtained were queued up for expedited processing, and the final results were consistent with the previous ones. The only doubt is that she had a heart defect before, but now it is fully developed, and her blood is slightly different from that of normal people. This can be explained. She was attacked by space pirates and landed on a planet full of alien plants. She was almost eaten by alien plants. The blood in her body is the proof of invasion by alien plants. Apart from this, there is no doubt. She is exactly the same as a normal person. If you want to use this to identify Fusang as an alien plant, the evidence is too weak and insufficient. The doctor cannot completely determine whether she is a human or an alien plant. The human body is very strange. It is not impossible to use the energy of alien plants to complete the integrity of the body. In short, Ji Jiuxiao and others bite Fusang to death. She is a normal person. Before there is definite evidence, no one can detain her. Ji Jiuxiao sent the test results to the company's public relations department. Now Fusang is still an artist of the company. It is more appropriate for the company to come forward to make a statement for her. Darula looked at the captain of the law enforcement team. "Is it okay?" The captain of the law enforcement team nodded. "Thank you for your cooperation. Now the mother nest is moving. I hope that all mankind can get through the difficulties safely." The law enforcement team left, and the 5 members of the team returned in a flying vehicle. Rong Tianjiang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not diagnosed. "Have you contacted the doctor in advance?" "With the law enforcement team here, it's useless to contact the doctor. It will leave a handle." Darula leaned back in the chair and closed her eyes to rest. Fusang drank coffee with great calmness throughout the whole process. "I can analyze and imitate genes from human blood. When I am a human, I am a human. If all alien plants are like Fusang, the world would have been peaceful long ago." Rong Tianjiang sighed and stood up for her. "What can a video prove? The law enforcement team is too serious." Darula opened her eyes. The situation on the front line is a bit urgent. The fluctuations of alien plants and beasts are beyond expectations. Now everything related to alien plants is on high alert. The net clearing operation has begun. Haven't you noticed that there are no spoof videos of alien plants destroying humans on the internet now? Ji Jiuxiu. The internal chaos of the Federation is not good for anyone. The army focused on the royal family and relaxed its defense against external enemies. Alien plants and beasts took the opportunity to enter and drove humans back, occupying a battlefield star that had been in a tug-of-war for a long time. Jiangju showed the light brain screen. They have made a new counterattack. The light brain showed a half-minute video. The protagonist was a tree. The green branches were shaking, entangled a group of twisting grass, and the grass quickly dried up and died. The tree pounced on the person holding the camera, and a shell fell on the tree. The tree paused for a moment and ran back, and soon disappeared in the woods. This picture is the same place where Jiangju took the photo before. Not only did Jiangju take the photo, but someone also recorded the video. At that time, it was taken to analyze the characteristics of this never-seen alien plant, but now it has become evidence against Fuso. This is an unrecorded alien plant. Because there is too little relevant information, it was directly entered into the database without even a name. Now the information that has been forgotten in the ocean of data for a long time has been turned out by someone with a heart. In addition, there are also Fusong's information from childhood to adulthood and the evaluation of her former teachers and classmates in school, which leads to the conclusion that the former Fusong and the current Fusong are not the same person. The voice in the video raised the question that during the period when Fusong was missing in the spacecraft accident, Fusong had been swallowed and replaced by alien plants. It must be said that Melx's counterattack is reasonable and well-founded, and the correct conclusion has been inferred, but Ji Jiuxiu still insists on fighting against counterfeiting. The company released Fusong's test results, which were also stamped by the law enforcement team. This true and powerful report once again refuted the other party's conclusion. Fusong also came out to explain that his personality changed because he had been through a life-and-death situation and suddenly became open-minded. In the same half-minute video, Fusong looked haggard. I didn't expect that one day I would need to prove that I was a human being. How can I prove this? It's like proving that my mother is my mother. It's ridiculous. I will not respond to this matter again and sue the rumor maker. The situation kept turning around, and the people quarreled again. Ji Jiuxiu drank the last sip of coffee. It's boring to continue bickering like this. Why don't we do something practical? The air was filled with a faint aroma of coffee, and Jiangju asked, when will we set off, and who will we take with us? No, you haven't asked her what she is going to do. Rong Tianjiang was speechless. It felt that even if Ji Jiuxiu said he was going to kill someone, Jiangju would hand over the knife and bury the body without saying a word, without any ideas of his own. Ji Jiuxiu, the pirates are a help to Melxi. We can openly cut off one of her hands. Eradication of the pirates is undoubtedly a good thing, especially since the pirates have been active recently. Various messages and requests to clean up the pirates have filled the public opinion channel of the Federation. It just so happens that they just learned the location of the Tingsha organization from several pirates. Darla, I will arrange some people for you. It is not convenient to transfer military personnel now. I know there are a group of very excellent and idle people, Ji Jiuxiu said with a smile. The excellent and idle people are naturally the military academy students, who have just finished the joint military academy exercise. They don't have to go back to school, and it is not their turn to intervene and make decisions on what happens in the Federation. They are just doing nothing. Organizing military academy students to eliminate star pirates requires approval procedures. With Jiangju and Dai Ruila, these are not a problem. Quality is more important than quantity. Ji Jiuxiu first sent the plan to a few people he knew. Killing star pirates is risky, but success means a bonus and military merit, which is very tempting for military academy students who are not satisfied with their exercise rankings. Half a day later, the news spread, and hundreds of people were ready to set off, and there were still people signing up. After the principal learned about this, he immediately contacted Ji Jiuxiu. Is your approach too impulsive? Ji Jiuxiu, young people always have to be impulsive. When they enter the army in the future, there are rules and regulations. I would like to mobilize the army, but the problem is that I can't. Military academy students lack experience, and star pirates are more cunning and dangerous than alien plants and beasts. The principal disagreed. The children haven't grown up yet, and they are vulnerable. Not everyone is as tough as you. Ji Jiuxiu nodded and said sincerely, you are right, so I applied to let instructor Wei Hingji lead the team. She is experienced and can definitely lead us to complete the task. Principal, people like Ji Jiuxiu, if you hit her once, she will climb up the pole, and she will not be persuaded by soft or hard tactics. There is a trap behind every word. The principal couldn't talk her out of it, and with Darula endorsing Ji Jiuxiao, he couldn't control her. Finally, he had no choice but to call Shan Shu, Wei Hingji and Ren Yanfeng, the three leading instructors, over. It happened that they didn't have work recently. Three people who suddenly received the news that they were sold out. Wei Hingji questioned Ji Jiuxiao, "What are you doing again? At this critical moment, you should lie dormant and wait for the opportunity." Ji Jiuxiao, "Instructor, do you really want to stay in school forever and never go on a mission on the battlefield again?" This sentence made Wei Hingji fall silent and silently hung up the call. Then it was Shan Shu, "I think your decision is not appropriate. Such an important matter should be considered in the long run." Ji Jiuxiao, "But instructor, I heard that there are also teachers in the Imperial Star Military Academy who are ready to go and show their skills to suppress us. Just relying on those few brains, they still want to suppress us. Don't you look at their results this year?" Shan Shu was disdainful. "They are bound to lose. I will pack my equipment now." Finally, it was Ren Yanfeng, "You are making trouble again. Why are there so many things every day? Is it so difficult for you to stay honestly? Do you know how dangerous this matter is?" "I know, that's why we need you, instructor, to lead us." Ji Jiuxiu blinked his eyes with a sincere expression. "It is because of you that I have the courage." Ren Yanfeng hesitated. "This will not happen again. So far, Theseus Military Academy has been completely taken over. As for other people, they can't find her if they have problems. Let the principal help to withstand the storm. The matter of exterminating the Star Pirates can only be fast, not slow. Once it is planned slowly and multiple people intervene, it will be difficult to accomplish." On the third day after making the decision, Darula led the team to set off. In addition to the 4 people in the fixed team, there were 3 instructors from Theseus Military Academy and students from different military academies, a total of 132 people. The military academy students were all those who participated in the joint military academy exercises before. Some of them were children sent by their families, who bet on Darula, and the other part were civilians, who seized every opportunity to climb up. Melx's deeds of killing Star Pirates are widely circulated, and Delilah also needs certain military merits to prove her ability. The Star Pirates, who are active and hated by the people, are the best whetstones. Ji Jiuxiu received the coordinates sent by Shuang Yuebai. The location of the Tingsha organization is consistent with what the Star Pirates said before. She asked Shuang Yuebai to continue to pay attention to the movements of the Star Pirates and block the news of the army's departure. Shuang Yuebai, "There is movement in the mercenary market, and the hospital is the target." Ji Jiuxiao, "I will pay attention. Melx's target has always been Caleb. She cannot squeeze out Delilah in a short time. As long as Caleb dies, according to the order of succession, she will be the next ruler. Delilah's departure to encircle and suppress the Star Pirates is the best time for Melxi to take action, so this operation only involves military academy students, and the main force of the army is placed on the hospital. It is better to take some risks on Delilah's side than to let Caleb fall into danger." Rong Tianjiang, "Why hasn't he announced the candidate yet? It's just a matter of one sentence. If he decides quickly, we won't have to worry so much. Everyone knows who he is. Now when people mention him, they don't respect him at all. He doesn't deserve respect. His life is coming to an end. 2 of his 3 children want to kill him. How ironic. The right of inheritance is like the distribution of property by the elders in the family. It is an internal matter, and others cannot interfere. Darula, he only has so much power in his hands. Of course, he has to hold it tightly in his hands. He is also afraid. What if he dies the next day after he speaks out? No matter how fearless he is, he will still be afraid of death. He doesn't trust his daughter, Darula, that much. He even enjoys using his only right to choose an heir to watch Darula serve him. People have bad natures. If selfishness can be changed, it would have been changed long ago. How can he be a good person if he raises children like Carol and Melxi? Ji Jiuxiao, I have asked Song Xuedong to go to the hospital to keep an eye on her. Is her illness cured? Jiangju asked. Ji Jiuxiao, I don't know if it is good or not. It has not recurred for a long time. And whether it is good or not, the strength is there. It is much stronger than ordinary people. It is even stronger when it is recurring. She sent the location of the Tongue Snake organization to Tianji. After Tianji and Nancy knew about the extermination of the Star Pirates, they insisted on following them. Nancy's ability is unquestionable. Her identity, as an old human, is already known. Tianji does not need to continue to hide it. Once she is placed in the Tongue Snake organization, she will be a big killer. All the preparations that can be done have been done. The next step is to kill the star pirates peacefully. After being targeted by the Tongue Snake organization for so long, Jijiuxiu finally took the initiative to fight back. The location of the Tongue Snake organization is in a remote galaxy. There is only one habitable planet in the entire galaxy. The planet was inhabited before, but later, because it was remote and difficult to develop, people moved out and it gradually became the nest of the Tingsha organization. Approaching the planet, the outer station star pirates discovered the enemy and immediately launched an attack without any previous contact. 10 combat spaceships and more than 20 mechas flew out of the space station, and the battle was about to break out. The star pirates inside the planet received the news, and new spaceships kept flying out to join the battle. They were well trained and were not ordinary star pirates at first glance. Rong Tianjian looked at Jijiuxiu. Do you still need me to cover for you? No. Jijiuxiu took out the mecha she brought from Blue Star. After a year, she finally completed its transformation. Now she has enough strength to ensure her safety. She no longer needs to worry about being taken away for research because of her difference from ordinary people, and she doesn't need to hide it. Blue Star's mecha is blue in normal state, and it will automatically mimic the color according to different environments. In the universe, it is as black as ink, dotted with stars of light, flickering as if it will flow. The live broadcast room is turned on, and the person holding the camera is Fusong. She drives a spaceship alone and shuttles among the crowd. She can directly connect to the cameras in front of other spaceships to present the most real and clear pictures to the audience. Killing star pirates is something that naturally needs to be known to everyone. It shows the style of the army to the people. Live broadcasting is risky. If you don't win, it will easily become a lifelong stain, but no one thinks they will lose. Fusong always pays attention to the camera screen. If there are some bloody situations, he will manually blur and cover the camera. After all, they are not showing violence. The live broadcast uses Jijiuxiu's account. Fans come in curiously and stay in a daze. What is this, a new movie trailer? Wait, how come I see Her Highness Darula? Look at the title, it's about suppressing star pirates. Can I watch this kind of live broadcast? Great, finally they are fighting against star pirates. The last time my uncle's family encountered star pirates, everything they had was robbed and one of their hands was broken. The star pirates are getting more and more rampant, they should be taught a lesson, all arrested and shot. I feel that Jijiuxiu, who is broadcasting live, is even more rampant. Can I say that? The phenomenon of live broadcasting to suppress star pirates is unprecedented, and the popularity is constantly rising. Fuso controlled the spacecraft to avoid the attack. She did not fight back, and quickly slipped away. More scenes appeared in the camera, flying bombs, fighting mechas, and the dark universe bursting with light. Fuso, Her Highness Darila always stands on the side of the citizens, and works for the peace and future of mankind. This is the real action to eliminate the star pirates. Sweat and blood are metals. We will fight for peace with our lives. We will completely eliminate the star pirates, and will never leave any hidden dangers. The words were all about Melchior. Melchior has been fighting bandits for 10 years, and has won merits one after another, but when he returned, there were still star pirates everywhere. No matter what the result of their trip is, their attitude must be shown first. What Melchior can do, Darila can do too, and even better. The prepared navy came on the stage. Her Highness Darila has grown up and become so outstanding. She really grew up in my eyes, time flies so fast. If Her Highness had grown up earlier, we wouldn't have to suffer from the star pirates for so many years. The star pirates are not that great, they were still beaten by our army. Her Highness Darila is the best. With people bringing up the topic, the number of related comments gradually increased. The live broadcast room only had pictures but no sound, and occasionally 1 or 2 words from Fusong could be heard. The pantomime-like presentation inexplicably added an epic feeling, and all of them were witnessing history. Winning or losing didn't seem so important at this moment. This was a battle that was destined to be recorded in history, a battle of military academy students. There was no shelter in the universe, and everyone was caught in a melee. When the artillery fire was the most intensive, the universe was illuminated. Jijiuxiu, enter the planet first, don't fight. Pirates can fight desperately, but she can't. None of the military academy students who followed her can be sacrificed. She would rather be suppressed a little to ensure safety. The purpose of this trip is to destroy the nest of the Tingsha organization, with a focus on the inside of the planet. Tianji leads the way in front, and turns on the combat mode. A steady stream of shells are fired from its body. As the most advanced product of Blue Star technology, Its attack can break the glass of the spacecraft when it hits the spacecraft. When the glass is broken, the air inside will slip away, and the pirates have to leave the damaged spacecraft and enter the mecha. Jioshio asked everyone to enter the spacecraft and prepare to sprint into the planet. The speed of the mecha when entering the planet is not as fast as that of the spacecraft specially used for transportation. As long as they are fast enough, the pirates can't stop them. If you want to enter the planet, you must leave someone outside to cover you. Go ahead. The camera is aimed at Xingran. She is standing in a spaceship. Her voice is broadcast through the spaceship's communication equipment and echoes in the live broadcast room. They can't all enter the planet together. Someone must assist the other half in the back. Xingran controlled the spacecraft to avoid the attack, went around to the back of the galaxy, and took the initiative to undertake the most dangerous work. Jiangju called Yusuin. You go down with them, and keep an eye on everyone. Why are you trying to be a hero? I'm no worse than you. Yusuin took a breath and rubbed her elbow that was numb from being hit. I want to stay. There is no shelter outside the planet, and it is impossible to stop. There are many pirates, and the danger is higher than entering the interior of the planet. Nada, don't fight, you all stay, let me do the easy work, okay? Tianji broke through the defense line, Fuso accelerated, brought it and Jioshio back to the spacecraft, and then activated the energy to the extreme, smashing into the planet like a meteor. Nada followed closely behind, and the cadets automatically divided into two groups. One group stayed, and the other group followed into the planet. Jioshio's voice rang in everyone's ears. If you can't win, run away. Nothing is more important than life. If you die here, no one will praise you for being awesome. They will only think that you are not good enough, but you have to go to the battlefield. It is glorious to go back alive. The spacecraft locked the location of the Tingsha organization. The buildings on the ground were quite decent, with high-rise buildings and factories. There were more people inside, and mechas were lined up in rows. It's really interesting. The Star Pirates organization actually has the latest technology of the Federation, can make new military mechas, and has built a weapons factory. With such a big hand, life is really moist and easy. Jioshio said sarcastically. The voice was transmitted to the live broadcast room, and the camera took a picture of the building at the bottom. A neat factory and building appeared in front of them. Those who didn't know thought it was a military documentary. All signs indicate that the previous information about Melxi and the Star Pirates is true, and the voices supporting Melxi are gradually suppressed. Jioshio's move was very unexpected. Even her own people didn't think she would be so bold, let alone Melxi. So when she wanted to counterattack, she was already one step slower. The only chance to save the situation is to win this battle, but I don't know if the pirates can defend their home. Jioshio looked down and raised his hand to drink a nutrient solution. A familiar figure appeared. Cyrus controlled the mecha and stood on the roof of the tallest building. We just met again after separation. Are you so eager to see me? Yes, I regret that I let you escape again. I can't sleep. Jioshio left the spaceship, and the blue mecha landed opposite Cyrus. Do you think you will have such good luck this time?